I'll give you one more day. If you still can't pay it back, don't blame me for handling it by the rules. I understand, sir. Watching the Haisha gang members leave, Chang'e wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In his previous life, he had been a police officer, yet he was now being hounded for debts by gangsters. What bitter irony. If this were his past world, he would have made those thugs understand exactly how many eyes the Horse King had. At that moment, the neighbor next door, Old Wang, opened his door and poked his head out. His wrinkled face was full of helpless sighs as he said, "Alas you! Why put yourself through all this misery? With qualifications like ours and no proper inheritance left by our ancestors, merely clinging to life for a few more decades in this cultivation world is already sheer luck. Breakthroughs, people like us have no right to even dream of such things. The Haisha gang's money, compound interest piling on like a snowball, it's a bottomless pit." Chang'e gave a bitter smile, as if he wanted this. This was the mess left behind by the original owner of this body. The original owner had been a rogue cultivator struggling at the very bottom of the cultivation world, burdened with a pitiful for spiritual aptitude. Relying on only half of a family inheritance, the Ruijinju, he barely clung to the threshold of the third level of qi refining. He was only a few meager decades away from exhausting his lifespan and returning to dust. Even worse, in order to buy a breaking realm pill needed to assault his bottleneck. The original owner had emptied his already shriveled savings and recklessly had even borrowed 30 low-grade spirit stones of usurious debt from the Haisha gang. Each month he had to pay at least 5 low-grade spirit stones in interest alone, without reducing the principal by even a single coin. Crushed by this hopeless burden, the original owner had ended his own life, allowing Chang'e, who came from another world, to inherit this body, and this ruinous mess at rock bottom. Seeing Chang'e fall silent, Old Wang thought his advice had sunk in. He sighed, drew back his head, and with a creak shut the wooden door. From inside came his old wife's low complaints and Old Wang's helpless muttering. Nothing more than, "We can hardly protect ourselves," and "mind your own business," and the like. This shantytown on the outskirts of the marketplace was crammed with low-level rogue cultivators struggling to survive just like them. Spiritual energy was thin, the shacks were crude, and hearts, like the damp and gloomy environment, were cold and withdrawn, tinged with a faint shivering sense of shared misfortune. Chang'e returned to his room and looked around. The home was utterly bare. The only furniture was a 3-legged wooden table and a hard plank bed with some worthless odds and ends piled in the corner. Fragments of the original owner's memories churned in his mind, bringing stabbing pain, yet also understanding of this world. In the cultivation world, strength is everything. Spirit stones are your foundation and inheritance is your spine. But Chang'e had no strength to speak of owed spirit stones up to his neck and possessed only the commonplace Ruijinju as his so-called inheritance. And even that was but a fragment. He had heard of the rules of the Haisha gang. If you failed to repay at best, you would be thrown into the mines to toil as a slave until death. At worst, your soul would be extracted and refined, the meager power of your spirit used to light a soul lamp. Tomorrow was the final deadline. Yet Chang'e did not have a single spirit stone to his name. Run. The thought had never even crossed his mind. Did anyone really think the Haisha gang lent money for charity? A trace of the borrower's aura had long since been bound into the debt contract. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, they could drag you back. Hunting demons. The Wuhuan Mountain range was thick with demon beasts. Rogue cultivators gathered there precisely for them. But danger lurked everywhere within. Rogue cultivators usually only dared to enter in teams. And to join a demon hunting party, one needed at least mid-stage qi refining cultivation. The original owner had gone all in on a desperate gamble, aiming to break through and qualify to join a hunting team. But he had failed, had he not? Should he follow in the original's footsteps and continue gathering herbs on the outskirts? Leaving aside that such work depended utterly on luck, he now had only one day. If spirit stones were so easy to earn, would the original owner have been frightened to death? Yet now this was Chang'e's only hope. What if he was lucky enough to find a spiritual herb that others had missed? Even if it was worth only 7 or 8 grains of spirit sand, it could cover a few days' interest and buy him a little time. A man stakes his life once. If he doesn't die, he lives a myriad years. I can't have crossed over for nothing. Let's do this. With that thought, Chang'e hesitated, no longer slung the herb basket onto his back and stepped out the door. The outer regions of the Wuhuan Mountain range had long since been combed over countless times by low-level rogue cultivators like him, as if scraped clean with a fine-toothed comb. Towering trees blocked out the sun, low shrubs grew in tangled profusion, and rotting leaves had built up thick layers of humus. The air was thick with the damp scent of soil and the decaying fragrance of vegetation. Relying on the original owner's hazy memories, Chang'e deliberately chose narrow, difficult paths. Any place easy to traverse had long been stripped clean of valuable herbs. He had to bet on luck, heading toward those corners others were too lazy to reach or easily overlooked. Using both hands and feet, he pushed aside a patch of thorny brambles nearly half a man's height. A few cuts appeared on his cheeks, but he did not even notice. Chen Yi's gaze swept over every inch of ground like a comb. Suddenly, at the base of a shaded rock crevice, a few leaves of yunling grass, with yellowing edges, caught his eye. It was the lowest grade of spiritual herbs. In this condition, it was hardly worth even a single grain of spirit sand, usually only used as filler in inferior pills. Under normal circumstances, the original owner might not even have spared it a second glance. Well, he probably would have picked it anyway. Life was harsh for rogue cultivators. Even a mosquito's leg was still meat. He crouched down, carefully preparing to dig out those few stalks of yunling grass by the roots. Just as his fingertips brushed them, a cold, emotionless thought echoed directly in his mind. Detected decomposable item, inferior spiritual herb, yunling grass 8. Decompose. Chen Yi shook his head. A hallucination. He reached out again. Detected decomposable item, inferior spiritual herb, yunling grass 8. Decompose. It was no hallucination. Chen Yi's heart pounded wildly. He stared fixedly at those stalks of yunling grass, his breathing turning rough. A cheat ability. A boon for a transmigrator. It had arrived late by a few days, but it had finally come. Grasping the yunling grass tightly, he silently chanted in his heart, "Decompose." Decomposition successful. Acquired material blueprint, yunling grass. Acquired vital energy 6. For current vital energy balance 6. For Chen Yi immediately focused his consciousness on the new blueprint that had appeared in his mind. Material blueprint, yunling grass. Description: the most common spiritual herb in the cultivation world, main ingredient for refining qi recovery pills. Consumes 1 point of vital energy to produce 1 stalk. Produce 8 stalks decomposed into 6. For points of vital energy, but synthesis costs 1 point per stalk. ID lose the equivalent of 2 stalks. Chen Yi felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. Was this cheat ability useless? Refusing to believe it, he directly synthesized a stalk. His hand suddenly grew heavier and a stalk of yunling grass appeared out of thin air. His eyes instantly widened. The stalk of yunling grass was different. It was no longer withered and yellowed, but lush and plump. Its leaves were thick, a vivid emerald green, with faint spiritual light flowing along the veins. The medicinal fragrance it emitted seemed several times richer than before. Decompose inferior goods, synthesize superior ones. The profit margin in between. Chen Yi's mind raced through the calculations. Fragments of his Bodhi's former memories surfaced, recalling the purchase prices of medicinal herbs. Inferior yunling grass, like the ones from before, even when bundled 30 stalks together, might not fetch a single low-grade spirit stone. Such things were usually sold by weight. By contrast, a single stalk of top-quality yunling grass could be sold in the market's apothecaries for half a spirit stone. That was 5 grains of spirit sand. And if he happened upon an alchemist in urgent need, the price could soar even higher. The price difference. That was the capital with which he could turn his fate around. Gazing at the stalk of top-grade yunling grass in his hand, Chen Yi forced down his surge of wild delight, only for a far more practical problem to seize his thoughts. Where was he to obtain more primordial energy? Ignoring the filth of the soil, Chen Yi began digging at the root systems of seemingly ordinary plants. With every touch, he waited for that chime of notification to sound within his mind. Yet nothing happened. As expected. Only things that contain spiritual energy will work. Just as anxiety gnawed at him, and he was racking his brains over where to find items imbued with spiritual energy, his foot slipped on slick moss. Stumbling, his palm instinctively shot out to brace itself against a half-withered shrub at his side. His palm met something warm and yielding, with a rancid, indescribable stench clinging to it. He glanced down, and Chen Yi's face immediately turned a shade of green. It was a pile of demonic beast dung that had not yet fully hardened, brownish-black, laced with undigested fur and tiny bone fragments piled brazenly at the shrub's roots and exuding a powerful stench. How inauspicious! He flung his hand in disgust, about to find a leaf to wipe it clean, when his movements suddenly froze. Detectable decomposable item, unfermented spirit fertilizer, demonic dung. Decompose. The cold mechanical voice echoed again, scattering the last traces of his nausea. A hint of incredulity flashed through Chen Yi's eyes. Even this filthy stuff can be decomposed. Staring at that brownish-black mass of filth, Chen Yi felt his throat tighten. The rancid stench curling at the tip of his nose was all too real. He could almost feel the lingering warmth of it against his palm. The soul from the modern world within him was screaming in rejection. Every inch of his skin crawled with revulsion. Yet the desire to survive was far more ferocious than this mere physiological disgust. He took a deep breath and was nearly choked into retching by the stench. Do it, brothers, let's go all in. Chen Yi shut his eyes, forced down the churning in his stomach, and pressed his palm heavily onto the mound of demonic dung. Decompose. Decomposition successful. Material blueprint, acquired spirit fertilizer. Obtained primordial energy x2. 1. Current primordial energy balance 7. 5. Material blueprint spirit fertilizer. Description: fertilizer containing chaotic demonic power and trace spiritual energy capable of accelerating the growth of low-grade spiritual plants. Expenditure of 1 point of primordial energy can produce 1 unit. Produce. Did he have to catch it with his hands again? Forget it. Chang'e swiftly yanked his hand back and instinctively scrubbed it several times against a relatively clean patch of moss beside him. In truth, the system's decomposition was exceedingly thorough. Not even a trace of odor clung to his skin. Yet, the psychological sense of contamination refused to dissipate. It seems it's not limited to spiritual herbs. So long as something contains even a wisp of spiritual energy, the system can detect and decompose it. Forcing down that subtle wave of nausea, Chang'e's thoughts rapidly cleared. The key is that the amount of primordial energy gained from decomposition should depend on the total quantity and quality of spiritual energy within the item. Those inferior Yunling grass stalks had provided 4 points of primordial energy, while this sizable mound of demonic dung yielded only 2. 1, indicating its spiritual energy content was lower and far more impure. But this stuff was easy to find. In the outer reaches of the Wuhuan Mountain range, cultivators came and went frequently, yet demonic beasts were also plentiful. Especially the low-value first-tier demonic beasts. Their droppings were anything but rare within the forest. Swallowing his psychological disgust, Chang'e became a tough boy, deliberately heading toward beast trails in search of fresh droppings. In less than half an hour, he found 3 more such piles of demonic beast dung, some large, some small. Some still warm and fresh, others already half-dried. He decomposed them all. Obtained primordial energy x1. 8. Obtained primordial energy x3. 2. Obtained primordial energy x0. 9. His primordial energy balance surged upward, reaching 14. 5 points. Staring at that number, Chang'e's heartbeat quickened once more. He immediately called up the blueprint for Yunling grass. Produce. With a single thought, 1 point of primordial energy vanished, and a stalk of top-grade Yunling grass appeared out of thin air in his hand. Again. 1 stalk, 2 stalks, 3 stalks. By the time his primordial energy had been consumed down to only 4. 5 points, 10 perfectly uniform stalks of superb Yunling grass lay neatly across Chang'e's palms. At the market's average purchase price of half a spirit stone per stalk, that was 5 low-grade spirit stones. Just enough to pay this month's interest to the Black Fiend gang. Mist began to creep through the mountains, carrying with it the faint chill of evening. Not daring to tarry, Chang'e carefully cushioned the 10 Yunling grass stalks with moss, placed them at the bottom of his herb basket, then covered them with ordinary weeds as a disguise before hurrying toward the market town. The closer he drew to the market, the denser the spiritual energy seemed to become, and the road grew noticeably more even and well-kept. Shops with hanging signboards began to appear on either side. Lights flickered to life, illuminating the figures of cultivators passing by, some in a hurry, others strolling at leisure. It was utterly different from the deathly stillness of the shanty district. Though equally dilapidated, it possessed its own peculiar sense of order. With a clear goal in mind, Chang'e headed straight for a purchasing shop that the body's previous owner had often visited. Baichao Pavilion. The shop's reputation was decent, its purchase prices relatively fair. Most importantly, though the shopkeeper was shrewd, he was not excessively blackheart and treated low-level itinerant cultivators reasonably well. At times he would even help loose cultivators bring things out from the inner market. The door stood open and a mixed fragrance of medicinal herbs drifted from within. Behind the counter, a dry, thin old man with a goatee and a small skullcap was fiddling with an abacus. This was shopkeeper Old He. When he saw Chang'e enter, his eyelids lifted slightly, then drooped again as he snorted a vague sound through his nose. A form of greeting. Shopkeeper He. Chang'e walked up to the counter, took out the 10 Yunling grass stalks from the bottom of his basket, and laid them carefully upon the oiled paper spread over the counter. Please take a look at these. Old He cast them a casual glance, his fingers about to lazily shuffle them as usual when his movements abruptly halted. He leaned closer, pinched up 1 stalk of Yunling grass, and examined it carefully under the bright fluorite lamp inside the shop. Its leaves were plump and richly colored, veins clear, a faint spiritual glow hidden within. The roots were intact and still damp with soil. It was clearly a freshly harvested top-grade specimen. Oh! A trace of surprise flickered across Old He's face. Such fine quality. Quite rare. Brat, you're in luck. Which little forgotten corner did you dig these up from? Just luck, just luck. Chang'e replied with a fawning smile, answering vaguely. Old He did not press the matter. The Wuhuan Mountain range was vast, and stumbling upon a few fine herbs by sheer dumb luck was nothing unusual. He deftly inspected each of the 10 Yunling grass stalks in turn and nodded. All top grade, and their condition is decent. Same old rules. Top grade Yunling grass goes for half a spirit stone per stalk on the market. 10 stalks, 5 low-grade spirit stones. As the 5 low-grade spirit stones fell into his hand, the system's notification sounded once again. Detected decomposable item low-grade spirit stone. Can spirit stones also be decomposed? Chun Yi's eyes brightened. If he could synthesize a medium-grade spirit stone, wouldn't he be rich? Storing the spirit stone in his bosom, Chun Yi walked out of the shop, quietly instructing the system to decompose the spirit stone. Decomposition successful. Acquired material blueprint low-grade spirit stone. Gain Chi X 100. Without a second thought, Chun Yi commanded the system to synthesize the spirit stone again. Production successful. Consumed Chi 100. The spirit stone reappeared in his grasp. Chun Yi glanced at it, a profound sense of disappointment enveloping him. The synthesized spirit stone had indeed changed. But it had merely become more regular, still a low-grade spirit stone with mixed spiritual energy. With a bitter smile he murmured, "So it really doesn't work. Looks like he'll have to go into the mountains to gather." Chun Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, spirit herbs? A thought struck him like lightning in the darkness, instantly clearing the fog in his mind. A low-grade spirit stone can decompose into 100 points of Qi and 1 point of Qi. Can synthesize a premium Yuling grass. 2 premium Yuling grasses can be sold for 1 low-grade spirit stone. 100 points of Qi equals 100 Yuling grasses, which can be sold for 50 low-grade spirit stones. 50 low-grade spirit stones, when decomposed, yield 5,000 points of Qi. Chun Yi's heart tightened, suddenly his breath halting. A snowball effect. In theory, as long as the starting capital is sufficient, he could generate astronomical numbers in a very short time. Calm down, must stay calm. He pinched his thigh hard, forcing his heated mind to clear. Manager He of Baichao Pavilion isn't a fool. Today when I presented 10 premium Yuling grasses, it already surprised him a bit. If I continuously produce dozens or hundreds of the same premium Yuling grasses. A cold sweat broke out on Chun Yi's back. The consequences would surely be no better than falling into the hands of the Black Sha gang. The Black Sha gang would at most want his life, but having treasure brings guilt. In this cultivation world, there are methods of soul-searching and refining that are far worse than death. The consequences would surely be no better than falling into the hands of the Black Sha gang. The Black Sha gang would at most want his life, but having treasure brings guilt. In this cultivation world, there are methods of soul-searching and He did not return to Baichao Pavilion, but turned into another relatively quiet alley. He remembered that deeper in this alley were a few small apothecaries and general stores that bought and sold materials. Though smaller than Baichao Pavilion, they were less conspicuous. After crouching at the door for a long time, Chun Yi finally moved. Inside manager, he set down his abacus, watching Chun Yi's retreating figure with a glint of malice in his eyes. Chun Yi first entered a small shop named Jishintang. After inspection, the manager showed a hint of surprise, but didn't ask much, promptly buying at half a spirit stone per stalk, giving Chun Yi 2.5 low-grade spirit stones. With the spirit stones in hand, Chun Yi immediately left, taking a detour to enter another shop, Lease Apothecary. He sold 5 stalks there as well, earning another 2.5 spirit stones. Next was the third and fourth shops. In less than an hour, the 20 stalks of premium Yuling grass were sold smoothly, exchanging for a total of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Adding the original 4, he now possessed 14 spirit stones. He hadn't attracted any special attention from any of the shops. Back at home, Chun Yi looked at the 14 spirit stones on the bed and murmured, "The starting capital is ready, but how to roll it over needs careful planning. If I decompose all 14 spirit stones directly, would I acquire 1,400 points of Qi, instantly synthesizing 1,400 stalks of premium Yuling grass? It sounds wonderful, but that would be seeking one's own death. Not to mention taking out so many premium Yuling grasses at once, even selling 5 or 6 over several days would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Where would a loose cultivator at the third layer of Qi refinement find such a stable source of high-quality goods? He wouldn't be able to sell Yuling grasses again in the short term. Synthesizing spirit stones would be unprofitable. As for spirit fertilizer, the user experience of this golden finger is too hardcore. The synthesized items must appear in his hands, asking him to catch a lump of spirit fertilizer with his bare hands. Chun Yi shivered, decisively crossing this option out of his mind. Rubbing his forehead, his thoughts gradually became clearer. Tomorrow I'll first deal with the Black Sha gang, then see if I can obtain a new blueprint. The next morning, the ramshackle wooden door of Chun Yi's home was suddenly kicked open from the outside. The door panel emitted a groan of unbearable strain, violently crashing against the mud wall, sending a cloud of dust tumbling down. 2 men dressed in black with fierce skulls embroidered on their chests entered one after the other, crowding the leading man with a face full of blubber, his gaze sharp as a knife, was none other than the Black Sha gang's small leader, nicknamed Scarface, who had visited yesterday. He was followed by a thin rat-like man with triangular eyes darting around, surveying the shabby furnishings of the room, a sneer plastered on his face. "Kid, the time has come." Scarface crossed his arms, his expression fierce. Have you gathered the spirit stones? Old Wang's door quietly opened a crack only to quickly close again. The other households in the shantytown were even more silent, not making a sound. Chani had already stood up the moment the door was kicked open. Now his face was pale, laced with fear and relief, hurriedly pulling out a small gray cloth bag from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Scarface, I've gathered enough 5 spirit stones, please check. Scarface raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that this poor kid could still borrow money. He took the bag, weighed it, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, confirmed that it contained 5 low-grade spirit stones. Humph, consider yourself smart, kid. Scarface tossed the spirit stones to the thin man behind him, his cold gaze scanning Chani several times. However, this is just the interest for this month. The principal is 30 stones, not a single one less. The interest for next month is still 5 stones. Do you understand? I understand. Chani nodded and bowed, lowering his posture to the extreme. Good to know. Scarface snorted coldly, seemingly displeased by the musty smell of the shabby house, turning to leave. Next month on this day it'll come again. If you can't produce. He didn't finish, just raised his hand, making a slashing motion across his neck, his fierce gaze causing the temperature in the room to drop a few degrees. Before leaving, the thin man deliberately kicked over an empty earthen jar in the corner before following Scarface. Only after the 2 figures disappeared at the end of the alley did Chun. He slowly straightened up, the fearful and shrinking expression on his face vanishing, replaced by calm. The door of Old Wang's house opened once more and Old Wang peeked out, looking at Chani, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately, he sighed, shook his head, said nothing, and left with his medicine basket. Chun-Yi adjusted the door panel that had been knocked askew, barely hanging it back on the frame, before heading towards the outskirts of the marketplace for loose cultivators. Unlike the shops in the outer districts, the scattered cultivators market is a vast open-air bazaar. Several dirt paths extend along the edges of the market, with grass mats and tattered cloth spread on the ground or simply items piled haphazardly. Chun-Yi navigated through the throng of people, his gaze seemingly scanning the stalls at random. His strategy was simple: to find something that could be mass-produced, easy to sell, and whose source wouldn't raise suspicion. Sometimes Chun-Yi thought if only the system didn't produce such refined items, he could just set up a stall directly. He temporarily gave up on herbs. They were too sensitive. Low-grade magical artifacts. The market is too small to sell them. Or, the same reasoning applies. As he walked, he stopped in a relatively quiet corner. The stall owner was an old cultivator with a blackened oilcloth spread before him, on which were scattered several colored stones, some oddly shaped fungi, a few beast bones, and stacks of coarse yellowed paper. What caught Chun-Yi's attention were those papers. The paper was a light yellow, rough in texture, showing uncrushed plant fibers, within some even bearing mold spots. They were cut into uniformly sized squares or strips, haphazardly piled together. Memories from his original self informed him that this was rough talisman paper, the most basic and inexpensive material for crafting talismans. Due to its weak capacity for magic, the success rate was low, and the talismans drawn on it were ineffective, used only by talisman apprentices who couldn't afford standard talisman paper, or when drawing talismans that had lower magical intensity requirements. A piece of low-grade spirit stone could buy a thick stack sold by weight. Chun-Yi squatted down and picked up the topmost sheet of rough talisman paper. Its texture was coarse, even a bit prickly, and the spiritual energy sensing was nearly non-existent. Detected decomposable item, inferior rough talisman paper. Would you like to decompose it? The prompt sound came as expected. Chun-Yi's heart surged. This was it. Talisman paper is a consumable with high demand, especially in the low-level talisman market. Moreover, talisman paper itself is inconspicuous, unlike finished talismans or pills, which have grades and efficacy differences that easily attract scrutiny. Rough talisman paper is even on the lower end of the low end, with few people paying attention to it. He spent half a spirit stone to buy a small bundle of about 50 sheets of rough talisman paper from the old cultivator. In the old cultivator's numb-gazed, Chun-Yi held the bundle of paper and quickly left the market, returning to his shabby room. After closing the door, he pulled out a sheet of rough talisman paper. Decompose. Decomposition successful. Obtained production blueprint rough talisman paper. Obtained vitality X0.05. A twitch appeared in the corner of Chun-Yi's eye. Only 0.05 vitality for a sheet of rough talisman paper. This vitality is a bit low. But he immediately looked at the newly acquired blueprint. Production blueprint rough talisman paper. Description: a type of talisman paper made from ordinary coarse plants, mixed with the gelatin from demon beast skins, with extremely poor spiritual energy conductivity, suitable only for practicing low-level talismans or making inferior talismans. Costing 0.1 vitality to produce 1 sheet. Would you like to produce? Decomposed gives 0.05. Production requires 0.1. Another loss-making deal. But Chun-Yi did not hesitate. Produce. A slight weight in his hand, a sheet of talisman paper. Chan Yi immediately picked it up for a closer look. The color was still light yellow, but the texture was much more uniform, the roughness significantly reduced. The fibers on the surface of the paper seemed to have been smoothed by some force, making it feel a bit more pliable. Most importantly, when he attempted to inject magical energy, he found that the energy's conduction across the paper had become somewhat smoother. Although it was still far from good, it was a considerable improvement over the previous sluggishness. From inferior rough talisman paper to rough talisman paper, the quality has improved, but it hasn't reached the level of standard talisman paper. Chan Yi pinched the newly synthesized talisman paper with his fingers, quickly assessing in his heart. Just right. This slightly improved item, still within the rough talisman paper category, was perfect for my current situation. What he sought was not an extraordinary masterpiece, but a qualified product that could be stable, safe, and quickly liquidated. But why would the synthesized item from the spiritual grass become a fine product? Chan Yi's gaze fell on the terms most common and coarsely made in the description, and a guess began to form in his heart. Could it be that the system's synthesized products are not all fine goods, but rather standardized repairs based on the base state of the raw materials? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable this conjecture seemed. Although those inferior spiritual grasses were wilted and thin, they still fundamentally belonged to the spiritual grasses variety. The blueprint obtained from decomposition was the standard template for the spiritual grass. During synthesis, the naturally produced item would indeed be a standard product under this template. Although the high-grade spiritual grass is called high-grade, it is merely intact in appearance without bug holes or wilting. Such items are rare in the wild, hence they are termed high-grade in the market. Most are produced in bulk from specialized spiritual plant gardens, where they are artificially nurtured, ensuring perfect appearance and abundant spiritual energy. But rough talisman paper is different. Its basic definition is that it is a shoddily made item with extremely poor magical conductivity. The blueprint obtained after decomposition likely reflects a qualified state of coarse talisman paper itself. With a more uniform texture, smoother fibers, and barely usable magical conductivity, it remains fundamentally rough talisman paper and has not transformed into a higher-grade yellow talisman paper or spiritual talisman paper. This is similar to low-grade spirit stones. When he first obtained spirit sand, he decomposed it but only got 10 vitality and did not receive a blueprint. It seems that spirit sand is simply cut from low-grade spirit stones, and he had already received the low-grade spirit stone blueprint. As for the rough talisman paper, if sold in bulk, the quality could easily be attributed to good craftsmanship and high-quality control. 0. 1 vitality per sheet. 100 sheets could sell for 1 spirit stone, while 1 spirit stone could be decomposed into 100 vitality, a 10-fold profit. This is it. With a target set, Chan Yi picked up a low-grade spirit stone. Decompose. Decomposition successful. Obtained vitality x 100. Without pausing, Chan Yi immediately called up the blueprint for rough talisman paper, his thoughts racing. Produce 1,000 sheets. Vitality points rapidly fluctuated and sheets of rough talisman paper appeared out of thin air in his hands, quickly stacking together. By the time the last point of vitality was exhausted, a thick stack of light yellow talisman paper had piled up before Chan Yi, roughly amounting to about 1,000 sheets. Carefully, he divided the 1,000 sheets of improved rough talisman paper into 20 bundles, each containing 50 sheets wrapped in different colors of coarse cloth, and stuffed them into a somewhat worn pouch. Chan Yi did not head directly to the bustling center of the loose cultivator market, but instead detoured to the relatively quiet northwest corner of the market. This area was close to the protective array of the market, with sparse stalls where most passers-by were low-level loose cultivators, whose auras were not much stronger than his, and the items traded were mostly worthless scraps. Finding an empty wall corner, Chan Yi laid out a piece of worn burlap he had brought from home, took out 5 bundles of talisman paper from the pouch, and opened one of the bundles to arrange the sheets on the burlap. The remaining bundles were still in the pouch placed at his feet. He did not shout like other stall owners, but simply sat quietly, his gaze downcast, appearing dull and taciturn. The aura of his third layer of chi refinement emanated openly, perfectly matching the image of a struggling low-level loose cultivator who had just learned a bit about talisman making and was trying to make a living by selling the cheapest materials. Soon a young cultivator in a patched robe and with a sallow complexion approached, squatting in front of Chan Yi's stall, picking up a sheet of talisman paper to examine, then trying to infuse a bit of magic power into it. This rough talisman paper. Its texture seems decent. It's more uniform than what I bought from Old Sun. The young cultivator murmured softly, looking up at Chan Yi. Fellow Taoist, how much is this talisman paper? Half a spirit stone for a stack. Chan Yi quoted the market price, intending to win by quality alone. The young cultivator was clearly knowledgeable, pulling out a few more sheets to examine closely, finding that each sheet was about the same without the uneven thickness of inferior products, and nodded. The quality is indeed more reliable than others. I'll take 2 stacks. He pulled out a low-grade spirit stone and handed it to Chan Yi. Chan Yi silently accepted it and took out an unopened bundle from the pouch. After the transaction, the young cultivator tucked the talisman paper away and soon disappeared into the crowd. The stall returned to a momentary quiet, but before long several other loose cultivators were attracted by the neatly arranged talisman paper. Most of them were similar to the previous young cultivator, either apprentices just beginning to learn talisman making with empty pockets or low-level talisman masters who had low demands but sought stability and savings. This paper is nice, the magical power flows smoothly. Drawing a dust-cleansing talisman should save some trouble. An old cultivator with graying hair bought a stack and commented softly, "It's better than old lease batch. His always has a few damaged ones mixed in, costing me a lot of vermilion." Another middle-aged female cultivator with a troubled expression also bought a stack. Chani maintained his dull and taciturn demeanor, responding with half a spirit stone for a stack, allowing the talisman paper to be inspected, freely handling the transactions promptly without unnecessary words. This attitude was not out of place in the loose cultivator market. Instead, it seemed to reflect the integrity of an honest craftsman. In less than a day, all 1,000 sheets were sold, yielding 10 spirit stones with a profit of 9 after deducting costs. Chani did not continue to combine but left after selling everything. For several consecutive days, he practiced spells at home. Estimating that it had been about the right amount of time for making talisman paper, he once again slung the pouch over his shoulder and returned to the loose cultivator market. Upon arriving at the original wall corner, he found that several familiar customers from before were waiting there. Chani felt a slight tension in his heart. He was not afraid of not selling the talisman paper, but worried about drawing too much attention. However, he did not stop his footsteps, maintaining his dull demeanor as he walked straight over. The old cultivator with graying hair was the first to notice him, his murky eyes brightening as he stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Little Taoist, you finally came. The talisman paper I bought from you last time was very convenient to use. The success rate for drawing breath concealment talismans has increased a bit. I've been looking for you for several days. Making talisman paper takes time. I didn't expect it to sell so well," Chani explained, looking down. The old cultivator smacked his lips and leaned in closer, asking, "How many do you have today?" "I'll take them all." The middle-aged female cultivator with a troubled expression reacted unpleasantly, saying, "Hey fellow Taoist, that's not fair. We've been waiting for a long time too. How can you take them all?" The other familiar customers also gathered around, looking eagerly at the pouch on Chan Yi's shoulder. Chan Yi felt a jolt in his heart. This situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Having familiar customers is a good thing, but when too many people crowd around, it easily draws attention. He calmly took a half step back, still keeping his head down, and flatly said, "There aren't many this time, just enough for each person to have 2 stacks. Saying this, he took out 20 bundles of talisman paper from the pouch, each bundle containing 50 sheets. 2 stacks each is good, everyone gets a share. The old cultivator quickly handed over a low-grade spirit stone, seizing 2 bundles in his hands, and did not forget to say to Chan, "A little Taoist, next time be sure to prepare more. I'm counting on you to draw a few more talismans to exchange for some grain." The middle-aged female cultivator and the others also paid and took their goods. Seeing that the sales were so good and these people were unfamiliar to him, a thought crossed his mind. Taking out too much at once would be hard to explain why the production was so high. What if I delivered directly to their door? These people wouldn't need to reconcile the accounts for such a small thing, would they? As long as handled properly, maintaining this delicate supply-demand relationship is far safer than openly selling at the market. "Leave your addresses and I'll deliver them to you when they're ready." As soon as Chani finished speaking, several familiar customers were momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. The old cultivator reacted the fastest, stroking his sparse beard and nodding repeatedly, "Delivering to the door. That would be wonderful. It saves me the trouble of running back and forth here. Little Taoist, you handle things reliably? I can trust you." He then provided an address on the edge of a shantytown. The middle-aged female cultivator and the others also found it convenient, leaving their own addresses or frequently visited places. "It's settled then. 3 days later I will deliver them as agreed." Chun Yi noted down their requests, nodded, said no more, packed up the worn burlap laid on the ground, and turned to leave the market. 3 days later, with the prepared talisman paper, Chun Yi quietly left his house before dawn, while the neighbors were still asleep. He first arrived at the address mentioned by the old cultivator. The shanties here were somewhat better than the area where Chun Yi lived, but still shabby. Following his memory, he found a relatively tidy small courtyard and gently knocked on the courtyard door. The door creaked open a crack, revealing the old cultivator's wrinkled face. Upon seeing Chan Yi, he immediately broke into a smile, stepping aside to let him in. "Please come in, little Taoist. You've worked hard to come so early." Chan Yi shook his head, not entering, but instead took out 2 bundles of talisman paper from his pocket and handed them over. "These are the 2 stacks you wanted. Please inspect them. The old cultivator took the talisman paper, skillfully opened a corner, and with a flicker of magical light at his fingertip inspected it, and nodded in satisfaction, then pulled out a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket, and handed it over, his smile growing wider. The quality is still as good, it saved me a lot of trouble. Chun-Yi took the spirit stone, merely nodding slightly without saying much. Seeing Chun-Yi's silence, the old cultivator was not concerned. Instead it seemed he recalled something and spoke again. By the way, young friend, I have an old acquaintance living in the northern Shanty area. He also makes a living drawing low-quality talismans. A few days ago, he complained about not being able to find decent coarse talisman paper, only getting the shoddy stuff. Could you spare him a couple of stacks of this talisman paper? The price is negotiable, let's say half a spirit stone per stack. Chun-Yi felt a stir in his heart, but maintained a facade of indifference. After a brief contemplation, he replied, I wonder how much your friend needs. I don't have much left, and I must also consider a few other regular customers. Not much, just 2 stacks to try out. If it works, he can be considered a regular in the future. The old cultivator hastily said, His place is quite remote. If it's convenient for you, I can have him wait for you under the old crooked locust tree, at the eastern end of the Shanty area at noon today. What do you think? His surname is Zhao. You can call him Old Zhao. That works. Chun-Yi noted the time and location. Afterwards, he proceeded to visit the middle-aged female cultivator and a few other familiar customers at their residences or agreed meeting points. Every time he made a delivery, he was concise, checking the goods and collecting payment, never lingering long. Yet each time he faced similar situations. Satisfied customers would often casually mention that they had some friends, neighbors, or acquaintances who were also struggling to find stable, good-quality coarse talisman paper, and would tentatively inquire if Chun-Yi could spare a little. At first, Chun-Yi would feign difficulty, emphasizing his limited capacity and the challenges in production. However, after repeated pleas and assurances of not much quantity, and just to try once, he would reluctantly agree. This back and forth led to a snowballing effect, with word of mouth quietly forming a pattern. In just over half a month, Chun-Yi's customer list expanded from a few sporadic individuals to over 20. These individuals, scattered across the outer neighborhoods, might know each other or perhaps were merely acquaintances, yet they were invisibly connected by a common need for stable quality and fairly priced coarse talisman paper. With each round, Chun-Yi could profit over 20 spirit stones. In half a month, his initial 10 spirit stones grew to 76. That was more than enough to pay off the debt to the Black Sha gang. But it couldn't be paid back this way. The principal and interest amounted to 35 spirit stones. How could a foundation establishment cultivator earn that much in just over half a month? Was he rushing to be slaughtered like a fat sheep by the Black Sha gang? His past experience as an undercover made Chun-Yi aware that in such gray areas, loan sharks were not merely after the principal and interest. They were also screening and nurturing fat sheep. Once you demonstrated an ability to repay beyond expectations, it often marked not the beginning of relief, but the entrance to a deeper quagmire. They would behave like sharks, sensing blood, directly coveting the path to profit behind you. Before repaying the debt, I must first increase my strength, Chun-Yi thought. The original body had desperately borrowed from the underworld to purchase a breakthrough pill just to cross that threshold. Cultivating from the 3rd to the 4th level of chi refinement may seem like just one level, but it represents a fundamental transformation from the early to mid-stage. In a place like Taipingfang City, where low-level scattered cultivators gathered, being in the mid-stage of chi refinement provided a bit of self-protection and qualified one to join those slightly safer demon hunting teams to fight for real resources. The little leader of the Black Sha gang with a scarred face was merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. Most of his collection enforcers were at the 2nd or 3rd levels. If he could step into the 4th level, his circumstances would be drastically different when facing them. At the very least, they would weigh their actions more carefully before striking, no longer treating him like an ant to be toyed with. A breakthrough could be explained. The breakthrough pill was not a necessity, merely a means to increase the chances of success. While the chances of breaking through on his own were slim, they were not non-existent. Could they even check whether he had purchased pills or not? Having made up his mind, Chun-Yi got up early the next day, spent a spirit stone for the entrance fee, and rushed into the inner courtyard to buy a breakthrough pill. After returning home, he did not rush to break through. Instead, he directly decomposed the pill. Decomposition successful. Acquired crafting blueprint. Breakthrough pill acquired vital energy x80. Glancing at the vital energy obtained from the decomposition, he thought, one pill costs 50 spirit stones, while the system's synthesis cost is only 0.8 spirit stones. This pill industry is truly a gold mine. However, thinking that the pill industry was not something a low-level chi refinement cultivator like him could dabble in, Chun-Yi quickly cast aside those distractions and synthesized a breakthrough pill to consume. As the pill entered his abdomen, a surge of scorching energy exploded, rushing through his limbs and bones like lava. Chun-Yi felt that the effects were much stronger than the one used by his predecessor. Was it due to the system? Not daring to be negligent, he immediately activated the sharp gold technique, fully directing the violent medicinal power. Intense pain followed, as if his meridians were being torn apart inch by inch, and his dantian felt like it was on fire. He maintained his focus, gritting his teeth to endure. Soon sweat soaked his clothes and veins bulged on his forehead. To his surprise, his first breakthrough ended in failure. The disparity in talent truly lies in the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck. Reflecting on those so-called celestial roots that claimed no bottlenecks below the golden core, Chen shook his head helplessly as he looked at himself. However, recalling the extraordinary function of his golden finger, he felt invigorated again. Fortunately, the most important thing in cultivation is still resources, and what I lack the least is resources. He synthesized another breakthrough pill and consumed it. He was unsure how long it had been or how many he had taken. Chen suddenly felt a light pop within him, as if a certain barrier had been fiercely broken through. Spiritual energy surged wildly, and the previously stagnant meridians were suddenly connected with his magical power flowing like a stream far stronger than before. Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance fleeting across them as an indescribable joy surged within him. He had successfully breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Although the fluctuation of spiritual energy was not earth-shattering, it still caused ripples in the densely populated Shanti area. The brief gathering of spiritual energy and the rise of magical power could not escape the notice of his neighbors. Just as Chen stabilized his realm and adjusted his breathing, a knock sounded at the thin wooden door. Upon opening the door, the weathered face of old Wang from next door leaned in, his eyes wide in disbelief, as he looked Chen up and down, incredulously asking, Chen kid. You broke through 4th level of Qi refinement. Chen revealed a hint of fatigue mixed with a sense of relief in his smile as he nodded. Uncle Wang, it was a stroke of luck. I have just broken through. My heavens! Old Wang gasped, turning to shout inside his house. Wife, did you hear? That kid Chen has broken through. A muffled exclamation came from inside the house. Old Wang turned back with a complex expression on his face, filled with envy, surprise, and a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. Incredible, truly incredible. In this wretched place, it has been decades since anyone could break through to the midstage by themselves. Kid Chen, you must have struck it lucky. This temperament, this opportunity. Sigh. His voice was not lowered, and immediately there was movement from several nearby shanties. A few doors and windows quietly opened a crack, revealing faces filled with curiosity and surprise. Did he really break through? By himself? Tisk, this Chen. Usually so quiet, I didn't expect him to have such tenacity. 4 levels. He must have finally made it. It was probably from the spirit stones he saved to buy pills, right? How could that be? Where would he get spirit stones? He still owes a debt to the Black Fiend gang. It must be a self-breakthrough. Tisk, what a fortunate fate. Low murmurs floated through the cracks of the doors and windows, carrying various unspoken emotions. In this shanty town steeped in despair, Chen-Yi's breakthrough was like a small stone thrown into stagnant water, stirring ripples far greater than he had anticipated. Self-breakthrough. These 4 words held immense weight in the hearts of the underprivileged cultivators. This signified a resilient spirit, perhaps a trace of elusive fortune, and more importantly, it meant he had completely escaped the fate of struggling in the mud. Old Wang rambled on a bit more, his tone noticeably warmer than usual, even tinged with an unrecognized flattery, before he finally pulled his head back and closed the door. Chen-Yi could hear the low voices of Old Wang and his wife discussing excitedly behind the door, with the center of their topic naturally being their lucky neighbor. He calmly closed the door, isolating the prying eyes and noisy discussions outside. The hint of relief and fatigue that had been deliberately displayed slowly faded, leaving only a deep, tranquil calm. First step done, he whispered to himself. The 4 levels of Qi refining are a cover, but it's not persuasive enough. The Black Fiend gang is not foolish. They know the ins and outs of this shanty town. A newly broken through Qi refining cultivator with nothing to his name, suddenly producing dozens of spirit stones to repay a debt. It still stands out too much. His gaze turned to the window, looking past the low and decrepit shanties, as if he could see the distant undulating Wuhuan Mountains shrouded in mist. Monsters. Hunting demons is the most reasonable and dangerous way for all cultivators to quickly acquire spirit stones. A newly broken through cultivator in urgent need of spirit stones to repay debts, biting the bullet to venture into the mountains seems logical enough. But to actually form a team to hunt monsters, the risks are too high, the gains are unstable, and it could easily expose my secret. But what I need is the title of Demon Hunter and the monsters themselves. The decomposition system can break down items containing spiritual energy. What about the corpses and materials of the monsters? If I could decompose monster-related diagrams and even synthesize monster materials or complete monster corpses, wouldn't that be the perfect source of spoils? As soon as this thought emerged, it grew wildly like weeds. The only question is whether the system can synthesize complete monsters. I should try it first. Chan Yi did not hesitate and immediately set off towards the cultivator market on the outskirts of the bazaar. The smell here was even more mixed, and the passing cultivators were mostly robust individuals, many bearing unhealed wounds, their gazes sharp as knives. Chan Yi walked slowly past a row of stalls, seemingly casually inspecting them. His target was clear: to find the most common second-level monster materials to test if the system could decompose them. Why second level? Because demon hunting targets second-level creatures. First-level monsters are roughly equivalent to early-stage chi, refining their meat tough and smelly, containing minimal spiritual energy. Unless certain specific types have some medicinal or talisman-making value, most low-level cultivators wouldn't even bother to hunt them. It is too laborious for little reward. Second-level monsters, however, correspond to mid-stage chi refining, and their fur, bones, blood, and even certain organs serve as basic materials for crafting low-grade magical items, drawing stable market demand and value. As per the memories of his previous self, the most common second-level monsters like Bladeclaw Wolf or Ironback Boar, a complete corpse if handled properly, could sell for 10 to 20 low-grade spirit stones. This is also the primary target for mid-stage chi refining cultivators to team up for demon hunting. Chan Yi's gaze sharply scanned each stall. He needed a small common second-level monster fitting his acting alone and just entering mid-stage chi refining. Two large monsters like the Ironback Boar weigh several hundred pounds with tough skin and thick meat, immense strength, making them impossible for an individual to subdue. It would be too unrealistic for him to hunt one alone. His gaze finally landed on a stall in a corner. The vendor was a one-eyed man with a hideous scar on his face, his aura around the fourth level of chi refining. On the oilcloth spread out in front of him, besides a few unknown minerals, the main goods were several gray-brown animal corpses resembling oversized rats, their tails bare and hairless, with exposed front teeth glinting with a metallic sheen. Gold-devouring rat, one of the most common second-level low-tier monsters. Slightly larger than a house cat, adept at burrowing its front teeth, can gnaw through low-tier metal, or its fur offers average defense, but it is fast, cunning, and solitary. Because its blood serves as an auxiliary material for certain low-level armor-breaking and sharp metal talismans, its bones and front teeth can also be used to refine crude, piercing magical items, thus maintaining stable purchases. One could sell for about 10 to 12 low-grade spirit stones. Chan Yi approached the stall, squatting down to casually probe one of the gold-devouring rat's corpses. The corpse was relatively fresh, the blood not yet dried, the neck bone fractured, likely killed by a blunt weapon. Fellow Taoist, how much for this? A vial of blood costs 2 coins, a pair of incisors costs 5 coins, a complete skin is worth 1 coin, and 3 coins for the cleaned bones. The one-eyed man quoted without raising his head. I want a whole one. A whole one? The one-eyed giant paused. Kid, the blood, bones, and teeth of this golden moth are worth a bit, but that's about it. If you take the whole body, you'll have to put in the effort to break it down and clean the bones yourself. Just the stench of blood is enough for you to handle. Do you really want it? The one-eyed giant's skepticism was not without reason. Dealing with the carcasses of demon beasts is complicated, and their flesh spoils easily. Unless there's a special need or a stable sales channel, most loose cultivators would prefer to buy processed materials to save time and effort. What Chun Yi wanted was precisely this whole body. He needed to confirm whether the system could break down an entire demon beast carcass and whether it could synthesize a complete or valuable part blueprint afterward. Although fragmented materials could also be tested, a complete corpse obviously provides more comprehensive information. Yes, a whole one. Chan Yi nodded, his tone steady. I just broke through and want to practice familiarizing myself with the muscle, bone, and membrane structure of demon beasts to prepare for future hunts. This demon rat has a good quality. It's perfect for practice. The one-eyed man looked at Chan Yi's face for a moment. He had seen many newcomers who had just broken through, full of ambition but lacking experience, wasting money on lessons. This kid in front of him did indeed have the stabilized aura of a fourth-layer chi refinement cultivator dressed in shabby clothes. Yet there was a calmness in his gaze that was different from typical low-level loose cultivators. Practice? The one-eyed giant scoffed, shaking his head. Fine, I'll let you have it for 11 low-grade spirit stones. This rat just arrived not long ago. It's still fresh enough for you to practice with. 11 spirit stones were slightly lower than the total price for selling the material separately, so it was a bit of a discount for taking the whole body. Chan Yi did not haggle and silently counted out the spirit stones to hand over. The one-eyed giant took the spirit stones, weighed them in his hand, and casually picked up the corpse of the golden moth, tossing it to Chan Yi. Chan Yi thanked him and wrapped the rat's corpse in a piece of rough burlap he had prepared earlier, holding it in his arms, as he immediately turned to leave the noisy area. He did not return to the shantytown where there were too many eyes, and it was easy to attract unnecessary attention. He skillfully navigated into a deserted area of dilapidated houses on the outskirts of the market, a good place for dealing with things that are not suitable for public view. Finding a relatively intact shell of a house, Chen Yi placed the rat's corpse on the ground and untied the burlap. A cold prompt sounded as expected. Detected decomposable item golden moth corpse, second level low-tier demon beast. Would you like to decompose? Chen Yi's heart surged. It really worked. Decompose. With the thought settled, the corpse of the golden moth on the ground vanished in an instant as if it had never existed. Decomposition successful. Acquired production blueprint golden moth. Acquired material blueprint golden moth blood. Acquired material blueprint golden moth incisors. Acquired material blueprint golden moth skin. Acquired material blueprint golden moth bones. Acquired material blueprint golden moth meat. Acquired vitality x80. A series of prompts flashed through his mind. It worked! A glint flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Not only had he decomposed a complete corpse, but he had also directly obtained multiple detailed material blueprints, including the complete golden moth. This meant he could not only synthesize individual materials but could even directly synthesize a complete demon beast corpse. He immediately focused his mind on the golden moth blueprint. Production blueprint golden moth description. A common second-level low-tier demon beast found in the Wuhuan Mountain range, skilled at burrowing. Its incisors are sharp enough to bite through gold and iron blood incisors, and bones hold certain value. It requires 80 points of vitality to produce one complete and fresh. Would you like to produce? A complete golden moth costs 80 points of vitality, and he had just decomposed one, also gaining 80 points of vitality. On the surface, it seemed like an equivalent exchange with no profit. But the key was that he had decomposed a finished product bought from the market, costing him 11 low-grade spirit stones. Those 11 spirit stones, if decomposed into vitality, would yield 1100 points. 1100 points of vitality could synthesize nearly 14 complete golden moths. And at a market price of 11 spirit stones each, that would be 154 low-grade spirit stones. This is the real snowball effect. Chen Yi felt his breath becoming hot. Using spirit stones to activate, converting them into vitality, and then synthesizing demon beast corpses for sale, the profit is dozens or even hundreds of times. This profit dwarfs that of selling talismans by an unknown number of times. Talismans require concealing the source, developing channels, and controlling the output. But demon beast materials, especially low-tier demon beasts like this, can completely be attributed to luck and hunting. A fourth-layer chi refinement loose cultivator hunting demon beasts in the Wuhuan Mountain range is perfectly reasonable. This was merely the weakest demon beast at the second level, not a rare item. Moreover, Chen Yi had no intention of selling this item long-term. His goal remained high-value items like alchemical talismans and formations. As long as he first repaid the debts to the Black Sha gang, he could slowly build his persona. With the system at his disposal, wouldn't he be free to choose among alchemists, artifact masters, and the like? Thinking of this, Chen Yi's heart burned with excitement. He first carefully examined several other detailed blueprints. Golden moth blood requires 4 points of vitality to produce 1 vial standard amount. Golden moth incisors requires 30 points of vitality to produce 1 pair. Golden moth meat requires 1 point of vitality to produce 1 pound. Golden moth skin requires 10 points of vitality to produce 1 piece. Golden moth bones requires 15 points of vitality to produce 1 set. The production costs of these detailed materials add up to be less than directly producing a complete golden moth. But Chen Yi still chose to produce the complete one. What he lacked was not spirit stones, but spirit stones with a reasonable source. Produce 1 golden moth. 80 points of vitality were instantly deducted. The gray-brown light in his hand quickly condensed and filled from ethereal to solid. In the blink of an eye, a plump, intact golden moth corpse, still warm from having just died, appeared out of thin air. Chen Yi examined it closely. He found that this golden moth, aside from lacking life, had not a single wound. This won't do. Chen Yi concentrated a faint golden light in his hand, the divine ability golden blade technique that came with the breakthrough of the sharp metal art to midstage. Cautiously, he simulated a fatal wound on the rat's neck, as if it had been cut by a sharp instrument, and then created several penetrating wounds on its chest, abdomen, and legs that might have been left during a fight. Then he raised the rat's paw and scratched himself a few times, making himself look as if he had just gone through a fierce battle before slaying the demon beast. Having completed all this, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Next is to showcase the hunt. Holding the processed golden moth corpse, Chen Yi returned to the shantytown. In the evening, the slum was at its noisiest. After a long day, the wandering cultivators returned, and the air was filled with the scent of smoke from cooking and fried food. The cries of children, the arguments of couples, and the clattering of repair tools intertwined, composing a bleak symphony of struggle from the lower class. As Chen Yi's figure appeared at the alley's entrance, the intense stench of fresh beast corpses and the smell of wild animals erupted like droplets of water, splashed into boiling oil, instantly igniting the previously numb atmosphere. The first to look up was old Wang, who was squatting at his door repairing an old hoe. His murky eyes widened in disbelief, and the tool in his hand clattered to the ground. Chan boy! What is this? His gaze was fixated on the mouse corpse in Chen Yi's arms, his voice rising with astonishment. A beast, a beast. This shout seemed to press a switch. The doors of several nearby shanties creaked and banged open, faces filled with surprised curiosity or greed peeked out. Golden mice. It's a second-level golden mouse, cried out a sharp-eyed middle-aged wanderer, his voice filled with disbelief. My heavens! Such a large one. Look at those teeth glimmering coldly, it must be worth quite a few spirit stones. Did he hunt it all by himself? He just broke through to the 4th level. Look at those teeth glimmering coldly, it must be worth quite a few spirit stones. Did he hunt it all by himself? He just broke through to the 4th level. They had just heard in the morning that he had broken through, and by the afternoon he returned with a beast. This discussion surged forth like a tide, quickly drowning the narrow alley. Gazes were fixed on Chen Yi, their expressions extremely complex. Shock, envy, jealousy, suspicion, and even a hint of barely detectable fear. Old Wang had already stood up, shuffled over to Chen Yi, wanting to reach out and touch the mouse corpse, but hesitated a bit, clicking his tongue in admiration. Incredible, incredible Chun boy. You really have been quietly achieving great things. You broke through in the morning, entered the mountains in the afternoon, and returned with such a big fellow. This golden mouse must be worth a dozen spirit stones, right? Chen Yi revealed a hint of fatigue on his face as he lifted the mouse corpse, slightly smearing blood onto his coarse garment, adding to the sense of authenticity of his return from battle. Uncle Wang, I was lucky to encounter this one at the edge of the forest. It took a lot of effort to catch it. I almost didn't make it back. Seeing his tattered clothes covered in dirt and grass with an injured arm and scratches on his face, the doubts among the crowd lessened considerably. Hunting a second-level beast alone, even the lowest-tier golden mouse, was undoubtedly extremely perilous for a newly advanced 4th-level cultivator, and sustaining injuries was the norm. Not easy at all. Old Wang nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Chun boy, your fortune has turned. What do you plan to do with this beast? The beast pavilion in the market accepts these. The price is fair enough, or you could sell it piece by piece at the scattered market, though that would take some effort. Nearby neighbors perked up their ears. Chun Yi intended to give Old Wang some reward. I can't handle this either. He pretended to be troubled. Uncle Wang, why don't you take it? Chun Yi intended to give Old Wang some reward. I can't handle this either. He pretended to be troubled. Uncle Wang, why don't you take it? Consider the mouse meat as your reward. Old Wang's eyes lit up at his words, then he rubbed his hands a bit shyly, saying, This? How can I accept this? Although the mouse meat only contained a trace of spiritual energy, it could nourish us low-level cultivators and could also be sold. Though he said this, his gaze could not help but linger on the plump mouse corpse. No matter how smelly the golden mouse meat was, if handled properly, it was a rare, nourishing item, quite appealing to these aging cultivators whose vital energy was gradually fading. Uncle Wang, please don't refuse me. Chun Yi pushed the mouse corpse closer to Old Wang, the bloodstains smearing onto Old Wang's tattered garment. I live alone and can't deal with this. Letting it sit is just a waste. You help me handle it well. Keep the valuable skin, bones, incisors, and blood, and you can keep the meat as your compensation. You have more experience, you'll handle it better than I will. Old Wang's wrinkles relaxed, no longer refusing as he reached out to take the mouse corpse. The warmth and heavy stench invigorated him. Done. Chun boy, you can trust your Uncle Wang. I will take care of it properly. The skin of the golden mouse should be skinned fresh, and the blood must be quickly collected and bottled. The bones will take some effort to remove, but I will ensure not to damage the valuable parts. You go back and rest. I will deliver it to you later. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Chun Yi nodded, turning back to his dilapidated house under the increasingly complex and envious gazes of the neighbors. He closed the wooden door, isolating himself from the outside noise. Leaning against the door, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Life is like a play, all depends on acting. With the golden mouse corpse, Old Wang was full of energy and set to work right at his door. Skinning, bleeding, deboning, and dividing the meat, though not as nimble as a specialist beast handler, he showed the skill of an experienced cultivator. The gray-brown mouse skin was carefully removed and tanned with plant ash to eliminate the odor. The dark red beast blood was carefully collected into several coarse ceramic bottles sealed tightly. A pair of gleaming incisors comparable to fine iron were completely extracted, and the bones were also roughly divided by parts. As for the smelly mouse meat, Old Wang meticulously cut it, with some immediately salted with coarse salt and a few cheap herbs, while part was prepared for stewing. This process attracted quite a few neighbors to watch, and the murmurs never ceased. Especially when Old Wang delivered the processed valuable materials to Chen Yi, the gazes became even more eager and complicated. Old Wang has struck it rich this time with such a big piece of mouse meat, it will nourish him and his wife for several days. Who says it's not? This Chen Yi kid is truly different now. He's bold and lucky. I think it's not just luck. That golden mouse is quite cunning and fast. Without real skill one can't catch it relying solely on luck. Could it be he was hiding his strength before? Hard to say. In any case we can't treat Chin Boy like before anymore. He has already reached the middle stage. Maybe in a few days he'll move to a beast hunting camp and won't need to live in this slum anymore. True. The human warmth and coldness of the slum have always been realistic. When Chen Yi opened the door again and received the bundle of materials from Old Wang, he could clearly feel the change in the gazes within the alley. Gone was the previous indifference and vague disdain, replaced by a hint of curiosity, politeness, and even a touch of flattery. Chun, my boy, it's all here. Take a look. Old Wang had a smile on his face, beads of sweat on his forehead. I've simply processed the hide, sealed the blood, and packed the bones as you instructed. Thank you for the meat. Chun Yi replied. You're too polite, Uncle Wang. You've worked hard, he said, taking the materials and nodding. I'll head to the market tomorrow to exchange these for spirit stones, and strive to pay off the debts to the Black Shaman gang as soon as possible. Mentioning the Black Shaman gang, Old Wang's smile faded a bit. It's time to repay it. Now that you have some income, the sooner you pay it off, the sooner you can have peace of mind. But don't rush it. It's still perilous to hunt demons. It would be safer to join a hunting team. Old Wang wasn't a bad person at heart. In the past he had strongly advised against borrowing from the King of Hell. But the original owner didn't listen. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Wang. I appreciate it. Come, since I've benefited from you today, let's go drink a cup at my place. Old Wang insisted, pulling Chun Yi towards his home. On Old Wang's rickety wooden table there were 2 bowls of steaming stew. The meat chunks rolled in the murky broth, emitting a rich aroma. Under the dim oil lamp the wrinkles on Old Wang's face relaxed as he eagerly shoved large pieces of rat meat into Chun Yi's bowl. Eat, Chun, my boy, eat more. This is a good thing. It replenishes qi and blood and strengthens your foundation. Old Wang only took some scraps and potatoes for himself. He drank a big mouthful of soup, smacked his lips, and his face shone with undisguised satisfaction. Hey, thanks to you I haven't tasted such solid demon meat in years. Though the flesh of this golden rat is a bit rough and has a strong fishy scent, the spiritual energy within it is genuine, worth several days of meditation. Old Wang's wife sat at the corner of the table, nibbling on the meat, occasionally glancing at Chun Yi. Her gaze lacked the usual detachment, and numbness filled instead with a complex emotion. Chun Yi didn't hold back, devouring the meat. The meat was indeed coarse with thick fibers. Even after being stewed with herbs for a long time, it still carried a hint of earthy smell that was hard to completely remove. Yet once it entered his stomach, a weak warmth spread throughout his body, subtly stabilizing his recently broken and somewhat unstable magical foundation. For low-level rogue cultivators who had long lacked spiritual food, this was a rare delicacy and a tonic. After a few pieces of meat, the atmosphere became more lively. Old Wang poured himself another half bowl of homemade liquor, took a sip, and his chatter opened up completely. Chun, my boy, you're impressive. You broke through in the morning, and by afternoon you dared to enter the mountains single-handedly, bringing back such a big... You've got guts and luck. I've been hanging around this shanty town for most of my life, and have seen many people, but very few can seize opportunities and leap up like you. Aunt Wang lightly kicked him under the table and whispered. Say less. Drinking a bit of cat urine makes you unable to control your mouth. Old Wang, however, was unbothered, and fueled by the liquor his voice grew louder. Yet his eyes turned towards his wife, his tone carrying a hint of blame and regret. What do you know? I'm happy for Chun. And for myself. Sigh. He sighed heavily, downed his drink in one go, grimacing at the spiciness, then pointed at his wife and said to Channy, you don't know. When you borrowed from the Black Shaman gang, I knew it would lead to trouble. I wanted to stop you, and also, I wanted to see if I could help you gather a bit, even if it was just 3 or 5 spirit stones. Aunt Wang's expression changed, and she hurriedly interrupted, Old man, what nonsense are you saying? Young Chun has his own ideas. We can't meddle in that. We can barely make ends meet. Shut up. Old Wang rarely glared at his wife, his old face flushed with liquor and emotion. I listened to you back then. You said every family should clear their own doorstep and not worry about others. You said borrowing from the Black Shaman gang is asking for death. We shouldn't get ourselves in trouble. Aunt Wang lowered her head in silence, fidgeting with the worn edges of her clothes. Old Wang turned back to Chun Yi, his eyes filled with regret. Chun, my boy, I owe you an apology. I had a deep friendship with your parents. If I had mustered the courage to take out those few spirit stones, even if just to buy you some time, you wouldn't have been forced into that situation. Almost. He wanted to say almost lost you, but the words stuck in his throat. He simply shook his head, poured himself more liquor, but had lost the desire to drink. What good does it do to talk about it now? Aunt Wang raised her head, as well her eyes slightly red, her voice choked. Isn't young Chun benefiting from misfortune now? You've broken through and can hunt demons now. If we had really gotten involved back then, the Black Shaman gang might have targeted us too. That would have harmed us all. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned heavy. The flickering flames of the oil lamp cast dancing shadows on the mud walls. Chun-Yi put down his chopsticks, looking at the elderly couple. Old Wang's regret was genuine, and his wife's earlier obstruction was a realistic choice for low-level rogue cultivators who live in uncertainty, a choice that couldn't be blamed. Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, please don't say that. That was a path I chose myself. No one else can be blamed. Aunt Wang is right. What kind of people are the Black Shaman gang? If you had really lent me spirit stones, it might have truly brought trouble. You two were there for me when I was at my lowest without adding to my burdens and constantly reminding me. This kindness I Chun-Yi will remember in my heart. Today Uncle Wang helped me process this golden rat, saving me a lot of trouble. As for the rat meat you're both enjoying, it can nourish your bodies, and that makes me happy. Let's let the past be the past. His words were sincere and transparent, devoid of blame or forced intimacy, yet they soothed the hearts of Old Wang and his wife considerably. Old Wang stared blankly at Chun-Yi as if for the first time recognizing clearly that this young man was truly different from the vast majority of resigned and numb rogue cultivators in the shanty town. He possessed a calm strength, seeing clearly and understanding well. Good. Let's not bring up the past. Old Wang wiped his face and raised his bowl of liquor again. Chun, my boy, you're an understanding person and capable. You will surely have a bright future ahead. Come, I toast you, wishing you a smooth path ahead in your cultivation and continuous progress. Chun-Yi raised the bowl of plain water that had been untouched before clinking it against Old Wang's. Thank you for your good wishes, Uncle Wang. After the meal, Chun-Yi took the processed materials of the golden rat back to his room, where he easily decomposed them into vital energy. The first step hunting display was very successful. Chun-Yi counted the materials, contemplating in his heart. The neighbors all saw, and the news will spread quickly. A rogue cultivator in the 4th layer of Qi refinement who has just broken through, and is eager to repay debts, daringly ventured into the mountains, and had the fortune of hunting a golden rat. This script is quite reasonable. Next, it's about gradually increasing the audience's acceptance. In the following days, Chun-Yi secluded himself, spending most of his time in his room cultivating to stabilize his 4th level of Qi refinement, occasionally going out to purchase materials from demon beasts. The discussions in the shantytown gradually subsided, but the impression of Chun-Yi as lucky and daring had already taken root. Old Wang occasionally mentioned it to others with an air of, I knew this kid was no ordinary person from the start. On the morning 3 days later, as dawn broke, the shantytown was still shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Chun-Yi set out with a medicine basket on his back filled with some dry rations and clean water, holding a mundane iron sword he had bought. He deliberately took a longer route, passing by the doors of several neighbors known for their gossiping, ensuring that someone would see him entering the mountains once again. Naturally, he did not truly venture deep into the Wuhuan Mountains, but instead found a secluded hollow on the outskirts, seeking a hidden tree hole and patiently waiting for most of the day. By evening, the setting sun cast long shadows over the shanty town. When Chun-Yi again appeared at the alleyway, dragging his slightly weary steps and carrying a noticeably heavier medicine basket with an injured arm, the commotion caused was even greater than the last time. Did he hunt again? My heavens, look at the blood seeping from the bottom of that medicine basket, and on his hands. It's only been 3 days. He hunted again. His luck is just too excessive. Old Wang was the first to rush out, seeing Chun-Yi's appearance, both shocked and anxious. Chun kid, are you badly hurt? Hurry, come inside. Chun-Yi waved his hand, his voice carrying a hint of fear. It's nothing, Uncle Wang, just superficial wounds. I ran into another one fiercer than the last and almost fell for it. He carefully set down the medicine basket, lifting the weeds covering it to reveal the corpse of a gold-eating mouse inside. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around. This time, even those who previously doubted Chun-Yi's skills, thinking he was merely lucky to find a dead demon beast, fell silent. Once could be luck, but twice in such a short span, and both with fresh battle scars and injuries. This cannot simply be explained by luck anymore. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Old Wang examined Chun-Yi's wounds, then glanced at the mouse corpse in the medicine basket, his worries gradually replaced by amazement. You kid are pushing yourself too hard. But? Good. Truly good. You've got skills. This gold-eating mouse looks even fatter than the last one. But I still need Uncle Wang to help me process it. Chun-Yi pushed the medicine basket towards Old Wang. The usual deal, you keep the meat. Isn't it too much to keep taking advantage of you? Just come over for dinner later. Chun-Yi interrupted Old Wang's refusal. Aunt Wang's cooking is much better than mine. This statement was sincere and provided Old Wang with a way out. Old Wang stopped, declining, his face breaking into a smile, and hurriedly called his wife to help while he skillfully carried the medicine basket into his home, muttering, Sure. Dear, quickly find some of the leftover herbs from last time. Let's have a good meal tonight. Tisk Old Wang is really holding on to a golden leg this time. A thin man leaned against his doorframe watching Old Wang happily carry the medicine basket inside, smirking with demon beast meat. Coming in every few days, this old guy is probably going to rejuvenate, and his cultivation might even improve a bit. Who can argue with that? A nearby woman picking some wilted wild vegetables glanced sideways at Old Wang's house, her voice neither loud nor soft, just right for the nearby families to hear that Chun kid is too naive. Such valuable demon beast meat, he just gives it away. Old Wang is just helping with skinning and bleeding, right? That bit of skill a butcher from the market can do it better for just 2 spirit sands. Hey, maybe Old Wang is smart, he might have already ingratiated himself to Chun Yi. In another shack someone chimed in ominously, have you all forgotten? When Chun Yi wanted to borrow from the Black Shaman gang, Old Wang was there every few days to advise. Maybe he figured out this kid was extraordinary early on and prepared for it. That makes sense. This old fox, though he seems honest, knows everything in his heart. It's just pity for us living in the same alley, watching them eat meat and drink soup, not even catching a whiff of the smell. The sour remarks spread like mold in the growing dusk. Envied and resented complex and sharp expressions surfaced on some originally numb faces. Old Wang was not deaf, those drifting comments pricked at his eardrums like needles. His face turned red, wanting to turn back and argue a bit, but his wife firmly held onto his sleeve. Old man, don't stir trouble. The woman lowered her voice, eyes filled with pleading. Let them talk. The benefits Chun Yi gives us are real. If you cause a scene, how will Chun Yi live? Old Wang's chest heaved as he looked at his wife's worried eyes, then glanced at the surrounding gazes, both bright and shadowy. Ultimately, he swallowed his words, only making the door close more loudly than usual as he carried the medicine basket inside. Inside the house, under the dim yellow light, Old Wang busily dealt with the gold-eating mouse, his movements even more forceful than last time. The sound of the knife scraping against the bones was rather jarring. The old woman quietly busied herself by the stove. A bunch of jealous losers. Old Wang ultimately couldn't hold back, muttering under his breath, if they're incapable themselves, they can't stand to see others do well. Things that Chun Yi risked his life for, he can give them to whoever he wants. Why should they have anything to say? Just say a little less. The old woman sighed. Isn't this how the world is? Weren't we once like this too? Watching others suddenly do well, isn't it natural to feel sour? Let's put ourselves in their shoes. Old Wang fell silent, merely grunting in response. He knew his wife made a valid point, but the frustration in his heart still festered. As for the troubles of Old Wang and his family, Chun Yi had no way to intervene. Now that acquaintances had accepted the fact that he could independently hunt second-tier demon beasts, he could increase the frequency of his outings. In the following period, Chun Yi would enter the mountains every few days, and each time he returned, he would bear some wounds, light or heavy, and the medicine basket would mysteriously contain the corpse of a small demon beast. The neighbors in the shantytown transitioned from initial shock, envy, and jealousy to gradually becoming numb, even finding it somewhat routine. Chun Yi calculated the time. The day for the Black Shaman gang to collect debts was approaching. He combined some materials to sell at the inner market shop, while the ones processed by Old Wang had long been decomposed. He found them cumbersome without a storage bag. The spirit stones totaled over 100. Only 36 or 7 remained, while the rest were decomposed into primordial energy stored in the system just in case. A few days later, the day for the Haisha gang to collect debts arrived. Scarface, accompanied by a gaunt man with a rat-like face, appeared once again before Chun Yi's rickety wooden door. This time Scarface did not kick the door open, but instead knocked twice with his knuckles, yet the force still caused the door. Chun Yi had long been waiting inside. He took a deep breath, instantly shifting his expression to one of the typical fear and fawning attitude that a lowly scattered cultivator displayed in front of power, and stepped forward to open the door. Scarface, you've arrived. He slightly bowed, clearing the way. Scarface, with his hands behind his back, stepped in, his gaze as cold as a knife, first sweeping over Chun Yi, then scanning the still bare room, snorting an ambiguous sound through his nose. The gaunt man leaned against the door frame with his arms crossed, his beady eyes darting around, a habitual sneer at the corner of his mouth. Kid, is the interest money for this month ready? Scarface got straight to the point. Chun Yi forced a look of difficulty and relief, carefully pulling out a small cloth bag from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Scarface, I want to pay it all back at once, including the principal and interest. Scarface pinched the spirit stone bag, weighing it in his palm, letting out a cold snort that was more of a sneer. Not bad. After a month, you can casually take out over 30 spirit stones. He stepped forward, the fierce aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator pressing down on him. Tell me, where did these spirit stones come from? If it were the former Chun Yi of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he would have likely gone soft in the legs, trembling in fear. But at this moment Chun Yi merely lowered his head, slightly hiding the fleeting brilliance in his eyes, while the sharp gold technique within him quietly operated a wave of condensed magical power slowly radiating from his body. The sinister smile on Scarface's face instantly froze. The gaunt man behind him also changed his expression, instinctively standing up straight, his beady eyes filled with surprise. 4th layer of Qi refinement. Scarface's voice suddenly rose, his face filled with disbelief. You broke through? Chani then raised his head, the fearful and fawning expression on his face faded, meeting Scarface's uncertain gaze. He slowly said, I took a gamble and fortuitously broke through. I hope Scarface will not laugh at me. As for the source of the spirit stone, Scarface should have heard about it as well. I went into the mountains a while ago to try my luck and hunted a few demon beasts, trading them for some spirit stones. Thinking that the debt must be repaid, the sooner the better for peace of mind, I gathered enough to settle it all at once. Scarface's brows furrowed into a knot. The gaunt man leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Boss, there have indeed been rumors in the shantytown these days, saying that a kid who just broke through has had incredible luck and continuously hunted demon beasts. Many people know about it. It's likely this kid. Scarface remained silent for a moment, rapidly calculating in his mind. A third-layer chi refinement cultivator and a fourth-layer chi refinement cultivator hold completely different weights. The third layer is akin to an ant that can be easily crushed, while the fourth layer is already considered to be, in the mid-stage of cultivation, a significant figure outside Taiping Fong City. Especially since the other party broke through on their own, this mindset and potential threat could not be ignored. Moreover, the source of the spirit stones being from hunting demons is completely untraceable. Is it worth it to confront a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator who is fierce and has good luck for a few spirit stones? The Haisha gang lends money to seek profit, not to forge deadly enemies. The ferocity on Scarface's face gradually receded, replaced by scrutiny and weighing options. He weighed the spirit stone bag in his hand again, 35 lower-grade spirit stones without a single piece missing. All right. Scarface finally spoke, his voice lacking the previous aggressive tone, as he tossed the debt contract to Chan Yi. Since you've gathered enough, according to the rules, the debt is cleared. You kid, have some interest. Chai-san, let's go. Scarface turned around, signaling to the gaunt man. The two left. Chun Yi picked up the debt contract, which had a fierce skull imprint at its center. His fingertips trembled slightly, a thread of magical power pierced into it, following the simple method from the original's memory to dissolve the contract, dispersing the aura belonging to the original body. The skull imprint on the beast's skin let out a sharp wail, transforming into a wisp of green smoke, and the entire debt contract quickly turned dry and yellow, ultimately turning to ashes in Chan Yi's hand, falling softly. The taut string in Chan Yi's heart, which had been tense for over a month, finally relaxed completely. He let out a long sigh, expelling all the accumulated gloom. I've repaid your debt, the remaining path is mine now. At that moment, Old Wong walked out again. Looking at the backs of the two departing figures, he sighed. You've really made a name for yourself. Don't be so hasty in the future. You're still young with a bright future ahead. Chani knew that Old Wong was trying to persuade him to join the demon hunting team again. Although he did not take it to heart, he still felt warm inside. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Wong. Now that the debt is settled, I need to save up some spirit stones, and I won't be living here anymore. Old Wong was taken aback. Yes. It's time to move. That's a good thing, a very good thing. Old Wong nodded vigorously, forcing a smile that wrinkled his face. This shabby place of ours is no place for cultivation. Chun kid, you're now a dragon returning to the sea. In the future, if you become successful, don't forget your Uncle Wong. After saying this, Old Wong felt a bit awkward. What is he now? A fourth-layer chi refinement cultivator capable of independently hunting demon beasts. And what about himself? A scattered cultivator stuck in the third layer, half alive. The gap is vast, and in the future there might be fewer opportunities to meet, so how could there be talk of not forgetting? Previously he was afraid of attracting the attention of the Haisha gang, but now that he has crossed this hurdle, he should prepare for things like storage bags and magical tools. The rat-faced thug from the Haisha gang, following Scarface, turned through several shantytown areas, collecting a few trivial debts which amounted to only 7 or 8 spirit stones with both principal and interest. Scarface clearly had little interest, maintaining a serious expression, lost in thought. As the sun began to set and their work was nearly done, the gaunt man turned his eyes and leaned closer to Scarface, smiling ingratiatingly. Boss, it's getting late. We've collected everything for today. I'm feeling a bit unwell in my stomach. I'd like to take a leave and go to the market to grab some medicine. Scarface shot him a sideways glance. This guy is always cunning and sly. The stomachache is a pretext. He probably wants to sneak off to some low-class brothel for fun or to gamble a bit. Scarface couldn't be bothered to expose him. Irritable, he waved his hand. Get lost. Come back early tomorrow to wait at the hall. Thank you, boss. The gaunt man quickly nodded and bowed, clutching his stomach, and fled. Once out of Scarface's sight, he instantly straightened up, and there was not a trace of illness left on his face. His footsteps did not lead to the brothel or gambling den, but rather wound through familiar paths, heading into a shop on the outskirts of Taiping Fong City. Bai Chao Pavilion. Upon seeing the man shopkeeper, he put down his account book, wearing his usual merchant smile. Oh, Chai-san, what brings you here today? Old he trouble is coming your way. Chai-san looked at him with a face full of excitement. Chun Yi directly stepped out, first heading to the inner district to sell a batch of monster materials in portions, now holding enough spirit stones in hand. The shop was small, ancient in style, filled with the mingled scents of aged scrolls and sandalwood. The shopkeeper was an elegant middle-aged scholar, his cultivation unfathomable, at least above the 4th layer of chi refining. The complete version of the sharp metal art. The shopkeeper flipped through the jade slip catalog in his hand without raising his head. 80 low-grade spirit stones, please. Chun Yi's lips twitched slightly. For a common foundational technique, 80 spirit stones was exorbitant. This was nearly the income he earned from hunting the gold-devouring mice for a whole month. The shopkeeper took the spirit stones, nodded, and retrieved a pale golden jade slip from an inconspicuous compartment behind a display shelf. The shopkeeper took the spirit stones, nodded, and retrieved a pale golden jade slip from an inconspicuous compartment behind a display shelf, using his fingertip to activate it and remove the restrictions before handing it to Chun Yi. Chun Yi nodded and pressed the jade slip against his forehead. A torrent of information flooded into his mind, encompassing the complete mental methods of the sharp metal art, from the 1st to the 9th layer, as well as detailed cultivation methods for 3 spells. After a moment, the jade slip crumbled into powder, flowing through his fingers. The 80 spirit stones had brought him clarity on his path ahead, and his magical power would flow more smoothly. The 2 spells would also fill the gaps in his defense and escape. Worth it. Next he would procure some elixirs. He headed directly to the largest elixir shop in the inner district, Danding. Huangya Pill. The first-tier mid-grade elixir for enhancing chi refining at the midstage one for 40 spirit stones, said the apprentice in green behind the counter, glancing at Chun Yi. 40 spirit stones. Chun Yi couldn't help but gasp inwardly. This was merely a foundational elixir for the midstage of chi refining, yet it was so expensive. Those loose cultivators who hunted demons would have to risk their lives to gather resources, only to find them all priced here. Fortunately, he had a system that allowed him to mass-produce items at a lower cost once the blueprint was opened. He bought one. After leaving Danding, Chun Yi turned into a shop that sold magical tools. This time his target was a storage bag. The storage bags were standardized with an internal space of about 3 feet square, priced at 30 spirit stones. Chun Yi bought the simplest gray cloth bag. However, he did not purchase any magical tools, as he had cheaper avenues to acquire them. Since the entire monster could provide a blueprint for partial materials, could the fragments of magical tools also yield a complete blueprint? Chun Yi wanted to give it a try. The Wuhuan mountain range had always been a hunting ground for cultivators, with countless cultivators battling and perishing there, leaving behind innumerable fragments of magical tools. Most of these fragments had lost their spiritual essence and had damaged restrictions. For ordinary cultivators, they were no different from scrap metal. However, some fragments remained relatively intact and of special material, either picked up by some opportunistic stall owners, hoping to sell them to unsuspecting buyers, or acquired by cultivators researching refining techniques. Thus, there were still quite a few scattered cultivators selling fragments of magical tools in the market. Chun Yi wandered from stall to stall. The fragments that had completely lost their spiritual essence after being picked up, the system did not even provide a prompt clearly judging them as mundane objects. But for the fragments that still retained spiritual essence, as long as Chun Yi casually touched them, prompts would appear in his mind. Detected decomposable item, low-grade magical tool fragment, Qingfeng sword, would you like to decompose? Detected decomposable item, mid-grade magical tool fragment, Liuhua boots, would you like to decompose? Similar prompts appeared intermittently as he touched different fragments. Chun Yi bought a mid-grade magical tool fragment. He stored it in his storage bag and secretly instructed the system to decompose it. Decomposition successful. Acquired material blueprint Luyun stone. Acquired material blueprint Xian iron. Ingot. Acquired production blueprint Luyun boots fragment. Acquired vitality x3. Production blueprint Luyun boots fragment. Description: A flawed mid-grade magical tool. Refining blueprint. Current completeness 11. Below 90. Cannot be produced. Chun Yi stared at the cannot be produced prompt in his mind, frowning. This result was unexpected, but upon reflection it made sense. No matter how miraculous the system was, it could not create something from nothing. A blueprint that had almost entirely lost its main body and core restriction structure could not be spontaneously completed. However, the system's mention of completeness 90 sparked a thought in Chun Yi's mind. This meant that as long as he continuously collected different fragments of the same magical tool, he might be able to gradually piece together the blueprint's completeness. He redirected his focus to the stalls selling those fragments in the market, his gaze becoming more targeted. This was not easy. The reason fragments were fragments was due to their scattered and incomplete origins. After a magical tool shattered, the fragments might be picked up by different people scattered across the mountains, and over time circulated among various cultivators and stalls. Gathering enough fragments of the same magical tool from the vast sea of fragments was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Chun Yi worked hard all day, and the highest completeness he achieved was only 63. With all this effort, it would be better to save some spirit stones and buy directly from a shop. The only gain was that he discovered that the items placed in the storage bag could also be regarded as touched by his spiritual sense. Synthed items could also be chosen to appear in the storage bag. Just as Qianyi was fretting over the pile of tasteless to eat wasteful to discard fragment blueprints, a shouting voice came from not far away, high-quality talismans, stable power, fair prices. Qianyi's heart stirred. Since he couldn't rely on the system to make magical tools for the time being, it would be better to use talismans as a stopgap. Talismans consumed fewer spirit stones, and had quick effects, making them a common means for loose cultivators to protect their lives and fight. He followed the voice and saw a shrewd-looking middle-aged cultivator guarding a stall in front of him, neatly arranged 3 stacks of talismans, the talisman paper shimmering softly. "Friend, how much are the talismans?" Qianyi asked. "Low-grade attack talismans like fireballs and ice spikes, 3 for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Defensive types are slightly more expensive, 2 for 1 spirit stone," the stall owner introduced enthusiastically. "I drew them all myself, quality is guaranteed." Low-grade talismans correspond to the first-level spells mastered in the early stage of chi refining, which are of little use to Qianyi at the moment. "Do you have any mid-grade ones?" These talismans are evidently of superior quality, imbued with an inner radiance, and the runes inscribed upon them are more intricate and exquisite, with fluctuations of spiritual power far beyond that of inferior talismans. Medium-grade talismans possess power comparable to a full-force strike from a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator. If utilized properly, they can turn the tide in critical moments. The vendor pointed to a few of them. This is the continuous fireball talisman, which once activated can launch 3 explosive fireballs in succession, covering a wide area, effective against multiple foes, or to force back an opponent, priced at 5 inferior spirit stones per talisman. This one is the Golden Shield talisman, instantly summoning a solid golden spiritual energy shield, capable of withstanding several full-force attacks from cultivators below the 6th layer of chi refinement, priced at 10 spirit stones per talisman. And this one is the Swift Wind Blade talisman, which when activated unleashes an incredibly sharp wind blade, fast and highly penetrating, also priced at 5 spirit stones. Qianyi nodded inwardly. These medium-grade talismans are indeed quite good, powerful enough to handle most dangers he might encounter, and with the system breaking down the blueprints, he could mass-produce them cheaply. "Can I get a discount if I buy one of each of these medium-grade talismans?" The vendor was taken aback for a moment, then his smile deepened. "You're quite straightforward, my friend. If I'm buying one of each, that's over 10 medium-grade talismans, originally priced at 91 spirit stones. How about I give you a deal at 90 spirit stones?" Qianyi did not respond immediately, his gaze sweeping over the talismans again, seemingly weighing his options. Seeing this, the vendor added, "If you truly want them, I'll throw in 3 inferior fireball talismans for free as a gesture of friendship." "Deal." Qianyi finally nodded, retrieving 90 inferior spirit stones from his storage pouch and handing them over. Taking the spirit stones, the vendor swiftly handed the talismans to Qianyi. Watching Qianyi leave with the talismans in hand, the vendor happily stowed away the spirit stones. This deal provided enough profit for him to craft several stacks of talismans. After walking a short distance away from the stall, Qianyi found a secluded corner and eagerly took out the continuous fireball talisman. With a slight thought, he issued the command to the talisman, "Decompose." Decomposition successful. Acquired blueprint, continuous fireball talisman. Acquired material blueprint, blood of a 2nd-tier fire attribute beast. Acquired material blueprint, fiery sun grass powder. Acquired material blueprint, basic talismans. Acquired Chi X 18. 18 spirit stones per talisman isn't too expensive. Qianyi nodded inwardly. After decomposing the talismans in sequence, he headed towards the shanty district. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the shanty district in deep shadows. Qianyi hurried toward his own shack, still immersed in today's gains and his plans for the future. While pondering, Qianyi happened to pass through a darker and narrower alley between 2 shanties. Just as half of his body entered the shadow, a sudden change occurred. A barely perceptible sound of something piercing the air came from the shadowy corner. The sound was extremely faint and fast, almost indistinguishable amidst the night wind whispering through the shanties. Qianyi's pupils suddenly contracted. With no time to think further, it was a purely instinctive reaction. He exerted force in his waist, leaning backward just in time. Swish! A dark, sinister projectile flew past his nose, the rush of wind stinging his cheek. The dark projectile embedded itself into the wooden wall across, emitting a dull thud sound, sending wood chips flying. It was a flying needle, a poisoned flying needle. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough, his spiritual awareness, far sharper than before, this ambush could have cost him his life. Qianyi's heart raced, a mix of fear and anger surged within him. He did not pause for a moment. Leveraging his backward motion, he pushed off the ground with his left hand, propelling himself backward like a spring, quickly creating distance, his gaze like lightning locking onto the direction from which the dark projectile had come. "Who?" he shouted in a low voice. From the shadows a lighten was heard, seemingly surprised that Chani had managed to dodge this attack. Then a thin figure emerged silently like a specter from the darkness. The newcomer was dressed in a gray-brown snug outfit conducive to concealment, with a black cloth covering their face, revealing only a pair of narrow, cold eyes. Not a slow reaction. The masked cultivator waved a hand, and the black flying needle that had embedded itself in the wooden wall trembled slightly, then flew back into their palm. Chun-Yi's pupils narrowed. Being able to manipulate objects meant they were undoubtedly a cultivator above the midstage. The masked cultivator's gaze swept over Chun-Yi, carrying a hint of mockery, as if playing cat and mouse. However, you can dodge once but not a second time. Kid, blame your bad luck for offending someone you shouldn't have. Chun-Yi's mind raced. Someone he shouldn't have offended. Was it the scar-faced man? No, the Black Fiend gang sought wealth. He had already cleared his debt and revealed his cultivation at the 4th layer of chi refinement. There was no need for them to make trouble. If it weren't for them, who would send a mid-stage cultivator to kill him? Before he could finish his thoughts, the masked cultivator flipped their wrist, and the flying needle transformed once more into a slender line, almost merging with the knight, shooting directly toward Chun-Yi's heart. Chun-Yi sharply flipped his wrist, a talisman suddenly appearing in his palm. It was the Golden Shield Talisman, synthesized by the system. Swift! He shouted as the talisman ignited spontaneously. A translucent golden shield instantly expanded in front of Chun-Yi, shaped like an inverted bowl, protecting his entire body behind it. Clang! The flying needle struck fiercely against the golden shield, producing a sharp sound of metal clashing. The golden shield trembled violently, spiritual light flashing chaotically as black poisonous gas began to corrode the shield's surface from the needle tip, emitting a soft hiss sound. But ultimately it failed to penetrate. It held. Chun-Yi felt assured in his heart. This expenditure of spirit stones was worth it. The masked cultivator's eyes flashed with surprise, clearly not expecting that Chun-Yi not only had talismans but also medium-grade defensive talismans. Let's see how many you can block. The masked cultivator formed hand seals with both hands, causing the flying needle in the air to tremble, its tip swirling with black light, and it split into 3 slightly illusory needle shadows, all converging again from different angles, clearly intending to bypass the golden shield and pierce Chun-Yi through. Chun-Yi flipped his wrist once more, revealing several system-synthesized golden shield talismans in his. All of them ignited. The pale golden light shield enveloped Chun-Yi, without any blind spots, layer upon layer, the brilliance swirling exceptionally solid. For dark projectiles struck hard against the light shield. Puff, 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 puff. This time the sound was even more muffled, the corrosive sound of poisonous gas, hissing densely, and the outermost light shield shook violently, the spiritual light dimming visibly, but the inner shields quickly replenished, firmly blocking all 4 fierce attacks. Chun-Yi would not grant him a moment to think. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was momentarily dazed and his flying needle attack had failed, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as his right hand, hanging by his side, suddenly shot up. Several talismans had already been clasped between his fingers, igniting spontaneously without fire. Go! In the instant the talismans were consumed, dozens of nearly transparent azure wind blades appeared out of thin air, intertwining to form a lethal net that descended upon the masked cultivator. The masked cultivator's pupils constricted sharply, shock overwhelming his heart. Was this a rogue cultivator? Was this a rogue who had just broken through and was dirt poor? The masked cultivator, filled with shock and anger, hastily patted his waist, and a palm-sized brown wooden shield flew out, expanding against the wind to half a person's height, barely shielding him. At the same time, he retreated quickly, trying to create distance. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of impacts came like rain hitting banana leaves as the wind blades struck fiercely against the wooden shield, splintering wood and sending spiritual light flickering. The wooden shield was clearly a decent defensive artifact. Though its spiritual light had dimmed and its surface was riddled with deep and shallow cuts, it remained intact, barely protecting the masked cultivator. However, Chun-Yi's attack did not cease. Just as the wind blade talisman was activated, he raised his left hand again, releasing several fiery red talismans that ignited in midair without wind. Boom! 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 A dozen blazing fireballs exploded almost simultaneously beside the masked cultivator. Flames soared, heat waves rolled, blocking his escape route and completely enveloping him within the attack range. The masked cultivator felt himself surrounded by the scorching and violent flames of spiritual energy from all sides. The damaged wooden shield could only protect his front, while his sides and back were instantly exposed to the high temperature and impact. His gray-brown fitted clothes had some basic firewording restrictions, but at such close range to the exploding fireballs they were as fragile as paper, quickly charring and catching fire. Ah! A brief cry of agony was drowned out by the sounds of the explosions. The masked cultivator, in a state of utter disarray, urged his magical power, barely raising a thin layer of protective spiritual light around his body, braving the flames and impacts as he dashed sideways towards the direction where Chun-Yi was. His hair was singed and the black cloth covering his face had been burnt away, considerably revealing a middle-aged face twisted in pain and anger, slightly sallow with smoke rising from multiple areas of his body, the smell of charred flesh wafting through the air. Chun-Yi clearly saw that this was a completely unfamiliar face. But this was not the time for exploration. Take advantage of his illness to claim his life. Chan-Yi once again revealed a stack of talismans in his hand, a thick pile glowing faintly in the night, causing the masked cultivator's eyelid to twitch violently, his heart filled with a chilling dread. Was he treating talismans like toilet paper? At this moment, the masked cultivator had lost all composure, only feeling a primal instinct of fear and the urge to flee. He gritted through the pain on his body, activating the dimly glowing wooden shield now covered in cuts to protect his back, while the unremarkable cloth boots on his feet began to flicker with spiritual light. These boots were evidently his life-saving artifact. He hoped to break through Chun-Yi's talisman blockade with this artifact and escape far away. But Chun-Yi's movements were even faster and more unreasonable. Dozens of talismans were unleashed by Chan-Yi as if they were worthless. Crimson, pale azure, golden white, various colors of spiritual light erupted instantaneously in the narrow alleyway. Fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, golden arrows. Various low-level spells covered all the possible escape routes of the masked cultivator without any gaps. The last trace of malice in the masked cultivator's eyes was replaced by boundless fear. He let out a shriek, no longer caring about anything else, and frantically poured all his magical power into those boots. The long boots emitted a buzzing sound, transforming into a streak of black light as they attempted to forcefully bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions, cuts, and collisions merged into one as the violent spiritual energy torrent completely destroyed the already dilapidated alleyway, sending wooden boards and straw from the shanties flying and igniting with rubble and mud splattering everywhere. The black light flickered and swayed violently among the torrent of talismans, resembling a flimsy boat in a raging storm. It barely held for less than a breath before crashing apart. No! A shrill and brief scream came to an abrupt halt. When the spiritual light dissipated and the dust settled, the masked cultivator was seen collapsed amidst the wreckage, his body charred, and his eyes wide open in terror and unwillingness, his breath already extinguished. The brown wooden shield shattered into several pieces scattered nearby, and the black boots were also broken into several fragments, their spirit completely lost. Chun-Yi stood in place, breathing slightly heavier. He did not approach immediately, but scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no remaining ambushes before cautiously walking over. Quickly searching the corpse, he removed a dusty storage bag from its waist and picked up the flying needle, the broken boots, and the wooden shield fragments, collecting them all. Looking towards the silent shanties around him, the commotion from the earlier fierce battle was not small, with the explosion of spiritual power and flames reaching the sky akin to thunder in the dead of night in the shanty district. Yet throughout it all, those low and dilapidated shanties remained eerily quiet. Apart from possibly a few frightened glances peering through the gaps at the start, it was followed by an even more profound silence. There were no gasps, no inquiries, and not a single figure emerged to investigate. All the residents of the shanties tacitly chose to close their doors and windows, holding their breath and huddling in the shadows as if by not seeing or hearing danger would not come knocking. Chan-Yi had thought he was prepared for this, but at the moment experiencing the profound indifference, it felt as though his heart had been plunged into ice water, coldness piercing to the bone. This was the shanty district. Life was unpredictable and everyone lived in fear. Mutual aid. That was a luxurious joke here. Not kicking a person when they're down or stabbing them in the back might already be considered kindness. He had felt a bit of warmth from old Wang's earlier kindness, but now it seemed more like a fleeting glimmer in this mire of despair, unable to illuminate the boundless darkness and coldness around. Fine then. The last shred of hope for kindness in Chan-Yi's heart completely dissipated along with the wrecked battlefield swiftly swallowed by the night. He incinerated the broken corpse with a fireball. At that moment, old Wang's door swung open, and he rushed out without explanation, shoving a plump bag into Chan-Yi's hands. Hurry and go! Without waiting for Chan-Yi to react, old Wang pushed him hard enough to make Chan-Yi stagger. Don't clean up. Leave the shanty district immediately. Now! Chan-Yi glanced down at the bag in his hand. It was stiff, seemingly filled with rations and scattered He looked up at old Wang again, whose face was filled with urgency and impatience. He cupped his fists in salute and immediately ran towards the mountains and woods. As the moon reached its zenith, Chan-Yi sat cross-legged in a hidden tree hollow on the outskirts of the Wuhuan mountain range, taking out the gray storage bag he had just seized, erasing the previous owner's imprint and probing into the bag with his divine sense. The space was slightly larger than the one he had recently purchased, roughly 4 feet square, but it was quite meager inside. There were only over 50 low-grade spirit stones. A few bottles of pills upon uncorking released a strong medicinal aroma, but they were all ordinary items for healing and recovering energy. A few sets of replacement gray-brown fitted clothing, some rations, and a few luminous stones for illumination. Aside from these, there were some scattered materials piled in a corner, a few shallow-rooted herbs, a few low-grade ores, and several sharp teeth and bones from demon beasts seemingly collected or plundered by this person with limited value. However, a piece of beast skin inside caught Chun-Yi's attention. He recognized this item. It was the contract he had painstakingly obtained that morning. Chun-Yi unfolded it and read contractor, he Shotsai, client Lisan, purpose to kill the Foundation Establishment 4th layer loose cultivator Chun-Yi. Compensation 100 low-grade spirit stones upon completion with an advance of 50. Witness Chai-san. Deadline within 3 days. Note all spoils belong to Lisan. If there is a failure, neither he nor Chai-san shall be implicated. This contract shall be burned after completion and heaven and earth shall not speak of it. He Shotsai. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow at the name on the animal skin. This was indeed the name of the manager of the Baichao Pavilion. He had only interacted with him when selling spirit herbs. Was it for those few spirit herbs? That doesn't make sense, does it? Over a couple of spirit stones, would he really hire an assassin to kill himself? Moreover, why did it have to happen just after he repaid his debts? Chai-san. Chun-Yi looked again at the witness list. That name sounds somewhat familiar, he thought, suddenly slapping his thigh. That's right. It seems to be the name of that scar-faced man's little brother. But why? Chun-Yi's brow remained furrowed. If the Black Shaman gang wanted my life, they wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. With their power, they could simply seize the debt contract and control me. He glanced at the assassin seller. It seems the root of this lies with he Shotsai. Repaying debts, Chai-san, he Shotsai assassins. How do these connect? Spirit stones. He Shotsai. Chun-Yi shook his head. No, that money has nothing to do with him. Breaking through the Foundation Establishment 4th layer, hunting monsters, spirit stones, repaying debts. Wait, the Foundation Establishment 4th layer. Chun-Yi's breath caught sharply. The failed breakthrough from his previous life, that pill which had drained his family's resources and ultimately led to the original owner's demise. That pill bought from he Shotsai of Baichao Pavilion. At that time, he felt the effect of the breakthrough pill taken by the original body was vastly inferior to the standard version synthesized by the system. Could it be? The threads of the situation began to clarify in his mind. Manager he of Baichao Pavilion, who always wore a shrewd smile and appeared to be generous yet was a half-aid. He sold a shoddy and possibly fake breakthrough pill to the original owner, who was desperate to break through, and almost exhausted all his resources, causing the original owner to fail in his midstage attack, not only depleting his wealth but also leaving him in debt to the King of Hell with nowhere to turn. The original owner died because of this, paving the way for his own transmigration. After luckily breaking through, he just so happened to hunt monsters and obtain some spirit stones, revealing his cultivation level in front of the scar-faced man and clearing his debts. What did all this signify for manager he and Chai-san, who had been secretly observing or at least aware of these? It meant that this victim would not only avoid being forced to death by the Black Shaman gang but could also turn the tables. A loose cultivator in the midstage of Foundation Establishment, who could hunt monsters to earn spirit stones, who had cleared the high-interest debts of the Black Shaman gang, was resilient in character and likely had begun to suspect the failed pill. Manager he was afraid. He feared that once the original owner established himself, he would pursue the matter of that pill, would ruin the reputation of Baichao Pavilion for swindling, and might even take revenge. Thus he would rather spend 100 spirit stones to eliminate this resurrected loose cultivator, while they were still new to their breakthrough, unstable in foundation, and likely short on savings and connections. Chai-san was the hyena who smelled blood, playing both sides. He sold information to manager he and might also be secretly connecting the dots, perhaps even acting as an intermediary to profit from both ends. Having figured all this out, he slowly exhaled a breath, yet his chest felt as if it was filled with a block of ice. This was the world of low-level loose cultivators. Cold, selfish, and cruel. Not only must one contend with the heavens, with fate, and with monsters, but one also had to constantly guard against malice from one's own kind. It could simply be due to your inconvenience or the troubles you might bring that a black hand would reach out without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Chun-Yi did not feel anger. Instead he laughed. He laughed at his own naivety, thinking that, with the system's cheap resources, he could develop safely. He laughed at his own foolishness, believing that, by not revealing wealth and treading carefully, he could quietly rise in this brutal world of cultivation. Now he understood. This world is one that devours people. You cannot simply hide away. If you do not strive or seize what you need, others will come to take it from you. If you do not scheme, others will scheme against you. A common man is innocent, yet possessing treasure is a crime. You don't even need to possess treasure. Merely being weaker than others or having the potential to grow stronger is a source of original sin. He Shotsai Chai-san, an owner of a shady shop in the outer districts, a small-time thug of a gang. If he couldn't handle even such people, then he had wasted his previous life, and there would be no need to cultivate. Knowing the instigator, Chun-Yi felt less anxious. His gaze fell upon the few magical artifacts. Gathering his thoughts, he first picked up the dark flying needle. The flying needle was about 3 inches long, entirely black, cold and heavy to the touch, with a faint dark light flickering at the tip under the dim light of the tree hole, emanating a slightly sweet fishy scent. Intricate and nearly imperceptible restrictions were engraved upon it. The spiritual light was dim, but the structure was largely intact. System decompose. Decomposition successful. Obtained material blueprint Sha iron. Obtained material blueprint black line snake venom. Obtained crafting blueprint Sha needle. Obtained vital energy X15. Chang'e's spirit lifted. The shard of the magical artifact could not yield a complete blueprint, but this captured complete flying needle had directly provided the blueprint for the Sha needle. He quickly checked the crafting information that appeared in his mind. Crafting blueprint Sha needle low-grade magical artifact. Description: made primarily from Sha iron, refined with the venom of specific attribute monsters, engraved with basic restrictions for stealth and sharpening. Highly secretive, it carries paralyzing venom suitable for surprise attacks. Consumption: 20 points of vital energy to produce 1 needle. Production: yes. In an instant, the black flying needle appeared in his palm. Cold to the touch, He channeled his magical power and cautiously probed into it. Buzz! The flying needle quivered slightly, the black light swirling, establishing a subtle connection with him. As the magical power was gradually infused, the dim light at the tip suddenly brightened, and a sharp, sinister aura spread out, causing the temperature in the tree hole to drop several degrees. With another thought, the Sha needle silently floated up, its tip aimed at the stone wall outside the tree hole. Go! A flash of black light. Swish! With a soft sound, the Sha needle easily penetrated the hard stone wall, disappearing completely, leaving only a small hole. Chang'e looked at the faint black poison marks slowly spreading from the small hole on the stone wall, his brow slightly furrowing. The power of this Sha needle was far less than he had expected. It might be sufficient for ambushes and dealing with cultivators of the same level or lower, but in a direct confrontation like before, it would be of little use. Chang'e was not satisfied with this. He retrieved the Sha needle and turned his gaze to the fragments of the long boots and wooden shield. Decompose. Decomposition successful. Acquired material blueprint ironwood core. Acquired material blueprint azure gale stone. Acquired material blueprint wind pattern copper. Acquired material blueprint light spirit wood. Acquired crafting blueprint azure wood shield fragment. Acquired crafting blueprint cloud piercing boots fragment. Acquired vital energy X138. Indeed, fragments can only yield incomplete blueprints. However, both fragments of these magical artifacts were collected directly, and their completeness should exceed 90, right? Crafting blueprint azure would shield fragment current completeness 97. Consume 10 vital energy to complete. Would you like to complete it? Crafting blueprint cloud piercing boots fragment current completeness 92. Consume 40 vital energy to complete. Would you like to complete it? Yes. As the command was issued, the vital energy stored in the system was quickly consumed, and a faint glow began to flow over the surfaces of the 2 incomplete blueprints as invisible forces outlined, connected, and completed the missing parts. After a moment, the 2 beams of light faded away, revealing the complete blueprints. Manufacturing blueprint azure would shield low-grade magical artifact. Description: made primarily of a 100-year-old ironwood core, mixed with a small amount of azure gale stone powder, inscribed with the prohibitions of sturdiness and force dispersion. After activation, it can transform into a half-human tall shield with average defense and extra resistance against water and earth attribute attacks. Consume 30 vital energy to produce 1. Would you like to produce it? Manufacturing blueprint cloud piercing boots mid-grade magical artifact. Description: made primarily of light spirit wood reinforced with wind pattern copper, inscribed with the prohibitions of speed and breaking wind. After activation, it can double the speed, approximately twice that of the divine movement technique. Consume 100 vital energy to produce 1 pair. Would you like to produce it? Upon seeing the cloud-piercing boots, Chang'e's eyes lit up. A mid-grade magical artifact that's speed-oriented. The difference between low-grade and mid-grade artifacts seems small, yet their value and efficacy are worlds apart. Especially for an artifact that can significantly enhance movement speed, essential for both pursuit and escape, it is priceless among loose cultivators. Without hesitation, he chose to produce it. The cloud-piercing boots were a light gray appearing plain and unadorned with silver-white veins of wind pattern copper faintly visible on the soles. As soon as he put them on, Chang'e felt a slight lightness in his body. He tried to gently channel his magic into the boots. Swoosh! In a flash, Chang'e had appeared outside the tree hollow, moving so quickly that he almost left an afterimage behind. The spot where he had been seated had not fully dissipated. This speed was more than double that of his full-speed run using the divine movement technique. Moreover, the consumption of magic power was quite gentle, far lower than the burden of constantly casting spells. What a treasure! A hint of joy finally appeared on Chang'e's face. With the cloud-piercing boots in hand, his survival ability and mobility had been significantly enhanced. After familiarizing himself for a moment, Chan Yi returned to the tree hollow and produced another azure wood shield. The shield was ancient and heavy, dark blue all over, with fine stone-like speckles visible in the wood grain. After channeling his magic, the shield emitted a faint glow and could be enlarged or reduced at will. With 3 magical artifacts for attack, defense, and escape in hand, his equipment was somewhat complete. Next, he needed to consider how to remove those 2 nails. Doing it himself, that would be a last resort. It wasn't that he was afraid, or with the cloud-piercing boots and many talismans by his side, even against latest-stage cultivators, he could most likely escape even if he couldn't win. If he Shotsai had latest-stage chi refinement cultivation, he wouldn't be running a black shop in the outer district, would he? The key is, there's no need. Acting directly would be straightforward, but it also meant exposing himself completely, with all subsequent troubles fall. Using a knife to kill is the best strategy. And right now there was a ready-made good knife, the Black Sha Gang. Resolute in his decision, Chan Yi did not linger, tidied up all traces within the tree hollow, and with a movement of his body blended silently into the shadows of the night, swiftly heading towards the outskirts of Tapingfang. He did not return to the shantytown, but directly approached a hall of the Black Sha Gang, located near the outskirts. This was a small courtyard enclosed by several relatively impressive stone houses with 2 pale lanterns hanging at the entrance, inscribed with a twisted character for Sha, swaying slightly in the night breeze, casting a dim light in front of the door. At this moment it was already late at night, but the hall was still brightly lit, with faint sounds of shouting, cursing, and the crisp sounds of spirit stones clinking, clearly indicating that the night life of these gang members was just beginning. Chan Yi did not approach directly, but hid in the shadows of an alley opposite, silently observing for a moment. Soon he spotted his target. The scar-faced man was just escorting a drunken fat man out, and they exchanged a few low whispers at the door before the fat man patted the scar-faced man's shoulder and staggered away. A polite smile briefly appeared on the scar-faced man's face, but once the fat man was far away, the smile vanished instantly as he turned to head back inside. This was the moment. Chan Yi's figure flickered, appearing like a ghost 3 steps beside the scar-faced man. "Scar-Lord, may I have a word?" The scar-faced man jumped in fright, quickly turning around, his right hand already resting on the storage pouch at his waist. Upon recognizing Chan Yi, suspicion flickered in his eyes. "It's you." The scar-faced man relaxed his grip on the storage pouch, sizing Chan Yi up. "What do you want from me at this late hour?" "Wasn't the debt settled?" "The debt is settled," Chan Yi nodded, his expression neutral. "But there's a new business I want to discuss with Scar-Lord regarding your subordinate, Chai-san." Upon hearing the name Chai-san, the scar-faced man's eyes suddenly sharpened, staring at Chan Yi for a few breaths before glancing into the brightly lit hall, finally stepping aside. "Let's talk inside." Inside the hall, the air was murky, filled with the mixed scents of alcohol and sweat. Around several rough wooden tables sat 7 or 8 men, with their shirts open, loudly gambling with dice with scattered spirit stones on the table. Seeing the scar-faced man bring someone in, a few heads turned to take a look, but upon recognizing him, they quickly lowered their heads again, focusing on the game. Only a few sharp-eyed ones lingered, their gazes on Chan Yi for a moment, scrutinizing him. The scar-faced man led Chan Yi straight through the outer room, entering a relatively quiet small room inside. The room was sparsely furnished with a table, a few chairs, and an old wooden rack against the wall, haphazardly piled with some odds and ends. The scar-faced man sat down dominantly at the main seat behind the table, lifted his chin, indicating for Chan Yi to sit opposite him. "Speak, what trouble has Chai-san gotten into?" The scar-faced man got straight to the point, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. He had some understanding of Chai-san's cunning and treacherous nature, but a water too clear has no fish. As long as it wasn't too extreme, he couldn't be bothered to investigate deeply. Chan Yi did not answer immediately, but took out the leather contract from his bosom, placing it on the table and pushing it towards the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man picked up the beast-hide parchment with a puzzled expression, his gaze sweeping across its surface. At first he regarded it carelessly, until his eyes locked onto the words, "He Shotsai slain Chan Yi, reward 100 spirit stones and witnessed by Chai-san." His face abruptly paled. He lifted his head and fixed Chan Yi with a fierce, predatory stare. "Where did this come from?" "And tonight someone came to kill me with it," Chan Yi replied calmly, holding his gaze. "Right outside my front gate. The assassin was a cultivator at the 4th tier of Qi refinement, Li-san. And he died. I live." The scar-faced man's breath caught faintly. "Nah, 4th tier assassin. Dead. And slain by this youth, who had only just ascended to the 4th tier himself." He studied Chan Yi anew. The young man's aura was steady, his gaze sharp and unflinching, and faint traces of blood and acrid smoke still clung to him. Unspent, unsoftened. No wonder he dared hunt spirit beasts bare-handed in the mountains mere days after breakthrough. And the last trace of condescension vanished from the scar-faced man's heart. He held the beast-hide parchment, his expression shifting like storm clouds over a mountain pass. And this matter was perilous. Chai-san, the treacherous worm, had dared broker a murder contract behind the Black Shoseks back, targeting none other than Chan Yi, whose debt to the sect had just been formally settled. If word leaked, how could the Black Sha sect retain any standing in the outer market? And loan sharks prized chaos, but feared nothing more than broken rules. Debt extinguished, contract voided. Mutual release was iron law, plain and absolute. And should it become known that a client who just paid in full was then slain by one of their own underlings, who would ever dare transact with them again? And if the sect master demanded accountability, the scar-faced man would bear the brunt of the reckoning. And more critically, Chen Yi's slaying of the assassin proved both competence and ruthlessness. Now he'd laid the contract before him, not as evidence but as ultimatum. And the scar-faced man slowly set the beast-hide parchment back upon the table and spoke, tone measured, neither warm nor cold. Understood. I've received it. And Chai-san would be dealt with, but not under coercion, least of all by a former fat lamb who just slipped free of their control. To yield to such pressure would shatter his authority in the outer market. And Chen Yi knew it too. But leave Chai-san alive and the viper would strike again. Better yet to handle it himself. And Chen Yi tapped his storage pouch and withdrew 2 artifacts forged by the system, the Yin Sha needle and the Qingmu shield. He slid them across the table, and the scar-faced man's pupils contracted slightly as his gaze fell. The Yin Sha needle shimmered with an oily obsidian luster. Its tip glowed with a chilling razor-edged malice. And the Qingmu shield stood ancient and weighty, its wooden grain veined with flecks of azure gang stone. Both were practical, high-quality minor artifacts, worth 80 to 100 spirit stones combined. And Chen Yi's voice followed timely and unhurried. Brother Ba, I mean no offense. These came from the assassin's corpse, and I have no use for them, and keeping them would only burn my hand. Brother Ba shoulders the burden of maintaining order in the outer market. Consider these a modest token, a gesture of gratitude for your past guidance. The scar-faced man stared at the artifacts, then at Chen Yi's inscrutable face, thoughts churning like a whirlpool. And this youth was formidable. Ascended to the 4th tier, then turned the tables on a peer assassin. Seized his artifacts, slipped unseen into the sect's stronghold, presented irrefutable proof, spoke in veiled threats, and capped it all with a gift heavy enough to compel action, binding obligation with courtesy. Ruthless in execution, meticulous in design, balanced in timing. And such a man must either be left untouched or crushed utterly. Clearly they'd failed to crush him before, and now, the scar-faced man weighed the prospect and found it thorny, unnecessary. Why provoke a lethal grudge with a man of unknown potential yet impeccable restraint over a single traitorous lackey? Brother Chen, you speak as if we're strangers. The scar-faced man's grimness dissolved into hearty laughter as he swept the 2 artifacts into his own storage pouch without hesitation. That wretch Chai-san, eating our rice while spitting on our name, sullying the Black Sha sect's honor, nearly costing Brother Chen his life, deserves death 1,000 times over. He slammed the table, feigning outrage. Brother, rest assured, I'll give you full satisfaction, and bring him in. He barked toward the door. Na sect member stationed outside immediately pushed the door open. Boss, and find Chai-san now. Tell him it's urgent. Drag him here on the double. A flash of cold fury crossed the scar-faced man's eyes. Yes, sir. The underling bowed, and turning back, the scar-faced man's smile returned, broad and genial, as he poured Chen Yi a cup of tea with his own hand. Brother Chen, please sit tight. When that dog arrives, I'll deal with him myself. Just for you. Thank you, Brother Ba. Chen Yi raised the teacup in quiet acknowledgement, and he made no mention of he Shotsai. And Chai-san was one of theirs. Disciplining him was legitimate, expected. But he Shotsai was a shopkeeper in the outer market street district, deeply entangled with the sect. 2 minor artifacts alone wouldn't persuade Brother Ba to wade into that murkier, riskier affair. Roughly a quarter-hour later, footsteps echoed outside, followed by Chai-san's sycophantic voice. Boss, you summoned me. Is there another plump? Ni's words choked off mid-sentence as he entered. Spotted Chen Yi seated calmly across from the scar-faced man, and froze, his grin cracking into rigid shock, his triangular eyes flaring with panic. Boss, he's... Chai-san stammered, tongue-tied, instinctively stepping backward. And get in here, and shut the door. Chai-san flinched, dared not disobey. He shuffled forward, closed the door, and stood trembling in the center of the room, darting frantic, bewildered glances between his master and Chen Yi. The scar-faced man said nothing. He simply lifted the beast-hide contract from the table, and with a subtle flick of his wrist sent it gliding through the air as if borne by invisible hands, landing gently before Chai-san. Chai-san glanced down, and instantly turned ashen. Sweat broke out across his brow. NB boss, this is slander. It's a frame-up by this brat. He dropped to his knees with a thud and pointed frantically at Chen Yi. I've never heard of any Li-san. This contract is forged. Do you think I'm a fool? A man in my trade can smell forgery at 50 paces. The scar-faced man's voice was glacial, his eyes locking onto Chai-san's with merciless stillness. Chai-san saw that look, and knew all hope was lost. And he wailed, pounding his forehead against the floor, each impact echoing with a sickening thud, blood welling instantly. "Mercy, boss. And spare me for the sake of all these years I've served you. And I'll never dare again." It was he Shotsai, and he forced me, and he feared Chun-Yi would expose his fake medicine scheme. He provided the funds. He coerced me into arranging the hit. The scarred face listened to Chai-san's wailing with an expressionless face, his eyes devoid of any ripples, only filled with deep disdain. "Rules are rules." The scarred face slowly stood up and walked in front of Chai-san, saying, "If you break the rules, you must be punished. If everyone in the gang is like you, how can the Haisha gang survive?" Chai-san's wailing abruptly stopped. He raised his head, his face smeared with mucus tears, and blood, his eyes filled only with despair and terror. He knew that when the scarred face uttered these words, it was equivalent to pronouncing his death sentence. The scarred face no longer looked at him but turned to Chan-Yi, saying, "Brother Chan, according to the rules, this traitor should be stabbed 3 times and displayed publicly as a warning. However," he shifted his tone, "this matter ultimately involves him colluding with outsiders to harm you. Chai-san's life can be disposed of by you. This also serves as a gesture from our Haisha gang to you, brother. Chun-Yi, isn't this the result you Chun-Yi stood up and walked to Chai-san. At this moment Chai-san was already limp like mud, with a foul stench around his groin, his eyes filled with lifeless ash. Seeing Chun-Yi approach, his lips trembled as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but he could not even utter a sound. Chan-Yi said nothing extra, simply raised his hand, his fingers pointed like a sword, displaying the golden blade technique. Killing. Back when he was an undercover agent in the Golden Triangle, he had killed his fair share. If not for his unwavering loyalty to the party, he might have ended up as the son-in-law of a drug lord, and there would be no talk of crossing over. Puff! A soft sound echoed as his fingertip pierced effortlessly into Chai-san's brow. Chai-san's body trembled violently, his pupils instantly dilating and scattering the final terror on his face, freezing before he completely lost all vitality and slumped down. It was swift and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. The scarred face watched from the side, his eyelids twitching slightly. If Chun-Yi had tortured Chai-san for a while before killing him, the scarred face would not have reacted so strongly. However, Chun-Yi's calm and almost indifferent execution raised a hint of chill in his heart. This guy was far more decisive in killing than a young man who had just broken through. The indifference towards life was even more resolute than that of this old hustler who had crawled up from the bottom for years. The scarred face immediately raised Chun-Yi's danger level in his mind. This child is certainly not to be underestimated. It would be best to forge a good relationship. Even if that is not possible, he must not become an enemy. Scarred Master, please take care of Chai-san's body. Chun-Yi retracted his hand, his fingertips not stained with a drop of blood, his tone flat, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Of course, of course. The scarred face snapped back to reality, quickly nodding and calling out to the outside, "Come in." 2 gang members responded and entered, their eyes flashing with surprise at seeing Chai-san's corpse on the ground. But they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to ask more. "Drag him out and dispose of him properly. You know the rules," the scarred face ordered. "Yes, boss." The 2 gang members swiftly lifted Chai-san's body and exited quickly, shutting the door behind them. Only the scarred face and Chan-Yi remained in the room, along with the faint scent of blood that had yet to dissipate from the air. Chan-Yi sat back down, looking at the scarred face, and took the initiative to say, "Scarred Master, thank you for handling Chai-san's matter fairly. As for the manager, he of the 100 Herbs Pavilion." He paused, observing the scarred face's expression. "I wonder if it's convenient for your gang to intervene." The scarred face frowned slightly, picked up his teacup, and took a sip, pondering for a moment before slowly saying, "Brother Chan, to be honest with you, that old man Hishotsai has been operating his shop on the outskirts of the market for so many years, engaging in all sorts of deceit and trickery, yet he still lives well. He must have some backing. He has a nephew who is an apprentice in the Qingdan workshop in the inner city. You know Qingdan workshop, right? It's one of the largest alchemy workshops in the inner city, and the manager has a deep background. Because of this relationship, our Haisha gang usually gives Hishotsai some face. As long as he pays his respects on time, we usually turn a blind eye to his little affairs." The scarred face looked at Chan-Yi. The meaning of his words was clear. Hishotsai is not a mere underling like Chai-san, who can be killed at will. Touching him would involve the forces of the inner city, which could be troublesome. It's fine to deal with him, but it's merely a matter of price. And what Chun-Yi lacks the least is money. It's a pity I was nearly bankrupted by someone deceiving me, and I ended up with a life-threatening outcome. Chun-Yi took over the conversation, his voice filled with indignation. "I simply cannot swallow this anger. Moreover, today, he could hire someone to kill me. Who knows if he won't try the same trick again tomorrow." The scarred face remained unmoved. That was Chun-Yi's affair. For the sake of 2 low-grade magical tools, he would not confront Hishotsai. However, Chun-Yi seemed to have made a certain decision and said, Scarred Master, you know that I rely on hunting demons alone in the mountains to make my fortune. Upon hearing the words, hunting demons alone in the mountains, the scarred face's eyelids involuntarily twitched. He had witnessed the determination and luck in those words firsthand. What cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement would dare to venture alone into the Wuhuan Mountain without true skill and incredible courage, not to mention being able to bring back his catch alive? Chan Yi with a painful expression said, "To be honest with you, Scarred Master, the reason I've succeeded repeatedly is not just due to luck, it also relies on a magical artifact passed down from my ancestors." Oh! Upon hearing the words, ancestral artifact, the scarred face's gaze clearly sharpened and his body instinctively leaned forward slightly. Among scattered cultivators, anything referred to as ancestral often has some significance. Even if its grade is not high, it might possess certain special effects, or otherwise it would be hard to pass down. This kid can successfully hunt demons relying on it, so it must be no ordinary magical artifact. Chan Yi did not keep him in suspense, and directly took off the Chuan Yun boots from his feet, handing them to the scarred face. These Chuan Yun boots are a mid-grade magical artifact that my ancestor obtained by chance. The main materials are lightwood and wind pattern copper engraved with the seals of speed and wind breaking. With a little effort, the speed can exceed twice that of ordinary movement techniques. Whether chasing enemies or escaping it is quite effective. The last time I went into the mountains, I was able to escape from the claws of demon beasts multiple times, primarily thanks to these boots. The scarred face's heart raced fiercely, and his eyes suddenly burst with an unmistakable greedy light. A mid-grade magical artifact, and one focused on speed. This item is absolutely a treasure that would make others fight over it among scattered cultivators. He himself only had a few low-grade magical artifacts, and the value of these Chuan Yun boots was likely higher than all his possessions combined. If he could get his hands on it, which of the heads of the major halls in the gang could surpass him? How could this kid Chan Yi be willing to offer such a thing? He is dead set on taking out He Shouzai to eliminate future troubles. Brother Chan, it's far too precious. The scarred man's throat went dry. He barely suppressed the urge to snatch the cloud-piercing boots on the spot, feigning reluctance. Yet his gaze remained riveted upon them. Though exceptional, these boots are also a seed of calamity. Chan Yi sighed, his tone growing ever more earnest. My cultivation is shallow, and to possess such a treasure invites disaster. This pair may well bring me misfortune rather than blessing. I offer them to you, Brother Scar, for 2 reasons. First, to express my gratitude for your fair arbitration in settling the matter of Chai Sen. A second, to borrow your authority, and that of your esteemed Black Slaughter sect, to sever the root of He Shouzai's menace once and for all, so this junior may sleep soundly at last. He paused, then met the scarred man's eyes directly. So long as He Shouzai's affair is resolved properly, these boots are yours, without condition. Moreover, I suspect He Shouzai has long operated in the outer market, and if he could readily produce 100 spirit stones to hire an assassin, his personal wealth must be considerable. At these words, the scarred man's breath deepened markedly. A rare mid-grade artifact, plus whatever fortune He Shouzai had amassed over years of scheming. This price was enough to justify risk. That nephew of He Shouzai's, a mere apprentice at the inner market's Qingdan pavilion, worthless. An apprentice holds no real standing. Not a certified alchemist of Qingdan pavilion, nor any true influence. Should matters turn dire, would Qingdan Pavilion truly wage war against the Black Slaughter sect for the sake of an apprentice's uncle? The Black Slaughter sect did not carve its dominion in the fringes of Taiping Market by yielding like clay. The scarred man weighed advantage against peril in an instant. The greed in his eyes swiftly eclipsing caution. His face softened into a new smile, warmer and far more genuine. Brother Chan, such words are needlessly formal. Between brothers, what is there to thank? That vile He Shouzai dared hire killers against my own brother. He spits upon the Black Slaughter sect itself. This matter I shall see through to the end. He reached out and took the cloud-piercing boots with reverent care, sensing their ethereal resonance. And his smile deepened. Brother Chun, please wait here and enjoy a cup of tea. The scarred man slipped the boots into his storage pouch, his jowls twisting into a grin edged with menace. I'll be back shortly, and I shall deliver an outcome that satisfies you completely. Without further delay, he strode purposefully from the small chamber into the main hall. Enough of your games. His roar cracked like thunder, instantly drowning out every clatter and shout from the gambling tables. 7 or 8 men in the hall jerked upright, startled. Then stilled, seeing the rare gravity and lethal intent etched across the scarred man's face. Dice were dropped, spirit stones hastily gathered, and all rose in silent, rigid attention. Arm yourselves, and follow me to the 100 Herbs Pavilion. His gaze swept over his men, eyes blazing with savage light. That cur He Shouzai has violated our sex code, and sought to murder a friend of ours. Today we raise his shop, and cripple him where he stands. Yes, Chief. Though unaware of precise details, the underlings needed no further explanation. The scarred man's fury, coupled with charges of code violation and harming a friend, ignited immediate fervor. Swords, clubs, and iron rods were drawn, eager grins spread across hardened faces. The Black Slaughter sect routinely bullied unaffiliated cultivators in the outer market. But storming a licensed merchant's establishment, especially one run by a seasoned figure like Ishotsai, who seemed to wield quiet influence, was uncommon indeed. Such action almost always signaled rich spoils. At the fore, the scarred man led his 7 or 8 henchmen, faces grim, weapons bared, marching with lethal intent toward the street where the 100 Herbs Pavilion stood. It was well past midnight, only scattered lanterns pierced the outer market's gloom. The Black Slaughter men made no effort to conceal themselves, their heavy footfalls, clanging weapons, and ragged breaths echoed sharply through the stillness, startling residents still awake into snuffing their lamps and bolting their doors. Soon the familiar signboard of the 100 Herbs Pavilion loomed ahead. Its shutters were sealed tight, darkness pooling within, apparently long closed for the night. Yet Ishotsai was not asleep. He sat hollowed in the rear chamber beneath a guttering oil lamp, his eyelids twitching incessantly, his heart sinking deeper into dread with each passing moment. Lisan had departed 2 hours ago. Surely he should have succeeded and returned by now. Even if he'd failed, his famed agility ought to have ensured escape, and at the very least a message sent back. But still, no word. Could it be? A terrible thought flickered, then was ruthlessly crushed. Impossible. That youth had just broken through to the 4th chi refinement layer. Lisan, however, was a seasoned veteran, armed with a spirit artifact striking from ambush. Success was near certain. He lifted the cold, long-stale tea from the table, hoping to steady his nerves. But his hand trembled violently, spilling liquid onto the hem of his faded silk robe. Then, boom! A deafening crash shattered the front door, and the doorframe itself, as if kicked inward by a titan. Splinters flew, dust billowed. Heavy, brutal footsteps surged inside, accompanied by the harsh clang of steel and guttural curses. Ishotsai, you mangy cur! Come out and face me! The scarred man's voice, thick with violence, reverberated like thunder through the pavilion. Ishotsai's hand spasmed. His teacup shattered on the floor. His face bleached bone white, his heart hammered so fiercely it threatened to burst from his throat. The Black Slaughter sect. It was the scarred man himself. Why now? And with such terrifying force. Had something gone awry with Chai-san, or had Lisan failed and betrayed him? A flood of horrifying possibilities crashed over him, his legs turning to water, threatening to buckle beneath him. Yet he knew weakness now would be fatal. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, plastering on his habitual mercantile smile, even as his limbs quaked, and stepped tremblingly through the rear curtain. Inside, chaos reigned, shelves overturned, medicinal herbs strewn across the floor. 7 or 8 black-clad enforcers filled the cramped space, weapons drawn, their presence suffocating. The scarred man stood at the center like a war god. Arms crossed, jowls taut, his gaze locked upon Ishotsai with the cold, unblinking focus of a man already surveying a corpse. Scar Lord. Ishotsai swallowed hard. What is the meaning of this? To visit so late, and with such formidable company. Has this humble elder fallen short in tribute lately? Please, let us speak calmly. Calmly. There is nothing calm to say to a dog like you. The scarred man spat, stepping forward. His 4th chi refinement aura surging outward, a palpable wave of slaughter intent pressing down upon Ishotsai. You've done well, hiring assassins. To kill a guest who just settled accounts with my Black Slaughter sect. You violate our code, and strike at my honor. Ishotsai, you've grown weary of life. Ishotsai staggered as if struck by lightning. A hollow ringing filled his skull. The last ember of hope extinguished. Lisan had failed. Catastrophically. Not only failed but likely perished. Otherwise, how could the Black Slaughter sect know so precisely? Scar Lord, a misunderstanding. This is a colossal misunderstanding. Ishotsai begged frantically. This humble elder is innocent. Someone has framed me. That Chan-e, he's the culprit. He resents me for failing to sell him those pills, and now seeks revenge through slander. Scar Lord, see the truth. See it clearly. Slander. The scarred man sneered, drawing forth a beast-hide contract from his robes and unfurling it before Ishotsai's eyes. Does this bear your spiritual signature? And does the trail of your 50 spirit stones lead anywhere but to the dead man Chai-san? Shall I escort you personally for a confrontation? A low hum escaped his throat at the sight of that familiar hide and the unmistakable imprint of his own chi. Ishotsai's face crumbled into ashen despair. His lips trembled, yet no coherent word emerged. Chai-san is dead. It's over, completely over. Old Scar, spare me. Have mercy. I was foolish for a moment. I was bewitched. I will compensate. I will double the compensation for Dao Friend Chen. I will give him my shop. I only ask for Old Scar to spare my life. For the sake of my nephew from the inner faction. Hishotsai was drenched in cold sweat. Your nephew. Old Scar reached out and patted Hishikai's sweat-drenched cheek with a heavy hand. A mere apprentice from Qingdanfang is not qualified to pressure me. Hishotsai, do you think I was raised to be scared? He straightened up, a murderous aura spreading across his face, and waved his hand at his subordinates. Brothers, this old dog has broken the rules and still wants to harm our friend. According to the gang rules, what should we do? Loot the house and destroy the shop. The group of thugs shouted in unison, their eyes glinting with greed. Looting a shop would be far more profitable than collecting debts in the shantytown. Did you hear that? Old Scar grinned, revealing his jagged white teeth. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a quick end. He pulled out a blood-stained ghostly knife from his storage pouch, the blade gleaming coldly under the oil lamp. Old Scar, are you really going to go all the way? Seeing there was no turning back, the terror on Hishikai's face quickly faded, his waxy complexion turning dark as the aura of the fourth layer of chi refinement suddenly erupted. He feared the Black Sha gang, not Old Scar, a mere little leader of the fourth layer of chi refinement. The previously thin spiritual energy in the shop suddenly stagnated, causing several Black Sha gang thugs, who were only at the third layer of chi refinement, to gasp and instinctively step back. Old Scar's pupils contracted slightly, then he sneered. This old dog is hiding quite deep. Turns out he's also at the fourth layer of chi refinement. No wonder he dares to shout in front of me. He swung his ghostly knife, the murderous aura of the fourth layer of chi refinement, rising up combined with the fierce aura from years of bloodshed, making him even more ferocious than Hishotsai. If you give face and don't want it, then don't blame me for sending you on your way personally. Old Scar yelled, his figure lunging forward, the ghostly knife aimed straight at Hishikai's face. Hishikai's eyes flashed fiercely, his bony hands striking at his waist where two slender water-splitting needles slid into his palms. The needles glimmered with a ghostly blue sheen, clearly poisoned. Clang! The water-splitting needles crossed to block the ghostly knife sparks flying. Old Scar felt a soft, lingering force transmitted from the knife, causing his previously fierce momentum to be diverted a bit. He was shocked. This old fellow's practical combat experience is unexpectedly strong. Watch out, Old Scar. His water-splitting needle is poisoned. A keen-eyed thug shouted. No need for your nonsense. Old Scar barked angrily, shifting his knife stance, no longer focusing on power, but becoming crafty and vicious, specifically targeting Hishikai's lower body. Hishotsai snorted coldly, his figure moving like a ghost, the two water-splitting needles weaving blue shadows, sometimes darting like venomous snakes to strike at vital points, sometimes spinning like a spindle to block and discharge force. He utilized a set of water attribute magical tools with considerable skill, maneuvering with precision in the cramped shop. For a time, the clashing sounds of metal rang out like a torrential rain. Although Old Scar was fierce, the weighty ghostly knife was somewhat cumbersome to wield in the small space. Hishikai's technique was soft, and the water-splitting needles were short and deadly, rather advantageous. After several exchanges, Old Scar's left sleeve was cut open, a burning and numbing sensation spreading across his skin, causing him to grow even angrier. What are you all doing just standing there? Get information! Old Scar shouted at his subordinates. Only then did the thugs awaken from their stupor, yelling in unison, each wielding their weapons and charging forward. Hishikai's expression changed. Although it seemed like he had the upper hand, it was only because Old Scar was underestimating him. A mere businessman was not a match for a bloodthirsty figure like Old Scar. The twin needles danced more urgently, deflecting Old Scar's knife, his body retreating sharply, backing against the counter, his voice stern. Old Scar, are you really going to fish or cut nets? If you kill me, my nephew will surely call upon the elders of Qingdanfang to investigate. You Black Sha gang won't come out unscathed. Don't act like your chicken feathers are the order. Old Scar spat, his assault unceasing. You, an old dog selling fake medicine, dying is just dying. Would Qingdanfang cause a huge uproar for you? In your dreams. The subordinate siege had reached him, knives, swords, and clubs attacking from all directions. Hishotsai knew he could no longer linger. Half of the outer faction was the territory of the Black Sha gang, and once reinforcements arrived, he would have no chance to escape. No longer daring to hide his strength, his aura changed and his body swelled slightly. Blood-burning secret technique? Seeing this, Old Scar's expression changed. Old dog, you have this trick. This technique forcibly stimulates potential at the cost of depleting vital blood. Although it can temporarily enhance the power of spells, it will inevitably backfire, resulting in serious injuries or even regression of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators would never use it unless they were in a desperate situation. Hishikai's waxy face now bore an abnormal flush, his aura strengthened by a third, but his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. He let out a fierce howl, the twin needles morphing into intertwined blue and red poisonous rays, no longer defensive but fiercely stabbing toward the two thugs of the third layer of chi refinement that were besieging him. Puff! Puff! Those two had no chance of withstanding the full-force strike of a mid-stage cultivate. Their protective spiritual aura was pierced as if made of paper, immediately adding 2 blood holes to their chests. The wounds quickly turned black and rotted, and before they could scream, they fell to the ground lifeless. Seeking death. Old Scar's eyes were about to burst with rage, the ghostly knife creating a pale arc of light striking down with full force toward Hishikai's back. But Hishotsai seemed to have eyes on his back, his figure twisted strangely, and he actually took the knife on his left shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, his left shoulder caved in, blood sprang forth. Yet he used the force of the strike to increase his speed, bursting through the torn opening like an arrow heading straight for the back door of the shop. Block him! Old Scar bellowed. The remaining thugs hurriedly moved to stop him, weapons slashed. Hishotsai resembled a raging tiger, his right hand wielding the poison needles, flashing blue and red light parrying the incoming weapons, and though his left hand was useless, he suddenly waved it, dumping a grayish-white powder over his head. It's corpse powder. Hold your breath. A knowledgeable thug shouted. The crowd hurriedly dodged and covered their noses, their formation in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Hishotsai crashed through the back doors, wooden board rushing into the backyard, his toes pushing off the wall, flipping up to the roof, fleeing madly toward the depths of the workshop market. Chase! We must not let him escape. Old Scar clutched his arm that was injured by the poison. The thugs rushed out hurriedly, but Hishotsai, burning his vital blood, was extremely fast and familiar with the terrain. In just a few leaps over the low and chaotic rooftops of the shantytown, he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of blood. Damn it! Old Scar's face turned ashen as he kicked over a nearby broken wooden barrel. He did not expect this old dog to be so resolute and decisive, actually resorting to the life-risking, blood-burning evil technique just to escape. Now that the man has run away, the consequences will be endless. Boss, what do we do now? A loyal subordinate came over and asked in a low voice. Old Scar's eyes were cold and sinister, staring in the direction where Hishotsai had disappeared, gritting his teeth. He is heavily injured and has used an evil technique. He can't run far. Follow the blood trail and aura to chase him. In the shadows of a secluded alley at the boundary between the inner and outer districts, Hishotsai appeared in a pitiful state, with his left shoulder caved in and blood soaking half of his body, his face pale and bloodshot eyes revealing that he was enduring the backlash of the blood-burning secret technique. Though his steps were unsteady, he still fled desperately towards the inner district. As long as he got in there, neither the black fiends nor the white fiends would dare to make a move within the inner district. He could live. However, just as he was only dozens of yards away from the entrance to the inner district, a gray shadow like a ghost suddenly flashed out from the shadows of the alley, precisely blocking his path to the inner district. The newcomer wore an inconspicuous gray robe and half a mask over his face, obscuring his features, with only a pair of astonishingly bright eyes visible in the night. Hishikai's frantic sprint suddenly halted, nearly causing him to fall from the abrupt stop. His pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the blocker, alarm bells ringing in his heart. This was not a member of the Black Fiends. Those brutish fellows lacked such a profound and heavy demeanor. He instinctively tried to circumvent the figure, but it seemed to casually stand there, while its aura subtly sealed off all possible escape routes. Esteemed friend, please. Please let me pass, I have urgent matters to attend to. Hishotsai suppressed the metallic taste in his throat and tried to bluff his way through. The gray-robed figure was of course Chun-Yi, who had long been waiting here. He never fully relied on others for hope. While using another's hand to eliminate an enemy is certainly efficient, it may not always yield complete success. Should Hishotsai escape, given this old dog's vicious nature, he would inevitably become a significant threat in the future. Hence Chun-Yi had long positioned himself at the entrance to the inner district. This was his only chance to leverage might and preserve his life. At this moment, Chun-Yi had donned an inconspicuous gray robe with half a mask covering his face, and his aura was restrained to the utmost. He had already put on his cloud-soaring boots, a Qingmu shield strapped to his left arm, and his right hand was poised with 3 pearl fireball talismans clasped between his fingers, while several poison needles were hidden in his sleeve. How could Hishotsai recognize him? Chun-Yi remained silent, merely observing him quietly. The eyes concealed behind the mask resembled 2 unfathomable cold pools in the dim light of the night. Anxiety surged within Hishotsai. He sensed no clear murderous intent from the other party, nor any impatience, only a calmness that foreshadowed a storm. Esteemed friend. He spoke again, attempting to force a smile, but it looked even worse than crying. I have no prior acquaintance with you. May I ask how I have offended? His words came to an abrupt halt, because Chun-Yi had made a move. A streak of black light shot forth from his sleeve without warning, moving so swiftly that it left behind a faint trace in the air, striking directly at Hishikai's forehead. Zhao used a gold shield talisman to block it, watching as the black light revealed its true form. He screamed in shock. Poison needle? Upon seeing the Qingmu shield on Chun Yi's arm, Hishikai's murky eyes bulged out, and he nearly screamed, "Li San! You treacherous scoundrel, how dare you betray after receiving payment? What did that kid offer you in return?" Zhao was convinced that the person before him was the assassin Li San. Wearing the same equipment and ambushing him here, it could only mean he had been bribed to turn against him. A cold smirk crept onto Chun Yi's lips beneath the mask. He needed no explanation, nor did he need to reveal his identity. Let this old dog die in confusion and fear. Seeing the other party remain silent with those cold eyes locking onto him through the mask, despair and madness intertwined in Hishikai's heart. He slapped his storage pouch, summoning the remaining life-saving talismans. A faint golden shield enveloped him once more, while the ground surged and several earth spikes abruptly shot up from beneath Chun Yi's feet. The cloud-soaring boots under Chun Yi's feet flickered with light, as he gracefully retreated like a willow in the wind, easily evading the surprise attack of the earth spikes. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and the 3 pearl fireball talismans that had been prepared ignited spontaneously. Boom! 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 9 blazing fireballs whistled out, crashing violently against Hishikai's golden shield. The explosion illuminated the alley in a fiery red, waves of heat rolling forth, and the force of the blast surged outward. The golden shield trembled violently, its glow dimming at a visible rate. Zhao let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and the already wavering shield became even more precarious. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, as he realized he could no longer remain passive. Drawing upon the last remnants of his power, the blue and red light of his poisonous stinger reappeared, and instead of retreating, he charged forward like a wounded viper, aiming to take Chun Yi down with him. As long as Chun Yi took a step back, he could rush into the inner district. But Chun Yi's gaze remained unchanged. He raised his left arm, and the Qingmu shield instantly expanded to half his height, producing a loud clang as it firmly blocked this desperate thrust. The shield's green light shone brightly, firmly holding back the blued, poisonous light of the stinger, while the surface of the wooden shield glimmered with spiritual light, continuously dispelling and neutralizing the eerie and malevolent force. At the same time, Chun Yi swept his right hand across his waist and produced 3 more talismans. This time they were swift wind blade talismans. As the talismans burned away, several nearly transparent sharp wind blades materialized out of thin air, emitting a piercing shriek as they circled around the Qingmu shield, slicing toward Zhao from various tricky angles. Hishikai's soul fled in terror. His shield was about to break, his left shoulder severely injured and his movements sluggish. How could he completely evade? He could only desperately twist his body to avoid a fatal blow. Sizzle! Sizzle! 2 wind blades struck fiercely against his right arm and thigh, penetrating to the bone. Blood spurted forth. Ah! Zhao let out a piercing scream, his right hand nearly losing grip on the poisonous stinger, his body staggering backward, until he leaned against the cold wall, blood instantly staining the ground beneath him. The backlash from the blood-burning evil technique, combined with his severe injuries, had rendered him utterly weak, his gaze starting to blur. Chun Yi would not grant him a moment of respite. Taking a step forward, the speed of the cloud-soaring boots erupted, instantly closing the distance, and he produced another poison needle in his hand, the black light flashing as it shot directly towards Hishikai's heart. Zhao watched helplessly as the lethal black light rapidly enlarged before his eyes, the shadow of death completely enveloping him. He wanted to dodge, but his body felt as heavy as lead. He wanted to block, yet he lacked the strength even to raise his hands. Thud! A soft sound echoed as the poison needle penetrated his heart. Without any hindrance, the snake venom attached to the needle exploding instantly, wildly eroding his vital pulse in conjunction with the backlash from the blood-burning evil technique. Hishikai's body trembled violently, a strange sound escaping his throat as he stared wide-eyed at the silently sand before him, his eyes filled with endless resentment, unwillingness, and a glimmer of realization that finally swept over him. That gaze, that terrifyingly calm killing technique, it seemed, was not Li San. But as this thought arose, boundless darkness engulfed all of his consciousness. His head tilted, he leaned against the wall and slowly slid down, his breath entirely extinguished. Quick! Don't let him escape! Urgent footsteps and shouts approached from a distance, and the flickering light of torches appeared at the entrance of the alley. Chun Yi's eyes narrowed. He could not let the scarred face catch him. With a swift motion, he summoned the corpse of Zhao, which was then disassembled by the system. He collected all remaining items into his storage pouch, disappearing into the darkness in a few leaps. Behind him the flames at the alley entrance surged, and the scarred face rushed in with his men only to see an empty alley and a pool of blood on the ground that had yet to fully congeal along with residual magical fluctuations in the air. The scarred face and his subordinates rushed to the alley entrance, the light from the torches illuminating the chaotic scene. He stared fixedly at the glaring pool of blood on the ground, then raised his eyes to the brightly lit entrance of the inner courtyard, nearby, his face turning ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. "Boss, the blood trail ends here." A tracking expert among the thugs crouched down to investigate, his expression grim. "The aura has also been severed, as if it was deliberately cleaned up." "Nonsense." The scarred face kicked the thug in the rear, sending him stumbling. That old dog was heavily injured and dying. Oh, how could he have the time to clean up the traces? Clearly someone helped him. He cast a sinister glance towards the entrance of the inner courtyard. Damn it, he went inside. A few guards stationed at the entrance of the inner courtyard also sensed the commotion here, pressing their hands against their storage pouches, coldly gazing over with unmistakable warning in their eyes. The mess from the outer courtyard should not be brought to the entrance of the inner courtyard. "Boss, what should we do?" "Chase in." A hot-headed thug, knife in hand, appeared eager to try. "Chase your mother." The scarred face slapped him backhandedly, spinning the thug around. "Do you want to get all our brothers killed? The inner courtyard is not a place you can just barge into." He gripped the handle of his ghostly knife tightly, wishing he could charge in immediately and tear Hishotsai apart. But reason told him he couldn't. Hishotsai had desperately escaped here to leverage the inner courtyard's influence. Once inside, unless he came out on his own or offended the inner courtyard's law enforcement team, the Black Sha gang would have no way to deal with him. For an old dog on the verge of death, challenging the rules of the inner courtyard could get the gang leader killed. "Scarred elder, are we just going to let it go?" A trusted subordinate leaned closer, lowering his voice, equally filled with reluctance. They had gained nothing from raiding the place and lost 2 brothers. This was hard to swallow. "Let it go." The scarred face spat out 2 words through clenched teeth, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "That old dog must die. He knows we did it and escaped. This will bring endless trouble." The scarred face's eyes glinted with calculation. It's not easy to be in the inner courtyard. Without a proper status, how long could he afford to stay there? Send 2 clever brothers to keep watch in the shadows nearby and keep a close eye on him. He glanced at the guards at the entrance of the inner courtyard, snorted coldly. "As long as he dares to step out of the inner courtyard, signal immediately. I will personally deal with him." "Yes, boss." The subordinate quickly agreed, immediately pointing to 2 stealthy thugs, whispering a few instructions. The 2 took their orders and silently retreated into the nearby alleys. The scarred face spat out a mouthful of saliva, again his cold gaze sweeping back and forth between the pool of blood and the entrance of the inner courtyard before he huffed heavily. "Withdraw. Go back and have a few people thoroughly clean up that broken shop. Leave not a single hair for that old dog." Although the thugs were reluctant, they dared not defy him, cursing as they followed the scarred face away. Chani simply took a detour, changed into a different outfit, and walked out, heading towards the scarred face's hideout. After dealing with Hishikai's matter, he would surely come looking for him. Just as he reached near the entrance of the Black Sha gang's hall, he saw the scarred face walking towards him with a gloomy expression from the other end of the street, followed by several similarly dejected subordinates. The scarred face spotted Chun-Yi at a glance, and his expression immediately grew even uglier. He quickened his pace and approached him in a few steps. "Brother Chun." The scarred face's fleshy features contorted into a smile that was more painful than crying. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes flickering, seemingly struggling to speak, but ultimately gritted his teeth and said, "That old dog Hishotsai got away." His words came out quickly with a hint of urgency and explanation. "That old thing was well hidden, actually at the 4th layer of chi refinement, and he even knows a wicked blood-burning technique. He risked half his life to break through the encirclement and slipped into the territory of the inner courtyard. We chased him to the entrance but were stopped by the guards of the inner courtyard. The rules are there, we truly could not pursue further." The scarred face spoke while cautiously observing Chun-Yi's expression. Seeing that Chun-Yi just listened quietly, his face revealing no joy or anger, he felt even more uneasy. After all, he had taken a pair of extremely precious mid-grade magical artifacts from him. If word got out that he had failed to handle the matter and let the target escape, how would he, the scarred face, continue to survive in the underworld? "But Brother Chun, you can rest assured," the scarred face quickly added, patting his chest. "I have already sent the cleverest brothers to watch day and night near the entrance of the inner courtyard. As soon as that old dog shows his face, I will rush over with my men and leave no survivors." He said, his face displaying a pained expression as he reached into his storage pouch to retrieve the cloud-through boots. "Brother Chan, this matter. I didn't handle it well." The scarred face handed over the cloud-through boots, with both hands, his tone carrying rare sincerity. "This pair of boots. I have no face to take them if I failed the task." You take them back first. Once I bring Hishikai's head, we'll discuss it again. Chani found it quite amusing. This scarred face being in a gang is surprisingly principled. He did not reach out to take the boots, sincerely saying, "Scarred elder, you are too kind. The fact that Hishotsai escaped is due to his fate not being up yet. What does it have to do with you? Scarred elder, you personally led the way to assault the Bai Chao pavilion, forcing that old dog to burn blood to escape, which is already doing your utmost. How could I be someone who does not recognize good intentions?" Moreover, Chani paused, glancing at the few thugs behind the scarred face. "Your gang's brothers also suffered losses because of this matter. I truly feel guilty. This pair of boots is not only a token of gratitude, but also a small compensation for your brothers. If Scarred Elder refuses again, it would be looking down on me, Chan." This sounded pleasant and was also reasonable. Having been in the lower ranks for many years, the scarred face was accustomed to deceit and ruthlessness. It was truly the first time he encountered someone like Chan Yi who was understanding, and would actively compensate him, even considering the feelings of his subordinates. The misfortune painted on the scarred face dissipated, completely replaced by a hearty smile. He returned the cloud-piercing boots to his storage pouch and patted Chan Yi's shoulder with force. "Brother Chan. Bright. I enjoy dealing with clear-minded people like you," he assured. "Rest assured, this matter with Hishotsai is on me. He can run from the first day but not the 15th. As long as he dares to show his face in the outer district, I will ensure he has no place to bury his body." Chani nodded and clasped his hand, saying, "In that case, I will trouble you, Scarred Elder." The scarred man continued to exchange a few pleasantries with Chan Yi, subtly suggesting that Chan Yi could seek him out for similar business in the future. Chan Yi politely accepted, but as he turned the corner, the gentle smile on his face faded, and his gaze returned to calm. Hishotsai had perished at his hands, his corpse completely decomposed by the system, leaving no evidence of his death. The connection to the Black Sha gang was temporarily stabilized by the cloud-piercing boots, providing an additional layer of cover. The remaining variable was Hishikai's nephew, who was an alchemy apprentice in the inner district. He Ming. Chun Yi silently pondered this name. This person, having become an alchemy apprentice, likely possessed both talent and opportunity. Now that Hishotsai was in trouble, he would undoubtedly not remain indifferent upon hearing the news. However, his conflict with Hishotsai was limited to the trading dispute at the 100 Herbs Pavilion. After the strong intervention by the scarred man, the causality had shifted onto his shoulders. As an apprentice in the inner district, whether he could reach out to the outer district and accurately pinpoint his location was still uncertain. The most important thing now was to enhance his own strength. Lost in thought, Chun Yi unknowingly strolled to his residence. The traces of last night's battle still lingered, with a few early rising neighbors bent over busy at their doorsteps. They heard footsteps and instinctively looked up. When they recognized it was Chun Yi, all their actions seemed to... The middle-aged man holding a broken bucket trembled, splashing murky foot-washing water onto his own pant leg without realizing it. He suddenly lowered his head, as if something incredibly captivating lay on the ground, hurriedly turning into a narrower alley with an almost fleeing demeanor. An elderly woman cleaning a few rotten vegetable leaves at her door froze in her movements, her wrinkled hand hanging in the air as water dripped down her bony fingers. She quickly stole a glance at Chun Yi. Her gaze was not that of a neighbor, but rather that of a hungry wolf silently entering a sheepfold. Then, in a near panic, she picked up the broken wooden basin, hunched her back, and silently shuffled back into her low dark shed, tightly closing the drafty broken wooden door with a creak. There were no greetings, no curiosity, not even the most ordinary nod of acknowledgement. Only a suffocating silence lingered, accompanied by their rapid avoidance, dodging actions, and tightly closed doorways. Through their silence and retreat, they drew a painfully clear boundary. "You are not one of us. Your troubles should not involve us." Old Wang was hunched over, sweeping the debris and dust that had been blown to his doorstep by the shockwave from last night's commotion. When his peripheral vision caught sight of the familiar figure at the alley's entrance, he froze completely, the broom falling to the ground with a thud. You? Old Wang stuttered. How dare you come back?" He seemed to be scalded, quickly glancing around. Seeing that the neighbors had already retreated like they were avoiding venomous snakes, only he and Chan Yi remained in the alley. He rushed forward, grabbing Chan Yi's arm and pulling him toward the alley's exit. "Hurry! Get out of here! You killed their people. Do you think the Black Sha gang is to be trifled with? They will come after you immediately. You can't stay here. Not even for a moment." Chan Yi pressed down on Old Wang's hand. "Uncle Wang, don't panic. The Black Sha gang won't come looking for trouble with me." "Ah!" Old Wang was taken aback, his murky eyes filled with suspicion. You killed their people. How can they let it go? They are from the Black Sha gang." Chan Yi shook his head, patiently explaining. "It wasn't the Black Sha gang members who died, it was a hired killer. I have already asked the Scarred Elder to deal with the person who sold the hit. Therefore, there won't be any trouble coming my way again." Old Wang was startled, then cautiously asked, "Really? Really nothing will happen? Really nothing will happen?" Chani assured firmly, then took out the bulging cloth pouch that Old Wang had given him last night and handed it back. "Uncle Wang, this is for you. Thank you. For last night." Old Wang looked at the familiar pouch but did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he scrutinized Chani from head to toe. Seeing that although his clothes were dusted, he appeared spirited, his breath steady, and even seemed to have gained a mysterious vigor compared to when he left yesterday, he finally stretched out his hand to take it. "Good lad." Old Wang's large hand clapped heavily on Chani's shoulder. "You're truly impressive. I knew you were no ordinary person. To emerge from such a deadly situation and even have the scarred elder help you out. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Come on, don't just stand at the alley." Old Wang enthusiastically threw his arm around Chani's shoulder, as if afraid he would run away, leading him towards his low shed. "Let's go home. Uncle has some simple tea. Let's have a good chat. Your experiences are quite thrilling." Chani observed the sudden sparkle in Old Wang's eyes, feeling the chill in his heart dissipate slightly. He smiled and did not refuse. After explaining the situation to Old Wang and his wife, Old Wang scolded He Shouzai thoroughly. Upon learning that Chani had used his family's heirloom to ask the scarred elder for help, Old Wang actually breathed a sigh of relief. Wealth comes and goes, but life is more important than objects. No matter how good those boots were, they are still just objects. The fact that you could use them to persuade the scarred elder to act and gain temporary peace makes it worth it. Absolutely worth it. He then advised, "But now that you've lost that treasure, don't venture out alone to hunt beasts anymore." Chani nodded in agreement. "Uncle Wang, don't worry, I will be cautious." In fact, he really couldn't go out for the time being. If scarred elder thought he still had treasures, that would be disastrous. After bidding farewell to Old Wang and his wife, Chen-Yi returned to his small house. He closed the door and dumped the contents of He Shukai's storage pouch onto the bed. The items spilled out with a clatter, forming a small mountain on the bedding. What caught his eye first were the spirit stones, estimated to be over 200. Just this alone far exceeded Li San's entire fortune. Dozens of bottles of pills rolled out, each labeled with names like Calming Heart Pill, Gathering Chi Powder, and Rejuvenation Pill, all commonly used pills for early to mid-foundation establishment. Upon opening and sniffing them, the medicinal effects were quite good, not substandard goods. They seemed to be the stock yet to be shelved at the shop. He directly decomposed them, enriching the system's inventory. Then there was a wooden box. Upon opening it, a faintly sweet medicinal scent mixed with the smell of earth rushed to meet him. Inside were 5 neatly arranged rough porcelain vials, each tilted with red paper affixed to them inscribed with the words "Breakthrough Pill," while a smaller line below read "Powerful Barrier Breaking, assist you directly into the midstage of Qi refinement." Chan-Yi picked up one vial, removed the wooden cork, and poured a pill into his palm. The system prompt sounded detected substandard item, breakthrough pill warning. The pill contains a large amount of unrefined trace toxins. Forcibly consuming it has a 70 chance of causing meridian burns and magical power runaway, while a 30 chance directly damages the foundation of the Dantian. Its value is extremely low and consumption is not advised. Would you like to decompose? To be honest, this was the first time Chen-Yi had seen a warning in a system prompt highlighting the shoddy and malicious nature of this so-called breakthrough pill. The previous body and other scattered cultivators seeking breakthroughs fell prey to He Shoukai because they trusted him and were reluctant to part with the entrance fee to the inner courtyard. They had no foundation, had never seen genuine products, and some, like the original body, had borrowed from the King of Hell to take it. It's no wonder that He Shoukai felt the need to kill and silence once he learned of their breakthroughs. If this news leaked, these low-level scattered cultivators would surely devour him alive. He decomposed the pill directly. Since he already had the breakthrough pill and its material blueprint, he only received a bit of spiritual energy. Then there was the poisonous low-grade weapon, the water splitter, which was better than nothing. He decomposed it to fill the blueprint library. In the end, he obtained 3 jade slips. One was the common black water technique, which was of little use and was tossed into his storage pouch to gather dust. The other was a much more refined concealment technique that could indeed be useful. The last one was an uncommon black jade slip. It recorded the blood-burning secret technique previously used by He Shoukai. This technique was not a standard cultivation method, but rather a dangerous skill that forced the burning of one's own essence blood to unleash potential, drastically enhancing magical power, speed, and strength within a short time. The key point was that this technique's enhancement was based on the cultivator's level, meaning it could be used at any realm. If not considering side effects, it was indeed a good trump card. Essence blood. Chang-Yi pondered slightly. After he had hastily decomposed He Shoukai's corpse, he found that one of the blueprints yielded was indeed essence blood. However, unlike with demon beasts, each blueprint was named after He Yukai rather than a human or cultivator. If I decompose a drop of my own essence blood, I could obtain the blueprint. Then, after using this secret technique, can I ingest the essence blood synthesized by the system to eliminate the side effects. A bold idea gradually took shape. With the immediate crisis averted, Chun-Yi decided to try it out. He forced out a drop of essence blood, his complexion, a bit pale, sensing the weakness that his body transmitted inside. Truly the essence of life, just one drop, makes me feel the depletion of spiritual energy. Watching the essence blood dissipate rapidly, he did not delay and immediately instructed, decompose. Decomposition successful. Obtained material blueprint. Chun-Yi's essence blood chi refinement level 4. Obtained spiritual energy x12. He synthesized another drop, but Chun-Yi did not rush to experiment with the blood-burning secret technique. Instead, he tried to ingest this drop of essence blood. With a slight mental motion, the drop of essence blood transformed into a warm current, quietly seeping into his meridians. In an instant, a gentle yet tangible warmth rose from his palms, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs. The slight weakness and chill that had arisen from forcing out the essence blood were quickly smoothed over and filled and disappearing without a trace. Not only was his spiritual energy fully restored, but even his spirit felt invigorated, far more comforting and natural than consuming ordinary recovery pills. It truly works. Chun-Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance. Without hesitation, he picked up the black jade slip again and immersed his mind within. The operation method of the blood-burning secret technique was not complicated. Its core lay in drawing upon the essence blood in a specific route to make it burn, transforming into violent energy that surged through his meridians, forcibly elevating magical power and physical attributes. The key lay in ignition and control. A slight misstep could lead to essence blood depletion and meridian rupture. Ordinary cultivators using it would definitely leave hidden dangers. At best, they would suffer severe spiritual energy depletion and fall in realm. At worst, their meridians would snap, rendering them crippled. Now that Chun-Yi had the blueprint in hand, theoretically, it was equivalent to having an endless supply of essence blood. However, the instantaneous explosion and energy surge from this technique put a considerable burden on the Bodis meridians. Even if the essence blood could be replenished afterward, the pain during the process and whether the meridians could endure remained unknown. He took a deep breath, deciding to first try the most preliminary attempt. Burn! A low shout in his heart ignited a strand of essence blood. In an instant, a scorching and violent power exploded from his heart meridian. It was as if boiling magma had poured into a previously tranquil stream, causing Chun-Yi's body to tremble violently, his skin turning bright red and veins bulging on his forehead. Power. The unprecedented magical power flooded his limbs and torso, as if it were inexhaustible, requiring no call from the Dantian. Simultaneously, his Bodis 5 senses became extraordinarily sharp, his muscles slightly inflating, filled with explosive strength. He could clearly hear his heart pounding like a war drum and blood rushing like a mighty river. However, following the surge of power was a tearing pain. The meridians groaned under the impact of the violent energy waves of burning pain coursing throughout his body. Chun-Yi gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, looking inward to estimate that the burning of his essence blood could maintain this explosive state for about 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, if he did not stop, the essence blood would deplete, leading to backlash. He did not wait for 10 breaths. At the 5th breath, with a thought, he forcibly cut off the operation of the secret technique, gradually guiding the violent energy to dissipate. When the secret technique stopped, the surging power receded like a tide, leaving his meridians burning with pain, having consumed most of the magical power in his Dantian. More importantly, the feeling of depletion from the essence of life was exceptionally clear, causing his vision to slightly darken. Chun-Yi immediately synthesized several drops of essence blood and unhesitatingly ingested them. The warm current surged once more, quickly permeating his limbs. Like rain after a long drought, that intense feeling of weakness and life depletion was rapidly smoothed over and filled. The burning pain in his meridians was greatly alleviated under the nourishment of the warm current. After a few breaths, Chun-Yi opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Although his complexion was still somewhat pale, his gaze was exceptionally bright. Feasible. He felt exhilarated. Although the slight damage to his meridians and the consumption of magical power required time to recover, the most crucial depletion of essence blood was perfectly compensated by the synthesized essence blood. This meant that the most terrifying side effect of the blood-burning secret technique could be almost negligible for him. However, it was not without any cost. The violent power transformed from the burning essence blood exerted an enormous instantaneous load on the meridians. If the duration were prolonged a little, even if the essence blood could be replenished, the meridians might still leave behind difficult-to-heal internal injuries or even directly snap. On the path of cultivation, the foundation is of utmost importance. If the root is damaged for a moment of power, it would be a loss that could not be compensated. It seems that even with essence blood replenishment, this technique can only temporarily serve as a life-saving trump card, not as a regular means. If I could find a pill or technique to enhance the resilience of my meridians, that would be a different story, Chun-Yi thought. He swallowed a Huang Yadan and began to sit down and refine his qi. To be honest, since his reincarnation, this was the first time he had consumed a pill to advance his cultivation. Unlike the usual arduous practice of absorbing the thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the power of the pill was almost continuously transformed into his own magical power. After just half an hour of cultivation, the effect was comparable to half a month's hard work. His Danshan's Qi slightly swelled, and his Qi refinement level for cultivation evidently increased a notch. At this rate, it was estimated that in less than half a month Chen Yi would break through to Qi refinement level 5. It was time to consider the upcoming arrangements. He Shukai's death stirred a different kind of thought within him. Was he Shukai's cultivation artifacts, techniques, or insidious mind any weaker than that of the scar-faced man? But why was his first reaction to flee upon seeing the scar-faced man? It wasn't fear of the man himself, but rather the dread of the Blackshaw gang that stood behind him. In this world, loose cultivators are like ants. No matter how strong a lone wolf may be, it cannot withstand the tearing of a pack of wolves. And even more so, it fears organized wolves. The scar-faced man could run rampant because of the Blackshaw gang's power. He Shotsai was able to deceive for many years without being hunted down by his victims due to the connections he built and the carefully maintained illusion of reputation. Essentially, this too was a form of power. What about himself? He had a system that was a gift from heaven, yet he still thought of acting like an ordinary loose cultivator. First pretending to hunt demon beasts, then quietly transitioning into an alchemist or weapon master, gradually moving into the inner circle. This line of thought was too conservative and naive. Before truly mastering the power to protect himself or instill fear in others, any abnormal wealth accumulation or cultivation advancement could attract the second, third, or even more malicious prying eyes like that of Hishotsai. Personal strength must be steadily improved. This is foundational and cannot waver. But one cannot rely solely on personal strength. Chun's eyes gradually sharpened. I need a barrier, a layer of armor, a blade that can deal with troubles for me and also help me earn resources in the open. Forming his own power. Once this thought sprouted, it spread like wildfire, swiftly taking over Chun's. In this world, due to the low universality of techniques, so-called sects are actually loose conglomerates held together by resources and force. Essentially, they bear no difference to the violent groups in his previous life. With a system in his possession, any resource he had previously acquired could be mass-produced cheaply using the blueprint. Currently, he was even wealthier than many small forces. The only thing he lacked might be force. For a fourth-layer Qi refining cultivator to use abundant resources to recruit followers was not about building power but rather courting death. But if he waited until he reached full Qi refinement before forming a power, it would be somewhat of a waste of time. Furthermore, a power should be gathered by profit, but it cannot be solely profit. An organization lacking shared experiences of hardship would inevitably suffer from a serious lack of cohesion. With the mid-level resources gathered now, it would be better to cultivate while slowly building a power, nurturing some trusted core members. Moreover, as it stands, the various forces inside and outside the market are intricately intertwined, making it not an ideal place for initial development. Chan Yi's gaze shifted to the distant Wuhuan mountain range, where aside from resources from demon beasts, there were also numerous mid to late-stage loose cultivators who made their living by hunting demon beasts. They had no qualifications, no background, and no skills. Aside from risking their lives against demon beasts to exchange for resources, there was no stable or reliable way out. To form a demon hunting team in Wuhuan Mountain, gather a crew, and gradually use system resources to strengthen the team's power. A clear plan took shape in Chun Yi's mind. Loose cultivators who hunted demon beasts lived on the edge of danger and believed in strength, profit, and the law of the jungle. Once they recognized a leader, they often proved to be more loyal and reliable than those from the outer market, provided that the leader could consistently bring them tangible benefits. With a plan in mind, Chun Yi no longer hesitated. He had talismans in hand. If things went awry, he could simply erase evidence. The risks were not non-existent, but they were extremely low. After lingering in the outer market for half a month and raising his cultivation to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he finally set off. Before leaving, he went to bid farewell to Old Wang and his wife. Upon learning that he was preparing to move, Old Wang felt reluctant but understood this was inevitable. He repeatedly urged him to be cautious and not to take unnecessary risks. Chun Yi nodded in agreement, leaving a few bottles of pills labeled as revitalization pills as a token of appreciation. Old Wang could not refuse and ultimately accepted them, watching Chan Yi's figure disappear at the alley's entrance. After a long time, he sighed and turned back into the house. As soon as the door was closed, Aunt Wang began to ramble. That night you took such a big risk delivering this and that to that kid, and in the end he just brushed you off with a few bottles of lousy pills. What a waste of your concern. Old Wang frowned tightly as he listened to his wife's complaints. What do you know? Lousy pills. This bottle clearly says revitalization pill. That's a legitimate mid-tier healing pill. For cultivators in the early stage of Qi refinement like us, getting injured in a fight or encountering danger while gathering herbs, one of these could very well save half of our lives. Do you think it's like rotten vegetable leaves on the street, that you can just pick it up, Aunt Wang felt somewhat weakened by old Wang's shout, but still retorted, good goods. Can good goods be eaten as meals? Can they pay the rent for this shabby shed? Next month the Blackshaw gang is coming to collect the immortal abode fees again, and we don't even have a single coin in our pockets. No matter how good the pills are, our old bodies aren't going to hunt demons and cause trouble. How are we going to use this? It would be better to exchange it for a few spirit stones. All right, stop nagging. Old Wang waved his hand impatiently, intending to put the pills away and see if he could exchange them for some spirit stones at the market, even at a discount. He instinctively rubbed the wax seal on the bottle with his thumb. The seal was extraordinarily tight. This seal is quite well made, Old Wang murmured, using both hands to exert force. His nails embedded into the wax, and after some effort he managed to pop the seal open. An extremely faint yet exceptionally refreshing medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out from the bottle. Just inhaling a whiff made Old Wang feel a slight boost in spirit, as if even his almost stagnant magical power had become somewhat active. His murky eyes widened and Old Wang's heart began to race uncontrollably, making his hands tremble slightly. He carefully tilted the bottle's mouth, pouring the contents into his palm, under the dim light seeping through the cracks of the shed. A pill the size of a longan with a hue as warm as pale yellow jade rolled into his hand. What kind of revitalization pill was this? This was clearly... Old Wang's voice caught in his throat, letting out gasping sounds as he tightly clenched the pill in his palm, as if fearing that the pill's precious light and medicinal aura would leak out even a bit, inviting catastrophe. You old woman. Shut up. Quickly shut up. Old Wang suddenly turned his head, hissing at Aunt Wang, who was still rambling, his eyes bloodshot, a mix of unparalleled joy and deep-rooted fear intertwining within. Aunt Wang was startled by his unprecedented fierce appearance. Mouth agape, all her words were choked back. Old Wang, like a thief, crept to the door, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Confirming that the alley was dead silent with only distant indistinct noises, he cautiously returned to the table and brought the pill close to his eyes, examining it under better light. The pale yellow jade-like color, the naturally formed cloud patterns, and that soul-piercing, refreshing medicinal scent. No doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt. Although he hadn't bought this kind of pill for a long time, the appearance of this pill and that unique fragrance had long been deeply imprinted in his heart. This was a breakthrough pill. A breakthrough pill that significantly increases the chances for a third-layer chi refining cultivator to break through their bottleneck. Old man, what happened to you? Aunt Wang cautiously asked, noticing his unusual expression. Is there something wrong with this pill? Old Wang snapped back to his senses, carefully placing the pill back in the bottle, sealing it tightly again, then gripping it tightly in his palm, as if holding on to his own life. Wrong. There's a big problem. Old Wang lowered his voice, his face a mix of excitement and fear. This is not a revitalization pill. This is a breakthrough pill. A real breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pill. Aunt Wang naturally knew the value of this item, realizing its preciousness. Didn't he say he gave all the family heirlooms to the scar-faced man? How could he still? Seemingly recalling something, Aunt Wang abruptly covered her mouth, and after a long pause she whispered, old man, that he Shotsai. He's probably not gone, but rather Chani has. She dared not utter the word kill. It's about 9 out of 10. If he Shotsai had escaped, could Chani be so calm and collected? The more Old Wang thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the more he thought about it, the hotter it felt in his hands. That he Shotsai sold fake pills and harmed others? His materials must be of good quality, and it's likely that Chani got them. Aunt Wang's face drained of color, her lips trembling. Then isn't this a hot potato? What if someone finds out? That's why I told you to shut up. Old Wang growled, his gaze fiercely battling between fear and desire as he looked at the 4 bottles of pills on the table. This matter is known to heaven and earth. You know, and I know. Chenny knows. Absolutely no fourth person must know. Aunt Wang inched closer, lowering her voice and sounding somewhat tearful. This thing can't be taken out. Old man, should we use it? Since Chun-Yi gave it to us, isn't he also trying to help us? We've been at the 3rd layer of chi refinement for so many years. Old Wang remained silent for a long time, taking a deep breath. The refreshing medicinal aroma slightly calmed his chaotic thoughts. The two of them were in their 40s or 50s, still struggling in this quagmire, not enjoying the blessings of the mortal realm. Was it not because they could not let go of that elusive path to immortality? Use it. Old Wang finally gritted his teeth and said, but we can't use it now. Once the storm passes, we will find a secluded spot in the mountains to take the pills and break through. With these 4 pills, perhaps, we might really have a glimmer of hope on our path to immortality. He carefully hid the medicine bottle close to his body, repeatedly reminding Aunt Wang not to leak a single word. Only then did he finish the remaining coarse tea in one gulp, looking in the direction Chen-Yi had left with a complex and inscrutable expression. Before heading to the mountains, Chen-Yi made another trip to the market. He had already opened all the diagrams for the mid- and low-grade pills from the contributions of the Wealth Keepers and Lisan. What he lacked now were magical artifacts. It was truly beneath dignity for a leader to use low-grade. Chan Yi sold a batch of materials from demon beasts, exchanged them for spirit stones, spent several hundred spirit stones to purchase a mid-grade flying sword, the Lingguang sword, and a mid-grade defensive artifact, the Shen shield, along with the cloud-piercing boots, thus assembling the 3 essential tools for attack, defense, and evasion. With everything prepared, Chan Yi headed straight for the nearest demon hunting camp, Fog Valley. Fog Valley got its name from the constant thin mist that envelopes it. It is said to be a spiritual cave with a slightly higher concentration of spiritual energy than the surrounding area, attracting numerous demon hunting teams to operate nearby, gradually forming a gathering place. This place was a mix of dragons and snakes, with both temporary resters and teams that had been stationed for a long time waiting for replacements. For Chan Yi at present, it was indeed the ideal location. The Fog Valley camp was far rougher than the market outside. Makeshift shelters and tents were built against the mountainside or giant trees, with the air thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and the unique odor of various demon beast materials. Chan Yi's arrival immediately caught the attention of many. He was neither a newcomer climbing up from the lower ranks displaying the usual timid demeanor, nor did he have the seasoned fierceness of someone who had been through the struggles in the mountains. With 2 storage bags hanging at his waist, it was enough to prove that this person was wealthy. Although his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement was not to be underestimated in this area, it certainly could not be deemed top tier. Could he be a young master from an influential family seeking thrills? A fat sheep? This was the first thought that flashed through everyone's minds. A man with a scarred face and one eye licked his cracked lips and subtly signaled to his 2 companions. The first one was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, while the other 2 were both at the 4th level, exuding a fierce aura and carrying the lingering smell of blood. This friend looks unfamiliar. Is it your first time in Fog Valley? The one-eyed man approached, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his tone seemingly warm, but his gaze like a hook circling around Chan Yi's storage bags. Are you here to hunt demons? It's not safe to go alone. The demon beasts in the mountains are quite ferocious. How about teaming up with us, brothers? We've been in the Black Wind team for 7 to 8 years in this area. We know it well. Chan Yi paused, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 3, a cold smile forming in his heart. The thoughts of such scum were written all over their faces. He had been worried about not having the opportunity to assert his authority, and now the Black Wind team had delivered themselves to his door. Oh, the Black Wind team. Chan Yi revealed a hint of interest and caution. May I ask how you 3 are called? How will the profits from a trip into the mountains be divided? Just call me One-Eyed Lu. These 2 are my brothers Slim Monkey and Iron Tower. The one-eyed man, seeing Chan Yi taking the bait, was delighted and patted his chest. Distribution. That's easy. We divide it fairly according to effort. Our brothers' value rules most. The Slim Monkey immediately added, yes, our captain is the fairest. You look like someone with strength. If you follow us, your gains will be 10 times better than working solo. Chan Yi feigned contemplation, and after a moment nodded. All right, being new here, I indeed need an experienced hand to guide me. When can we head into the mountains? Right now. One-Eyed Lu said impatiently. Let's go to the forest next to the camp. There's a shortcut there and many demon beasts. Good, lead the way. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Chan Yi's mouth. The 3 surrounded Chan Yi, appearing enthusiastic, yet subtly forming a triangular encirclement, guiding him towards a denser area of trees at the edge of the camp, where human presence was relatively sparse. Several old demon hunters in the camp witnessed this scene and shook their heads in silence, yet no one spoke up to warn him. Such were the laws of the mountains. The weak were prey to the strong, and if one sought death, they had no one to blame. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles, they had completely distanced themselves from the camp's noise, with only the rustling of wind through the leaves and the occasional calls of birds and beasts surrounding them. Friend, it's just over here. See that patch of bushes ahead? Ironback mountain pigs often appear there. Their skin is tough and their meat is thick, and those teeth are worth a lot. One-Eyed Lu pointed ahead, but his steps slowed. The other 2 also quietly reduced their speed, their hands seemingly casually resting on their waist storage bags. Chan Yi appeared oblivious, continuing to walk forward, even slightly tilting his body, as if observing the direction pointed out by One-Eyed Lu. Now is the time. The vicious glint in One-Eyed Lu's eyes shone brightly as he growled, make your move. Before his words had finished, a poisoned dagger lunged toward Chan Yi's back like a venomous snake. Slim Monkey darted to the side, thrusting both hands forward, sending several streams of dark light straight for Chan Yi's neck and underarm. The Iron Tower-like man let out a thunderous roar, his muscles bulging, and under the influence of his body refinement technique, his palm swept toward Chan Yi's crown with a gust of fierce wind. The 3 coordinated, seamlessly striking ruthlessly, clearly accustomed to such acts of murder and robbery. However, just as their attacks were about to connect with Chan Yi's figure flickered like a ghost. The poisoned dagger pierced through his afterimage, the dark light vanished into thin air, and the Iron Tower man struck empty air, creating a large pit in the ground, mud flying everywhere. What? One-eyed Liu's heart trembled violently, a chill rushing from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Years of battle experience urged him to retreat without a second thought. But it was too late. Qian Yi had already appeared less than 3 feet beside him, his left hand having raised the Xian Gui shield. He didn't know when, which radiated a faint yellowish glow, shielding him thoroughly. With his right hand he slapped the storage pouch, and the Lingguang sword emitted a clear melodious sound, transforming into a stream of azure light that aimed straight at One-eyed Liu's throat. One-eyed Liu's soul nearly escaped him as he desperately twisted his body, simultaneously conjuring a low-grade ironwood shield to block in front of him. Crack! The low-grade ironwood shield collided with the Lingguang sword's light, splitting open a crack, but ultimately it blocked this seemingly fierce yet clumsy attack. One-eyed Liu was shaken, his blood surging, retreating several steps, but his eyes suddenly erupted with a gleam of wild joy. Years of bloodshed instincts allowed him to instantly sense something was off. Though the sword light was overwhelming and fast, its trajectory was far too straight. It was like a child who had just received a new toy, swinging it forcefully in a straight line, without any of the agility or variation that a flying sword technique should possess. Damn it, he's just a rookie. He has good artifacts but doesn't know how to use them. One-eyed Liu shouted hoarsely, his initial fear suddenly replaced by greed and ferocity. Slim Monkey and Iron Tower immediately reacted as well. The previous ghostly movement was indeed intimidating, but the control over the flying sword was simply terrible. He probably hasn't even mastered the basic sword control technique. Surround him. Don't give him a chance to create distance. Slim Monkey cried out sharply, his figure swaying, no longer eager to attack, but instead weaving around Qian Yi's flank like a parasite, his hands gripping several poisoned artifacts, ready to interfere with Qian Yi's focus. The Iron Tower man let out a furious roar, a faint yellowish glow enveloping his body, as he bravely faced the incoming flying sword, striding forward, his fists unleashed in a flurry, the wind howling as he bore down on Qian Yi. He intended to use his physical refinement advantage to overpower this embroidered pillow with brute force. The One-eyed Liu, seasoned and cunning, saw Qian Yi's flying sword defense falter. With a sneer, he no longer retreated but charged forward, taunting, "Kid, leave behind your storage bag and magical artifacts, and I will spare your life." Qian Yi's voice was calm, betraying no hint of panic, even carrying a trace of amusement. He swayed his body again, his feet clad in cloud-piercing boots, shimmering slightly, effortlessly dodging the powerful punch from the Iron Tower man. The wind from the punch brushed past his clothing, issuing a dull howl. Exactly. The law of the jungle. This is the rule. Seeing Qian Yi's evasive movements appear somewhat awkward, the One-eyed Liu felt reassured and intensified his attack. The lean monkey seized the opportunity. The 3 dark penetrating nails he had held in his hand finally shot out, forming a character that sealed off Qian Yi's left, right, and rear escape routes, striking with lethal precision. As it seemed that Qian Yi was trapped in an unavoidable predicament, he smirked slightly, his eyes turning icy. "Then let me teach you my rules." A large stack of talismans appeared in his hand, and several golden shield talismans were activated simultaneously. The blinding golden light shield instantly enveloped Qian Yi, and the 3 toxic nails struck the shield, creating ripples, yet they could not even break through the first layer. The One-eyed Liu and his companions were shaken. To use multiple defensive talismans so extravagantly at once was unheard of. But this was just the beginning. Qian Yi's fingers danced like phantoms over the stack of talismans, causing even more brilliance to erupt. Fireball talismans, ice spike talismans, wind blade talismans. The colorful intermediate spells surged forth like a flood. In an instant, fireballs roared, ice spikes pierced, and wind blades shrieked. The overwhelming magical assault completely enveloped the One-eyed Liu and his companions. Damn! How does he have so many talismans? The lean monkey shrieked, desperately dodging left and right. A wind blade grazed his protective light, dimming it significantly, and an ice spike opened a bloody gash on his waist. The Iron Tower man roared, repeatedly relying on his tough skin and body-refining techniques to endure, but after 3 or 4 fireballs struck him, he was left covered in soot and dirt, his protective golden light wavering violently, blood seeping from his mouth. The One-eyed Liu, the most cunning of the 3, immediately dropped to the ground and rolled, hastily activating a damaged small shield to protect his vital points. Even so, he was shaken by the residual waves of magic. This was not a battle of magic. It was clearly an assault with spirit stones. "I have a bit of knowledge in talismans," Qian Yi said leisurely as the 3 were rendered dazed. "In the realm of cultivation, the 4 arts of pills, talismans, formations, and tools, the most troublesome encounters in the wild are undoubtedly with talisman practitioners. For you can never know how many talismans are hidden in their storage bags. Talismans, they are instant-use methods that don't require hand seals or incantations, nor the use of one's internal energy. Fellow Taoist, talisman master, we were blind. Please spare us." As Qian Yi's talismans seemed endless, He flicked out another thick stack, causing the one-eyed Lu to lose all composure and beg for mercy. "Grandpa, we were wrong. We want dare again." The lean monkey rolled and crawled, his pants already soaked. The Iron Tower man was struck in the back by a fireball, his skin torn, collapsing to the ground and unable to rise. "Spare you." Chun-Yi paused. But thinking about how these three were clearly seasoned killers, accepting them as subordinates would mean sleeping with one eye open at night. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi unleashed dozens of attack talismans. The thunderous explosion of magical light completely drowned out the cries and pleas for mercy from the one-eyed Lu and his companions. As the smoke cleared, only 3 charred and mangled bodies remained, along with the scattered remnants of broken magical artifacts. Chun-Yi expressionlessly gestured, and the 3 storage bags along with the few broken magical artifacts fell into his hands. He casually erased their marks, quickly examined them, and tossed them into his own storage bag, hanging a few more storage bags back at his waist. The contents combined were likely worth less than the talismans he had just used, but he didn't care. As Chun-Yi walked back to the Misty Valley camp, the surrounding air seemed to stagnate for a moment. This was the effect he wanted. He feigned a look of regret, saying, "Those fellows just now entered the forest wanting to spar with me, but I didn't expect their cultivation to be lacking, and one slip. Alas, what a pity." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly spread throughout this corner of the camp. The slight hint of regret and apology in his tone, combined with the storage bags at his waist, and the faint residual magical fluctuations still lingering around him, made all who heard feel a chill. Spar. Slip. No one would believe that. Everyone present knew the nature of the one-eyed Liu's group. Saying it was a spar was likely just a ruse to kill and rob. Yet the result was that this seemingly tender fat sheep returned unscathed, while the one-eyed Lu and his companions had vanished without a trace. The outcome was evident. Several who had initially been interested, their eyes flickering, immediately discreetly concealed their auras and shifted their gazes. More people began to re-evaluate Chun-Yi, their eyes now filled with solemnity and curiosity. In the mountain, strength was everything. Being able to return unscathed in a 1-against-3 scenario was proof enough of Chun-Yi's prowess. After a long while, a deep voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist, your strength is impressive. Do you plan to join a demon hunting team, or are you looking to establish your own? If you are interested in forming a team, consider our Qingyan squad." Chun-Yi looked toward the speaker and saw a tall, sturdy man with dark skin, his aura steady. Though his gaze was scrutinizing, it bore no malice. Chun-Yi cupped his hands in response. "Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. I actually intend to form my own team and make some long-term plans." Upon hearing this, the sturdy man nodded knowingly, said nothing further, and merely clasped his fists before retreating back into the crowd. As Chun-Yi spoke, the atmosphere in the corner of the camp shifted again. Forming a team. Such words were easy to say, but in this life-or-death Misty Valley, who knew how difficult it was for a new team to establish itself? Either the leader must possess formidable strength and enough prestige to command respect and gather a group of seasoned fighters, or they must be experienced and familiar with the distribution of demon beasts in the mountains, leading the team to the right places and earning trust through tangible gains and fair distributions. This young man before them, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, had just used some unknown means to eliminate the one-eyed Lu and his companions. His strength was decent, but far from enough to make people willingly submit. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet no one dared to underestimate Chun-Yi any longer. However, while many were merely observers, few were genuinely moved. The old demon hunters had long since grown accustomed to the rhythms and distributions of their existing teams. Unless there were substantial benefits or deep bonds, they would not easily switch allegiances. Chun-Yi took note of the crowd's expressions and was not surprised. What he sought were not these worldly-wise veterans. The new talents emerging from various markets like himself were his primary targets. Finding a relatively flat area in the center of the camp, he said little. From his storage bag, he took out a prepared wooden sign and planted it in the ground. The sign simply bore a few lines: recruiting demon hunting team members, no conditions. Rules follow orders, rewards distributed according to effort. With the sign set up, he did not shout or call out. He merely sat cross-legged, closed his eyes to rest, adopting an attitude of willing participants are welcome. Surrounding the Wuhuan mountain range, the markets are densely packed, and every day countless cultivators breaking through to the midstage enter these woods filled with both crises and opportunities, driven by their thirst for resources and cultivation. These newcomers emerging from the outer markets lack experience and magical tools. Upon entering the mountains, they are completely blind, often following seasoned teams, and those lucky enough might scavenge a few leftovers while the unfortunate become fodder for the beasts. What Chun-Yi awaits are precisely these individuals. Sure enough, less than half an hour after the sign was erected, the first person hesitantly approached. He appeared to be a young man in his early 20s, still bearing a hint of childishness in his features, dressed in faded coarse cloth, and not even carrying a storage bag, only a patched old cloth sack slung over his shoulder. After hesitating in front of the wooden sign for a moment, he lowered his voice and asked, "Senior, Are you recruiting? Chani opened his eyes and calmly scanned him. Yes. Have you read the conditions on the sign clearly? The young man hurriedly nodded. I have. But? Senior, my cultivation has just reached the 4th level of chi refinement, and I've never hunted beasts in the mountains. I don't have any magical tools. Are you really accepting me? His voice grew softer, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Chani nodded, his tone indifferent. Yes. The sign states it is unconditional. Hearing this, the young man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, but he still found it hard to believe. Then, what do I need to do? How is the reward? Distributed according to effort. Follow orders, stay alive, and do your best, Chen Yi replied succinctly. The distribution will be based on my evaluation of your effort and performance in battle. It won't be less than any seasoned team. As for the magical tools, I can lend you one in the beginning. Really? The young man looked up sharply. Really? Chen Yi nodded, taking out a Yinsha needle from his storage bag and placing it on the ground. This is for trial use. If you leave midway or betray the team, I will reclaim it. If you stay and perform adequately, it can be sold to you at a discount after 3 months. The young man's breath quickened, his eyes fixed on the magical tool on the ground, his throat bobbing. A low-grade magical tool could take years of savings for a wandering cultivator from the outer markets. He gritted his teeth, clasped his fists, and bowed. Lin Bin am willing to follow you, senior. I will do my utmost and never betray you. Chani nodded and tossed him the Yinsha needle. All right, consider yourself in. Take it and familiarize yourself. Lin Bin took the Yinsha needle, feeling its icy coldness. The needle was long, slender, and dark with a faint glimmer of ghostly light. He cautiously infused it with his spiritual power, clumsily attempting to refine it, excitement hard to conceal on his face. With Lin Bin as the first example, a few more individuals gradually approached afterward. Most of them were newcomers similar to Lin Bin, having recently broken through to the 4th level of chi refinement, struggling out of the outer markets with nothing to their names and no teams wanting them. Chen Yi welcomed everyone. As long as they were at the 4th level of chi refinement, he accepted them all, each borrowing a Yinsha needle temporarily with the same conditions as Lin Bin. Within just half a day, Chen Yi's team had already gathered 4 members. Apart from Lin Bin, the new recruit named Zhao, who was sturdy with a simple appearance, practicing an earth-based technique, his minor spell being Earth Spike technique. Another named Sun Qing was small in stature but had lively eyes. He claimed to know a little about tracking beast trails, practicing a wood-based technique with his minor spell being binding technique. As for Lin Bin, he practiced a fire-based technique, his minor spell being fireball technique. The team was set up, and Chen Yi spent a few spirit stones to inquire about the Black Wind team's base in the valley, moving in directly. For several consecutive days, the cultivators in the Fog Valley camp noticed that the newly formed Chen's demon hunting team showed no signs of entering the mountains. Every morning they could see the young leader, surnamed Chen, leading 3 newcomers practicing magical tools and coordination on a clearing at the edge of the camp. Though it was called practice to the seasoned demon hunters accustomed to bloodshed, it was rather an eyesore. The 3 newcomers struggled even with the most basic item manipulation techniques. Their timing and control of spiritual power were utterly chaotic. The Yinsha needle either flew out weakly and fell to the ground midway due to lack of spiritual power, or it suddenly accelerated, shooting up into the sky, nearly injuring passersby and eliciting a few curses. As for coordination, that was even further from the mark. Often with a single command from Chen Yi, the 3 would be in a flurry, prompting onlookers to shake their heads. Is this really demon hunting? This isn't just playing house, is it? Someone scoffed. With this level, if they enter the mountains and encounter a boar, they'll be wiped out. What was that Chun kid thinking? Recruiting such novices and wasting time practicing. With this time, they might as well head out and take a chance. Dying would at least be a lesson learned. Naturally, Chun Yi heard the discussions in the camp but remained unconcerned. He consistently trained Lin Bin and the others every day without fail. However, as time passed under Chun Yi's stern reprimands and strict demands, the 3 made slow but visible progress. At least they could manage a basic form of cooperation. Captain, when are we going into the mountains? On the evening of the 7th day, Lin Bin put away the flying needle, wiped his sweat, and couldn't help but ask. Chun Yi sat cross-legged on a piece of green stone, polishing his spirit sword, and without raising his head replied, "What's wrong?" "Can't wait." Chun Yi sat cross-legged on a piece of green stone, polishing his spirit sword, and without raising his head replied, "What's wrong?" "Can't wait. Think you've trained enough?" Lin Bin's face flushed. He stammered, "It's not. It's just, we have to go into the mountains and take a look. Otherwise it feels uncertain." Feeling uncertain is correct. Chun Yi sheathed his sword, glancing at the 3. "What you need in the mountains is this sense of uncertainty. Beasts won't give you time to prepare. They won't teach you coordination. With your current skills, if you encounter something slightly troublesome, you'll just be delivering yourself to the beasts." Chun Yi stood up, dusting off his clothes. "But it's time to take you to see some blood. Tomorrow morning we go into the mountains. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the three lifted their eyes filled with both anxiety and suppressed excitement. The next day, as dawn broke, the four departed from the Fog Valley camp and plunged into the vast mountain woods. They chose not to venture deep, but moved along a relatively gentle hilly area at the camp's periphery under Chan Yi's guidance. This was a public hunting ground often referred to as the beginner zone, where most active beasts were second-level low-grade with strengths roughly equivalent to the fourth level of Qi refinement. All four were newcomers, and Chan Yi himself had no confidence in whether they would find any beasts. Fortunately, Sun Qing's tracking skills proved somewhat effective. He crouched beside a thicket, carefully examining the trampled grass stems and shallow hoofprints in the soil, lowering his voice to say, "Captain, based on the tracks, it looks like a pig-like monster passed by not long ago heading east. It should be quite large." Chun Yi nodded. "Good, let's follow it. Zhao, who lead the way and watch your step and the sides. Sun Qing, continue tracking. Lin Bin, stay in the middle. I'll bring up the rear. Everyone stay alert and maintain formation. No moving the magic tools without my command." The four carefully followed the tracks, cautiously tracking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Ahead, the trees began to thin out, revealing a small clearing among the woods. At the edge of the clearing stood a wild boar-like monster about 10 feet tall, covered in dark blue short fur with two long white tusks protruding from its mouth. It was lowering its head, rooting around the base of a plant. It was indeed a low-tier second-grade monster, the Ironback Mountain Boar. Its temperament is relatively mild compared to other second-grade monsters, but when enraged, its charge is extremely powerful. Its tough skin and meat along with its tusks can be used to create low-tier magic tools. "Lucky us," Chan Yi whispered. "Let's use what we've practiced these past few days." Zhao, who used the earth spike technique to interfere with it and restrict its movement. Sun Qing, wait for the right moment to use binding technique. Lin Bin, once its restricted, aim for its eyes or throat with the Yin Sha needle. Follow my command. The three swallowed nervously, their palms slightly sweating. Go. Zhao, who took a deep breath, his magic energy surging within, and pressed forcefully down towards the ground. The soil beneath the Ironback Mountain Boar shifted, and with a series of thuds, three thick, sharp, earth-colored stone spikes suddenly burst forth. The Ironback Mountain Boar, caught off guard, was nicked on its hind leg by one of the spikes. Though it didn't pierce its thick skin, it still let out an angry roar, and abruptly turned around, its red eyes locking onto Zhao, who its hind hooves digging into the ground as it prepared to charge. Just then, Sun Qing's binding technique took effect. Vines as thick as an infant's arm burst forth from the ground beside the Ironback Mountain Boar, ensnaring one of its front legs and part of its body. The Ironback Mountain Boar struggled violently, the vines creaking ominously as they threatened to snap. "Lin Bin!" Chun Yi shouted. Lin Bin had already summoned the Yin Sha needle, suspended before him. Upon hearing the command, he clenched his teeth and poured most of his magic power into the needle, fiercely pointing it at the boar's crimson eye. Go! The Yin Sha needle transformed into an almost imperceptible dark light shooting forth. However, Lin Bin was too nervous, and his aim was slightly off. The dark light struck with a thud, embedding deeply into the thick hide of the Ironback Mountain Boar's neck, nearly half buried in flesh. The Ironback Mountain Boar let out a deafening wail, the intense pain triggering its ferocity. Its body sparkled with a green light, and it violently broke free from Sun Qing's vines. Disregarding everything, it lowered its head tusks, aimed directly at Lin Bin, who had just attacked, and was the most visible target, charging forward with a thunderous momentum. Its speed was several times faster than before. Not good. Zhao Hu and Sun Qing's faces turned pale. Lin Bin was so scared that he stood frozen, forgetting to dodge. At that moment, when the Ironback Mountain Boar's vicious tusks were less than 10 feet away from Lin Bin, a yellowish light shield suddenly appeared before him. The shield was ancient in design, faintly displaying a turtle shell pattern. It was indeed a mid-tier defensive magic tool. The Xian Gui shield. Bang! A muffled sound echoed like the tolling of a giant bell. The Ironback Mountain Boar's tusks collided harshly against the Xian Gui shield, the earth-yellow aura rippling violently, yet it firmly absorbed the brute force capable of shattering stone. The violent shockwave spread outwards, stirring up dust from the ground. Lin Bin was pushed back several steps by the shockwave, falling onto the ground, his face as pale as paper. The Ironback Mountain Boar also felt disoriented from the backlash, its charge abruptly halted, shaking its head as it let out painful gasps. "What are you standing there for?" This dazed attack, Chun Yi shouted to the three, while summoning his spirit light sword. This was also his first hunt. Despite appearing calm, he felt quite excited inside. In his past life, he had never experienced such thrilling activities. Without waiting for the stunned trio to react, he maneuvered the spirit light sword towards the Ironback Mountain Boar's throat. The Ironback Mountain Boar, still reeling from the backlash, had Lin Bin's Yin Sha needle still embedded in its neck, causing it great pain, but its ferocity only intensified. As a green sword light came piercing towards it, it let out a shriek, not dodging at all. Its dark blue short fur bristled, shimmering with a layer of iron-gray luster, especially its broad and sturdy back, which gleamed more fiercely, almost revealing a metallic quality. This was the Ironback mountain boar's innate defensive technique, allowing it to instantaneously harden its back fur in moments of crisis to withstand attacks. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flew. The sharpness of the mid-tier flying sword was actually halted by the beast's innate defense. It left only a white mark. What a hard back! Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. The other three, seeing Chun-Yi engaging with the monster, suddenly reacted. They all summoned their own Insha needles, launching spells at the creature. Why did Chun-Yi choose to use this magic tool? It was because this thing was insidious enough, and although its power was slightly weaker, it carried paralyzing toxins. The spot where Lin Bin had stabbed earlier was already oozing purple-black poisonous blood, and the paralyzing effect was slowly spreading. Several flying needles targeted vulnerable spots like the eyes and ears. With Chun-Yi holding the front and the three behind using underhanded tactics, even this Ironback mountain boar, no matter how tough its skin and meat, could not withstand such relentless attacks. Under the influence of the toxin, the Ironback mountain boar's movements began to slow, and the iron-gray defensive luster flickered uncertainly. Chun-Yi seized the moment, slicing open its weaker underbelly with a sword, eviscerating it. Blood mixed with entrails gushed forth, and the Ironback mountain boar let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. Chun-Yi sheathed his sword, exhaling a long breath. For the first time without using talismans and relying solely on his own strength, he had hunted a monster, and it felt truly different. Did we really take down a second-grade monster? Zhao Hu murmured. Lin Bin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile, as he said, "We almost got taken down by it. If it weren't for the captain." His unfinished words conveyed a palpable sense of relief and gratitude towards Chun-Yi. Sun Qing, being more astute, had already begun to inspect the monster's corpse. "Captain, this Ironback mountain boar is in good condition, its tusks intact, and its hide can also be used. It should be worth quite a bit of spirit stones." "Stop chattering. There are tools inside the storage pouch. Hurry up and process it." "Do I have to do it myself?" Chun-Yi tossed a storage pouch to each of the three. The three hurriedly caught the storage pouches, each taking out short knives, bone saws, and skinning brushes, awkwardly surrounding the boar's corpse to begin processing. Chun-Yi stood to the side, his gaze scanning the deep woods around them, wary of any unwelcome guests that might be drawn in by the scent of blood. After half an hour of clumsy work, the three finally managed to roughly dismember the boar. The tusks, the entire hide, several choice cuts of hind leg meat, and a few usable internal organs for medicinal purposes were all carefully wrapped in oilcloth and stuffed into the storage pouches. Once the three had finished tidying up, they handed their storage pouches to Chun-Yi. He did not take them, glancing at them and saying, "You can borrow them for now." The others were taken aback, then, their faces lit up with disbelief. Although the storage pouches were only the lowest-grade storage magic tools with limited space, they were extremely valuable assets for wandering cultivators coming out from the outer towns. Chun-Yi just casually gave them away. "Captain, this..." Lin Bin held the dusty little pouch, looking flustered. Chun-Yi waved his hand. "These three storage pouches are ones I obtained from those blind fools. Keeping them just takes up space. They're perfect for you to use. In the future, the spoils from our mountain expeditions, except for particularly valuable large items, will be temporarily managed by you. We'll sell them for spirit stones and distribute them equally." Chun-Yi's words stirred an indescribable warmth in the hearts of Lin Bin and the others. The pretense of occupying space was false. This trust was genuine. In the mountains, it isn't just newcomers like them. Even many veterans have to surrender most of their hard-earned gains to the captain for unified management. This is to prevent anyone from hiding private spoils, and also serves as a means of controlling the team. Someone like Chun-Yi, who distributes storage artifacts immediately after hunting the first prey, and allows them to keep their spoils, is truly rare. "Thank you, Captain." Zhao, who the most honest among them, immediately cupped his fists in gratitude. Sun Qing also solemnly bowed, carefully tying the storage pouch around his waist. Lin Bin took a deep breath, secured the storage pouch closely, and said in a serious tone, "Rest assured, Captain, we will never let you down." "All right, enough of this pretense." Chun-Yi waved his hand, interrupting their declarations. "Have you finished packing? If so, let's move quickly." The three of them immediately focused their minds and quickly left the clearing with Chun-Yi. Upon returning to the Mist Valley camp, the veterans were surprised to see that Chun-Yi had brought the entire team back safely. A few veteran demon hunters lounging at the edge of the camp exchanged glances. Did they really get lucky? Not a single one lost. That Chun kid looks calm and collected, not like someone who has just fought a tough battle. Could it be they just took a stroll outside? Hey, how far can you go with 3 deadweight? They probably didn't even see a steelback mountain pig, and just came back after catching a few worthless demon rabbits, right? These remarks drifted into Chun-Yi's ears, but he made no rebuttal and led the three to the procurement point. The procurement point was set up on one side of the camp against the mountainside, a semi-open wooden shed, filled with processed demon beast materials, the mixed odors emanating from it. The shed owner was a scruffy plump cultivator squinting as he leaned back in a recliner. Upon seeing Chan Yi and the others enter, he merely lifted his eyelids but did not move. "We've got goods to sell," Chan Yi said succinctly. Lin Bin and the others hurriedly stepped forward, taking out the materials they had wrapped in their storage pouches and placing them on the darkened wooden table in the center of the shed. The onlookers who had initially gathered to watch slowly encircled them, eager to see what these newcomers would bring back from their first venture into the mountains. As the nearly 3-foot-long blood-stained yet pristine tusks of the steelback mountain pig and the slightly damaged but largely intact dark blue pigskin were laid out, a faint hiss sounded in the shed. "Hey, it really is a steelback mountain pig. Looks like it's an adult," someone whispered. "To hunt something like this while carrying 3 deadweights shows some skill." Another chimed in, looking at Chan Yi with a more serious expression. The plump cultivator also sat up straight, carefully inspecting the materials, especially the tusks and pigskin. He weighed them in his hands and checked the cutting and processing methods. Though slightly unrefined, the key parts were intact, which was passable. The tusks are in good condition, the skin has a few tears, and the processing is a bit rough. The plump cultivator squinted, leisurely counting. "A pair of tusks, 10 spirit stones. A whole skin, it'll give you 6 spirit stones. These few pieces of leg meat have decent spiritual energy, 3 spirit stones. The miscellaneous entrails add up to 5 spirit stones. A total of 24 spirit stones." Hearing this quote, Lin Bin and the others gasped, their eyes lighting up. 24 spirit stones. For them, this was almost equivalent to a year's worth of income gathering herbs outside the mountains. Excluding expenses, it would take 2 to 3 years to save that much. Chan Yi nodded. "All right, let's go with this price." The plump cultivator looked at Chan Yi with a hint of surprise. This young man was quite straightforward, unlike those who quibble over every detail and can drag things out for a mere fraction. He nodded and counted out 24 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, clattering them onto the table. Chan Yi did not move and said to Lin Bin and the others, "You 3 can split it." The 3 of them were momentarily stunned, doubting their ears. "See, Captain." Zhao, who exclaimed wide-eyed, This isn't right. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even be hunting demons." Chun Yi replied in a calm tone, "Since it's the first time seeing blood, consider it a reward from me. Future gains will follow the rules." 24 low-grade spirit stones aren't a small amount for a mid-stage chi refining loose cultivator, but for Chan Yi it's far less valuable than buying the hearts of these 3 people. Lin Bin swallowed hard, his eyes reddening, and finally clasped his fists heavily, saying, "Captain, my life from now on belongs to you." Sun Qing and Zhao, who also excitedly followed suit, in bowing. Chan Yi waved his hand. "Enough of this. Go back and rest, get your condition back. We continue tomorrow." After saying that, Chan Yi turned and walked towards the residence. The 3 behind him quickly divided the spirit stones, carefully storing them away before jogging to catch up. In the following months, Chan Yi led the team into the mountains, every day still operating in the novice area. Today, they hunted a pig, tomorrow they hunted a wolf. Due to the actual combat, Chan Yi became increasingly proficient in controlling several artifacts, shedding the initial clumsiness and gradually acquiring a sense of smoothness. The other 3 also made significant progress, shedding their initial naivety and panic, their eyes gradually gaining the vigilance and fierceness characteristic of demon hunters. Their coordination shifted from initial chaos to a semblance of order. Each of them had accumulated about 100 or 80 spirit stones. One evening, after processing the hunted prey and returning to the camp, Chan Yi called the 3 to him. "Your performance over these 3 months is barely passable. As I mentioned before, if you want those 3 yin sha needles, you can buy them at a discounted price." The 3 shook their heads in unison. Lin Bin took a step forward and sincerely said, "Captain, it would be a tremendous favor for you to sell us these artifacts at cost price. But, after discussing amongst ourselves, we have managed to save some spirit stones during this time thanks to your guidance, and we want to gather a bit more to directly exchange for a more suitable low-grade artifact. Though the Insha needles are good, they are ultimately used for sneak attacks. They lack a bit of punch for direct combat." Zhao Hu and Sun Qing quickly nodded in agreement. Chun Yi, upon hearing this, felt slightly surprised, but then understood. These 3 months of honing had indeed broadened their horizons and sharpened their thoughts. He nodded, "That's a good idea. All right, tomorrow I will take you to the market to pick some out. However, artifacts are not cheap. Your little savings might only be enough for each of you to buy a decent one." The 3 of them displayed expressions of both pain and anticipation. Low-grade artifacts usually cost between 50 and 100 low-grade spirit stones, and each of them had about 70 or 80 spirit stones, which was indeed only enough to buy one at best, and it had to be an ordinary one. But having a truly personal artifact held a completely different significance. "Thank you, Captain. Go on, rest early. We set off tomorrow at dawn." The next morning, Chan Yi led the 3 of them out of the Mist Valley, heading towards the nearest medium-sized market. Compared to the Pinganfang where Chan Yi had previously stayed, this medium-sized market named Qingyanfang was clearly more organized and bustling. The streets were paved with blue stone slabs, and shops lined both sides displaying an array of signs selling pills, magical artifacts, talismans, and materials. The air was filled with a faint aroma of medicine, the scent of iron and fire, and the mixed spiritual energy unique to spirit materials. There were evidently more cultivators coming and going with varying strengths, but overall the level was noticeably higher than that of Pingonfang. Not familiar with the place, Chun-Yi casually chose a seemingly impressive weapon shop and led the three of them inside. The shop was brightly lit and the air was infused with a faint scent of fire. On several rows of ebony shelves, various magical artifacts were neatly displayed: swords, blades, spears, axes, shields, bells, mirrors. The variety was abundant, most radiating different colors of spiritual light, clearly not ordinary items. Seeing customers arrive, a middle-aged man in a clean short jacket, looking like the manager, immediately came forward, wearing a professional smile. "What can I do for you, fellow Taoists? Our shop has a complete range of magical artifacts, high-quality, fair prices, and we are honest with everyone." Chun-Yi tilted his chin towards Lin Bin, and the others. "They want to purchase suitable low-grade magical artifacts. Please give them some recommendations." The manager glanced at Lin Bin and the others, noting their ordinary clothing. Although their auras were relatively solid, it was clear they were just casual cultivators freshly emerged from the mountains, and he understood their situation. His smile remained unchanged as he led the group to a row of shelves further inside. The magical artifacts on this row had a softer spiritual light and were the most numerous. "Fellow Taoists, please take a look. These are all premium items among low-grade magical artifacts. We have everything for offense, defense, and support." The manager pointed to the shelves and introduced, "May I ask what types of magical arts you are primarily cultivating, and what kinds of magical artifacts do you usually use?" This was Lin Bin and the others' first time in such a formal magical artifact shop. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons before them, they felt both excited and somewhat at a loss. Glancing towards Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi replied, "One of them is fire-based, another is earth-based, and the last is wood-based. Each should choose a suitable item for offense, defense, and support. It needs to be practical, nothing flashy or useless." "Understood, understood." The manager nodded, repeatedly reaching for a red short sword from the shelf, its blade faintly displaying flame patterns. "This fire-type, fellow Taoist, please take a look. This is the Crimson Flame Sword, forged from red copper, mixed with a bit of flame-patterned iron, possessing a slight burning power and providing a minor boost to fire-type magical arts. When activated, the blade heats up and ordinary beast hides will char upon contact. It is priced at 85 spirit stones." He then picked up a small shield, yellowish and covered in cracked patterns. This is the rock tortoise shield, primarily made from the shell of a century-old rock tortoise, mixed with heavy iron sand during refinement. Its defensive power is considered outstanding among low-grade magical artifacts, especially resistant to blunt strikes and earth-type spells. It is priced at 92 spirit stones. Finally, he retrieved a green long rope which was flexible and seemed like a living vine. This is the green spirit rope, made from a 100-year-old demon vine refined through secret methods. It is exceptionally flexible. After infusing it with wood-type mana, it can stretch and contract freely, excellent for binding and climbing. It is priced at 78 spirit stones. The three magical artifacts were laid out before them. Lin Bin stared at the Crimson Flame Sword. Zhao, who looked at the rock tortoise shield, and Sun Qing couldn't take his eyes off the green spirit rope. Chun-Yi stepped forward to pick up the three magical artifacts, in turn infusing mana for a brief inspection. The manager noticed Chun-Yi's skilled movements and steady aura, and a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes, realizing that this person truly knew the trade, making his attitude even more respectful. "The quality is acceptable and the refinement techniques are quite proper," Chun-Yi commented as he put the artifacts back. "What about the prices?" The manager smiled. "Fellow Taoist, you are indeed a connoisseur. These three items are all well regarded in our shop, and the prices are already quite reasonable. However, if you fellows purchase all three at once, I can make a decision and offer you a round number, 250 low-grade spirit stones." The price was 250 spirit stones. Lin Bin and the others' hearts raced upon hearing this. The three of them together only had a little over 200, still short by nearly 50. Chun-Yi was well aware of how much they could afford. After pondering for a moment, he took out a small pile of spirit stones from his storage bag, exactly 50, and placed them on the counter. "This is the price. The rest let them pay themselves." "Captain," Lin Bin and the others exclaimed, their eyes slightly moist. 50 spirit stones were not a small sum for them, and Chun-Yi had just covered the gap. "What? Do you think you can't repay me? Just pay me back in a few months." Chun-Yi shot them a sideways glance. "Or do you think I am meddling too much, and you don't want me to worry as your captain?" No, Captain, that's not what we mean." Lin Bin hurriedly waved his hands, his voice trembling slightly. This is too much. Enough with the nonsense." Chun-Yi waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and pay, we need to get back after buying. If you dawdle any longer, I won't care anymore." The three exchanged glances, seeing the excitement and determination in each other's eyes. They no longer hesitated, each taking out their saved spirit stones from their pockets, counting them carefully, and placing them with Chan Yi's pile. The manager smiled as he counted, confirming everything was correct, and then handed each of them their respective magical artifacts. Fellow Taoists, the transaction is complete. I wish you all good luck in hunting demons and abundant wealth. After purchasing the magical artifacts, the three of them were eagerly admiring their new possessions, their faces filled with excitement and gratitude. However, Chen Yi did not let them linger. He waved his hand and said, "Put your things away. Don't just stand there grinning. They'll take you to have some fun." The three of them were taken aback for a moment, then their faces showed expressions of anticipation mixed with. They had heard of the prosperity of Qing Yanfang, but for the past few months they had either been hunting demons or cultivating saving spirit stones to buy magical artifacts, never daring to think about having fun. Channy didn't explain much, leading them straight through several bustling streets, finally stopping in front of a rather imposing. The building was 3 stories high with flying eaves and raised corners. A golden sign reading Byway Restaurant hung above the entrance, and a chi refining stage. Attendant welcomed guests with enthusiasm. The enticing aroma of food mixed with a hint of fragrant spirit wine wafted out, making one's fingers itch with hunger. Captain, this place." Sun Qing, smelling the aroma, swallowed hard, looking hesitantly at Chen Yi. At a glance, Byway Restaurant appeared to be quite expensive. It was unlikely they could afford even a decent dish with the few scattered spirit stones they had left after buying the magical artifacts. "What are you afraid of? Today the captain treats." Chen Yi glanced at him and stepped inside. The attendant at the entrance had a keen eye, seeing Chen Yi's calm demeanor, despite his ordinary clothing, and the 3 behind him, while slightly shabby, had sharp eyes and an energetic spirit. He knew they were hunters, often risking their lives in the mountains. Such guests typically wouldn't be extravagant, but wouldn't be stingy either, especially after having just made a haul. A smile spread across his face as he bowed and led the 4 inside. The spacious lobby on the first floor was bustling with noise, filled with all kinds of cultivators, most bearing mixed auras, likely casual cultivators or small teams. The air was thick with the mixed scents of strong liquor, roasted meat, and sweat, loud and rough. However, Chan Yi did not linger, asking the attendant, "Are there private rooms upstairs?" The attendant's eyes lit up, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Yes, please follow me upstairs." The second floor was noticeably much quieter, with folding screens and bamboo curtains, dividing it into several semi-open small rooms, creating a much more elegant environment. The attendants guided them to a private room by the window, from which a glimpse of the street scene in the market could be seen. Soon a middle-aged man who appeared to be in charge personally came over to greet them, handing them a jade slip menu. Chan Yi did not look at it, but instructed the steward to pass the menu to the 3 others. "Don't dawdle, just order what you want." Lin Bin and the others took the jade slip and scanned it with their spiritual sense, their faces suddenly showing a hint of awkwardness. The dishes listed in the jade slip had elegant names and exceptional ingredients, and the prices marked in spirit stones left them astonished. Even the most ordinary spiritual rice cost 1 spirit stone per bowl. The signature dishes that cost dozens of spirit stones were simply beyond their imagination. "Captain, this is too expensive." Zhao, who scratched his head, his honest face filled with pain. "How about we find another place?" Chan Yi snorted, reached for the jade slip, tossed it casually into the steward's arms, and instructed, "Don't mind them. Get the signature spiritual dishes here, 7 or 8 hearty dishes with meat and fish, and bring a good quality spirit wine, something strong. Hurry up." The steward's face broke into a wide smile as he repeatedly responded, "All right. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests, I will be right back." After bowing, he quickly left to make arrangements. "Captain, how many spirit stones will this cost?" Lin Bin still felt uneasy. He knew the captain was good to them, but spending so much made him feel guilty. Chan Yi picked up the spirit tea just poured by the attendant, took a sip, and said lightly, "Hunting monsters and risking our lives isn't earning spirit stones meant to be spent. Are you just going to hoard them, burying them in a coffin? Today's meal is both a reward for your hard work over the past few months and a celebration for the new magical tools you've acquired. In the future, as we venture into the mountains, we will hunt even fiercer monsters and earn more spirit stones, so broaden your horizons. When it's time to fight hard, fight hard. When it's time to enjoy, don't neglect yourselves." The 3 exchanged glances but showed no signs of being moved. They all knew too well how hard it was to earn spirit stones after crawling out of that muddy place in the outer market. After buying the magical tools this time and repaying Chen Yi's debt, they would definitely spend all their spirit stones on the advanced cultivation Huang Yadan. Sun Qing looked at Chen Yi, hesitating several times, finally unable to resist leaning forward and lowering his voice to advise, "Captain, we remember your kindness. But this Baimiao restaurant's spiritual dishes are truly extravagant. A single meal might cost 30 to 40 spirit stones. As wandering cultivators, money is hard to come by. We should save where we can. This amount of spirit stones could be used to buy Huang Yadan, which would help you save half a month's worth of hard cultivation." Chen Yi was waiting for this remark. He shook his head and chuckled. Huang Yadan. He waved his hand on the table, and dozens of porcelain bottles appeared. What do you think this is? Lin Bin and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what their captain was trying to reveal. Sun Qing took a deep breath, picked up a bottle, uncorked it, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just smelling it made him feel a hint of agitation in his internal mana. Sun Qing's hand trembled slightly as he looked at the densely packed porcelain bottles on the table, his voice shaking. Captain, are these Huang Yadan? Lin Bin and Zhao, who were completely stunned, their minds going blank. More than a dozen bottles of Huang Yadan. How much would that be worth in spirit stones? Where did the captain get so many? Chan Yi casually put all the bottles away. I have a friend who is an alchemist, a life-and-death friendship. This Huang Yadan is priced at 40 spirit stones each in the market, but I can get it from my friend for the acquisition price, which is only 30 spirit stones each. This little expense is nothing to worry about. The three were completely dumbfounded, even forgetting to breathe. 30 spirit stones each. Market price 40. The price difference. They were not unaware of Huang Yadan market price, and it was precisely because they knew that they were even more shocked. The captain not only managed to acquire such a large quantity of pills, but he also got them at a price far below market value. What kind of life-and-death friendship could allow for this? Sun Qing suddenly recalled that the captain's cultivation speed had far exceeded their expectations in the past few months, and the source was right here. With such ample supplies of pills, how could the cultivation speed not be fast? Lin Bin thought even deeper. The captain was willing to share such secrets with them. This trust had grown heavy enough to make it hard for them to repay. Seeing the expressions of the three, Chan Yi felt a secret joy in his heart. After bestowing a favor, the next step was to entice with profit. So don't worry about the spirit stones for me. Chan Yi picked up the teacup again, his tone calm, as if what he had just revealed was not a treasure worth hundreds of spirit stones, but merely a few stones you should eat when it's time to eat and spend when it's time to spend. When you have money to buy pills, don't go outside or just come to me, and I will still sell them to you at 30 spirit stones each. This sentence rang in the ears of the three like a thunderclap. 30 spirit stones. To buy a piece of Huang Yadan? In the market, the listed price for Huang Yadan was always 40. For them, these low-level wandering cultivators trying to gather enough spirit stones to buy a single piece of auxiliary cultivation would require frugality and risking their lives for half a month just to barely manage it. And here with the captain, not only was there a stable channel, but the price was also so low. Sun Qing, however, was sharper, and with a quick thought he said, Captain, if you have this channel, why bother hunting monsters? You could just sell pills in the Mist Valley for 38 or 9 spirit stones, and I'm sure people would be scrambling to buy. Sun Qing's words took Lin Bin and Zhao Hu by surprise before their eyes brightened. This would be much faster and safer than hunting monsters. Chan Yi glanced at Sun Qing, took a sip from his teacup, did not answer directly, but instead asked, what do you think? If I really started a pill business in the Mist Valley, how long could I operate safely? Lin Bin's excitement immediately faded and his brows furrowed. Zhao Hu scratched his head as if he had thought of something. Sun Qing opened his mouth, his expression gradually changing. What kind of place is the Mist Valley? It was a mixed bag where even a few spirit stones could lead to backstabbing from monster hunters. The captain, being in the midst of chi refinement, holding a large number of pills, would be like a child carrying gold through a crowded market if revealed. Would those old foxes lurking around the camp just sit by and watch such a juicy piece of meat? It wouldn't be long before the captain would simply vanish into thin air. I was thinking too far ahead. Sun Qing broke out in a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head. Captain, I was just rambling, please don't. Understandable. Chan Yi interrupted him, his tone calm, but carrying a hint of warning. Hunting monsters earns hard-earned money, but it's also safe money. You eat as much as you can handle. In this world, without some background and strength, flaunting wealth is seeking death. Chan Yi lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. I'm just sharing some insights with you. Don't be too ambitious. With these reasonably priced pills, the right path is to steadily improve your cultivation and hone your combat skills. The three nodded solemnly in agreement. Indeed, strength is fundamental. With Chan Yi securing a steady supply, their cultivation expenses were reduced by a full quarter compared to other rogue cultivators. This advantage ensured that so long as they survived their excursions into the mountains, their cultivation progress would far outpace their peers. Rest assured, Captain. The three exhaled deeply in unison. We shall cultivate with unwavering diligence and never squander this rare opportunity. Just then, the door of the private chamber slid open softly, and several attendants entered, one after another, bearing steaming trays. In an instant, the table was laden with a dazzling array of spirit-infused delicacies, their rich aroma mingling with faint traces of spiritual energy, swiftly filling the entire chamber. A jar of blazing fire brewed from spirit grains was uncorked with a sharp crack, releasing a pungent, mellow fragrance. What are you waiting for? Chan Yi lifted a succulent piece of beef brisket with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, chewed thoughtfully, then nodded. The flavor is passable, and the spiritual energy abundant. It justifies the price. Eat up. At their captain's word, the three, who had long been ravenous from the tantalizing scents, no longer held back and eagerly reached for their chopsticks. After feasting heartily, the group returned to their camp in the Mist Valley. No sooner had the four crossed into the camp's perimeter than several pairs of eyes swept over them, subtle yet unmistakably appraising, especially lingering on the brand-new spirit artifacts clutched in the trio's hands. Humph! A scarred, grizzled man leaning against a wooden post sneered, his voice low but deliberately carrying. They've barely hunted wild boars in the mountains for a few months, and already emptied their coffers on spirit artifacts. What if they break their necks tomorrow, leaving everything to the beasts? His companions chuckled darkly beside him. Lin Bin faltered mid-step, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his crimson flame sword. Zhao, whose eyes flared wide, a spiritual energy pulsed faintly beneath his skin. Sun Qing frowned slightly and tugged gently at Zhao, whose sleeve. Chen Yi, however, walked on as though he'd heard nothing, striding straight toward the modest corner of the camp where his squad's quarters lay. Captain! Lin Bin hurried after him, voice hushed. Just stray barks. Why heed them? Chen Yi glanced sideways, adding coolly, rest well tonight. We enter the mountains again at dawn. Seeing their captain's composure, the three suppressed their simmering anger and returned silently to their quarters. Yet each carried a quiet, burning resolve to grow stronger faster, to silence those who mocked with nothing but idle tongues. With well-suited spirit artifacts now in hand, and mastery swiftly gained, their combat prowess surged dramatically. They could now hunt grade 2 lower-tier demonic beasts unassisted without requiring Chen Yi's intervention. Another day ended in triumph, laden with spoils. Chen Yi divided the spirit stones evenly, then summoned his team to gather around. Grade 2 lower-tier beasts no longer pose any serious threat to you now. His gaze swept across the three. It is time to raise our sights. You mean middle tier? Sun Qing confirmed. Precisely, Chen Yi affirmed. Grade 2 middle-tier beasts possess strength rivaling that of a 5th-stage Qi refinement cultivator, and their materials command far greater value than those of lower-tier beasts. Yet the peril multiplies accordingly. Are you prepared to face it? What is there to fear? Zhao, who growled first. It's high time we tested ourselves against sterner prey. Our coordination has matured, our artifacts have become extensions of our will. And with you leading us, Captain, it is only natural we pursue greater challenges, Lin Bin added firmly. However, Sun Qing said, brow furrowed, middle-tier beasts are scarce within the public hunting grounds. To secure a stable source, we may need to venture into exclusive hunting zones carved out by large established teams. Exclusive hunting zones. Chen Yi tapped his fingers lightly upon the table, thoughtful. Yes, the density and strength of beasts there are markedly higher. Yet entry demands either affiliation with a major faction, or payment of a steep admission fee. So tell me, do you believe it worth pursuing? Captain Lin Bin spoke first. Our quartet's synergy deepens daily, and hunting grade 2 lower-tier beasts yields steady returns. But to advance further, the rewards from middle-tier quarry are indispensable. At this stage, they are vital. Exactly. Zhao, who nodded vigorously. Stagnating against weaker prey yields diminishing returns. Let us press forward, confront fiercer beasts, and temper our skills in the crucible of true danger. Exclusive zones offer both peril and promise, Sun Qing observed calmly. Beyond more ferocious beasts, we must also remain wary of rival teams operating within the same grounds. Yet should we establish ourselves securely, the returns would dwarf those of the public zones. Still, that admission fee. Seeing not hesitation, but fierce, eager resolve. In his team's eyes, Chen Yi made his decision without delay. Then it is settled. I will handle the admission fee. Sun Qing, you possess the sharpest mind among us. Over the next few days, discreetly investigate which exclusive zone maintains relatively fair order, suits small squads like ours, and offers valuable beast species with favorable yield ratios. Understood, Captain. Sun Qing replied with solemn clarity. 5 days later, he returned with intelligence. Captain, I've gathered the details. Sun Qing strode quickly into the timber hut, lowering his voice. 30 li eastward lies the Black Wind Grove, controlled by the Iron Wolf Band, one of the largest exclusive hunting zones nearby. They permit small squads to enter upon payment of spirit stones. 10 lower-tier spirit stones per day. Chen Yi tapped the table once. 10 stones. Steep indeed. What is the Iron Wolf Band's reputation? They abide by rules, but only their own, Sun Qing replied cautiously. Within the grove, they strictly forbid private duels or poaching of others' kills. Violators are expelled and barred permanently. Outside the grove's boundaries, however, they intervene in nothing. Moreover, the fee guarantees entry alone. No protection is offered. Beast strength, survival, and death rest entirely upon the cultivator's shoulders. Fair enough, Chen Yi acknowledged. And what of the beasts within Black Wind Grove? Predominantly grade 2 middle tier, with considerable variety. The most common are the iron-boned mountain apes and shadow-striped leopards, both yielding highly valuable materials. Occasionally Grade 2 upper-tier beasts appear, but these are typically preemptively culled by the Iron Wolf band themselves. Then Blackwind Grove it is, Chun-Yi declared. Sun Qing. Tomorrow at first light proceed to the Iron Wolf band's checkpoint to obtain our entry permits. Purchase 1 day's access only. We'll depart afternoon. Spend the remainder of the day acclimating. No haste. No recklessness. Yes, sir. All three responded in unison, eyes alight with focused intensity. The following afternoon, the four arrived at Blackwind Grove's edge. A rugged watchpost built of raw timber blocked the entrance, guarded lazily by several cultivators clad in gray martial robes, each bearing a snarling wolf insignia embroidered across their chests. Sun Qing stepped forward to negotiate, paid the 10 spirit stones, and received 4 roughly hewn ironwood tokens in return. Keep them safe. If lost, replacement costs 1 spirit stone apiece. The Iron Wolf band's lead guard remarked, casting them a dismissive glance. Chun-Yi accepted the token, cold and coarse to the touch. Its front bore a single engraved character, iron. Its reverse, a simple 4-stand mountain motif. He fastened it to his waist belt, gave a slight nod to his 3 comrades, and stepped forward, crossing the threshold into Blackwind Grove. The light suddenly dimmed. Unlike the sparse public hunting grounds outside, the Blackwind forest was filled with towering ancient trees, entangled vines, and a thick layer of fallen leaves that was soft and silent underfoot. After walking for about a stick of incense, Chun-Yi suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. More than 10 zhang ahead, by a mud pit half hidden by vines, several claw marks of varying depths were clearly visible, and nearby were shrubs violently broken. Shadow-striped leopard passed by not long ago, no more than half an hour ago. Sun Qing crouched down to examine carefully, whispering, from the claw marks it appears to be quite large, likely a formidable character among the mid-tier beasts. Good omen, a good start. Zhao, who licked his lips, his eyes filled with battle intent. Chun-Yi gazed at the traces by the mud pit and nodded slightly. Indeed, it is a shadow-striped leopard, and it's an adult. This creature is extremely fast and excels at ambush. Its fur is valuable. It's perfect for us to practice on. According to the formation we practiced earlier, Zhao, who will be in front, Lin Bin on the left flank, Sun Qing on the right, and I will provide support in the center. Watch out for its tail. Its venom is quite potent, and even a light hit can cause paralysis for a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, the three became even more serious, quickly adjusting their positions, their internal powers flowing slowly, and the new magical tools in their hands faintly glowing. The four advanced, carefully following the tracks for nearly 100 zhang. The scent of decaying soil mixed with a certain beastly stench grew stronger. Stop! Chun-Yi called out in a low voice. Almost simultaneously, the dense bushes on the left suddenly exploded, and a shadow leapt out with a bloody wind, directly targeting Lin Bin on the flank. Its speed was so fast that it resembled a black lightning bolt, barely allowing a glimpse of its flowing shadowy patterns, and a pair of cold yellow vertical pupils. Nice timing! Although Lin Bin was startled, he remained composed. The red flame sword was already charged, and at this moment his magical power surged, causing the sword to emit a hot red glow as he swept horizontally at the shadow. The flames illuminated the oncoming shadow-stripe leopard, which clearly did not expect the prey to react so swiftly. Midair it forcibly twisted its body, its sharp claws barely grazing the red flame sword, producing an ear-piercing clash of metal and the stench of burnt fur. Using its momentum to land, the shadow-stripe leopard crouched low, a threatening growl emanating from its throat, while its tail swayed slowly like a steel whip. At this moment, everyone finally saw its full form, nearly 10 zhang long. Its muscles were smoothly defined and bursting with power, and its dark fur was covered with twisted patterns that seemed to absorb light, giving rise to its name, Shadow-stripe. Surround it! Chun-Yi commanded. Zhao, who had already roared as he charged forward with his shield, the surface of the heavy shield, flashing with earthy yellow spirit light, heavily stomping the ground to raise a cloud of dust, trying to attract the shadow-striped leopard's attention. Sun Qing silently drew out the azure spirit rope, slithering along the ground like a spirit snake, quietly wrapping around the hind legs of the shadow-striped leopard. The shadow-striped leopard seemed to sense the threat from behind, suddenly kicking off, and leaping up the moment the azure spirit rope ensnared it, narrowly avoiding the entrapment. It was astonishingly agile. After landing, it did not pause, twisting its waist, its long tail like a steel whip, creating a sharp sound as it swung violently toward Zhao, who was closest. Watch out for its poisonous tail, Lin Bin hurriedly reminded. Zhao, who had already positioned his heavy shield at his side, the earthy yellow glow intensifying. Bang! A dull thud burst forth, the shield's spirit light rippling violently. Zhao, who felt an immense force surging toward him, causing him to step back 3 times to stabilize his stance, his shield arm feeling numb. The strength of this shadow-striped leopard was greater than expected. After failing its strike, the ferocity in its eyes intensified, its body crouching low as it seemed poised to pounce on the seemingly retreating and unstable Zhao, who. Go! Chun-Yi, who had been observing, intently shouted. The spirit light sword hovering in front suddenly trembled, transforming into a pale golden streak of light that swiftly shot toward the throat of the shadow stripe leopard, which had slightly raised its guard while pouncing. The wild instincts of the shadow stripe leopard provided a frantic warning at the last moment, causing its pounce to hesitate slightly as it attempted to dodge. However, Chun-Yi's long-prepared sword struck at the perfect moment, just as the beast's old strength was spent, and its new strength had not yet emerged, and it was distracted by Zhao, who PFF. The pale golden streak of light skimmed past the fur on the neck of the shadow-striped leopard. Although it did not hit its vital throat, it deeply penetrated its thick shoulder, sending a spray of blood and a painful roar. With its serious injury, the ferocity of the shadow-striped leopard erupted completely. It suddenly turned its head, its cold yellow vertical pupils locking onto Chun-Yi, letting out a low rumbling growl. The flowing shadowy patterns on its body seemed to come alive, beginning to twist and writhe violently, as if thick ink was churning beneath its skin. A chilling obscure aura began to spread, and the surrounding air seemed to stagnate slightly. Be careful. It is activating its bloodline talent. Chun-Yi warned sharply, while unhesitatingly urging the spirit light sword to stab directly at the forehead of the shadow-striped leopard. However, the twisting shadowy patterns on the beast's surface suddenly erupted. Dense shadows surged forth like living beings, rapidly coalescing in front of it, transforming into a swirling vortex that seemed capable of devouring light. Chun-Yi's spirit light sword pierced into this shadowy vortex akin to a cow sinking into the sea. The pale golden glow flickered once before being swiftly consumed and extinguished, only creating a few imperceptible ripples on the vortex's surface before it fell limply to the ground. Shadow Devour. Sun Qing's face changed, clearly recognizing the formidable talent of the shadow-striped leopard. It can temporarily devour and neutralize magical attacks. Retreat quickly, but it was already too late. At the moment the shadow-striped leopard used its talent to neutralize the attack, its coiled body sprang forth like a compressed spring. This time its speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage targeting the greatest threat, Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi flipped his wrist, and the Xiangui shield appeared, instantly expanding to half a person's height, firmly guarding in front of him. The claws of the shadow-striped leopard tore through the air, striking fiercely against the shield's surface. Clang! A painful jarring explosion erupted the surface of the Xiangui shield, flickering with gray spirit light, the shield groaning under the strain, shifting back half a foot. Chun-Yi's shield-bearing arm trembled violently, his blood surging as the ground beneath his feet was pressed into shallow pits. After the shadow-striped leopard's strike missed, its old strength was spent, and its body momentarily hesitated in midair. Die for me! The secondary attacker Lin Bin would not let this golden opportunity slip away. The red flame sword erupted with intense red light, a concentrated line of fire swiftly piercing into the soft side of the shadow-striped leopard exposed during its pounce. The fiery magical power violently invaded, instantaneously burning its internal organs, filling the air with a foul stench of charred flesh and blood. Ow! The shadow-striped leopard let out a mournful howl. Bind! Sun Qing shouted explosively, and the azure spirit rope erupted with dazzling light, tightly ensnaring its hind legs. Seizing the chance, Zhao, who steadied his stance, roaring as he hurled the heavy shield, which flew out with a muffled whoosh, crashing heavily into the waist of the shadow-striped leopard, not aiming to injure, but to thoroughly disrupt its balance. With its hind legs bound and its waist and abdomen struck again, the shadow-striped leopard finally lost its balance, its massive body crashing down with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust and dried leaves. Die! Chun-Yi's gaze fixed as he suppressed the surging blood within. The fallen Lingguang sword suddenly sprang up, transforming once again into a beam of golden light that accurately pierced the mouth of the shadow-patterned leopard, which was wide open in pain. Eft! The sword tip emerged from the back of the neck, spraying a torrent of hot blood mist. The shadow-patterned leopard's body convulsed violently a few times, its cold yellow vertical pupils quickly dimming. The low growl in its throat abruptly cut off, and it finally collapsed to the ground lifeless. The air in the forest was heavy with the stench of blood mingled with the scent of decaying leaves and soil, particularly pungent. The four did not immediately relax, maintaining their formation and vigilantly watching the corpse of the shadow-patterned leopard and the surrounding dark trees. Only after confirming there were no other threats did they slowly withdraw their powers and each calm their slightly That was closed. Sun Qing wiped the fine sweat from his brow, glancing nervously at the strange dissipating black vortex. I didn't expect this shadow-patterned leopard to awaken the shadow erosion talent. If it weren't for the captain's timely response, it would have been much harder to subdue it. Chun-Yi stepped forward, drawing the Lingguang sword from the leopard's mouth and shaking off the blood from the blade. The sword's luster appeared slightly dull, clearly indicating that the earlier encroachment of the black vortex was not without effect. He bent down to inspect the leopard's corpse and nodded. As expected of a second-tier mid-grade demon beast, this shadow erosion talent is quite rare. If we hadn't coordinated so well, it wouldn't have been surprising to lose 1 or 2 people in our first encounter. Zhao, who approached looking at the massive beast's corpse, grinning. No matter how strong, it's still down. Captain, the hide looks mostly intact. It should fetch a good price. Chani nodded, turning to the most experienced Sun Qing. Sun Qing, you're skilled at handling beast corpses. Be swift, as the stench of blood can attract other troubles. Leave it to me. Shortly after, Captain, it's all taken care of. Sun Qing collected the materials neatly wrapped in oilcloth into a specially designed storage bag. Chani nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three, who appeared slightly fatigued, but with bright eyes. How are you feeling? Very strong. Lin Bin stroked the Qian sword, reminiscing about the earlier battle. Its speed, power, and that strange talent are far more troublesome than low-grade demon beasts. However, with proper coordination we can handle it. That's the spirit. Zhao, who grinned even though his shield-holding arm felt somewhat sore, his fighting spirit remained high. Moreover, the rewards are indeed substantial. Sun Qing weighed the storage bag in his hand. The materials from this shadow-patterned leopard alone should be worth as much as the 3 or 4 low-tier demon beasts we previously hunted. Chan Yi observed the three's conditions. Despite the intense battle and considerable expenditure of energy, they still appeared spirited, their eyes reflecting excitement from their initial victory and a longing for greater power. He pondered for a moment and said, "Rest here for half an hour to recover our powers. We must remain vigilant. Afterward, we will continue deeper into the Hafeng forest to search for our next target." Understood, Captain? The three replied in unison, each finding a suitable spot to sit cross-legged. Half an hour later, the four were mostly restored and set off again. It seemed luck was on their side, as they successfully hunted a solitary Ironbone Mountain ape over the next hour. This type of demon beast had tough skin and flesh, immense strength, but was relatively slow. With the four's tacit coordination and targeted attacks, although it took some effort, they ultimately took it down without much danger. After consecutively hunting 2 second-tier mid-grade demon beasts, although the process went smoothly, the expenditure was quite real. As the light in the forest gradually turned dim, Chan Yi decisively ordered, "That's enough for today." They quickly verified their tokens at the Iron Wolf Gang's outpost and continued straight back to the Mist Valley camp, rushing to the buying point at the first opportunity. With their aura of slaughter still lingering, the four attracted numerous gazes, particularly when it became clear that their storage bags were bulging and stained with fresh blood. Several cultivators waiting in line ahead flashed expressions of surprise and appraisal. When it was their turn, the chubby shopkeeper behind the counter raised an eyebrow. As Sun Qing placed the materials from the shadow-patterned leopard and the Ironbone Mountain ape on the counter, his eyes instantly lit up. The chubby shopkeeper, while fiddling with his abacus, exclaimed in amazement, "This shadow-patterned leopard hide is almost intact except for 2 small cuts on the throat and abdomen. The fur, awakened with shadow erosion talent, is excellent material for making shadow walking and concealment artifacts. The bones and heart of the Ironbone Mountain ape are also intact and of good quality." The beads of the abacus clicked rapidly as the chubby shopkeeper quickly announced the prices. The materials from the shadow-patterned leopard are worth 94 low-grade spirit stones. The Ironbone Mountain ape is worth 66, totaling 160 stones. Does anyone have any objections? The scar-faced man who had previously mocked Lin Bin and the others was right behind them, waiting for the appraisal. He happened to hear the chubby shopkeeper's quoted price. His neck instinctively shrank and the deep scar on his face seemed to twitch. 160 stones, he muttered instinctively. A few companions behind him gasped in shock, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. They had toiled all day in the mountains and had only managed to hunt 2 low-grade demon beasts, which together could barely exchange for 50 spirit stones. But Chan Yi's team had returned with goods worth 160 spirit stones in one trip. This disparity was glaringly apparent. The scar-faced man's face flushed as if he had been soundly slapped. The earlier mockery now sounded utterly foolish. He lowered his head, no longer daring to glance at Chan Yi's direction, hoping that those in front would finish quickly, so he could grab his spirit stones and leave this awkward place. Chan Yi didn't even cast a glance at the scar-faced man and nodded to the chubby shopkeeper. "That's fair, well, go with that price." Back at the base, they lit a campfire and Chan Yi briefly distributed today's gains. The entrance fee is 10 stones to be covered by the team's account. The net profit is 150 stones. I'll take 40%, 60 stones. You three will each take 20%, 30 stones each. Any objections? None. The three replied in unison. Shall we exchange for pills as usual? Chan Yi continued to ask. The three nodded eagerly, each pill saving them 10 spirit stones. 1 yellow bud pill each was distributed, and watching the few leave happily to cultivate, Chan Yi's heart blossomed with joy. A yellow bud pill costs only 0.8 spirit stones while it sells for 30 spirit stones. The profit from just this one pill was astonishing. More importantly, they would also feel gratitude towards him. The bonds established between them were far from what an ordinary demon hunting team could compare. Initially, he used 30 or 40 yellow bud pills to advance from Qi refining level 4 to level 5. Based on their current hunting progress, it wouldn't be long before Lin Bin and the others also reached Qi refining level 5. I should also improve my cultivation, as the captain Chun Yi thought. With an abundance of elixirs, Chun Yi's cultivation progress had already slowed. During this time, he had devoted his energy to honing his combat skills. It was indeed time to address this matter. If all team members reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement while he, the captain, remained stagnant, his authority and strength would inevitably wane. In the days that followed, the Black Wind Forest became the regular hunting ground for Chun Yi's team. The daily entrance fee of 10 spirit stones seemed steep, yet it corresponded to the stable catches and substantial rewards that far exceeded those of public areas. Through continuous real combat training, Lin Bin and his companions grew increasingly synchronized in their cooperation, and their use of magic artifacts became more proficient. Faced with mid-tier second-level demonic beasts, they gradually transformed from facing peril to handling situations with ease. Chun Yi also began taking Huang Yadan every night, diligently cultivating without pause. Hunting, dividing rewards, exchanging elixirs, and training. Time flew swiftly in a regular cycle. However, the harsh reality of the cultivation world never allowed for complacency. One day the four returned from the Black Wind Forest laden with spoils, just as they reached the public hunting ground. Walking through a narrow valley flanked by 2 mountains, a necessary route back to the camp, they found the terrain treacherous with jagged rocks and ancient trees leaning at odd angles. Chun Yi subtly slowed his steps, his gaze quickly scanning the shadows on either side. His intuition, honed from years of walking the edge of life and death, sensed an unusual silence. Too quiet, with even the usual chirps of insects and birds vanished. "Captain." Lin Bin noticed Chun Yi's odd demeanor and whispered in inquiry. Before Chun Yi could respond, shadows ahead flickered, revealing 4 cultivators who slowly blocked their path. Leading them was a one-eyed man, a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, holding a pair of iron hooks glistening with a dark sheen. His sole eye fixated greedily on the bulging storage bags of Chun Yi's team. From behind, 4 more figures quietly appeared, sealing off their escape route. The leader was also a tall, thin cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Surrounded from the front and back by 8 people, 2 at the 5th layer and 6 at the 4th layer. Their overall strength was double that of Chun Yi's team. What is the meaning of this, friends? Chun Yi halted, his expression calm, yet secretly his spiritual power surged as he signaled the 3 behind him to be on guard. Lin Bin and the others understood, and immediately formed a triangular formation, holding their magic artifacts quietly. "What do you mean?" The one-eyed man scoffed, his voice hoarse. "Seeing you all return laden from the Black Wind Forest every day for over a month, my brothers are quite envious. Why not lend us some spirit stones? Surely you wouldn't be stingy." The tall, thin man interjected with a sinister smile. "Leave us your storage bags and you can avoid a beating. We all have to eat. We don't want to cause any fatalities." Chun Yi sneered inwardly. These people had evidently been tailing them for a while, choosing this secluded spot to strike. Leave behind the storage bags. They would probably be silenced immediately after handing them over. In the wilderness, a few scattered cultivators dying is nothing unusual. He quickly surveyed the 8 adversaries. The 2 5th-layer cultivators posed the greatest threat, especially the one-eyed man's iron hooks, which glimmered coldly, clearly not ordinary objects. The tall, thin man behind toyed with a black bone nail exuding a sinister aura. "What if we refuse to comply?" Chun Yi's voice was steady, his right hand already resting on his storage bag. "Refuse?" The one-eyed man's eye gleamed malevolently. "Then we'll have to take matters into our own hands. Attack!" The one-eyed man clearly did not want to waste any more words. With a sinister grin, the pair of dark iron hooks transformed into 2 cunning black rays, aiming directly for Chun Yi's throat and dantian. Simultaneously, the 6 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivators also launched their attacks using magic artifacts against Lin Bin and his companions, intending to separate them from Chun Yi. Meanwhile, the tall, thin man's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and the black bone nail he had been toying with transformed into a nearly indistinguishable black ray, silently shooting towards Chun Yi's back. This was indeed a sinister artifact specifically designed to break protective spiritual barriers. Surrounded and outnumbered with the enemy's cultivation levels superior, an ordinary team would likely fall into chaos. But the life and death struggles that Chun Yi's team had endured over the past month were not in vain. Facing the incoming dual hooks, Chun Yi did not flinch or evade. Instead, with a thought, the Xian Gui shield appeared, instantly expanding against the wind to protect the others behind him. Clang! Clang! The harsh sounds echoed as the dark iron hooks and several attacks struck fiercely against the shield, the spiritual light rippling violently, yet it held steady. At the same time, Chun Yi activated the cloud-piercing boots, his figure shifting oddly half a step. The sinister black nail grazed past his ribs, embedding itself into a nearby rock with a thud, instantly staining the surface with an eerie gray hue. With a flick of his storage bag, the spiritual light sword transformed into a stream of faint golden light, not aimed at the approaching enemies, but suddenly turning to stab at the leftmost 4th-layer cultivator blocking their way. This sudden change took everyone by surprise. The cultivator had been fully focused on the battle ahead, ready to act at any moment, and never anticipated that Chan Yi would target him first while surrounded. In a panic, he could only hastily cross his short knife in front of him. Puff! The faint golden light bypassed the knife and pierced through his chest, bursting forth with a spray of blood from his back. The cultivator let out a wretched scream, instantly losing all vitality. Charge back! Chan Yi shouted sharply, scattering several talismans ahead to seal off the four in front, as he leaped like a cheetah towards the remaining tall, thin cultivator. Lin Bin and his companions had already developed a tacit understanding and moved at his command. Zhao, who roared the yellow spiritual light on his heavy shield, charging like a wild bull towards the two remaining fourth-layer cultivators. Taking advantage of the distraction provided by Zhao Hu and Chan Yi, Sun Qing's green spiritual rope danced wildly like several spiritual snakes, swiftly entangling the legs of the leftmost cultivator. Caught off guard, the cultivator stumbled. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bin's red flame sword arrived, its crimson sword light accurately sweeping across his neck, taking with it a head still bearing shock. In the blink of an eye, two of the remaining three fourth-layer cultivators had perished. Seeking death. The tall, thin cultivator was filled with a mixture of shock and anger. He never expected the counterattack to be so fierce and decisive. Just as he was about to retaliate, Chan Yi had already reached him. Alarm bells rang in the tall, thin cultivator's mind as he hurriedly formed a seal, summoning a pale white bone shield to appear before him. Chan Yi's cloud-piercing boots surged with spiritual light, increasing his speed by a third, almost turning into a phantom. The spiritual light sword in his hand emitted a 1-foot-long faint golden sword ray, striking fiercely against the bone shield without hesitation. Crack! The bone shield shimmered with spiritual light, and unexpectedly a deep crack was cleaved into it by a powerful strike. The tall, thin cultivator let out a muffled grunt and retreated several steps, his face turning pale. In that fleeting moment, the last cultivator at the fourth level of Qi refinement under the siege of Lin Bin and his companions let out a desperate scream, crushed by Zhao Hu's heavy shield, and lost all signs of life. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In just 2 or 3 breaths, 3 out of the 4 cultivators blocking the rear had fallen, leaving only the tall, thin cultivator. The 3 immediately turned their weapons toward the tall, thin cultivator, who was engaged in battle with Chan Yi. Seeing his 3 subordinates die in an instant, and with Chan Yi's team encircling him, he dared not linger in battle any longer. A flash of ferocity crossed his eyes as he bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the cracked surface of the bone shield before him. The bone shield blazed with white light, instantly expanding several times its surface, revealing a distorted, ghostly face pattern emitting a series of mournful wails as it charged violently towards Chan Yi and his companions. At the same time, he twisted his body and broke free from the encirclement of the 4. At this moment, the explosions in front subsided, and the one-eyed man and his companions rushed over, joining forces with the tall, thin cultivator. In just a few breaths of fighting, 3 out of the 8 ambushers had already fallen. The one-eyed man's face was ashen, and the remaining eye seemed ready to spit fire. Good. Very good. He glared at Chan Yi, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. I underestimated you, lot of miscreants. Chan Yi's expression was grim, the spiritual light sword hovering before him, its tip slightly trembling, locking onto the one-eyed man. Behind him, Lin Bin and the others swiftly adjusted their positions, reforming into a triangular formation, providing mutual support with Chan Yi. Though they had just executed a thunderous counterattack that killed 3 enemies, it had taken a toll, and 5 more foes remained ahead, especially the 2 at the 5th level of Qi refinement, who were certainly not easy opponents. Kill. Leave no one alive. The one-eyed man roared, his body erupting forward, and his dark iron hooks transformed into countless shadowy hooks, accompanied by a piercing sound as they descended upon Chan Yi. Simultaneously, the tall, thin cultivator suppressed the backlash, swallowed a foul-smelling pill, his complexion turning an abnormal shade of crimson, and with a flick of his wrist, he retrieved 3 black bone nails, shooting them towards Chan Yi and his companions in a formation clearly desperate. The remaining 3 cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refinement also had red eyes, urging their magical artifacts to attack Sun Qing and his companions. Realizing he could no longer afford to drag this out against 2 opponents of the same rank, Chan Yi was just about to activate the blood-burning secret technique. Good courage. How dare you ambush friends of the camp here? A voice thundered like a clap of thunder. A scarlet streak pierced through the valley entrance, carrying a scorching and violent aura, heading straight for the one-eyed man's back. The one-eyed man was taken aback, hastily pulling back his attacking hooks in defense as the dark light and scarlet collided violently. Boom! Waves of air surged, and the one-eyed man let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps, his arm holding the hook trembling slightly. Everyone turned to look, only to see that a group of 5 had appeared at the valley entrance, led by a burly man with a thick beard wielding a massive red sword resembling a door panel, his eyes wide open, clearly at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The 4 behind him also exuded a fierce aura, with the lowest cultivation level being at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing the newcomers, the one-eyed man and the tall, thin cultivators' faces instantly turned pale. Qingyan Team Red. Red Sword Zhou Meng. The tall, thin cultivator evidently recognized the newcomers. The one-eyed man exchanged glances with the tall, thin cultivator, both seeing fear and a desire to retreat in each other's eyes. The Qingyan team had quite a reputation at the Fog Valley camp. Their leader Zhou Meng was unmatched in bravery and notorious for his intense hatred towards such highway robbery and ambush activities. Not only did the other side have the advantage in numbers, but they were also superior in strength. If they did not retreat now, they would truly meet their end here. Let's run. The one-eyed man made a quick decision, letting out a howl, feigning a strike with his iron hook, and then, like a startled bird, he darted urgently toward the dense forest to the side. The tall, thin cultivator wasted no time, either not even bothering to retrieve the cracked bone shield, as a surge of dark energy erupted beneath his feet, transforming into a cold wind that followed closely behind. The remaining 3 cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refinement were already frightened. Seeing their leader flee in panic, they had no intention of fighting any longer. Their spirits shattered, they each used their methods to scatter and flee. Wanna run? Zhou Meng's fierce eyes glared, and with a swing of the red giant's sword in midair, a scorching wave of sword energy whistled out, directly chasing the slowest fleeing cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Ah! The man let out a scream as the wave of fire licked his back, instantly tearing his skin and flesh, causing him to stumble and fall. He was swiftly caught up by one of Zhou Meng's teammates, who cleanly ended his life. However, Zhou Meng and his group did not pursue deeply, as it was wise not to chase a cornered enemy, and the terrain was complex. If they pursued further, they could fall into an ambush. Chun, my friend, are you all right? Zhou Meng's voice was booming as he clasped his fist, saying, I was passing by on my way back and sensed some magical fluctuations here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to catch this group of scoundrels engaged in such a shameless business. Chun Yi recognized this man. After arriving at the Fog Valley and wiping out the Black Wind team, he was the first to invite him to join. However, due to his desire to establish his own team, he had declined the invitation. He never expected that today this man would come to his rescue. Thank you, Captain Zhou, for your righteous assistance. Chun Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, suppressing the surging blood energy. Without your timely help today, I would have surely had to reveal one of my trump cards, either the talismans or the blood-burning secret technique. It was just a small effort. Zhou Meng waved his hand with a laugh. These filthy scoundrels tarnish our reputation as loose cultivators. How could I ignore them when I encountered them? He glanced at the corpses of several ambushers on the ground, then looked at Chan Yi and his companions, who, though slightly weary, maintained a well-organized formation with an undiminished killing intent, and a flicker of appreciation crossed his eyes. I initially thought of inviting you to join my team, but I didn't expect you to make a name for yourself in just a few short months. It seems that not only have you made progress in your cultivation, but you also have a talent for leading a team. Brother Zhou, you flatter me. If it weren't for your timely arrival today, we would have likely met our end here. Chan Yi once again clasped his fists seriously, then glanced at the sky, sincerely saying, It's getting late. I have no way to repay you for saving my life. If Brother Zhou and your companions don't mind, please allow me to treat you tonight as a humble token of my gratitude. Zhou Meng was a straightforward man, and upon hearing this did not decline, laughing heartily. Good. Brother Chun is generous. I will gladly accept. Chan Yi turned to Lin Bin and the others, saying, You all first take care of today's spoils and exchange them for spirit stones. Then go to Qing Yanfang's 100 Flavors restaurant and book the best private room, ordering the finest food and drinks, and make sure everything is arranged perfectly. Yes, Captain. The 3 replied in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude toward Zhou Meng and his companions. Chan Yi then led Zhou Meng and his team walking slowly toward the camp. On the way, Zhou Meng casually asked, Brother Chun, I just observed your team. Your cooperation was harmonious and your offense and defense were balanced. It's evident you've put in considerable effort. Today's haul seems quite impressive, doesn't it? Chan Yi nodded. Thanks to Brother Zhou, I have indeed made some gains in recent days. Speaking of which, it is largely thanks to the Black Wind Forest hunting ground. Although the entrance fee is steep, the concentration of demon beasts makes the returns quite considerable. The Black Wind Forest. Zhou Meng furrowed his brows upon hearing this. That is the territory of the Iron Wolf Gang. You? Seeing Zhou Meng hesitate, Chan Yi asked, What do you mean, Brother Zhou? Zhou Meng sighed. I know you are a person with great ambitions, but it would be wise to avoid the Black Wind Forest in the future. No all-exclusive hunting grounds. Chan Yi's heart tightened and he respectfully said, Please advise me, Brother Zhou. Zhou Meng looked around and lowered his voice. Chun, don't think that those big teams managing exclusive hunting grounds are doing charity. The reason they allow small teams like us to enter is to see if there are any outstanding newcomers among us. Once you catch their eye, someone will surely come to invite you. If you agree, naturally there will be no trouble and you might even receive some cultivation support. But if you refuse, Zhao Meng paused, his voice dropping even lower, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. You will be subtly squeezed out, cutting off your pathways in those hunting grounds, and you might even face obstacles everywhere in the camp. Severe consequences. The next time you encounter something in the Black Wind Forest, it may not just be a robbery by a cultivator. Qian Yi's heart shook and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He had previously only thought about the dense demon beasts and stable profits of exclusive hunting grounds as a shortcut to rapidly accumulate resources and enhance his strength, neglecting the interpersonal dynamics and hidden risks behind it. The Iron Wolf gang opening the Black Wind Forest is certainly to reap high entrance fees, but is it not also a form of selection and observation? Given that his team frequently entered and exited recently and had ample hunts, they had likely already caught the attention of some individuals. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your guidance. Qian Yi once again cupped his fists in gratitude, his appreciation evident. If it weren't for Zhao Meng's wake-up call today, they would probably still be immersed in the joy of their growing strength and wealth, oblivious to the impending crisis. Zhao Meng waved his hand, his tone returning to a hearty one. I just found you, kid, to be likable and couldn't bear to see you fall into such matters. It is not easy for loose cultivators. Even when banding together for warmth, one must see the situation clearly. Those big teams and gangs can be quite deep in their waters. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at Qingyan Square. Sun Qing and the others had already handled their business and reserved a private room at the 100 Flavors restaurant, preparing fine wine and delicacies. At the banquet, the atmosphere was lively. Qian Yi frequently raised his glass, toasting and thanking Zhao Meng and his team members. Zhao Meng, also a genial person, drank heartily, and both sides engaged in laughter, drawing closer in relationship. During the meal, Zhao Meng shared a wealth of survival experiences from the Mist Valley camp, as well as some hidden information regarding nearby hunting grounds and the distribution of powers, greatly benefiting Qian Yi. As the wine flowed and spirits warmed, Zhao Meng clapped Qian Yi on the shoulder, saying, "To be honest, I chose to take my team deep into the mountains and venture alone because I did not want to join those big teams. Though the risks there are higher and the demon beasts are more troublesome, possibly even encountering formidable second and third tier characters, the advantage lies in the freedom unbound by those rules and unspoken regulations." He paused, looking at Qian Yi. "Your team now has the strength and courage for this. Rather than living cautiously under the watchful eyes of those big powers, why not join us and take a chance deeper in? The returns are definitely no less than in the Black Wind Forest." The noise at the table seemed to momentarily quiet. Qian Yi tightened his grip on the wine glass, the warm yellow liquid gently swaying within. Zhao Meng's words were like a stone thrown into the lake of his heart, stirring up ripples. He feared trouble the most. He had initially chosen the demon hunting team because of the chaotic external forces. He never expected this cursed place to be similarly chaotic. Zhao Meng's suggestion truly seemed like a good choice. Going deeper implies more dangerous demon beasts and more unpredictable environments, but it also means a broader world and true freedom. Brother Zhao, I fear our team's strength may not be enough. Qian Yi set down his wine glass. Zhao Meng glanced at him, then swept his gaze over Lin Bin and the other two, who were sitting upright but unable to hide their nervousness and anticipation, and smiled broadly. "Little brother, you are too humble. You are not far from the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and these 3 little brothers are just a step away from the 5th layer. They are all quite elite in any team. What's more, you all have excellent teamwork and the courage to fight. Today's battle proves the point, doesn't it? And I didn't ask you to decide right now, did I? It's not too late to make plans after you break through. I have confidence in you and in your team." Qian Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the wine pot, filling Zhao Meng's glass first, then pouring himself a cup. Brother Zhou's good intentions are well received. He raised his glass and clinked it with Zhao Meng. "This matter, let us discuss it after we return. As you said, brother, it would not be too late to decide once we all break through. By then, if we decide to venture deeper, we will definitely consider accompanying you first." Haha, refreshing. This is the true nature of a man. Zhao Meng downed the wine in his cup and wiped the wine stains from his mustache. "Come, let's drink. Let's not discuss these matters today. Let's just enjoy ourselves." The atmosphere of the banquet became lively again, but Qian Yi's heart was filled with contemplation. After the meal, both guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Qian Yi personally saw Zhao Meng and his companions off outside the 100 Flavors restaurant, watching them leave. Upon returning to their base, Qian Yi relayed Zhao Meng's analysis of the potential risks of exclusive hunting grounds, as well as the proposal to team up and delve deeper into the mountains, to the 3 of them. "Captain, I will follow your lead." Zhao, who was the first to express his stance, speaking in a deep voice. "Those big gangs have too many rules. They still look at people's faces. I, Zhao, am not happy. Captain Zhou is righteous and strong. Working with him has prospects." Lin Bin pondered for a moment before speaking. "Captain, in our over a month in the Black Wind Forest, while the profits are decent, I've also noticed that the other teams we encounter have increasingly unfriendly gazes as time goes on. Rather than risk being schemed against one day, let's take a chance and go deeper. However, the risks of delving deeper into the mountains are indeed extremely high. The demon beasts are stronger, the environment more complex, and there are no fixed safe zones or supply points. Everything depends on ourselves. But the benefits are also obvious: freedom, no constraints, and the potential for higher returns. Most importantly, Captain, our team is growing too fast, or in this pond like the Black Wind Forest, we are indeed a bit eye-catching. If we continue, trouble will eventually come. He looked at Chani, his eyes firm. Captain, you decide. No matter where you go, we will follow. Chani looked at his three companions with whom he shared life and death, warmth flowing in his heart, and he made up his mind. He did not want to entrust his fate to others, nor did he want to live cautiously under others' rules like walking on thin ice. All right. Chani's gaze swept over the three, his tone resolute. Starting tomorrow, I will go to borrow a batch of Huang Yadan from my friend, and we won't go anywhere. We will cultivate at the base. We will only set out when everyone breaks through. Yes, Captain. The three were energized, responding in unison, their eyes ignited with strong fighting spirit. In the days that followed, the small courtyard became a temporary retreat for seclusion. Chun-Yi distributed the borrowed Huang Yadan to the three while he began to exert himself fully. They were already close to a breakthrough, and with Chun-Yi's ample supply of pills, within 10 days the sound of magical fluctuations resonated continuously from the 4 rooms. Above the small courtyard, invisible spiritual energy was pulled and gathered, forming tiny whirlpools that were barely perceptible to the naked eye before slowly calming down. Chun-Yi pushed open the door, his eyes gleaming with restrained brilliance, and his aura steady and harmonious, as he had indeed reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Almost simultaneously, the doors of Lin Bin and the others opened in succession. The three of them wore expressions of uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration, clasping their fists towards Chun-Yi and calling out, Captain. Without needing further words, they sensed that each had successfully broken through, all having entered the 5th level of Qi refinement. Good. Chan-Yi's gaze swept over the three, their spirits completely revitalized, and a surge of confidence welled up within him. Today, we will rest, consolidate our realms, and familiarize ourselves with the newly acquired magical energy. Tomorrow we will visit Captain Zhou Meng. The next morning, the Mist Valley camp awakened in the faint morning light, with thin mist like gauze enveloping the uneven stone houses and wooden buildings. Chan-Yi and the others pushed open the courtyard door, brimming with spirit. The feeling after the breakthrough was entirely different. Magical energy surged within them, their minds clear and their senses heightened. With a clear goal in mind, they headed straight towards the Qingyan team station. The Qingyan team's base was more than twice the size of their small courtyard, enclosed by thick logs into a spacious yard that even had separate training grounds and warehouses. Before they could get close, they heard shouts and the sharp sounds of metal clashing from within, clearly indicating that Zhou Meng and the others had already begun their morning training. After reporting their arrival, Zhou Meng soon came out, laughing heartily, dressed in short attire with sweat steaming off him. His gaze flashed like lightning as it swept over the 4 of them, his smile broadening. Good. You all look revitalized. It seems you have all succeeded. Thanks to Brother Zhou, we have fortuitously broken through. Chani smiled and clasped his fists, getting straight to the point. We discussed this among ourselves, and we decided to accept your suggestion that day, Brother Zhou. We are willing to follow you, Brother Zhou, and venture deeper into the mountains. Splendid. Zhou Meng clapped Chun-Yi's shoulder with his large hand. I knew you all had guts. Come, let's go inside and talk. He led the 4 into the main hall of the courtyard. The interior was simply and roughly decorated with several processed monster hides hanging on the walls, and a faint scent of blood and herbs lingered in the air. The other 4 members of the Qingyan team were also present and greeted Chen-Yi and the others with friendly nods. Among them 3 were men and 1 was a woman, all with solid auras and sharp gazes, clearly experienced veterans. Since we've decided to join forces, there are some things we must address up front. Zhou Meng sat in the main seat, his expression becoming serious. Venturing deeper into the mountains is not like hunting in the Black Wind Forest, which has its rules. There are no rules there, only the survival of the fittest. We may encounter stronger monsters or run into other teams fighting for their lives in the depths. Whether they are friends or foes depends on a single thought. Profits will be distributed according to effort and prior agreements, and risks will be shared. For any rare resources discovered, those who find them or exert more effort will take the larger share. But if outsiders covet them or monsters guard them, we must confront them together. The most important rule is that once we enter the mountains, we must follow orders and look out for each other. Betrayal or greed will not be tolerated. Zhou Meng's voice was like a bell, clear and with authority, indicating that these rules were well ingrained in the Qingyan team. Chun-Yi nodded solemnly. What Brother Zhou said is indeed right. It should be this way. Since we have decided to go together, we must adhere to these rules and trust each other's lives. Good. Zhou Meng nodded in satisfaction. In that case, we are temporary allies. Let's get to know each other. The 4 members of the Qingyan team introduced themselves. The thin man with a pair of splitting water needles was named Ho-san at the 5th level of Qi refinement with agile movements skilled in reconnaissance and ambush. The female cultivator was named Lu Ru at the peak of the 5th level of Qi refinement, who excelled in whip techniques, and also practiced some healing and poison cleansing spells. The other two were brothers Wang De and Wang Er, both at the 5th level of Qi refinement, who coordinated well. One wielding a hefty cleaver for offense and the other using a chain spear for support. Chen Yi also introduced Lin Bin and the others. After a brief exchange, the atmosphere gradually warmed. Now that everyone is here, we shouldn't delay. Zhao Meng stood up and walked to a somewhat rough map on the wall marked with numerous annotations. Our target this time is there is a type of earthfire lizard there, usually of the 2nd tier, with a few leaders reaching the upper 2nd tier. Their hide is excellent material for internal armor refining, and their blood and gallbladders can be used in medicine, holding considerable value. More crucially, near the nests of the earthfire lizards, there is sometimes a type of crimson flame grass that is a primary material for refining certain fire attribute pills. If we can find it, the rewards will be even greater. He pointed to a red-marked area on the map. The canyon's terrain is complex with numerous caves and fissures. The earthfire lizards excel in ambush tactics and usually operate in groups. As this is our first collaboration between the two teams, the specific tactics will depend on the situation when we arrive. Everyone check your equipment, replenish your pills and talismans, and gather at the west gate of the camp in an hour to set out. The group responded in unison. An hour later, at the west gate of the Mist Valley camp, the two teams' 9 cultivators gathered together. Aside from Chen Yi's and Zhao Meng's teams, there were no other idle groups choosing to venture deeper into the mountains at this time. Most people preferred to remain in relatively safer areas. Upon leaving the camp and following the path that had been trampled down for only a few miles, the surrounding environment, towering ancient trees grew, denser vines coiling like pythons. The light dimmed, and the air was filled with the damp scent of decaying leaves and a faint whiff of beastly blood. Bird calls and beast roars echoed from afar, heightening the sense of wildness. Zhao Meng led the way, his crimson giant sword still sheathed, but his fierce aura had already spread out, startling some low-level beasts lurking nearby into fleeing. Ho-san moved like a phantom, scouting several dozen yards ahead, occasionally signaling to guide the group away from unnecessary troubles or potential danger zones. Chen Yi and the others closely followed Zhao Meng, with Lin Bin and Sun Qing vigilantly watching the sides and rear, while Zhao, who carried a heavy shield, walking slightly behind Chen Yi like a moving fortress. The team moved at a brisk pace, and after about 2 hours, the leading Ho-san suddenly stopped, squatting down to examine the ground closely. Zhao Meng waved his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Ho-san turned back and whispered, "Captain, I found traces of the earthfire lizard. Fresh claw marks and slime. There are more than one, and they seem to be heading towards the canyon." Zhao Meng's eyes lit up. "Good. It seems we haven't gone wrong. Slow down and stay alert." The crowd was invigorated and cautiously moved forward. After advancing for a while, the view suddenly, a massive chasm appeared ahead, as if cleaved by a giant axe with grotesque stones scattered throughout. A faint sulphurous odor wafted from below, where a dim red glow flickered in the depths of the canyon. Embers of the earth fire. The edge of the chasm was sparsely vegetated, covered with grayish-white rocks. "This is the place." Zhao Meng signaled for everyone to conceal themselves behind a giant rock. Ho-san, Lu Ru, you two go to the left high ground to observe, ascertain the scale and activity patterns of the lizard swarm below. Wang De, Wang Er, keep watch on the right. Chun Laudi, you all take a short break and be ready to support at any moment. As the orders were issued, everyone immediately sprang into action without any delay. Chun Yi nodded silently. Soon Ho-san and Lu Ru returned. "Captain, we saw clearly." Ho-san spoke quickly. "Below is a medium-sized lizard swarm with about 15 or 16 adult earth fire lizards, mostly of the 2nd grade mid-tier, and one particularly large one that should be the leader of the 2nd grade upper tier. They are scattered near several larger caves, along with 7 or 8 juvenile lizards. In the concave rock area to the east of the nest, there are more than 10 red flame grasses which seem to be nearing maturity, guarded by some lizards nearby." Zhao Meng pondered for a moment and looked at Chen Laudi. "What do you think?" Chen Yi observed the terrain of the chasm and glanced at his team, already weighing his options in his mind. Brother Zhao, a direct assault, even if victorious, would likely result in significant casualties and depletion of resources. I see that the rocks in this chasm are intertwined, providing opportunities for concealment and flanking. How about this? Our team sneaks down through that fissure on the side, creates some noise to attract most of the lizard's attention, ideally drawing the leader away. Brother Zhao, you all should lie in ambush nearby. Once we divert the main force, we can strike quickly and gather the red flame grasses. When the nest is attacked, the earth fire lizards will surely be thrown into chaos and rush back for reinforcements. You can then return to support us, and our two sides can sandwich them for a decisive victory. This plan is quite brilliant. Zhao Meng's thick brows raised, but he shook his head. However, your team is new here, unfamiliar with the terrain. Taking on the task of luring the enemy is too perilous. Moreover, that 2nd grade upper tier leader is not easy to deal with. He scanned his own team and decisively stated, in terms of experience we are more familiar with the habits of the earth-fire lizards. In terms of strength, I have a better chance of restraining that leader. The task of luring the enemy will be entrusted to our Qingyan team. We will feign an attack from the front at the canyon entrance, creating a great commotion to draw the main force of the lizards, especially that leader towards the rocky area to the west. That area is open, allowing us to maneuver effectively. Chun Laodi, Zhou Meng turned to Chunyi, a serious expression on his face. You four should lie in ambush nearby. Once we draw most of the lizards away, you will act immediately, collecting the red flame grasses as quickly as possible. Be swift and signal immediately once you are done. Remember, your primary task is the red flame grasses, and only secondarily to seize the opportunity to eliminate any lizards left behind. Do not linger in battle. Chan Yi felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that Zhou Meng had assigned them a relatively safe and clearly beneficial task while he took on the most dangerous part. He did not hesitate to decline. Brother Zhou, rest assured, we will not fail our mission. Chan Yi clasped his fists in salute. Good. Prepare yourselves. In a while, listen for my whistle to act simultaneously. Zhou Meng waved his hand. The crowd immediately split up to prepare. Qian Yi led Lin Bin and the others using the shadows of the rocks to quietly infiltrate the edge of the chasm, quickly locating the concave rock area where the red flame grasses grew, according to Ho San's earlier instructions. They concealed themselves in a narrow rock crevice above, allowing them to overlook the red flame grasses below, while remaining well hidden. Below there were about 12 or 13 red flame grasses, their leaves a fiery red, slightly curled, with an amber glow at the tips, indeed nearing maturity. 2 medium-sized second-grade mid-tier earth-fire lizards lay nearby like guards. Chan Yi signaled, and the 4 held their breath, adjusting their states to the best, their gazes fixed below. Time passed slowly, and the scorching air infused with sulfur in the chasm seemed to solidify. Suddenly a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the chasm's western entrance, followed by the violent sounds of spells and rocks exploding. Zhou Meng's furious roar and the piercing sound of crimson sword energy were distinctly audible. The earth-fire lizard swarm below instantly stirred. The previously lethargic lizards raised their heads, hissing warningly, their dark red scales, slightly flaring, exuding a more intense sulfuric heat. The 2 lizards guarding the red flame grasses also stood up, alertly looking in the direction from which the commotion. Soon more hisses and sounds of running erupted, accompanied by the immense commotion and provocative magical glimmers, deliberately created by Zhou Meng's team, successfully enraging the lizard swarm on the western side of the chasm. The exceptionally large leader of the second-grade upper-tier earth-fire lizard, adorned with a dark red bone crown on its head, emitted an even angrier roar, and led a dozen adult earth-fire lizards thundering towards the rocky area. To the west, the dark red scales coalescing into a restless torrent under the dim light. Near the red flame grasses, only 5 earth-fire lizards remained. Aside from the original 2 guards, 3 more emerged from nearby caves, hesitatingly glancing towards the direction the main force had departed, while cautiously eyeing the nearby red flame grasses, seemingly uncertain whether to go for reinforcement. Now is the time. Chan Yi's eyes sparkled and he whispered, "Act now." He leaped out from the rock crevice, his spiritual light sword transforming into a dazzling streak of light aimed directly at the neck of the nearest guard lizard. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand, activating the 2 sharp metal talismans that had been ready in his palm, which transformed into 2 golden beams shooting towards the other guard. Lin Bin moved like the wind, darting from the flank, his flying sword silently stabbing at the vulnerable spot under the ribs of a fire lizard that was turning its head to look west. Zhao, who let out a low growl, his heavy shield protecting him, and he charged towards another lizard like a battering ram, causing it to stumble. Sun Qing's green spirit rope ensnared the last one. The sudden attack by Chan Yi and the others completely caught the remaining earth-fire lizards off guard. The sharp light sword with unmatched sharpness brutally sliced into the neck of the first guard lizard under the powerful mana of Chan Yi, who was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, blood bursting forth. The lizard barely had time to emit a short hiss before its head tilted to one side, dark red blood splattering onto the gray-white rocks, producing a sizzling sound. Almost simultaneously, the 2 golden beams from the sharp metal talismans had also struck home. The other guard lizard sensed danger, suddenly turning to the side, its scales flashing red as it attempted to withstand the attack. However, the sharp metal talismans specifically targeted protective spiritual light and resilient skin, and with 2 soft hissing sounds, although the golden beams did not completely penetrate its defense, they left 2 deep gashes on its side, causing it to let out a howl of pain. Chan Yi withdrew his sword and struck again, finishing off the 2 guards. He rushed towards the one knocked back by Zhao, who shouting, "Zhao, who gather the herbs." Chan Yi spoke rapidly as the Lingguang sword transformed into a luminous curtain, enveloping the earth-fire lizard, which had been dazed by Zhao Hu's charge. Just as the lizard steadied itself, it was met with a fierce beam of sword light, and in its shock and anger it opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of dark red scorching breath. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao, who escaped, slamming his massive shield against a nearby rock for cover, while his other hand pulled out several specially crafted jade boxes beginning to harvest the chien grass. Roar! The other two earthfire lizards finally reacted, their crimson eyes, shooting forth vicious light. One of them, wounded by Lin Bin's flying sword, disregarded the blood gushing from its ribs and swung its thick tail with a fierce wind towards Lin Bin. The other, having freed itself from Sun Qingqing's binding rope, lunged at Zhao, who was busy gathering herbs. While battling the earthfire lizard in front of him, Chan Yi dramatically spread his sleeve, summoning the Xiangui shield, which transformed into a dense green light curtain instantly blocking beside Zhao Hu. Bang! With a dull thud, the earthfire lizard that charged at Zhao Hu crashed solidly into the Xiangui shield's light curtain. Got it, retreat! Zhao Hu quickly stuffed the last two chien grasses into the jade box and shouted. Chan Yi felt relieved and let out a howl to signal Zhou Meng's side. At the same time, he activated his cloud-piercing boots, shaking off the entanglement in front of him, and arriving beside Zhao Hu. The Lingguang sword suddenly erupted with a blinding brilliance, its sword intent shifting from rapidity to a dense weight, as he unleashed the mountain splitter technique with all his might at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The sword edge tore through the air with a faint sound of wind and thunder crashing down fiercely onto the head of the earthfire lizard that had escaped from Sun Qing's control. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed, and the earthfire lizard let out a painful shriek. Chan Yi twisted his wrist, and the sword light followed through, slicing across its throat. Hot lizard blood splattered, and the second-tier mid-grade demon beast staggered a few steps before crashing down to the ground. Go! Chan Yi grabbed Zhao Hu and threw him towards the perimeter where Sun Qing was. Sun Qing caught Zhao Hu with perfect timing and immediately turned to dash towards their predetermined escape route. Chan Yi once again urged himself to Lin Bin's side, forcing back the earthfire lizard. He was entangled with grabbing Lin Bin and activating his cloud-piercing boots, darting like lightning closely following Sun Qing. With only two earthfire lizards left, seeing their companion fall and the chien grass taken, they let out a furious and wild roar. However, Chan Yi and the others retreated at an astonishing speed, swiftly disappearing behind a large rock. The two earthfire lizards chased a few steps, futilely spraying their scorching breath into the air, but eventually they recalled their nest, howling to the sky and turning back. The four of them had not gone far. According to their prior agreement, they stopped at a relatively concealed stone hollow in the middle of the ravine, observing the outside with the cover of jagged rocks. All 12 chien grasses are here in perfect condition. Zhao Hu handed several jade boxes to Chan Yi, excitement glowing on his face. Chan Yi accepted them, swept his divine sense over them to confirm their validity, and then stored them in his storage bag. Well done. Did you get hurt? Not a scratch. Zhao Hu slapped his heavy shield and grinned. Lin Bin and Sun Qing also gathered closer, their breaths slightly uneven, but their eyes shining brightly. Just as Chan Yi finished storing the jade boxes, the howling of the earthfire lizard pack mixed with rage and anxiety echoed from outside the stone hollow, rolling like thunder through the ravine. Clearly the main force of the lizard pack pursuing Zhou Meng and the others had sensed a change at their lair and was rushing back for reinforcement. Prepare to assist Brother Zhou. Chan Yi shouted lowly, and the four immediately took advantageous positions. Chan Yi and Lin Bin hid in the shadows behind two protruding rock formations, while Sun Qing and Zhao Hu guarded either side of the stone hollow's entrance, one holding a rope for support, the other holding a shield ready to deflect the charge. At this moment, the offensive and defensive situation had clearly changed. The earthfire lizards, though superior in number, were worried about their lair and could only fight while retreating, unwilling to engage with Zhou Meng and the others. Zhou Meng and his group, however, had shed their previous appearance of weakness, unleashing their full firepower to ruthlessly eliminate the rear troops of the earthfire lizards. When the main force reached the middle of the ravine, Chan Yi roared release. Together with Zhao Hu, he hurled the shields in his hands, standing in the center of the valley. The two shields expanded in the wind, turning into a solid barrier, forcefully blocking the valley. The main force of the earthfire lizards faced this suddenly appearing barrier head-on, and the first few lizards in the front were unable to stop in time, crashing into it with a thunderous boom. Bang! 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 The muffled explosions sounded in succession. The shield wall shook violently, spiritual light flickered chaotically, yet it stood firm, staunchly halting the charge of the lizard pack. The lizard pack behind immediately fell into chaos, their howls erupting. Sun Qing quickly activated the Qingling rope in her hand, to the utmost transforming it into a giant net that descended upon the jumbled mass of earthfire lizards. Though it could not completely trap the tough-skinned, flesh-heavy second-tier demon beasts, it was enough to make their movements clumsy and chaotic. Chan Yi and Lin Bin burst forth from behind the rock formations. Two beams of sword light, one white and one red, swept through the chaotic earthfire lizards. In an instant, several heads flew into the air, and the foul demon blood rained down. The leader of the earthfire lizards, witnessing this scene, let out a furious roar that shook the ravine, its dark red bone crown suddenly shining with blinding light, and the sulphurous heat around it boiled like water. The Qingling rope in Sun Qing's hand was the first to bear the brunt under this searing flame, snapping inch by inch until it turned to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the Earthfire Lizards broke free, its dark red scales bristling with rage, its massive mouth opened, and a pillar of near-white fire erupted, aimed straight at Chan Yi. "Zhao is here, the foul beast shall not act wild." A booming shout like thunder erupted. Zhao Meng's burly figure crashed down like a cannonball, blocking in front of Chan Yi. In his hand, the massive red sword resembling a door panel burst forth with dazzling flames, the sword body humming as it slashed down towards the blazing white fire pillar with ferocity. Break! The crimson sword light clashed fiercely with the blazing white fire pillar. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded at the point of impact, the scorching air carrying debris shooting outwards. Chan Yi felt a heat wave rush towards him, his clothes fluttering. Had it not been for the timely activation of his protective magic, he feared his hair would have been singed. The leader of the Earthfire Lizards clearly did not expect this suddenly returning human to be so formidable. A flicker of shock and anger crossed its crimson vertical pupils, yet its ferocity remained undiminished as its powerful hind legs forcefully pushed against the ground, its massive body barreling forward with a stench claws ripping through the air, aiming for Zhao Meng's head. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking stone made ears ache. The rocks beneath Zhao Meng's feet cracked inch by inch, yet he did not retreat an inch, the recoil from the giant sword actually causing the earthfire. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking stone made ears ache. The rocks beneath Zhao Meng's feet cracked inch by inch, yet he did not retreat an inch, the recoil from the giant sword actually causing the Earthfire Lizard leader's massive body to sway. Such great strength! Chan Yi praised inwardly, yet his hands did not slow down in the slightest. He seized the fleeting opening created by Zhao Meng, and the spiritual light sword transformed into a white rainbow, striking at the soft scales on the neck of the fire lizard leader. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Qingyan team had also fought their way back, joining up with Lin Bin and his companions, swiftly eliminating the remaining chaotic fire lizards. Puff! Chan Yi's sword light pierced through the gaps in the scales, penetrating half a foot deep. The boiling demon blood gushed forth like a spring. The fire lizard leader let out a pained cry, emitting a sound that shook the heavens, its massive body thrashing wildly in an attempt to shake off Chan Yi. However, Chan Yi had already leveraged the force to withdraw, his cloud-piercing boots sparkling with light as he floated back several yards, narrowly avoiding the sweeping tail of the giant lizard. Well done! Zhao Meng laughed heartily. Seizing the opportunity, he raised the giant sword high, the crimson sword energy coalescing into substance, transforming into a massive flame blade several yards long, slashing down toward the lizard leader with the force of a mountain-splitting stone. Slash! The fire lizard leader sensed a fatal threat, and fear flickered in its crimson vertical pupils for the first time. It suddenly raised its head, the dark red bone crown radiating bright light as a thick, nearly viscous dark red fire shield instantly formed above its head. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing another blazing white fire column toward Zhao Meng, fiercely attacking while defending. Boom! The flame blade struck the dark red fire shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The fire shield trembled violently, flickering, uncertainly covered in cracks, yet it did not shatter immediately. Meanwhile, the blazing white fire column had also reached Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng's expression changed slightly, but he remained unafraid. With his left hand, he patted his waist, and a palm-sized bronze shield flew out, expanding in the wind to become a thick shield the size of a door blocking in front of him. Buzz! The blazing white fire column slammed fiercely against the bronze shield, causing sparks to fly. The shield's spiritual light flickered wildly, pushed back several feet, carving deep grooves into the ground, yet it ultimately held firm. In the moment of this stalemate, Chan Yi moved again. Utilizing the speed of the cloud-piercing boots, he ghosted around to the lizard's side and rear. Swift! Chan Yi whispered, releasing the spiritual light sword, which transformed into an almost imperceptible phantom, faster than thunder, directly stabbing at the neck of the fire lizard leader. Puff! The spiritual light sword entered without a hilt. The colossal body of the fire lizard leader stiffened abruptly, and the fire shield shattered suddenly. Zhao Meng's giant sword fell without obstruction. The dark red bone crown cracked in response, and scalding demon blood mixed with bits of pale brain matter splattered everywhere. The fire lizard leader emitted an extremely brief, mournful wail. Its massive body swayed twice before crashing to the ground, shaking the earth slightly. With the leader dead, the remaining 5 or 6 fire lizards fell into chaos, and under the combined assault of the Qingyan team and Chan Yi's squad, they were soon slain one by one. The ravine was littered with the corpses of the demonic beasts. Huff! Zhao Meng dissipated the spiritual light from his giant sword, leaning on it, as he stood, letting out a deep breath, beads of fine sweat appearing on his forehead. Having just clashed with that second-tier superior leader, the energy expenditure was indeed considerable. Looking at Chan Yi, the admiration in his eyes deepened. Refreshing. Brother Chun, your flying sword truly arrived just in time. Chan Yi recalled the spiritual light sword, its blade shining, as if new, untainted by blood. He clasped his hands and smiled. Brother Zhou's direct confrontation is true bravery. I merely took advantage of the situation. He then tossed the storage pouch to Zhou Meng saying, 12 stalks of Qian grass all inside. I have not let you down. Zhou Meng accepted the storage pouch, scanning it with his divine sense, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Good. The Qian grass is of excellent quality. This trip was worthwhile. Qian Yi added. Additionally, there are still 2 adult specimens and a few cubs left in the den. Should we take care of them as well? Zhou Meng pondered for a moment, then shook his head saying, forget it. Destroying their den and slaughtering the young ones disrupts the balance of nature. Leaving 2 adults to guard whether those cubs survive or not depends on their own fortune. Qian Yi nodded in agreement, his impression of Zhou Meng improving a little more. Decisive in killing yet not lacking in principles, he was indeed a person worth befriending. All right, let's clean up the battlefield and be quick about it. Zhou Meng commanded loudly. Everyone immediately sprang into action. The fire lizard was full of treasures. Its hide could be made into armor, its blood and gallbladder could be used in medicine, and its claws and teeth were excellent materials for forging. The group worked together, their methods skilled. In less than half an hour, they had cleaned the battlefield thoroughly. All valuable materials were collected, piled into a small mountain. Looking at this small mountain, Zhou Meng's voice boomed like a bell. This hunt, Brother Qian, deserves the credit. Without your clever strategy of luring the tiger out of the mountain and flanking from both sides, even if we managed to capture this group of fire lizards, we would still suffer casualties, not to mention easily collecting these 12 stalks of Qian grass. Therefore, I propose that our 2 teams split the loot 50-50. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Qingyan team revealed expressions of course. They were evidently already accustomed to their captain's way of distributing shares. Sun Qing and the others looked at Qian Yi. Qian Yi quickly cupped his fist saying, Brother Zhou, how you were the main force that drew the enemy's attention, and you also personally dealt the killing blow to the leader. We merely followed the plan and collected the Qian grass, providing assistance at the end. Based on effort, it is only fair that you take 60% or even more. Zhou Meng waved his hand, interrupting Qian. Hey, Brother Qian, you can't say that. Without your brilliant plan, even if we could win, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory with tremendous losses, and we might even suffer casualties. Now we have almost no losses and are returning fully loaded. This extra reward is due to the value of your strategy. Moreover, whether gathering herbs or setting ambushes, weren't they both crucial? Saying 50-50 means it's 50-50. Zhou have always been someone who speaks and means it. If you keep declining, it would be looking down on our Qingyan team. Qian Yi wished to maintain good relations with the Qingyan team, clasping his fists saying, Brother Zhou is generous and righteous. I admire that. However, rules should not be broken. This is our first collaboration, and we have already taken advantage. I propose that this time's harvest be distributed per capita. In future collaborations, we can clarify shares based on effort and prior agreements. This is the way for long-term cooperation. Zhou Meng raised his thick eyebrows, wanting to say more, but Qian Yi had already jumped in. Brother Zhou, there is plenty of time ahead. We are brothers who will fight side by side for a long time. If we sow discord due to unfair initial profits, it would be unfortunate. Today's division by headcount is fair and reasonable, ensuring everyone feels at ease. Next time, if our brothers lag behind, and you give us less, we will have no complaints. Qian Yi's words not only upheld the principle of fairness, but also gave Zhou Meng face while emphasizing the prospect of long-term cooperation and considering the feelings of both teams. However, Qian Yi noticed that after he finished speaking, the members of the Qingyan team behind Zhou Meng showed no change in expression. It was as if they had no opinion on the distribution, whether more or less, which made Qian Yi feel suspicious. Is Zhou Meng's prestige really that high? Zhou Meng glanced at Qian Yi's earnest expression, then clapped his broad palm heavily upon Qian Yi's shoulder and laughed. Excellent. Brother Qian has thought this through thoroughly. My impetuousness was indeed unfounded. Then let it be as you suggest. Divided equally per person. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, he pointed to the pile of materials on the ground. These shall all be split into 9 equal shares. 5 for my team, 4 for Brother Chen's. No objections, I trust. None? Chorused the group in unison. Very well, Zhou Meng declared. Once sold, the spirit stones will be distributed immediately. Zhou Meng acted with decisive swiftness, gathering all the demonic beast materials and the 12 crimson flame herbs into several storage pouches. This place is no longer safe. We must withdraw at once. The scent of blood is far too strong. The group sprang into action, without delay, swiftly departing the ravaged battlefield of the Fisher Valley. Their return journey met no major obstacles. After more than 2 hours, the mist-shrouded Fog Valley camp emerged on the horizon. Upon returning to camp, the sky remained bright with daylight. Zhou Meng proposed selling the spoils immediately, ensuring everyone secured their share without delay. Yet rather than heading to the camp's official procurement station, he led the party directly to a modest forging shop in Qingyan Market called the 100 Treasures Pavilion. This choice struck Qian Yi, formerly an anti-narcotics officer, as faintly unusual. By established custom, one sold goods where one operated, within one's own camp. Moreover, the camp's procurement prices aligned precisely with market rates. So why go out of one's way to the market? Zhao Meng was clearly a regular patron, the shopkeeper, a plump, middle-aged cultivator, beamed as he hurried forward to greet him. Captain Zhao, another fine haul I see. Indeed, quite a bountiful one, the shopkeeper added. Master shopkeeper, please appraise these fairly, Zhao Meng said without preamble, placing several storage bags onto the counter. The shopkeeper swept his spiritual sense across the contents. His eyes flickered with sharp recognition, especially upon beholding the 12 flawless crimson flame herbs, whereupon his smile deepened noticeably. Earth, fire, lizard materials, 7 intact hides. 4 of middling grade, 1 superior, 5 damaged. 9 vials of gallbladder essence, blood samples. 12 crimson flame herbs, each aged approximately 50 years. Excellent quality. Clicking his abacus, he murmured aloud, Earth, fire, lizard materials hold steady in price, but crimson flame herbs have risen 10% recently due to heightened demand from the Danding Pavilion. As a long-standing patron, Captain Zhao, I assure you, no deception here. All items, including the herbs, total 3,600 low-grade spirit stones. What say you? How does that sound? Chan Yi observed the two men impassively. This Zhao Meng was no ordinary man. Still, since the arrangement favored his own gain, Chun Yi voiced no objection. Zhao Meng nodded. A fair and prompt offer. Agreed. Splendid. The shopkeeper briskly produced 36 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Meng accepted the stones and turned to the group, per capita division. 20 for my team, 16 for Brother Chen's. He handed the 16 mid-grade spirit stones directly to Chan Yi. Chan Yi accepted them and bowed respectfully toward Zhao Meng and the Qingyan team. Our cooperation today proceeded smoothly, thanks entirely to Elder Brother Zhou's guidance and the steadfast support of your esteemed comrades. Should we ever require assistance, a single word will suffice. We shall respond without hesitation. Zhao Meng laughed heartily, stowing the 20 spirit stones casually into his storage pouch before clapping Chan Yi firmly on the shoulder. Brother Chun, you and your team are truly outstanding, courageous, discerning, and forthright in conduct. I hereby declare you my sworn friend. From now on, as we eke out our livelihoods across these mountains, our two teams shall stand shoulder to shoulder, and together forge a name renowned far and wide. Today's harvest was abundant. Return now and rest well. Zhao Meng glanced skyward. When all are fully recovered, let us meet again, soon, to deliberate our next hunting route and target. How does that sound, Brother Chun? Precisely my intention. Entirely at your discretion, Chun Yi replied readily. The two teams parted ways before the 100 Treasures Pavilion, each returning to their respective encampments. Back in their modest courtyard, they closed the door, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. The four exchanged glances, their faces alight with irrepressible excitement. 16 mid-grade spirit stones equaled 1,600 low-grade ones. By precedent, each would receive over 300. Chan Yi tossed 3 mid-grade spirit stones to each. Keep the remainder. It's repayment on Captain. Lin Bin accepted the stones, their weight solid and reassuring, but hesitated. Perhaps we should settle the pill debt first. Let's forego dividing this round. Why rush? Sun Qing and the others concurred. They'd consumed yellow sprout pills worth nearly this sum during their recent breakthroughs. We'll head back into the mountains soon enough. Plenty of chances to earn more. Chan Yi cast them a sidelong glance. Didn't you notice something amiss with our team today? Lin Bin and Zhao, who exchanged thoughtful looks. Zhao, who blunt by nature, scratched his head. Captain, wasn't everything perfectly smooth this time? We secured the crimson flame herbs as planned, severed the lizard swarm, and jointly slew the alpha. Sun Qing, more perceptive, mused aloud. Captain, you mean our roles have grown too rigid and our artifacts overly uniform? Chan Yi nodded. Precisely. In the past we hunted solitary beasts. Each needed only master their assigned task. But moving forward, cooperating with the Qingyan team, or confronting even more complex scenarios and greater numbers of foes, our former methods will prove woefully inadequate. Each of you must become capable of standing alone. Acquire both offensive and defensive artifacts within the coming days. Do not rely solely on me or team synergy to cover your weaknesses. The three instantly grasped his meaning, and accepted the 3 mid-grade spirit stones without further protest, setting off together for the market to purchase artifacts. If Sun Qing and the others had their shortcomings, so too did Chun Yi. Though he possessed the blood-burning secret art as a trump card, his conventional arsenal relied entirely upon sword manipulation. Especially after witnessing Zhao Meng's thunderous, earth-shattering strike today, his lack of a decisive finishing technique stood starkly exposed. Chan Yi, meanwhile, carried a flask of wine and set off to seek Zhao Meng. That art which magnified his sword, truly coveted, and another motive stirred within him to probe Zhao Meng's true intentions. This man's sudden closeness was unmistakably purposeful. At the Qingyan team's quarters, Zhao Meng had just finished bathing and donned clean clothes-fitting attire. He stood conversing with Ho San and others in the courtyard when Chen Yi arrived bearing wine, and his eyes lit up instantly as he strode forward laughing boisterously. Brother Chen, perfect timing. I was just planning to invite you for a drink tonight. Zhao Meng took the flask, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply. Ah, fire cloud brew. A superb vintage. Ho San, fetch some side dishes. Tonight Brother Chen and I shall drink heartily. They settled at the stone table in the courtyard. Ho San deftly brought plates of braised beast meat and spirit fruits, then discreetly withdrew. After several bowls of fiery liquor, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm and convivial. Chen Yi dispensed with preliminaries and voiced his purpose directly. Elder Brother Zhao, today's battle truly expanded my horizons, especially your final blow against the Alpha, when your colossal sword manifested amid roaring flames. That overwhelming, awe-inspiring technique. What profound artistry lies behind it. Zhao Meng put down his wine bowl, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and laughed. Haha, Brother Chen has good eyesight. That is a secret technique I stumbled upon called the giant sword technique. It's not exactly a grand sex ultimate skill, but its strength lies in its simplicity and directness, allowing one to temporarily enlarge their sword with their own spiritual power, breaking through with brute force, making it quite formidable and dominant. Brother Zhao, this secret technique is truly enviable, Chen Yi said with a sincere expression. I wonder, would I be fortunate enough to receive some guidance from you, Brother Zhao? Of course I understand the rules and would never let you suffer a loss. He had only just met Zhao Meng, and he was already attempting to buy something that was apparently of great value, which was indeed quite presumptuous. But Chen Yi just wanted to see Zhao Meng's reaction. Sure enough, Zhao Meng showed a hesitant expression. It's not that I am unwilling to teach you, but this giant sword technique follows a path of brute force, while I observe that your flying sword follows a path of agility and speed. If you were to practice this technique, it would disrupt your sword's momentum and appear ungraceful. Refusal was inevitable, but the reason given was quite reasonable. Chen Yi, however, was not willing to let Zhao Meng off the hook. He filled Zhao Meng's cup with wine and forced a pained smile, saying, Brother Zhao, please see it clearly. My sword technique indeed emphasizes agility, but precisely for this reason, I am eager to learn a decisive killing move. It's a pity that such techniques are often encountered but rarely sought after. Zhao Meng, seeing Chen Yi's distressed expression, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. What you say makes sense, Brother Chen. Since you are eager for a change, I can keep an eye out for you. He raised his wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp, patting his chest. I have been mingling in Qingyan Square for many years and have made quite a few friends from various walks of life, so I can gather some information. It'll help you inquire and see if there are any suitable secret techniques for sword practitioners that have emerged in the market or black market recently. But about the price. Zhao Meng was indeed not simple. They had only known each other for a few days, yet he was genuinely willing to help. It seemed he harbored no ill will toward them. Although Chen Yi was turning over thoughts in his mind, he immediately patted his chest and assured, the price is negotiable. As long as the items are suitable, I will manage the spirit stones. I will trouble you with all of this, Brother Zhao. Haha, no problem, no problem. Zhao Meng laughed heartily. Brother, your strength and character are both commendable. Helping you is helping ourselves. I will take care of this matter. As soon as I have news, I will inform you. The two of them clinked cups and exchanged stories about monster hunting experiences and interesting happenings in the marketplace until the moon reached its zenith. Lin Bin and the others used the spirit stones they had obtained to acquire new magical tools. Lin Bin bought a Xianyang shield that could manifest a protective spiritual light, making up for his defensive shortcomings. Sun Qing purchased a Qingmang sword, while Zhao, who bought a mountain opening axe to address his offensive deficiencies. Taking advantage of the break, they all began to practice. 3 days later, Zhao Meng indeed sent someone to summon Chen Yi to the Qingyan team's base for a discussion. Chen Yi's spirits lifted, thinking to himself, he truly found a lead. Either this person is genuinely generous or he has ulterior motives regarding us. But we are merely at the midstage of chi refinement. In this Fog Valley camp, we barely rank in the middle. What could he possibly want from us? Regardless of his intentions, Chen Yi immediately rushed over. The secret technique was too important and he lacked such a route. Even if he knew there might be tricks involved, Chen Yi planned to go take a look. He could always pull out 1,000 or 800 mid-level talismans unless a foundation establishment cultivator intervened. Otherwise, Chen Yi truly had nothing to fear. Zhao Meng was already waiting inside the house. When he saw Chen Yi enter, he waved his hand to set up a simple soundproof barrier. Lowering his voice, he said, Brother Chen, luck is on your side. I asked around a few channels and indeed found some leads. Oh, please tell me quickly, Brother Zhao. Chen Yi's eyes lit up slightly. Recently, a few jade slips containing secret techniques have circulated in the black market. Their origins are somewhat complex, but the items are said to be reliable. Zhao Meng took a sip of tea and continued. Among them, I believe 2 might suit your taste. The first is called Sword Shadow Splitting Light, a technique that can divide sword light, creating a synergy of reality and illusion, attacking the enemy unawares, and is quite devious. However, this technique emphasizes variation, and lacks the pure destructive power of a decisive strike. Chan Yi's eyes brightened. This sword shadow splitting light indeed sounded exquisite, representing the ultimate expression of agility. Though he felt it was promising, he did not express his thoughts right away, only saying, "Could you tell me about the other one, Brother Zhao?" The second one, Zhao Meng licked his lips, a playful expression crossing his face, is a fragment of a technique named Tai-Bai sword art. He observed Chan Yi listening intently and elaborated. According to the seller, this fragment is quite ancient, obtained by someone from a long-abandoned cave. However, it is severely incomplete, with only one killing move called sword polishing technique being intact. It is said that with deep practice, it can imbue one's mana with a hint of lethal metal energy, possessing strong penetrative power specifically designed to break through various protective barriers and tough demonic bodies, making it a rather powerful technique. Zhao Meng paused, took a sip of tea to clear his throat, and continued. However, to master this move, one must absorb a massive amount of minerals to nurture a sharp metal energy, which is quite resource-intensive, and the seller's asking price is indeed not low. Is Chan Yi the kind of person who lacks money? He lacks the route. Only a child would make a choice. An adult wants them all. A gleam flashed in Chan Yi's eyes, and without hesitation he said, "Brother Zhao, I want both." Zhao Meng nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped, coughing twice in surprise, and stared wide-eyed at Chan. "Brother Chan, did you hear me clearly? Though the Tai-Bai sword art is a fragment, the seller is asking a hefty price, and the cost of the refinement is enormous, something ordinary loose cultivators cannot afford. Not to mention that sword shadow splitting light. This is not a small sum." "I understand," Chan Yi replied calmly yet with a resolute tone. "Opportunities like this are rare. The paths and suitable methods are more important than spirit stones. I ask Brother Zhao to help with the connections. As for the price, as long as it is not excessively outrageous, I'm open to negotiation." Zhao Meng stared at him for a while, seeing that his expression did not seem to be feigned, and could not help but pat the table in admiration. "Good. You have guts, brother. Since you have made your decision, I will certainly help you get it done. However, black market transactions have many rules and a mix of people. Let me arrange things. Tomorrow night at midnight I will take you to meet the seller. You can assess the goods and negotiate the price yourself. I will only be a facilitator. How does that sound?" "That would be best. Oh, thank you, Brother Zhao." Chan Yi clasped his fists in sincere gratitude. The next night, as midnight approached, Chan Yi changed into an inconspicuous gray robe and quietly left the small courtyard to meet Zhao Meng, who was also disguised at the agreed location. The two said little more, with Zhao Meng leading the way, navigating through the intricate alleys of Qingyan Square, eventually arriving at a dilapidated backyard with a worn sign that read Zhou's Miscellaneous Goods near the edge of the marketplace. Zhao Meng knocked rhythmically on the door, 3 long and 2 short. After a moment, the wooden door opened slightly, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes scanning from behind. Zhao Meng whispered a code phrase, and only then did the wooden door fully open, letting in a stooped, elusive elder. The room was dimly lit, only a single oil lamp flickered. Aside from the guiding elder, there was another person sitting at a square table, similarly cloaked in a large black robe obscuring their face, with only a pair of eyes glimmering faintly in the shadows. "Do you have everything ready?" the black-robed figure asked hoarsely and directly. Zhao Meng looked at Chan Yi, who stepped forward, taking out a prepared bag from his robes and placing it on the table, creating a soft sound of clinking spirit stones. "Let's see the goods first." The black-robed person was succinct, extending a bony hand and brushing over the table, revealing 2 jade slips dull in color and bearing ancient inscriptions. Aside from the relatively complete killing move known as sword technique, the rest of the content is disjointed, filled with numerous indecipherable ancient runes and vague remnants of sentences, presenting itself as a severely incomplete sword manual. The system is incapable of making mistakes. Thus, the problem must lie with this jade slip, which requires a special method to activate. With this consideration, Chan Yi withdrew his divine sense, placing the 2 jade slips back on the table, and asked in a deep voice, "What is the price for these 2 items?" The hoarse voice of the man in black echoed, "Though the dividing light sword shadow is not a top-tier secret technique, it is quite exquisite, priced at 800 low-grade spirit stones. As for this fragment of the Tai-Bai sword manual," he paused, "the seller has set the price at 1,300 low-grade spirit stones." Nearby Zhao Meng couldn't help but gasp inwardly. This price, especially the latter, was simply astronomical for loose cultivators. He couldn't help but speak up. "Friend, isn't the price for this fragment a bit exorbitant? 1,300, that's enough to buy a top-grade magical artifact." Hearing this, the man in black snorted coldly, ignoring Zhao Meng and fixing his shadowed gaze on Chan Yi. "Although this fragment is severely incomplete, the sword technique within it is complete and remarkably powerful, hence the differing price. Whether you buy it or not is entirely up to you. Zhao Meng frowned, wanting to say more, but Chen Yi raised his hand to stop him. The price is acceptable. Chen Yi spoke calmly, taking out another cloth bag from his pocket and placing it beside the previous one. Here are 2,100 low-grade spirit stones. Please count them. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the man in black, clearly not expecting Chen Yi to be so straightforward. He picked up the 2 bags, scanned them with his divine sense, confirmed the amount was correct, nodded, and pushed the 2 jade slips towards Chen Yi. The transaction is complete. The goods are sold and no returns or inquiries about their origins will be entertained. The man in black pocketed the spirit stones, his tone still indifferent. I understand the rules. Chen Yi stored the 2 jade slips and exchanged a glance with Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng understood, and the two no longer spoke, turning to leave the dim room. After exiting the back of Zhou's general store, passing through several silent alleys, until they were far from that area, Zhao Meng could no longer restrain himself, and whispered, Brother Chen, this is too. The asking price for that fragment is indeed outrageous. 1,300. Just for one move. Chen Yi smiled, the night concealing the brilliance in his eyes. Brother Zhao, I trust your judgment, and I trust my own. If this sword technique truly has the unique efficacy of breaking through defenses, then no price is too high. Seeing Chen Yi's determination, Zhao Meng could only shake his head in admiration. Brother, I am impressed by your determination and courage. Well then, now that we have the items, let's focus on training. If you need any specific minerals to practice the sword technique, I have acquaintances in the market who can help inquire about prices. Then I must thank you, Brother Zhao. Chen Yi clasped his hands together. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, I understand the rules of the black market. Nothing happened tonight. Zhao Meng patted his chest in assurance. The two parted ways in the Mist Valley, quietly returning to their respective residences. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Chen Yi eagerly took out the dark golden jade slip of the Tai Bai sword manual. The system indicated it was the complete version. It couldn't be wrong. The question is how to activate this complete inheritance. He tried to infuse spiritual energy into the jade slip in various ways, either washing over the indecipherable ancient symbols with his divine sense, or even attempting to drip blood, but the jade slip remained unresponsive, still only displaying the disjointed fragmentary content. It seems it's not simply a matter of concealment. Chen Yi pondered. Currently he was merely a chi refining stage cultivator possessing divine sense but lacking spiritual sense. Perhaps after reaching foundation establishment, when his spiritual sense was activated, he would be able to discern the mysteries of the jade slip. Or perhaps this jade slip requires the unique power of the Tai Bai sword manual to be activated. At present the latter seems more likely. Because the sword technique is relatively complete, its cultivation requires absorbing the mineral's golden energy to cultivate a type of sharp gold chi. This sharp gold chi is likely the key to unlocking the complete inheritance. The thought process began to clear. The urgent task is to first practice the sword technique and cultivate that sharp gold chi. At that point perhaps it will naturally lead to unveiling the complete form of the Tai Bai sword manual. With this thought, Chen Yi could no longer suppress the fiery excitement within him, and immediately synthesized dozens of pieces of low-grade metal materials, such as mysterious iron and red copper. As the method was activated, the spiritual metal laid before him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming into strands of nearly invisible pale golden airflow, which he inhaled into his body. This energy differs from spiritual energy, and does not aid in the improvement of cultivation. It merely added a remarkably sharp aura to his dantian. Chen Yi extended a finger, and a golden blade technique appeared at his fingertip. With a flick of his finger, the golden blade technique shot out, directly piercing through the stone slab in front of him, which was about an inch thick. Dozens of low-grade spirit gold ingots are worth 70 or 80 spirit stones, yet the effect is minimal. Chen Yi murmured, it seems the Tai Bai sword manual mentioning that it is quite resource-intensive is no exaggeration. To cultivate a truly sharp gold energy capable of breaking through defenses and cutting armor, the required resources are likely astronomical. The higher the added value of the item, the more savings one gets from synthesizing with the system, such as pills or magical artifacts. Conversely, the lower the added value of the item, the less effective the system becomes. For instance, raw materials. Spirit ore is one of them, with a market price of 1 spirit stone for 1 tael of mysterious iron. Synthesizing with the system requires 10 points of vitality. The amount of spirit ore needed for this sword technique is enormous. Even if the cost is only 1/10, it is still quite a hefty resource. I still need to make money. With a sigh, he took out the jade slip of the Tai Bai sword manual. To prevent damaging the jade slip due to experimental errors, Chen Yi first disassembled it to extract the blueprint and then resynthesized it. He input the modified amount of magical energy into it. If the magical energy input before cultivation was like hitting a rock with no response at all, then now the input of magical energy felt like encountering a highly resilient leather with noticeable resistance. As expected, my guess was correct. The method to unlock this jade slip is indeed the sword technique. According to the records within the sword technique, being able to penetrate mysterious iron solely with magical energy counts as a small accomplishment. It seems there is still a long way to go. Storing the jade slip away, Chun-Yi felt more at ease. At the very least, the direction was clear. With a wave of his large sleeve, he brushed off the dust left behind after exhausting the spirit gold and took out the dividing light sword technique. If the former is a passive skill that increases attack power, then this secret technique is an active illusion. He summoned the spiritual light sword and began to manipulate it according to the method. At first it was quite clumsy. The spiritual light sword merely trembled slightly, its brilliance flickering. Chun-Yi remained patient, repeatedly attempting and adjusting the rhythm of the magical energy and the angle of his divine sense. After about 2 hours with a light ringing, the spiritual light sword suddenly shone brilliantly, and then a pale white phantom almost identical to the sword body separated from the sword floating beside it, though its brightness was slightly dim, making it appear somewhat ethereal. It worked. Chun-Yi was delighted. With a thought, that sword light phantom followed the main body of the spiritual light sword and thrust towards another test stone in the courtyard. Sizzle. The main body of the spiritual light sword easily sank half an inch into the stone, while the phantom shattered quietly upon touching the stone, leaving only a faint white mark on its surface. As expected, this newly formed sword light phantom is more deceptive than harmful. Chun-Yi was not disappointed. On the contrary, he became even more excited. The secret technique notes that if 3 or more light beams can be split, the phantom solidifies. It will possess 1/10 of the main bodhi's power. If 9 beams can be split, the phantom can have 30% of its power, with true and false transforming sufficient to make cultivators of the same level struggle. As for the legendary 18 beams, with the intertwining of reality and illusion, the power stacks and can even temporarily trap the enemy. But that requires exceptionally high cultivation and comprehension of swordsmanship. In the days that followed, Chun-Yi's life became extremely regular. During the day, he practiced the sword shadow splitting light technique, occasionally feeding moves to Sun Qing and others. At night, he consumed pills for refining qi while absorbing golden energy to practice the sword polishing technique. After some comparison, he found that black iron had the highest cost-performance ratio among the available diagrams. Though the price for the synthesis system was low, the amount of black iron required to cultivate the sword polishing technique to a minor success was estimated to be equivalent to that of a small mine. It was no wonder that the sword polishing technique had gone unnoticed. Even with the system synthesis, the cost of black iron being only 1/10 of the market price still posed a challenge. During this time, Chun-Yi and his companions went into the mountains a few times, but encountering communal-type demon beasts was a rare stroke of luck. They could only hunt some secondary high-tier solitary demon beasts. Although the income was not worse than that from a dedicated hunting ground due to the purchase of secret techniques and the need to synthesize pills and cultivate with black iron, Chun-Yi's spirit stones were becoming a bit strained. However, because Zhao Meng and the others did not show any unusual behavior during their trips to the mountains, Chun-Yi gradually set aside his suspicions about their ulterior motives. He assumed it was just some bored immortal second generation looking for excitement, until one day Zhao Meng came to the door with 4 of his subordinates. "Chun, brother." Zhao Meng's voice boomed. "Is it about time for a break?" Chun-Yi smiled and replied, "We're almost out of rice. My brothers have been waiting for you, brother Zhao." "Ha ha." Zhao Meng laughed heartily. "I knew you wouldn't be the type to stay idle. This time we have a big..." Gathering both teams, Zhao Meng spread out a map, pressing a finger heavily on a section marked in bright yellow. Huangfeng Cave. According to the information gathered by Ho San, there is a nest of green armored copper centipedes. They're estimated to be 17 or 18 in number, with a high-level leader. These creatures are more troublesome than fire-earth lizards. Their shells are as hard as inferior defensive artifacts. Their limbs are sharp and poisonous, and they can spit out toxic sand mist. However, the copper centipede pearls they possess are excellent for detoxification and are worth significantly more than fire-earth lizards. More importantly, the nests of these metallic demon beasts are likely to be accompanied by some metallic spiritual herbs, and there may even be low-tier spiritual mines nearby. Zhao Meng's last statement made Chun-Yi's heart race. A spiritual mine? He had just obtained the sword polishing technique, and now there was talk of a spiritual mine. Was this not a direct hook for fishing? If there weren't any tricks involved, Chun-Yi would write his name backward. However, after discerning that Zhao Meng had no malicious intentions, Chun-Yi was curious to see what he meant. He went along with it, saying, "Brother Zhao, is the information reliable? The matter of a spiritual mine is serious. If it leaks, it could attract various covetous eyes." Rest assured, this place was discovered by Ho San when he unexpectedly found fresh copper centipede shells in a rock crevice, leading him to follow the clues. Zhao Meng lowered his voice. "Currently, only our 2 teams know about this. There is no time to waste. We must act quickly." The eyes of everyone ignited with fervor. The copper centipede pearl was already a valuable find. If they could truly locate the accompanying spiritual mine, even a small vein would be worth a fortune. Just as I need a spiritual mine for my cultivation techniques, this opportunity is truly a stroke of luck. Chun-Yi decisively stated, "When do we set off?" Immediately. Traveling light, they headed straight for the target. Huangfeng Cave is located about 350 miles southwest of Wugu Camp Deep, within the mountains far from the regularly cleaned hunting grounds. As they traveled, the trees grew older and more robust, the vines twisted like nets with poisonous insects and snakes hidden within. The air was thick with the scent of primal wilderness, and occasionally distant beast roars echoed, signaling that this area had long been claimed by powerful demon beasts. After 2 hours, the team stopped before a steep gray rock wall. At the base of the wall, there was a cave entrance partially concealed by dense vines about 2 people high. Peering inside, it appeared deep and dark, with an eerie cold wind blowing out, carrying a faint metallic rust and sweet smell. "This is the spot." Ho-san quietly emerged from the shadows near the cave entrance, whispering, "There are recent signs of entry nearby. At least 10 heads have gone in and out. The interior terrain is complex with many branches. Preliminary exploration shows that the main passage slopes downward with a faint golden evil energy present, indicating a high probability of a mine." Chun-Yi stared at the dark cave entrance, furrowing his brow. "We can't just rush in. The passages inside are narrow. With so many of us, we can't maneuver well. If we get trapped and the toxic sand mist bursts in, it would be a big problem." Zhou Meng also looked worried, saying, "Though these creatures are social, they have feeding habits. We can lure them out in batches. The question is who will lure them. Although Ho-san has good agility, his cultivation is too low. If he gets surrounded, he probably won't even have a chance to fight back. And I am too aggressive in my approach. I can't handle such delicate work." Chun-Yi pondered for a moment, scanning his team. "I will go." As soon as he said this, not only was Zhou Meng taken aback, but Lin Bin and the others also exclaimed, "Captain, that's too dangerous." Zhao, who was the first to oppose, slamming his heavy shield down, "Let me go. I have thick skin and flesh. I can take a hit." Chun-Yi shook his head. "It's precisely because it's dangerous that we need someone with quick reactions and adaptability. With my agility being the fastest in the team and my cultivation at the 6th level, I am the most suitable for the task of luring the creatures." Looking at Zhou Meng, he said, "Brother Zhou, you set up an ambush outside the cave. Once I lure the copper centipedes out, immediately assist and surround them for a swift resolution." Zhou Meng looked deeply at Chun-Yi, seeing his determined expression, knowing he had considered everything, so he stopped trying to dissuade him and firmly patted Chun-Yi on the shoulder. "Good. Brother, you are truly courageous. I admire you. We will cover for you outside, so be careful." Ho-san stepped forward, whispering, "Captain Chan, the main passage extends about 50 feet and then there is a larger branch to the right where the scent is strongest. It should lead deeper into the nest. The left branch has the sound of flowing water and may lead to an underground river. Once you go in, you can create some noise in the right branch, but do not venture too deep. Just lure out a portion, understood?" Though Lin Bin and the others were reluctant, they knew this was not the time for disputes, so they clasped their fists in agreement. "Captain, be careful." Chun-Yi said no more, taking a deep breath as his internal power quietly circulated, adjusting his state to the best. With preparations complete, he lightly patted his storage bag, taking out a few detoxifying pills to hold under his tongue, and placed a golden shield talisman in the palm of his left hand for emergencies. Once ready, his form flickered as he swept into the cave entrance, concealed by vines, instantly disappearing into the darkness. Inside the cave, the light suddenly dimmed and the sweet metallic scent in the air grew stronger, mingled with the damp chill of the rocks and a faint metallic sharpness. Chun-Yi activated his spiritual eye technique, his pupils faintly glowing with clarity, barely able to discern the situation within several feet. The passage was narrower than he had anticipated. At its widest point, it could barely accommodate 2 people side by side, and it was no more than 2 zhang high, with rough rock walls covered in slick moss and unknown dark fungi. The ground was uneven, littered with fragments of small bones and dull shell pieces. He held his breath, moving lightly like a cat, carefully progressing alongside the rock wall. After walking about 40 feet, a fork indeed appeared ahead. The right passage emitted a stronger odor and faint rustling sounds, while the left had the faint sound of flowing water. Chun-Yi contemplated briefly, and following Ho-san's suggestion, turned towards the right passage. After advancing about 10 more feet, the passage widened slightly, and the metallic sharpness in the air became increasingly evident, almost stinging his skin. Hiss! A teeth-gritting friction sound came from the dark depths ahead, rapidly approaching. Points of eerie green light flared up like ghostly flames. "Here they come." Chun-Yi's heart tightened, and he simultaneously unleashed several pearl fireball talismans, transforming them into fireballs the size of basins, roaring towards the front. Boom! 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 The explosive flames instantly tore through the darkness of the passage, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. Illuminated by the firelight, several ferocious beasts revealed their forms. Each nearly 10 feet long, their bodies covered in a grayish-blue metallic shell resembling centipedes, but more robust, with numerous pairs of glimmering cold legs rapidly moving on both sides, advancing like the wind. It was the Qing armor copper centipede. The fireball struck the 2 copper centipedes, exploding into a blazing inferno, yet only causing their shells to darken slightly, provoking a chorus of furious hisses, and their momentum was merely momentarily halted. Chani dared not linger. His objective had been achieved. He activated his cloud-piercing boots with all his might, darting backward towards the cave entrance like a specter. Hiss! The enraged copper centipedes clearly would not let this intruder, who dared to invade their lair and attack them, escape, easily twisting their bodies and pursuing relentlessly at an astonishing speed. The sound of their shells scraping against the rock walls echoed in the narrow passage, sending shivers down one's spine. 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet. The light at the cave's entrance was now in sight. They're coming. Chani let out a sharp whistle, his figure shooting out of the cave like an arrow. Almost the instant he burst out of the cave. Attack! Zhao Meng's thunderous roar erupted. The Qingyan team and Lin Bin, who had long been lying in ambush on both sides of the cave entrance, sprang into action. Zhao Meng took the lead, his crimson giant sword accompanied by a scorching gust of wind, fiercely slashing at the first copper centipede that charged out. The sword's edge collided with the grayish-blue shell, producing a piercing clamor of metal clashing, even sending sparks flying. The copper centipede let out a painful hiss, its forward momentum forcefully halted. Almost simultaneously, several attacks descended from different angles. Lu Ru's long whip struck like a venomous snake, snapping around one copper centipede with a crack, her magical power infused, tightening the whip's body in an attempt to restrict its movement. Ho San's figure appeared like a specter at its side, his water-splitting stab skillfully targeting the gaps in its shell joints, drawing forth a trickle of dark green fluid. The Wang brothers coordinated seamlessly with thick-backed sabers and chain guns, working in tandem to block another copper centipede. Sun Qing, like Lu Shenyang, unleashed his own Qingling rope to ensnare one as well. At the same time, like Lin Bin, he summoned his flying sword to stab at the relatively vulnerable compound eye region of the copper centipede. Zhao, who roared, and with a display of his large shield, he violently slammed it against the copper centipede that had dashed out of the cave, causing it to stagger. After Chani dashed out of the cave, he did not linger, twisting in midair, his Lingguang sword already in hand, and he drew the sword's edge. Divide! As his thought urged it, the Lingguang sword let out a clear chime, its blade shimmering with radiant light, instantaneously splitting into 2 slightly ethereal sword shadows that shot out alongside the main body. The 3 sword lights formed a triangle piercing towards the copper centipede engaged with Zhao, who, that copper centipede still dazed from the earlier collision, suddenly saw 3 fierce sword lights approaching, and a flicker of instinctive fear flashed in its ghostly green compound eye, causing it to instinctively shrink back. Ding! Ding! Hiss! The 3 sword shadows struck at the same spot. The first 2 ethereal shadows merely struck harmlessly, but the final Lingguang sword's main body pierced through the shell, pinning it to the ground, and dark green fluid immediately splattered out. The copper centipede let out a chilling shriek, its body writhing violently, its limbs thrashing about, clawing at the rocks beneath, sending stone debris flying, clearly suffering serious injury. Zhao, who would not let such an opportunity slip, twisting his wrist, the newly acquired mountain-cleaving axe came crashing down, almost cleaving it in 2. The copper centipede lay there, convulsing on the ground, gasping for breath. The 2 of them no longer cared for it, pulling back to support others. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng had already cleaved his copper centipede in 2, also retreating to assist. In just over 10 breaths, all 4 copper centipedes had been slain. Beautiful! Zhao Meng shook the blood off his sword, laughing heartily. Brothers, your coordination was impeccable. This opening victory was exhilarating. Everyone's faces revealed excitement. For second-tier mid-level Qing armor, copper centipedes had been eradicated without any casualties on their side, which was truly an impressive achievement. Ho San deftly cut open the copper centipede's corpse, retrieving 4 dragonized copper centipede pearls that shimmered with a faint golden blue light, carefully storing them away. These pearls felt warm to the touch, subtly exuding a chi of metal and iron, making for excellent detoxifying. Chani regulated his breathing, pointing towards the dark cave entrance. What we just drew out was merely part of the outer guard. Listen closely, there are likely many more deeper within the lair. Then let's take them out in batches. This cave is narrow, which is unfavorable for us. We'll continue to draw them out to fight. Zhao Meng licked his lips, his battle intent intensifying. With the strategy set, Chen Yi took on the role of bait once more. Armed with the experience from the first encounter, he handled it with greater ease. After advancing a certain distance, he disturbed them with spells or talismans, then quickly retreated, managing to successfully lure out 3 to 5 copper centipedes each time. The ambush point outside the cave had transformed into an efficient slaughterhouse. In just half an hour, 3 rounds of ambushes had been conducted, with 13 copper centipede corpses already lying on the ground. Just as Chan Yi prepared for the 4th lure, a deafening shriek suddenly erupted from within the cave. Following that, a much larger dark blue-black figure burst through the vines hanging at the cave entrance, accompanied by a nauseating stench and a dense aura of malevolence. This copper centipede was nearly 20 feet long, its shell a deeper shade of blue-black, subtly glinting with a metallic hardness, its limbs thick like scythes, their tips glowing with a faint blue light, clearly more toxic. Its compound eyes were a sinister red, and as its mouthparts opened and closed, one could see serrated teeth within, exuding a chilling pressure. "Everyone fall back. Chun, my brother, well, take this big fellow." Zhao Meng bellowed, his aura erupting, the crimson giant sword humming and vibrating, flames leaping from its blade. Chun Yi's eyes flashed with realization. He understood Zhao Meng's concerns. Though this copper centipede leader was only of second-tier upper-grade strength, its defenses were astonishing. The team's coordinated attack would not be very effective, and it might even lead to casualties. It would be better for him and Zhao Meng, both at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, to face it hidden, while the others could provide support from the sidelines, which would be more prudent. All right. Chun Yi stood firm, pointing the Lingguang sword at the copper centipede leader, the sword's brilliance flowing, hinting at sharpness. Having nurtured his sword skills during this period, although the sharp Qi within his magical power had not matured yet, it was starting to take shape, and this formidable enemy was the perfect opportunity to test its edge. The copper centipede leader seemed to sense that the two before it posed the greatest threat, its red compound eyes locking onto Zhao Meng and Chan Yi, its massive body suddenly arching, gathering strength, and it pounced like an arrow released from a bow, moving several times faster than an ordinary copper centipede. Before it even reached them, a foul wind mingled with the stench of blood, and the scent of rust rushed towards them. "Come on!" Zhao Meng did not retreat but advanced, instead taking a step forward as the ground beneath him cracked, and the crimson giant's sword slashed down fiercely, flames surging from the blade, transforming into a nearly 10-foot-long fiery whip. Clang! Oi! The deafening explosion reverberated, and the shockwave radiated outward in a circular wave, causing Lin Bin and the others to be buffeted, nearly unable to stand. The force of the copper centipede leader was forcibly halted, a scorched sword mark appearing on its shell cracks, spreading but not completely breaking through. It let out a painful screech, its body twisting as numerous pairs of thick limbs, sharp as sickles, swept toward Zhao Meng with a piercing sound. Zhao Meng's giant sword whirled, forming a blazing wheel of fire that clashed fiercely against those limbs, the sound of metal striking metal resounding like a rainstorm, sparks flying. He swayed slightly, clearly feeling that the power of the copper centipede leader far exceeded the ordinary. Just as the copper centipede leader attacked, Zhao Meng, Chun Yi moved. With a flicker of light from his cloud-piercing boots, he approached the copper centipede leader's flank like a phantom, thrusting his spiritual sword directly at the weakest joint in its shell. The spiritual sword, imbued with Chun Yi's sharp golden energy, pierced that previously battered weak point. Puff! Dark green viscous fluid mixed with shattered shell fragments burst forth. The copper centipede leader let out a thunderous cry of pain, its entire body twisting violently, its tail sweeping like an iron whip, accompanied by a terrifying howl. With a successful strike, Chun Yi retreated without greed for glory. Well done. Zhao Meng was invigorated at the sight. Rise. Seizing the moment when the copper centipede leader was momentarily slowed by pain, Zhao Meng raised his crimson giant sword, once more the blade lengthening in the wind, transforming into a massive fiery sword the size of a door. The copper centipede leader was greatly alarmed, a hint of fear flashing in its crimson compound eyes, instinctively wanting to retreat into its lair. But would Chun Yi allow that? With a twist of his spiritual sword, 3 streaks of sword light floated in the air. He pointed to one go. The 3 streaks of sword light shot out like lightning from different angles, sealing off the copper centipede leader's escape route. Having just suffered a loss from Chun Yi's sword, how could the leader dare to take it hidden? Could only withdraw to dodge. But with its retreat blocked, Zhao Meng was fully charged. Slash! The door-sized fiery sword descended with the might of a mountain, engulfing the sea. The copper centipede leader, unable to evade, could only shrink its massive body into a ball, its entire body's dark blue shell suddenly gleaming with a metallic sheen, bracing itself against this earth-shattering blow with its full demonic power. Boom! The fiery giant sword struck solidly against the curled-up shell of the copper like a meteor crashing to earth. The tremendous impact caused the ground at the cave entrance to shake violently, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, suddenly a shadow shot out from the swirling dust like lightning. It was none other than the copper centipede leader. It had withstood Zhao Meng's full-force strike. Although its shell was charred and shattered with numerous cracks and dark green fluid flowing, it had not perished. Instead, propelled by the explosion's force, it shot toward Zhao Meng like an arrow released from a bow. What? Zhao Meng was greatly alarmed. However, at this moment his old strength was spent and new strength had not yet returned, the crimson giant sword still in recoil. He could not even raise his guard against the copper centipede leader's deadly counterstrike. Seeing the sharp limbs shimmering with ghostly blue poison, ready to slice Zhao Meng in half, no one had time to assist. Swift! A clear shout rang out. From the side, 3 streaks of fierce sword light shot forth almost simultaneously. It was Chun Yi. Earlier, when he hindered the copper centipede leader, these 3 streaks of sword light had not struck down but had merely hovered nearby in vigilance. Unexpectedly, they truly came in handy. Puff, puff, hiss. The first two sword lights struck the shattered shell, only sparking a couple of sparks, but causing the copper centipede leader's momentum to slightly falter. As for the third one, the spiritual sword, imbued with sharp golden energy, could not be blocked by the already shattered shell. The flying sword pierced through its body, sending a spray of foul green blood. The copper centipede leader's massive momentum instantly stiffened, its crimson compound eyes dimming, rapidly crashing down, just a foot in front of Zhao Meng, stirring up dust and falling completely silent. Zhao Meng, seemingly still shaken, took a deep breath, then heavily patted Chan Yi's shoulder. Little brother, I will remember your life-saving grace. We are brothers. Why should big brother Zhao be so polite? Chan Yi called back his spiritual sword, the blade, still shimmering with light, only the bloodstains were slowly evaporating under the effects of his magical power. Ah, well said. Zhao Meng laughed loudly, his spirit buoyed. In times of adversity, true character is revealed. From now on, you are my sworn brother in life and death. The two exchanged smiles, but each held their own calculations. Chan Yi had his hesitations, having long known Zhao Meng's intentions toward him and his companions. Yet Zhao Meng had indeed provided him with great convenience. If he did not save them, the team he had painstakingly nurtured would surely disband. Who would follow a selfish person? Zhao Meng felt a sense of appreciation in his heart, loyal and righteous, not ungrateful. I did not misjudge this person. The others at this moment finally snapped back from the shocking peril they had just experienced, rushing forward. Ho San swiftly opened the copper centipede leader's head, retrieving a copper centipede bead the size of an egg, pulsating with a blue light and surrounded by a hint of murderous aura, clearly of much higher quality than ordinary beads. Though the shell was severely damaged, some intact parts still held value, which Wang De and Wang Er carefully peeled off. Lu Ru quickly checked Zhao Meng, confirming that he had only exhausted too much magical power and was not poisoned or injured, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief rest, everyone consumed pills to restore their magical power. Zhao Meng looked toward the cave entrance. The outer copper centipedes have been mostly cleared, and the leader has been slain. There should only be some old, weak, sick, and disabled ones left in the lair, posing little threat. Let's go in and see what treasures this yellow wind cave is hiding. The group re-entered the cave. Their feelings this time were vastly different from when they first entered. Though still cautious, there was a greater sense of anticipation for treasure. Delving deeper along the main passage, they casually dealt with 3 remaining copper centipedes that were panicking due to the death of their leader. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a metallic sharpness. Soon, they reached the intersection that Ho San had scouted earlier. Turning to the right passage, leading to the depths of the lair, after proceeding for over 100 feet, their vision suddenly opened up. A massive natural cave presented itself before them. Countless stalactites hung from the ceiling, and the ground was littered with stone pillars of various sizes, many of which were covered with a layer of dark greenish rust-like substance. In one corner of the cave, a large pile of bones, shell fragments, and some undigested mineral remnants were stacked, emitting a foul odor. It was evidently the copper centipede's dining area and waste zone. On the other side of the cave, dark blue ores were embedded in the rock wall, reflecting a faint metallic sheen under the light of the illumination tools in their hands. Shen Iron Mine. Ho San was the first to exclaim, his voice trembling with excitement. Zhao Meng hurried forward to examine the rock wall, and after a moment, he slammed his fist against it. Heavily. Good. Great. To think it's a large-scale mine. Chan Yi's expression darkened. If it were a small mine, it would be fine. The reserves wouldn't last long, and they could dig for 10 days or half a month before it was exhausted, selling in batches without attracting attention. But a large-scale mine, this was beyond what a few chi refining stage loose cultivators could manage. A vague sense of foreboding crept into his heart, seemingly understanding Zhao Meng's true intentions. Lin Bin and the others seemed oblivious to the enormous risks involved, their faces glowing with excitement, as they murmured in low voices around the dark, gleaming rock wall, their eyes filled with unabashed joy. Chan Yi whispered to Lin Bin and the others, "We cannot handle this thing." Upon hearing this, Lin Bin and the others momentarily faltered in their excitement. They were not foolish. They had merely been momentarily blinded by the prospect of immense wealth. With Chan Yi's reminder, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation. "If you don't want to stir up trouble, come with me now," Chan Yi said as he quietly retreated towards the cave entrance. After a brief hesitation, Lin Bin and the others gritted their teeth and stealthily followed Chan Yi. Zhao Meng's gaze appeared to be focused on the mine, but in reality it was fixated on Chan Yi. Seeing the group sneak towards the entrance without a word, he cleared his throat and said, "Chen brother, where are you all going?" Chan Yi's heart sank as he forced a smile and replied, "Brother Zhao, this thing is too hot to handle, so we little fish won't get involved. You all go ahead." Ho San and the others reached for their storage pouches, clearly intending to take action, but were stopped by Zhao Meng. He looked at Chan Yi and sighed. "Since we have come this far, I cannot hide it any longer. To be honest, we are not ordinary loose cultivators. We hail from the Lansong Zhou clan. Under the Qingyun sect, any group that could be called a clan typically had at least one golden core elder from the Qingyun sect. Finally, the truth was laid bare. Chen Yi maintained a composed expression, but his mind raced. Lin Bin and the others also recognized this fact, their expressions becoming complex. There exists an insurmountable chasm between loose cultivators and clan cultivators. The revelation of their identity signified that the ensuing situation could no longer be simply described as dividing the spoils. Zhao Meng observed everyone's reactions. He smiled wryly and said, "It is not that we intentionally hid this from you, but there has long been an unwritten agreement among the sects and various clans that they must not directly intervene in the affairs of loose cultivators hunting demons in the Wuhuan mountain range to prevent chaos and preserve the existing balance." Chen Yi frowned. "If that is the case, how did you brothers manage to venture into this Wuhuan mountain?" Zhao Meng sighed lightly, his expression somewhat complicated. "What you do not understand is that while it appears loose cultivators occupy the Wuhuan mountain range, there are actually hidden currents beneath the surface. Those large demon-hunting teams that can stand their ground in the mountains. Who among them lacks clan support?" Zhao Meng continued, "Our Lansong Zhou clan has only been established for about 50 years. Our foundation is still shallow. Though we are called a clan, we rely entirely on the support of our clan's ancestors, and our heritage pales in comparison to those true great clans with histories spanning hundreds or thousands of years. If we wish to get a share of the pie, we must abide by the rules here." He looked at Chen Yi and the others. "Thus our clan sends those of us with inferior spiritual roots and no exceptional talent to hunt demons under the guise of loose cultivators, providing our clan with the materials needed from demon beasts. This way we can train our juniors while helping the clan acquire resources, all without breaking the rules." Zhao Meng's heartfelt words eased the tense atmosphere within the cave considerably. Chen Yi understood. The Lansong Zhou clan was an emerging family. Though backed by a golden core elder, their foundation was still weak. As a rising force, they were restricted by resources and could only secretly send people to act as loose cultivators to expand their resource channels and build their strength. What they sought were external forces that could help them gain resources. Chen Yi calmly raised his gaze to Zhao Meng and said, "Brother Zhao is frank. In that case, I assume your clan has set its sights on this Xian iron mine." Zhao Meng nodded seriously. "Indeed, this mine holds great significance for my Zhou clan. Xian iron is a basic spiritual material for refining mid to low-grade magical artifacts, and the market demand is immense." Zhao Meng elaborated, "If we can control this mine, it would alleviate much of our clan's resource difficulties, and the juniors' cultivation would also be much more comfortable, truly a foundational opportunity." Chen Yi sneered inwardly. "Having come this far, you still think you can play dumb? Do you really think I am that foolish?" "Very well," Chen Yi waved his hand. "If that is the case, your clan can take this mine. We shall not dare to intervene." He declared, "Farewell." "Wait." Zhao Meng in a panic quickly stopped him. He smiled wryly and said, "Brother Chen, you truly are wise. It seems I cannot hide this from you. Indeed, this mine was discovered by my Zhou clan long ago, but due to the sect's regulations, our clan requires a loose cultivator to be the discoverer to obtain legitimate mining rights." Chen Yi halted his steps, turned around and sneered. "So you chose us? Brother Zhou has certainly played a great game here. I suppose that so-called exclusive hunting ground rule is also a lie, right?" Zhao Meng quickly waved his hand, his face serious. "The matter of the hunting ground is absolutely true. For teams like yours that have made a name for themselves, it will surely attract recruitment from various clans. If you refuse, there will truly be no further prospects for you. Indeed, not being targeted by other clans has led your Zhou clan to fixate on us." Zhao Meng paused, his gaze sincere. "I chose you because first I observed that you are not the greedy and treacherous type, and second, your progress and strength has been remarkably swift within the demon hunting team, indicating that your future achievements will not be low. I do admit there are ulterior motives in this matter. I cannot deny it, but I have no intention of causing you harm. On the contrary, this is a great opportunity for you all." Lin Bin and the others were taken aback, looking toward Chen Yi, waiting for his decision. Ho San and the others, on the other hand, fixated their eyes on Chen Yi, the atmosphere growing subtle once again. "What if we do not want this opportunity?" Chen Yi's words caused the air in the cave to suddenly freeze. Previously they had thought the Wuhuan mountain range was a sanctuary, but now it seemed just as chaotic. Ho San and the others silently placed their hands back on their storage bags, their eyes shimmering with cold light. Zhao Meng waved his hand to stop Ho San and the others from making any rash moves. "Of course you can refuse. While my Zhou clan is not a top clan, we do not engage in murderous actions." Zhao Meng continued, "However, Brother Chen, there are some things I must clarify. You have been traveling with my Qingyan team for quite some time. In the eyes of outsiders, you have likely already been regarded as part of my Zhou clan. Even if you withdraw now, how much can you truly wash away the connection? This information disparity is the greatest disadvantage of loose cultivators when facing clan forces. The Zhou clan label has already been affixed. With Zhou Meng and others from the clan hunting demons, it is evident that the Zhou clan situation in Wuhuan Mountain is not good. If they cut ties now, there is no way to continue in Wuhuan Mountain. The system's automatic matching of opponents is no joke. Chun Yi did not want to confront a golden core force at this moment. However, having invested so much, it would indeed be a pity to abandon everything because of Zhou clan's meddling. He planned to listen to Zhou clan's conditions first. If they couldn't come to an agreement, he could always use a talisman to overturn the table and go play somewhere else. Chun Yi sighed softly. Since Brother Zhou has said this much, if I continue to refuse it would seem ungrateful and would betray Brother Zhou's sincerity. I wonder what kind of opportunity Brother Zhou has in mind. Zhou Meng clearly had a plan in mind and stated directly, there are two paths for you to choose from. Firstly, if you trust me and the Lansong Zhou clan, you may join my Zhou family as a guest elder or an external. This mine vein would be considered the capital for your advancement contributed to the family, and the family would certainly not treat you poorly. Not only will this achievement be converted into merit points, but in the future you will also enjoy corresponding salaries and exchange privileges within the family, and even obtain a share from the operation of the mine. From now on, with the support of the family, your resources and safety will be guaranteed, far surpassing the uncertainty faced by loose cultivators. He looked at Chun Yi especially earnestly. Brother Chun, your insight into the world and your courage are remarkable. If you are willing to join, I will certainly recommend you to the family with all my strength. A core guest elder position is inevitable. Lin Bin and the others will also have their places. This offer is undeniably generous. The Zhou family as an emerging clan lacks top combat power, but the core strength is often inconsistent, resulting in little internal competition. Now those who pledge allegiance will certainly be valued, which is almost a dream come true for a loose cultivator who comes in halfway. Lin Bin and the others were breathing heavily, their eyes shining. They understood the difficulties faced by loose cultivators better than Chun Yi. If they could rely on a family even as external stewards, it would be enough to change their fate. While foundation establishment was beyond their reach, stabilizing their cultivation until the late Qi refinement stage and paving a relatively smooth path for future generations was no longer just talk. Doesn't it sound wonderful? But Chun Yi knew that this was a dead end. The Zhou family put in such great effort for this scheme. Was it just to gain a few loose cultivators' offerings? Don't be ridiculous. Chun Yi did not think he had that much face. Seeing that Chun Yi showed little interest, Zhou Meng secretly nodded in agreement. If Chun Yi agreed to this condition, he would be the next Ho San. The Zhou family had never lacked offerings that sought comfort. Then he solemnly stated the second option. Secondly, if you are unwilling to be bound by the family, you may also follow the example of those large demon hunting teams. My Zhou family will provide you with all necessary conveniences. You only need to sell the materials obtained from the hunted demon beasts to my Zhou family, and the price will not be lower than the market price. Furthermore, any pills, talismans, or magical tools you need for your cultivation in the future can also be provided by my Zhou family at internal discounts. In return for the contribution of discovering this mine vein, my Zhou family will pay you in full immediately using spirit stones or equivalent resources without any delays. Chun Yi showed a thoughtful expression. This second option was indeed quite good. The Qingyun sect had explicitly forbidden family involvement in mountain affairs, and this large demon hunting team was likely a means for various families to obtain resources from demon beasts. Although it would carry the family's label, it wouldn't be subservient and would allow for considerable autonomy. Since he needed to develop his own influence, starting under the guise of the Zhou family was a decent choice. However, they would be viewed with hostility by demon hunting teams supported by other families due to the Zhou family's label. In the realm of cultivation, it seemed no different from the previous system. Without a backing, rising above was almost impossible. Without taking some risks, it's unlikely that his influence would develop. Looking at the Zhou family's current state, they were truly desperate enough to resort to anything. Otherwise, why would they look to a group of mid-Qi refinement cultivators like them? If negotiations go well, they might secure a substantial amount of initial funding. Seeing Chun Yi's interest, Zhou Meng was assured and scanned the crowd. These two paths are for you to ponder. There is no need to rush your decision. Regardless of your choice, I, Zhou Meng, consider you all friends, brothers. The cave fell silent, only the sound of dripping water from stalactites echoing with a tick-tock that resonated in everyone's hearts. Lin Bin and the others looked at Chun Yi, clearly waiting for his decision. Looking at the expressions of the three, Chun Yi sighed, knowing that he was unlikely to escape the trap laid by Zhou Meng. His cheap pills indeed attracted Lin Bin and the others, but could they compete with the allure of the Zhou family offering? After pondering for a moment, Chun Yi raised his eyes to Zhou Meng. Brother Zhou, this matter is significant. May I discuss it privately with my companions? This is both a test and an opportunity for a clean team. If those under me are not united with me, revealing it now would actually be a good thing. Of course. Zhou Meng nodded readily, turning to call for Ho San and the others. Let's go over there to inspect the distribution of the mine and give Brother Chun and his companions some space. Once Zhou Meng and the others had walked away, Lin Bin lowered his voice. Captain, no matter what your plans are, we will follow you. Sun Qing and Zhao Hu nodded in agreement. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, this team is indeed coming together. However, he did not intend to make the decision for Lin Bin and the others. If they felt that he was blocking their path, it would breed resentment, which would not be good. He signaled for everyone to come closer and whispered, this matter is of great importance concerning your paths ahead. I cannot make the decision for everyone. Let me analyze it briefly, and you all can weigh it yourselves. The first path is to join the Zhou family and become a guest elder or an external steward. The benefits are obvious. Relying on a big tree, resources are stable and cultivation is worry-free. But the downside is that from then on you will be tied to the Zhou family, sharing honor and disgrace, and your actions must comply with clan rules, inevitably getting entangled in internal disputes. Moreover, it is crucial that entering the clan through the contribution of the mine may come with initial favors, but over time being shallow-rooted and ultimately an outsider, whether you can ensure long-term security in resource allocation remains uncertain. Furthermore, once you receive their deep favors, it may not be easy to leave in the future. The second path is to maintain your identity as loose cultivators and cooperate with the Zhou family. The benefit is relative freedom, not too many constraints, allowing continued practice and improvement on Wu Huan. Establishing a long-term supply channel with the Zhou family would also provide stable access to resources, and the contribution for discovering the mine can be immediately converted into a considerable amount of initial resources. However, the downside is that having the Zhou family as a backing may invite hostility from other family forces, which carries considerable risk. Both options have their pros and cons. Ultimately, the choice concerns each of your Dao hearts and aspirations, so be sure to think it through. Sun Qing and the others exchanged glances before finally speaking up. Although we prefer the first option, we also have self-awareness. The Zhou family's willingness to offer such conditions is primarily due to your status, Captain, not because of us. For loose cultivators to affiliate with a family, there are also thresholds. Their cultivation levels are merely at mid-chi refinement with average talents, and if it weren't for the coincidence of becoming Chun Yi's subordinates, the Zhou family wouldn't even cast a glance in their direction. Let alone the treatment of guest elders. Even if they barely joined, they would probably just be peripheral figures. Zhao Hu muttered, Captain, what should we do? I will follow you. I'm not very bright and can't think of so much, but I know that following you is solid. Lin Bin and Sun Qing nodded in agreement. Chun Yi secretly nodded in his heart. These three were indeed wise and understood what the Zhou family valued. He said solemnly, I prefer the second option. Why have we as loose cultivators struggled until now? Isn't it for that elusive freedom and longevity? Once we join a family, it means we are handing over that freedom. The path ahead may be smooth, but it also cuts off the possibility of climbing higher. He paused before continuing, moreover, this experience has already proven that we are not entirely without the means to protect ourselves. Choosing cooperation rather than dependence allows us to gain resources while preserving our independence. In the future, whether continuing to hunt demons or seeking other opportunities, we will have room to maneuver. Lin Bin listened, the conflicted look in his eyes faded away, and he nodded. What the captain says is absolutely correct. Rather than being a burden to others and being constrained, it is better to maintain our freedom and have a mutually beneficial relationship with the Zhou family. For us loose cultivators, what we treasure most is this decision to come and go as we please. Sun Qing and Zhao Hu also expressed their agreement following Chun Yi's decision. After the discussions were settled, Chun Yi looked over at Zhou Meng and the others not far away and called out, Brother Zhou, we have come to a decision. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meng immediately returned with his men, his expression open and sincere. Brother Chun, please speak. Chun Yi clasped his hands and said, Thank you for Brother Zhou's kindness and the Zhou family's goodwill. My brothers are used to a carefree lifestyle and may not fit well with the family rules, fearing we might disappoint your high hopes. Therefore, we choose the second path, establishing a long-term cooperative relationship with your family, mutually beneficial. As for the contribution of discovering this mine vein, we leave it to Brother Zhou and your family's fair disposition. This answer seemed to not surprise Zhou Meng. He patted Chun Yi on the shoulder heavily, his voice booming, Good. Since my brothers have chosen the second path, I, Zhou Meng, will not be verbose. Simply relying on my verbal commitment or a few bags of spirit stones is too light and does not show the sincerity of my Zhou family. So you all will accompany me back to Lansong Mountain to meet the family head. Firstly, the family will officially sign a long-term cooperation contract with you stipulating priority supply, internal discounts, and other terms put in writing to reassure everyone. Secondly, the reward for this significant mining contribution must also be personally decided by the family head to show its seriousness. Brother Zhou's hospitality is overwhelming, I dare not refuse. Chun Yi thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Given the circumstances, it is inevitable to be bound to the Zhou family. A trip to the core of the family will allow for a more intuitive understanding of this future partner's foundation and style. However, we are all scattered cultivators, and since this is our first visit, there may be some breaches of etiquette. Ah, don't mention such things. Zhao Meng waved his hand grandly and said, "You are the meritorious ones bringing great treasures to the family. Who would dare to speak carelessly? The family head is most discerning in rewards and punishments and will certainly not neglect you." He then turned to Lu Ru, third sister, immediately used the communication talisman to contact the clan and report our situation. Please ask the family to quickly send reliable personnel to take over and set up defenses. We will rest here for a moment, and when the person in charge arrives, we will return to Lansong Mountain together. Lu Ru nodded solemnly, took out a blue talisman from her storage bag, infused it with mana, and whispered a message. The talisman then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. About 2 hours later, a faint sound of breaking air came from outside the cave. Zhao Meng suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "They're here." Everyone got up, looking vigilantly towards the cave entrance. They saw several figures swiftly darting in. The leader was dressed in gray-blue tight clothing, his appearance somewhat resembling Zhao Meng, but his demeanor was more composed and restrained with cultivation, akin to a deep pool, clearly a foundation establishment cultivator. Behind him followed 4 individuals, all agile in movement with sharp gazes, their cultivation all at the later stage of qi refinement. "Father!" Zhao Meng greeted him, visibly relieved. The leading figure was Zhao Meng's father, Zhou Lai. He quickly scanned the situation inside the cave, paused on the massive corpse of the copper centipede leader, then looked at the specks of black iron ore on the rock wall. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes, then he turned to Zhao Meng, seeing that he was unharmed. He slightly nodded. "After receiving third sister's message, the family head immediately sent me to lead the team here," Zhou Lai said succinctly, then looked at Chan Yi and the others. "Are these the young friends who sold the ore veins?" "Exactly," Zhao Meng quickly introduced. "This is Chan Yi, a brother skilled in swordsmanship. These are Lin bin Sun Qing and Zhao, who all good brothers who share loyalty." Chan Yi thought to himself, "No wonder Zhao Meng is so bold. It turns out he has a father at the foundation establishment stage. This must be one of the core figures of the Zhou family." Zhou Lai clasped his fists, his tone more formal than Zhao Meng's, carrying the unique rigor of a family steward, yet without a trace of arrogance. "I am Zhou Lai, representing the Lansong Zhou clan. Thank you all for your assistance and the sale of the ore veins. The family head has ordered that you all come to Lansong Mountain for a discussion, and you will surely be generously rewarded." The group returned the gesture. Chan Yi said, "Senior Zhou, you are too polite. This is merely our duty. We are willing to accompany you." "Good." Zhou Lai nodded, then turned to the 4 people behind him, directing, "Zhou Wu Zhou, when you 2 lead the team here to set up the small 5 elements maze formation and hidden breath formation, sealing the cave entrance and concealing any fluctuations in aura. Zhou Yan Zhou lay clear the traces of the battlefield, especially the remnants of the battle outside the cave. Be sure to be thorough. Before we return and gather enough personnel, we must not let any news of this place leak out." "Understood." The 4 bowed and accepted their orders, immediately springing into action, their movements skillful, clearly well-trained. Zhou Lai turned to Zhao Meng and said, "The family head instructed that we must not delay. We will set off for Lansong Mountain immediately. This place will be handled by them." Zhao Meng nodded and said to Chan Yi and the others, "Brother Chun, everyone let us set off." The group did not linger and quickly left Huangfeng Cave under Zhou Lai's lead. Upon exiting the cave, they saw Zhou Wu and the others had already started setting up formation flags, streams of spiritual light merging into the soil of the rock walls, and the scene at the cave entrance began to grow blurry and distorted, the aura gradually retracting. Zhou Lai summoned a shuttle-shaped flying magical tool which swelled to about 10 feet long in the wind. "The journey to Lansong Mountain is not short, so to expedite our arrival, we will use this cloud-piercing shuttle for transport. I apologize for the crowding, everyone." Everyone boarded the cloud-piercing shuttle. The space inside the shuttle was more spacious than it appeared, allowing several people to stand comfortably. Zhou Lai activated the spell, and the cloud-piercing shuttle trembled, gently transforming into a light blue streak that flew swiftly along the ground at speed, quite fast yet remarkably stable. Inside the shuttle, Zhou Meng and Zhou Lai spoke in low voices, detailing the events that occurred in Huangfeng Cave, especially how Chen Yi had rescued them at a critical moment and the results of their discussions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lai's gaze towards Chan Yi grew more appreciative. The cloud-piercing shuttle flew southeast, sweeping past towering mountains and dense forests and valleys. "Ahead is the foundation of our Lansong Zhou clan, Lansong Mountain." Zhou Lai introduced, his tone carrying a hint of pride. In the distance, a majestic main peak stood upright, at the foot of which a wide river coiled like a jade belt. Neatly arranged spirit fields and houses were scattered along the riverbank, with pavilions and towers. Hidden among the mountains and forests, the atmosphere far beyond that of an ordinary gathering place for scattered cultivators. "Ahead is the foundation of our Lansong Zhou clan, Lansong Mountain." Zhou Lai introduced his tone carrying a hint of pride. The cloud-piercing shuttle slowed its speed and descended to a flat square halfway up the main peak. The square was paved with blue stones with auspicious beast stone carvings at the edges, and several people were already waiting here. The shuttle came to a stop and everyone exited in turn. Among those waiting, the leader was an elderly man dressed in a dark green robe with a lean face and penetrating eyes. His aura was profound, deep as the sea, though he did not intentionally release it. The pressure he exuded on Chan Yi and the others far surpassed Zhou Lai. He was undoubtedly also a Foundation establishment cultivator. Standing beside the old man were several other cultivators, all exuding an extraordinary demeanor with cultivation levels at least at the later stage of qi refinement, their gazes towards Chan Yi and the others carrying an air of scrutiny and curiosity. Zhou Meng and his father quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the elderly man in the dark green robe. "We pay our respects to the family head." The elderly man nodded slightly, his gaze moving past the two and landing directly on Chan Yi and the others. That gaze was calm yet extremely penetrating, as if it could see through the depths of one's heart. Chan Yi felt his aura momentarily stagnate, his heart tightening, and he hurriedly bowed with Lin Bin and the others. "I am the younger generation Chan Yi Lin Bin Sun Qing Zhao, who greetings to Senior Zhou." "There is no need for such formalities," the old man said in a warm voice yet with an inherent majesty of someone accustomed to authority. "I am Zhou Xuanhong, the current family head of the Lansong Zhou clan. You young friends hold my Zhou clan in high regard, and are willing to sell the black iron or vein you discovered to our clan, which is beneficial to our clan and gracious to the Zhou family. Please rise." "Thank you, Senior." Chan Yi and the others straightened up, maintaining their A trace of barely noticeable approval flashed in Zhou Xuanhong's eyes as he gestured for them to follow. "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Please follow me into the Chengxin Hall for a chat." "Zhou Lai, Zhou Meng, you both come along as well." "Yes, family head," Zhou Lai replied, signaling for Chan Yi and the others to follow. A group of people led by Zhou Xuanhong ascended along a winding stone-paved mountain path beside the plaza. Along the way one could see exquisite pavilions adorned with spiritual plants, and the density of spiritual energy was noticeably higher than that of the outside world. Though it could not compare to the blessed grounds of major sects, it was far superior to the chaotic Huahuan mountain range where loose cultivators dwelled. Occasionally encountering disciples of the Zhou family, they would stop to bow in respect upon seeing their patriarch, and Zhou Lai, their curious gazes sweeping over the unfamiliar faces of Chan Yi and his companions, yet not a single person spoke out, revealing the family's decorum. They arrived at a serene courtyard, halfway up the mountain, with an inscription reading Chengxin Hall in ancient seal script on the gate. Entering the courtyard, one found a small bridge over flowing water and ancient trees, towering high, creating an elegant environment. The main hall was bright and had prepared fragrant tea and spiritual fruits. After the guests were seated, Zhou Xianhong was the first to speak. His tone gentle. "Zhou Meng has already reported the details from within the Huangfeng cave. Young friend Chan Yi decisively slew the copper centipede at a critical moment, saving Zhou Meng's life. This favor will be remembered by our Zhou family. What is even more commendable is that you all managed to keep your hearts in check in the face of the mine, neither greedy nor impatient, which reflects your character." Chan Yi scoffed internally. Zhou Meng's danger was likely the final test they were to undergo. He recalled that Zhou Meng possessed a shield-shaped defensive artifact that was clearly not an ordinary item. Chan Yi cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you flatter me. Given the circumstances at that time, cooperation was mutually beneficial while division would result in harm to both parties. I merely made the choice that was most advantageous for both sides. A fine sentiment of cooperation benefits both while division harms all." Zhou Xianhong stroked his beard with a smile. At such a young age to possess such insight and composure is truly rare. He paused and shifted his gaze to Lin Bin and the others. These young friends, able to work hand in hand with Chan Yi, must surely be individuals who value loyalty and keep their promises. Lin Bin and the others quickly bowed. "Senior, your praise is unwarranted." Zhou Xianhong no longer engaged in pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Zhou Meng has communicated your choice of not wanting to be bound by family constraints and wishing to cooperate with our Zhou family for mutual benefit. This intent is commendable and our Zhou family respects it. In that case, I will represent the Lansong Zhou family and formally establish a watch contract with you all." Having said that, he took out a scroll of pale golden silk and unfolded it in midair. The silk glowed with spiritual light, and the text was not written in ordinary ink, but was condensed with spiritual power, clearly outlining the terms. 1. The Lansong Zhou family and Chan Yi's group shall form a mutual assistance alliance. 2. The materials gathered from demon beasts and spiritual herbs obtained by Chan Yi's group will have priority purchase rights by the Lansong Zhou family, with prices based on the average market price on the day of purchase. 3. Chan Yi's group will enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing alchemical pills, charms, artifacts, and formation discs from shops under the Lansong Zhou family's name, equivalent to that of family disciples. 4. The Lansong Zhou family will provide necessary intelligence support to Chan Yi's group and in the event of encountering irresistible crises, will offer assistance as needed. 5. Qian Yi's group must promise not to actively harm the interests of the Lansong Zhao family and not to leak matters involving the family's core secrets. 6. This contract is valid for 5 years. Upon expiration, if both parties have no objections, it may be automatically renewed. The terms are clear with rights and responsibilities well defined, providing real benefits without imposing excessive constraints and lacking any coercive task requirements, showing great sincerity. Zhou Xianhong said this watch contract relies on spiritual intent as its foundation observed by the will of the heavens. Any violations will harm one's mind and create obstacles on the path. You may examine it closely, and if there are no objections, simply send a thread of your divine intent to the signature area. Qian Yi and Lin Bin exchanged thoughts for a moment, confirming that the terms contained no traps and were indeed generous, thus hesitating no longer. Qian Yi was the first to stand, cupping his hands towards Zhou Xuanhong, saying, "Senior, the terms are fair and sincere, and we have no objections." Having said that, he focused his mind and sent out a very subtle thread of divine intent towards the golden silk scroll. The glowing words Qian Yi at the end of the silk scroll flashed with light, drawing in his divine intent, causing the two characters to glow faintly, as if an invisible connection had been established. Seeing this, Lin Bin and the others followed suit, each sending out their own divine intent to imprint upon it. Once all four had completed this, Zhou Xianhong nodded with a smile, also sending a thread of divine intent into the signature area of the silk scroll marked Lansong Zhou family. The entire scroll of silk suddenly burst forth with radiant light, then retracted, transforming into 2 streams of light, one flying into Zhou Xuanhong's sleeve, while the other split into 4 in midair, each entering the hands of Qian Yi and his companions. He then took out another mining agreement for them to sign. Zhou Xuanhong's smile grew warmer. "The contract is established, and from now on you will be friends of the Lansong Zhou family. Next we shall discuss the remuneration for the sale of the Xian iron mine." Rather than calling it payment for the mine, it was more of the Zhou family's first investment in them. Qian Yi and the others observed, intently awaiting Zhou family's quotation as the primary party. While pondering, they noticed Zhou Xuanhong's expression turn serious as he spoke solemnly. "This mine holds great significance for the family. Its benefits are immense. However, our Zhou family is relatively new with limited resources. In recent years, we have invested heavily in training our disciples and expanding our industry, so the flow of spirit stones in our treasury is indeed quite limited. Directly offering tens of thousands of spirit stones might be difficult to arrange at once, which would appear awkward and is not a sustainable, mutually beneficial path." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping across Qian Yi and the others, and continued, "Thus, I have discussed with several clan elders and proposed that the remuneration be paid in kind. What do you all think?" Qian Yi had already anticipated that the Zhou family's first investment would not be spirit stones. After all, they were to hunt demons in the mountains themselves. What they would provide would certainly be items like pills or artifacts that could rapidly enhance their strength. Qian Yi cupped his hands and said, "Senior has considered everything thoroughly. We have no objections and wish to hear more details." "Good." Zhou Xianhong nodded, clearly satisfied with their understanding. "The remuneration will be divided into. The first part is resources. I see that you all are in the midst stage of qi refining, so I will provide all resources necessary for breaking through to the late stage of qi refining, helping you to reach a higher level as soon as possible. This alone is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones," and Lin Bin and the others' eyes brightened immediately. How many demon beasts would they need to hunt to accumulate enough? However, Qian Yi showed no sign of being moved. Zhou Xianhong noted Qian Yi's attitude and nodded inwardly, continuing, "The second part is a protective treasure. A top-grade artifact will be bestowed, and the clan scripture repository will be open for you to learn any secret techniques that you desire." Hearing this, Qian Yi's expression finally changed slightly. Artifacts are categorized into 3 grades, and this top-grade artifact is better described as an unfinished treasure rather than merely an artifact. It is indeed something that cannot be bought even with money. Not to mention there are also secret techniques. Seeing that Qian Yi's expression finally showed a bit of change, Zhou Xianhong secretly smiled lightly, tapping his finger on the armrest. As he spoke slowly, "The third part is a promise. If you can truly establish yourselves in the Huahuan Mountains and consistently provide our clan with materials from demon beasts, when young Frenchen achieves full mastery in qi refining and meets the basic conditions for taking the Foundation Establishment Pill, our Lansong Zhou family is willing to exchange a Foundation Establishment Pill for young Frenchen at internal cost price." At these words, the room was filled with astonishment. The Foundation Establishment Pill. For any qi refining cultivator, these 3 words carry immense weight, representing the key to breaking free from the mundane and opening the path to eternal life. Its value cannot simply be measured with spirit stones. It is often available, but has no market, firmly controlled by major sects and families, and rarely found in the outside world. Even for a newly emerging family like the Lansong Zhou family, each Foundation Establishment Pill is undoubtedly a strategic resource requiring careful distribution. Zhou Xuanhong's promise at this moment, though attached with conditions, carries weight far exceeding the sum of the previous 2 offers. Chan Yi took a deep breath to suppress his inner excitement and asked Senior, why do you place such importance on me? Zhou Zuanhong's eyes shone with increasing admiration as he leaned slightly forward and said earnestly, young friend Chun, you speak plainly and directly, so I shall not beat around the bush. The Zhou family is thriving and the resources of demon beasts within Wuhuan Mountain are among the most important sources of resources for families like ours aside from mining veins and medicinal gardens. The sect has issued an order that our families must not interfere, but it is an unspoken rule that we are allowed to support trustworthy loose cultivator teams to indirectly acquire these resources. However, finding a capable, trustworthy, and stable hunting team is no easy task. Your design to eliminate the ground fire lizard group was for wisdom, saving Menger's life was for trust, discovering the mining vein without greed was for clarity, and your composed demeanor upon my promise of foundation establishment pills without pressing for details is for stability. Among the loose cultivators, those possessing wisdom, trust, clarity, and stability are exceedingly rare. Moreover, young friend, you are still young, and your future potential is limitless. The Zhou family desires to establish a stable channel for demon beast materials in Wuhuan Mountain, and we need someone like you to serve as a bridge. A single foundation establishment pill, though precious, is worth it if it can exchange for a promising ally and a continuous resource channel for the Zhou family, as it represents a long-term investment with immense returns. The hall fell silent for a moment. Lin Bin and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew the captain was extraordinary, they did not expect him to be valued so highly by the head of the Zhou family. Chan Yi's mind raced. Zhou Xianhong truly lived up to his position as a clan leader. It seemed like a significant investment, but in reality it was killing two birds with one stone. Firstly, this promise was directed at Chan Yi, directly anchoring the core of the team and ensuring future cooperation's dominance, avoiding potential future splits. Secondly, it indirectly motivated Chun Yi to give his utmost service to the Zhou family, for only if the team demonstrated sufficient value could Chun Yi obtain the foundation establishment pill. This strategy of dangling a carrot to hook oneself was indeed brilliant. Having understood this point, Chun Yi's evaluation of the head of the Zhou family rose another level. Collaborating with someone like this, as long as he maintained his value, there was indeed no need to worry about the other party easily burning bridges. He stood up and respectfully bowed to Zhou Xuanhong, saying, Senior, your kindness overwhelms me. This promise weighs heavier than mountains. I shall endeavor to live up to your expectations. Good, good, good. Zhou Xianhong exclaimed 3 times. He turned to Zhou Meng and said, Menger, take young friend Chun and the others to the storeroom to select magical tools. They may also take their share of pills. Then arrange for them to stay in the guest courtyard and treat them with the utmost hospitality. They may stay as long as they wish. Yes, Zhou Meng replied, turning to Chan Yi and the others, saying, Brothers, please follow me. Chan Yi and the others bowed again to Zhou Xianhong before following Zhou Meng out of Chengxin Hall. Zhou Lai remained in the hall, unable to suppress his curiosity after they left, and said, Head, was it a bit hasty regarding the foundation establishment pill? Zhou Xianhong took a sip of spiritual tea, his gaze sharpening, as he regained the depth befitting a clan leader. Lai, what do you think of that, Chan Yi? Zhou Lai pondered for a moment and replied truthfully, A person of deep schemes, truly a wild hero. Zhou Xianhong nodded, saying, Such a person must either be used by us or removed early. However, he holds great merit for our Zhou family. If we were to eliminate him, news would spread, and who would dare to cooperate with our Zhou family in the future? He set down the teacup, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Since we cannot eliminate him, we must bind his heart with substantial benefits. For someone like him, ordinary spirit stones and pills may buy a moment but cannot secure long-term loyalty. Only the hope of foundation establishment can serve as the chain that binds the dragon. But head, the younger generation in the clan. Zhou Lai furrowed his brow. Zhou Xianhong tapped the table and said, Lai, do you know where the foundation of our Zhou family lies? Zhou Lai was taken aback before answering, Naturally, it is with the ancestors. Without the golden core ancestor presiding, how could our Zhou family stand in the Lansong Mountains? Zhou Xianhong shook his head slowly, his gaze profound. Right, but not entirely right. He stood up, walked to the window, gazing towards the indistinct misty cloud mountain in the direction of the Qingyun sect, and said in a deep voice, The ancestor is indeed the pillar of our Zhou family. However, for a rising family to truly establish itself and grow under the vast shadow of the Qingyun sect, relying solely on one golden core ancestor is far from sufficient. Have you ever counted how many real influential families within the Qingyun sect have deep roots and have produced a golden core elder every few generations? Why? Zhou Xianhong turned around, his gaze electric. Because they use the strength of their entire family to support those talented leaders entering the sect. Because they understand that as long as their family can secure a golden core true person in the Qingyun sect for generations, then the foundation built at the foot of the mountain will remain as stable as Mount Tai. Conversely, if one day the ancestor passes away, and there is no successor than all the spiritual fields and houses on the mountain, no matter how many foundation establishment cultivators there are cannot hold. Zhou Xianhong looked at Zhou Lai. Thus the foundation of the family lies with the members of the clan who have entered the Qingyun sect. The significance of our clan members at the foot of the mountain is to provide resources for you, and for more you that may emerge in the future supporting your ascent in the Qingyun mountain until you achieve the golden core. Does it matter how many foundation establishment cultivators are on Lansong Mountain? Not at all. What matters is how much resources Lansong Mountain can provide for you. Is giving a foundation establishment pill to Chen Yi a loss? As long as he can open up a stable resource channel for the Zhou family in Wuhuan Mountain, continuously providing resources for the cultivators from the mountain, that foundation establishment pill is worth 1,000 times its value, far exceeding the worth of 10 more foundation establishment cultivators from Lansong Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lai felt enlightened and all doubts vanished from his face as he bowed, saying, "The head is indeed far-sighted. It was I who lacked vision. Chen Yi is indeed worth the investment. I have no further objections to this matter." "Then what are you still doing here? Why not rush back to Qingyun Mountain to cultivate properly?" Zhou Xianhong scolded jokingly. Zhou Lai, upon hearing this, revealed a bitter smile, clasping his fist, saying, Yes, I will leave now and return to the mountain. A Menger will be under your care, brother." Zhou Xianhong waved his hand, saying, "Menger will have his own fortune. You should focus on your cultivation within the sect and do not let him become your burden later. Lai, remember your brother's teachings." Zhou Lai solemnly bowed, then turned and left, transforming into a streak of light as he headed straight for the Qingyun sect. Chengxin Hall returned to silence as Zhou Xianhong stood alone by the window, his gaze distant. "Chen Yi, I hope you will not disappoint my expectations." Meanwhile, Zhou Meng led Chen Yi and the other four through several corridors, arriving in front of a heavily guarded hall. Above the hall's entrance, an ancient plaque bore the three characters Baibao Pavilion. Two Zhou family disciples at the mid-Qi refinement stage stood guard at the gate. Upon seeing Zhou Meng, they bowed and greeted him respectfully. "Young Master Meng, I have brought these brothers to select spiritual implements by the family head's orders." Zhou Meng produced a jade token carved with the character Zhou. The guards examined it and, finding it genuine, pushed open the heavy hall doors. "Please, young Master Meng, and you as well." The hall's interior proved far more spacious than it looked from outside, clearly enlarged by a spatial expansion array. Rows of white jade stands were neatly arranged, each bearing an assortment of spiritual implements. Knives, swords, spears, halberds, shields, bells, seals, mirrors. A dazzling display, every piece shimmering with spiritual light and all of premium grade. Zhou Meng led Chen Yi and the others toward the stone pedestals, explaining as they walked, "These are the family's treasures accumulated over the years. Some forged by our elders, others bought from beyond or taken as spoils. The family head said you brothers may choose freely, take whichever catches your eye," he added. Lin Bin and the others drew sharper breaths as their gazes lingered on the iridescent top-tier implements. Items many latestage or even consummate cultivators would covet. Chen Yi's eyes practically shone. If not for Zhou Meng and the others at his side, he would have liked to disassemble each implement to extract its schematics. Suppressing the flutter in his chest, he scanned the rows of stone racks. Soon Chen Yi's gaze was arrested by a long sword of dull gold, its form antique, the blade faintly etched with intricate cloud patterns. The sword bore no aggressive glare. Instead, it radiated a ponderous, solemn weight, lying there as if absorbing the surrounding light. "Well spotted, Brother Chen," Zhou Meng remarked, noting Chen Yi's gaze. "This sword is called Qinjin," he continued. "Its main material is Chuntai Jinjing, the submerged iron gold essence from deep earth veins, augmented with various Zheng metal spiritual adjuncts. One of our elders skilled in forging poured great care into its refinement. Its nature is heavy and concentrated, its sharpness restrained. When wielded, its force drives down like a great weight, capable of piercing armor and smashing defenses without fail. It also greatly amplifies and channels metal-aligned cultivation, making it well-suited to your path, Brother Chen." Chen Yi made a beckoning gesture. The Chunjin sword trembled and flew into his hand. It felt slightly weighty yet perfectly balanced. The hilt was smooth and comfortable. He infused a thread of Jinsha force into it. The blade's dull golden sheen rippled the cloud patterns, coming alive. A grave, cutting sword intent emerged and blended seamlessly with his own power without the slightest resistance. "A fine sword," Chen Yi praised sincerely. Its quality far exceeded his former Lingguang sword. "This is the one." "Ha! A precious blade for a hero." Zhou Meng laughed. Elsewhere, Lin Bin could not tear his eyes from a flying sword the color of burning coals. The blade was long and lustrously crimson, as if molten rock flowed within, giving off a searing heat. He cultivated a fire-based method, so the sword matched him perfectly. "This is Qiliang," Zhou Meng explained, "forged from earth fire flame crystals. Blazingly fierce, excellent for breaching defenses and smiting evil." Sun Qing favored a verdant net that looked as if woven from countless vines. The web glimmered with spiritual light exuding vigorous wood element vitality and a power of restraint. Tai Luo Zhomeng said made chiefly from century-old spirit vines and fused with the Fulling restraining seal. It ensnares and subdues foes with manifold uses especially effective against earth and water-aligned cultivators and beasts. Sun Qing's main cultivation was wood adept at support and crowd control, so the item suited him perfectly. Zhao Hu's gaze swept along a row of implements and settled on a long spear of deep swarthy black and rugged design. The shaft was not smooth but covered in fine scale-like textures. The spearhead had been polished from the horn of some unnamed demon beast flashing a cold glint and bearing an inward killing aura like the fang of a predator choosing its prey. This Highland was forged from the spinal bone and single horn of a Highland Mang, a black-scaled python on the verge of advancing to the 4th rank. Uncommonly resilient, it carries innate armor-piercing and tearing properties, and its killing chi can to some degree unsettle an enemy's spirit. Zhomeng patted Zhao Hu's broad shoulder. Brother Hu, with your natural might, this spear is perfect for a charging warrior like you. Zhao, who grinned, wasted no time, hefted the heavy Highland spear and spun it in a flourish, the wind whining as it cut through the air. He nodded in satisfaction. Fine spear. Plenty of force. Once everyone had chosen their favorite implements, Zhomeng led them to a nearby side hall and, presenting the family head's token, drew out medicinal pills. Each was temporarily given 50 Huangyadan and 5 Pazhangdan with the assurance they could return for more if needed. Lin Bin and the others held their pills and implements, hands trembling with excitement. The resources to assault the late Qi refinement stage were finally at hand. Chen Yi remained much more composed. In the system, such things cost only a few dozen spirit stones. Still, they would make his breakthrough through late Qi refinement far more reasonable. After completing the selections and pill retrieval, Zhomeng warmly escorted Chen Yi and his party to the Inca Yuan on the eastern side of the mountains to settle them. The courtyards were prepared for distinguished guests, tranquil and rich with spiritual energy, surpassing their encampment in the Mist Valley by many times. Each received an independent small courtyard complete with a meditation chamber, an alchemy room, and a training ground. Everything necessary. Zhomeng cupped his hands to the fore. Brothers, stay here and rest assured. Whether you cultivate or recuperate for any daily needs, simply instruct the courtyard servants. Lin Bin and the others hurriedly returned the gesture and thanked him, faces still showing a touch of flattered surprise. Chen Yi cupped his hands as well. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for arranging this. The Zhou family's kindness is remembered. Ha, Brother Chen, you're too polite. I'm simply fortunate because of you, Zhomeng replied. Now that we have that or vein, I needn't lead hunts into the mountains for monster spoils. I can stop suppressing my cultivation. At those words, a flicker of emotion and palpable relief crossed Zhomeng's features. Being at late Qi refinement in the Wuhuan Mountains made him conspicuously exposed. Because the clan lacked resources, he had to lead hunting parties to gather materials and thus had long deliberately held back his cultivation, hesitating to break through. Now that the Huangfeng Dong rich deposit had been secured and the clan's resource pressure eased, he could cultivate in peace. Chen Yi saw the relaxation on his face and smiled. Next time we meet, Brother Zhou will be a late Qi refinement cultivator himself. Don't pin this on me. Each of you with those pills won't late Qi refinement be like child's play. Zhomeng waved his hand and laughed heartily. Everyone laughed and the atmosphere became light and harmonious. After a few more cordial words, Zhomeng took his leave, letting Chen Yi and the others settle in and rest. Entering his small courtyard, Chen Yi found 2 beautiful maid attendants standing at attention. Seeing him, they immediately bowed. Greetings, master. We are assigned to serve here. Should you need anything, merely command us. No need for ceremony, Chen Yi said, waving them away. I require no service for the moment. You may withdraw. I will summon you if anything is needed. The 2 women, both descendants of the Zhou family, without spiritual roots, were selected to enter the mountains solely for their exceptional beauty. Their only hope was to serve the noble in the mountains well. If they gained favor and left behind offspring with spiritual roots, their status at home would rise dramatically. Seeing Chen Yi's indifferent demeanor, they naturally felt disappointed, but dared not speak further, only respectfully responding with a yes before quietly retreating to the outer courtyard. Chen Yi was well aware of their thoughts, but had no intention of engaging in such trivial matters. Once the maid had left, he closed the courtyard door and began to calmly assess his new residence. The courtyard was not large, but it was arranged with exquisite elegance. The ground was paved with blue stones with clusters of green bamboo planted in the corners, and a clear spring flowed gently from the crevices of the artificial mountain, feeding into a small pond below where a few red koi swam leisurely. Although the spiritual energy in the air was not as strong as that in the core area of the Zhou family, it was dozens of times denser than in the fog valley, making cultivation here highly effective. He stepped into the quiet room. The room was spotless, containing only a mat, a low table, and an incense burner. On the low table, high-quality spiritual tea and several plates of spiritual fruit were already prepared. Chen Yi sat cross-legged but did not immediately begin to cultivate. The gains from this trip were significant, yet they could not change the fact that he and his companions had been forcibly bound to the Zhao family's chariot. Ultimately, it all boils down to our lack of strength. If we were Foundation establishment cultivators, how could the Zhao family manipulate us so easily? The Zhao family. Just as he pondered, he heard faint footsteps outside the courtyard along with Sun Qing's deliberately lowered voice. Captain, have you rested? Chen Yi's thought stirred and he called out, come in. The courtyard door creaked open and Sun Qing and the others entered in succession. Their faces no longer bore the excitement from the treasure hall. Instead, they showed signs of seriousness and hesitation. Chen Yi remained seated and gestured to the empty seats across the low table. Sit down and speak. The three complied with Lin Bin and Zhao, who still somewhat reserved, while Sun Qing took a deep breath and spoke first. Captain, we feel somewhat unsettled. Chen Yi poured 3 cups of spiritual tea and pushed them forward. Take your time to speak. Sun Qing took the cup but did not drink. He glanced at Lin Bin and Zhao, who seeing them both nod slightly before continuing. The Zhao family's generous gifts. The magical tools are of the highest quality, the elixirs are abundant, and our accommodations are of the highest standards. It's too extravagant. We are merely a few mid-stage qi cultivators. Even if we contributed to the discovery of a mine, we do not deserve such treatment. It makes us feel uneasy. Lin Bin interjected, his voice a bit dry. Indeed, Captain. That Qi Ling sword. My hands trembled when I touched it. It's a treasure I never dared to dream of before. Yet the more we receive, the more it feels like we are being fattened like a pig for slaughter. Zhao, who bluntly remarked, the Zhao family's kindness is excessive. My father often says that pies don't just fall from the sky. What falls is mostly a trap. Captain, what should we do next? Chen Yi noted that the three had not been blinded by the immediate benefits before them and felt quite approving. He lifted his teacup, took a gentle sip, and then slowly said, it is good that you all have such thoughts. You have not been dazzled by the exquisite magical tools and elixirs before you. He set down the teacup, his gaze sweeping over his 3 companions. The Zhao family treats us as esteemed guests for first, the Xian iron mine in Huangfeng Cave is of great significance to the Zhao family. At least from the perspective of outsiders, our contribution is solid and undeniable. The Zhao family is an emerging clan that values reputation and does not wish to leave the impression of neglecting their benefactors, so their rewards must be generous and dignified, meant to be seen by those aware of the situation. Secondly, the Zhao family situation is not favorable. Since even core disciples like Zhou Meng are sent out to take risks and hunt demons, even suppressing their cultivation, it shows that the family's resources are indeed tight, and the old aristocratic families must be tightly controlling their resource channels. Chen Yi paused and lightly tapped his fingertips on the table. While a mine can resolve immediate crises, what truly supports the long-term development of the family are stable and sustainable resource channels, such as the materials from the demon beasts of Wuhan Mountain. The sect allows families to indirectly acquire resources through scattered cultivators, but truly capable demon hunting teams have long been divided among major powers. The Zhou family is new and lacks a solid foundation, making it difficult to find a reliable and obedient team. Sun Qing's complexion changed. Doesn't that mean our situation in Wuhan Mountain is quite dire? Lin Bin and Zhao, who also reacted instantly, their expressions turning somewhat grim. Chen Yi nodded, his expression calm. Indeed. Now that we have been labeled by the Zhou family, we are inherently opposed to other families' demon hunting teams and the backing behind them. As we venture into the mountains, the risks will only increase, with both open and hidden dangers likely to abound. The resources gained from the selling of the mine are the Zhou family's first investment in us. Do you believe that if we do not break through to the late stage of qi cultivation, we won't even be able to descend into Lansong Mountain? Zhao, who suddenly stood up, what? Do they want to keep us under house arrest? This is called hospitality. Without the strength of latest stage qi cultivation, if we return to Wuhan Mountain now, we will immediately be devoured by other powers' demon hunting teams. Chen Yi spoke in a calm tone, yet with a hint of coldness. The Zhou family is effectively protecting us in this way, while also temporarily placing their investment in a safe spot. Sun Qing's face turned pale, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the teacup. I see now. What seems like generous treatment is in fact a trap at every turn. Without the Zhou family as our support, we would find it difficult to take even a single step. Relying on the Zhou family means facing countless ferocious wolves and tigers. Lin Bin slammed his fist on his knee and gritted his teeth. This cultivation world truly has no pure land. Either be exploited or become cannon fodder. Zhao, who panted heavily. Their words held a ring. In this world, the true scattered cultivators are likely only those struggling at the bottom in the outer districts. Anyone with any value will surely be recruited by various powers. Accept it and you become a dog. Reject it and you vanish. Whether it be an individual or a so-called family, they essentially end up as the same. Aren't their sects above those families? Layer upon layer of oppression, that's all. Chen Yi chuckled lightly. Are you afraid? The 3 of them raised their heads. Sun Qing's gaze became slightly more focused, and he pressed his lips together. Lin Bin's lingering frustration was still evident, his fists clenched tightly. Zhao, who however puffed out his chest and said in a rough voice, afraid. I Zhao, who don't even know how to write the word fear. I just feel wronged. Feeling wronged is a good thing. Chan Yi raised his teacup, taking a calm sip. It shows you still have spirit, still have resentment, and haven't been ground down to the point of becoming a sycophant. Do not fear being utilized. A being of use means you still have value. What is truly to be feared is not even having the qualification to be used. Looking at it from another perspective, the Zhao family is using us, but are we not also leveraging their strength? Can you afford to buy the exquisite magical tools with your own spirit stones in this lifetime? And how long would it take for us to gather the elixirs on our own? Secret techniques are even rarer and can hardly be sought after. Without the Zhao family's connections, we wouldn't even have the right to sniff out the Foundation establishment pills. Feeling constrained is a result of having become accustomed to passively accepting everything as a weakling. But now the situation has changed. What the captain says is true. Lin Bin was the first to respond, determination rekindled in his eyes. In the past we had no choice, but now we have weapons, we have pills, and we have the name of the Zhao family. Although it makes us a target, it also provides us with a backing. Rather than worrying about others striking from the shadows, we should seize the time to enhance our strength. Once all four of us reach the later stages of qi refinement and form a battle formation, who would dare provoke us at Wuhuan Mountain? Sun Qing took a deep breath, his face regaining its usual calm. Exactly. The Zhao family needs us, and those behind Thessine's forces will handle their own matters. We only need to deal with our peers. Zhao, who scratched his head and chuckled. Anyway, I'll listen to the captain. Whoever the captain says to hit, I'll stab with my black-scaled weapon. Seeing the three adjust their mindset, Chan Yi smiled. That's more like it. Opportunities and risks have always coexisted. We need to borrow the Zhao family's mountain, but we must not be crushed by it. From today on, forget about the meager freedom and comfort associated with being a loose cultivator. What we need to do is become the sharpest knife in Wuhuan Mountain, one that the Zhao family cannot bear to lose, and that other forces will not dare to touch easily. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the mist-shrouded mountains outside. It is inevitable that I will break through to the later stages. However, before that, there is something else to do. The secret techniques in the Zhao family's library must be the most practical ones that can enhance our overall combat strength. Lin Bin, you focus on offense, see if there are any powerful single-target fire spells or sword techniques. Sun Qing, you are the core for controlling the battlefield. Look for wood-type or general-purpose secret techniques that can trap enemies, assist, or scout. Zhao, who you are tough and resilient. Focus on finding earth-type or body cultivation techniques that enhance defense and explosive power. As for me, a glint flashed in Chan Yi's eyes. The Zhao family must witness what a gold-eating beast truly is. Aside from top-grade magical artifacts, and the exchange channel for Foundation establishment pills are quite cheap for Chan Yi, who possesses a synthesis system. How could he let the Zhao family take advantage of him for free? It just so happens that his cultivation of sword polishing technique requires a large amount of black iron. Wasn't the Zhao family making money off black iron mines by bringing him up the mountain? Then let's use black iron to pay them back. Of course, Chan Yi also knew that the source of this sword polishing technique was probably arranged by the Zhao family. So he planned to play a few tricks. After all, they could choose secret techniques, right? Then choosing a talisman inheritance wouldn't be too much, would it? Didn't you say you would provide all necessary resources? Then using your talisman paper and spirit ink wouldn't be unreasonable, right? At that time, his talisman C battle tactic wouldn't need to be hidden anymore. I am also a talisman master. Hearing this, Sun Qing and the others perked up. This trip must not be in vain. The sweet rewards offered by the Zhao family must be fully utilized. Whatever can be taken should be taken, especially those secret techniques that the Zhao family boasts as their heritage, which ordinary loose cultivators cannot touch. Don't worry, Captain, we understand the importance of this matter. Lin Bin said earnestly. We will definitely choose the most suitable and useful ones. Yes, even if we get dazzled by the choices, it's fine. After all, they promised we could browse freely, and whatever we learn is a gain. Zhao, who grinned, already somewhat impatient. Chan Yi looked at Zhao, who seemed eager to rush into the library, and couldn't help but chuckle, biting off more than you can chew. Secret techniques value quality over quantity. We only need to select one or two that can immediately boost our combat strength and complement our existing methods. The Zhao family's library must have many good things, but the time they have given us is definitely limited. We must be precise in our choices. Understood. The three responded in unison. The next few days, the four of them settled down in Lansong Mountain, some refining pills and cultivating, while others studied secret techniques. Pills are mostly priced at cost, so the Zhao family allowed them to take as much as they needed. Secret techniques are not a non-renewable resource. Once learned, they are learned, and the Zhao family is not losing much. Only in Chen Yi's case things were truly being sent in by the basketful. When Zhou Xianhong heard the report from the steward, he was discussing matters with the clan elders over tea. Oh, so young friend Chen Yi requested a lot of black iron or... Zhou Xianhong put down his teacup, raising an eyebrow slightly. The steward bowed and said, "Yes, master." Master Chen said that he needed to cultivate a secret technique recently requiring the essence of black iron to sharpen his edge, so he sends people to fetch it daily. In the past few days, nearly 1,000 pounds of rough ore have been delivered. 1,000 pounds. An elder with white hair stroked his beard thoughtfully. Though black iron is not a rare treasure, 1,000 pounds of rough ore once refined is worth quite a lot of spirit stones. This young friend, Zhou Xianhong, showed no sign of surprise. The incomplete manual of the Tai-Bai sword technique was personally selected by him after Chen Yi caught the Zhou family's attention. Firstly, the opponents Chen Yi will face in the future are certainly not ordinary. That sword polishing technique is immensely powerful and can provide him with significant support. Secondly, this sword polishing technique is highly resource-intensive. If Chen Yi wants to achieve something, he must put in considerable effort in hunting demons. Otherwise, where will his cultivation resources come from? What is this little amount worth? If he doesn't let Chen Yi see the Zhou family's generosity, how can he expect him to be wholeheartedly devoted? An elder saw the master's expression and cautiously asked, "Master, should we impose some restrictions? After all, the new mine has just opened and refining will take time. The fine iron also needs to be supplied for the clan's disciples to forge weapons and for the sect's share." Zhou Xianhong waved his hand. "No need. Since he dares to ask, it shows that this technique is indeed beneficial for his strength enhancement. The stronger he becomes, the more resources he can help the Zhou family acquire at Wuhuan Mountain in the future. The initial investment is worthwhile." The steward added. He also took talisman inheritance from the library and requested a considerable amount of talisman paper and spirit ink. "Oh!" Zhou Xianhong was somewhat surprised, and after pondering for a moment, he suddenly laughed. Talisman inheritance. Interesting. Of course, he had looked into Chen Yi's background. He was aware of Chen Yi's past success selling rough talisman paper. It seems there is some family teaching involved. An elder beside him furrowed his brow and said, "Master, isn't this child being too greedy? The cultivation of the sword polishing technique has already cost a significant amount, and now he is also dividing his attention to the talisman path, which will not greatly benefit his combat strength in the short term. With the demon hunting imminent, his actions may disappoint the family's expectations." Expectations? Zhou Xianhong picked up his teacup and blew away the foam. "Our expectation of him is to become a sharp, useful knife that we cannot do without for the time being. As for how this knife is forged, does it really matter?" He looked at the steward. "Give him whatever he asks for as long as it's not excessive. For talisman paper and spirit ink, supply it at double the rate given to the clan's internal talisman masters. Additionally, inform the storeroom that all cultivation resources required by young friend Chen Yi, as long as they are not excessive, can be prioritized for withdrawal without needing further approval." The steward was taken aback, bowing deeply. "Yes, master. You may leave." After the steward left, the elder still wore a worried expression. "Master is such indulgence." "Seventh uncle," Zhou Xianhong interrupted him, his gaze distant. "Have you seen his records? A loose cultivator with 4 spirit roots managed to take 3 equally inexperienced outsiders and advance rapidly in Wuhuan Mountain within just a few years. Was it merely through daring to fight and kill? This person appears reckless and greedy, yet he is actually careful and strategic. His request for black iron genuinely reflects his need for cultivation. His desire for talisman inheritance likely is not a spurofthement whim. Study? What a joke. With the system at hand, the talisman inheritance that reached Chen Yi's hands would only gather dust. In truth, he did not take them out to reference the diagrams. As for those talisman papers and spiritual ink, they had long been decomposed into qi, but he still required resources daily to prepare for producing a large number of talismans in the future. In the small courtyard, the ground was already covered in a layer of gray-black mineral dust. Chen Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the quiet room, with a small mountain of mysterious iron ore piled in front of him. His right palm faced upwards, and a faint golden sword qi phantom about an inch long floated above it, slowly rotating. As his thoughts stirred slightly, his left hand reached out, and a fist-sized piece of ore gleaming with a dark metallic luster flew through the air. It silently shattered a foot away from the sword qi, transforming into a stream of pure platinum-colored energy that gradually merged into the faint golden sword qi. The sword qi phantom trembled slightly, emitting a low humming sound, and its color seemed to deepen slightly with its sharpness reined in, yet it appeared more substantial. This was precisely the scene of cultivating the sword polishing technique. This technique is tyrannical in that it directly extracts the golden energy from gold stone veins to refine sharp golden qi, allowing rapid progress, but the consumption of resources is also terrifying. After a long while, Chun Yi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The small mountain of, or before him, had shrunk a bit, or had been completely absorbed, leaving only a small amount of gray-white residue. He looked inward at himself. The faint sharp golden chi in his dantian had solidified significantly compared to its initial form, with strands of golden magical power circulating within, becoming increasingly pure and sharp. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Chun Yi's eyes. Even with the system enabling him to synthesize large amounts of inexpensive mysterious iron, the sword polishing technique still caused him great distress. Now, with the Zhao family as the mine owners backing him, he could finally practice the sword polishing technique without restraint. Sweeping the mineral dust aside with his sleeve, Chun Yi stood up to stretch his muscles. Lin Bin and the others were familiarizing themselves with their newly acquired secret techniques in the courtyard. The Qi Ling sword flew and spun in the air, sometimes piercing like a line of fire, and at other times fanning out like a fan, scattering numerous scorching star sparks. Lin Bin's newly chosen flowing fire sword technique matched well with the Qi Ling sword, and he had already gained some insight into it over the past few days, making the sword intent far more lively. Sun Qing, on the other hand, sat cross-legged under an ancient tree in the corner of the courtyard, forming hand seals with the Tai net floating in front of him. The emerald green net expanded and contracted with spiritual light, flickering as several nearly transparent strands of spiritual energy extended from the net, silently wrapping around a nearby stone bench. With a gentle tug, the stone bench quietly moved several feet. He was practicing a technique called Qi manipulation, which required precise control. Combined with the Tai net, his ability to entrap and disturb enemies significantly increased. Zhao, who was the most boisterous, the black-scaled spear in his hand resembled a black dragon, writhing, stirring up a wailing wind. He had acquired a breaking army spear emphasizing immense power and relentless forward momentum. At this moment he was bare-chested, his bronze muscles bulging, beads of sweat rolling down. Each thrust of the spear carried a dull sound of breaking air with a chilling glint at the spearhead, hinting at a malevolent aura, as several shallow pits were already made on the courtyard floor. Seeing Chun Yi emerge from his retreat, the three gathered around him. "Captain, how was it? Is the sword polishing technique going smoothly?" Lin Bin asked with concern. Though they did not know the specifics, they had seen the steward deliver large quantities of mysterious iron ore daily, and take away an equal amount of slag, and they guessed that the secret technique Chun Yi was practicing consumed a tremendous amount. "It's acceptable." Chun Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three. "It seems you all have gotten the hang of your new secret techniques. Thanks to the Zhao family, I've been focused, and with the aid of elixirs my progress has accelerated several times compared to when I was in Misty Valley." Sun Qing replied with a smile. "I've managed to distinguish 5 strands of spiritual energy with this Qi manipulation, and it's barely usable." Zhao, who wiped his sweat and grinned. "That breaking army spear packs a punch, but it consumes a lot of magical power. I can only thrust 3 times at full strength before needing to catch my breath. That's already quite good," Chun Yi praised. "New magical tools and secret techniques require time to integrate. We cannot rush it. The significant magical power consumption indicates impressive power. Once you break through to the late stage of Qi, refining your magical power will double, and these issues will no longer be a problem." Lin Bin nodded, as well, saying, "I've also grasped the basics of the flowing fire sword technique, and it now complements the Qi Ling sword even better. Captain, we've used quite a bit of elixirs. In a few days we should be able to reach the 6th level of Qi refining." Upon hearing this, Sun Qing and Zhao Hu's eyes also revealed an expression of anticipation. Their talents were similar, resources synchronized, and their progress was roughly on par. The transition from the 6th level of Qi refining to the 7th is the final bottleneck of the Qi refining stage. You must refine your skills carefully, and not be overly ambitious lest you waste the Zhao family's breakthrough elixirs. Understand?" Chun Yi advised earnestly. The three understood Chun Yi's underlying message. It was not about wasting elixirs. He clearly wanted them to slow their cultivation pace, allowing him to buy more time and gather more resources from the Zhao family. Lin Bin smiled knowingly and whispered, "Captain, don't worry. We understand. Given how precious the breakthrough elixirs are, we will wait until our foundations are solid and the timing is right to use them, maximizing their effectiveness." Indeed, Sun Qing nodded subtly. With an unstable foundation, it's difficult to tread the path ahead. We should carefully contemplate the mysteries of our current realm and not rush for success. Zhao, who scratched his head and smiled foolishly, saying, "I'll listen to the captain. If the captain says to take it slow, I'll just take it slow." Chun Yi saw that they had understood his meaning and said no more. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Yi slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of faint golden sharpness briefly flashed before retreating into the depths of his pupils. He raised his right hand, his fingertips devoid of any magical light, instead forcing out a wisp of sharp golden qi that had been nurtured for half a month and had grown several times in strength, condensing it at his fingertips. With a light sound as his gaze fell upon a piece of mysterious iron, ingot the size of a human head, he flicked his finger. A soft puff echoed akin to a hot knife cutting through butter as Chan Yi's finger sank effortlessly into the ingot all the way to the base of his finger, relying solely on magical power to penetrate the mysterious iron. This sword polishing technique has finally reached minor success. A surge of joy welled up in Chan Yi's heart. The amount of mysterious iron he had consumed for this technique was comparable to a small mine. But it was all worth it. Not only had his combat power increased, but there were also the implications that followed. Taking out the jade slip of the Tai-Bai sword technique, Chan Yi concentrated, and the swirling sharp golden chi in his dantian flowed into the dark golden jade slip. A soft puff resonated as if piercing through a layer of invisible membrane. The dark golden jade slip suddenly burst forth with radiant light as countless previously dim and unclear ancient characters lit up one by one, resembling stars in the night sky, being ignited in an instant, flowing endlessly, ultimately projecting a vast array of text and graphic light and shadow in his mind. First level of the Tai-Bai sword art. The sword technique is divided into 5 levels corresponding to the stages from chi refinement to spirit transformation. Each level has its own cultivation method, core sword arts, and auxiliary secret techniques, even including diagrams for crafting one's life treasure. To unlock the second level, one must master the sword polishing technique to perfection. Strangely, the first level is remarkably similar to the sharp gold technique. He is currently practicing with merely a few additional meridians, saving him the trouble of transition. What Chan Yi did not know was that the foundational techniques passed down through the cultivation world for millions of years are intricately tied to ancient legacies. The Tai-Bai sword sect was the foremost authority of the gold path in ancient times, and its fundamental doctrine, the Tai-Bai sword technique, is one of the sources of gold cultivation methods. Techniques like sharp gold technique, which are foundational methods passed down through generations, originated from the simplified entry-level chapter that the Tai-Bai sword sect created to select and attract talented disciples. This unexpected joy filled Chan Yi with excitement. Though he maintained a composed facade, the brilliance in his eyes became even more intense and sharp. He carefully studied the contents of the first level. The first level is titled Sword Polishing Chapter. The core of it is the sword polishing technique, but the full version provides a more detailed description of this technique. Not only does it specify the priority and pairing methods for absorbing various types of metal and stone energies, but it also elaborates on how to continuously refine, compress, and nurture this sharp gold chi, ultimately transforming it into a purer and more advanced metal sword chi after foundation establishment. Moreover, besides making the magical power more formidable, this sharp gold chi can also increase the foundation establishment success rate by nearly 20% after reaching completion. It should be noted that the foundation establishment pills that all chi refinement cultivators dream of can only increase the success rate by 50%. Even without foundation establishment pills, with this meticulously tempered sharp gold chi, his success rate in breaking through the foundation establishment barrier will far exceed that of ordinary people. If he were to fortuitously obtain a foundation establishment pill, then achieving foundation establishment would almost be a certainty. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart, Chan Yi continued to focus on reading further. The words flowed like light and shadow. Besides the core sword polishing technique, there were 3 practical techniques attached. The first is called concealing edge technique. This is not an offensive technique, but rather a highly sophisticated method of concealing one's presence and hiding one's edge. Unless one is far more advanced than him or possesses a special spiritual sight, it is extremely difficult to discern his true cultivation level. The second is called sword point. This technique is derived from the small divine power associated with the previous sharp gold technique, golden blade technique. However, its might far surpasses the latter, condensing a portion of sharp gold chi at his fingertips, which can unleash astonishing piercing power in a small area, specifically designed to break through various defensive spiritual lights and magical artifacts. When cultivated to a profound level, the fingers can exhale sword chi comparable to the edge of a flying sword, making it a sharp means for close quarters combat. The third is called golden body technique, which is a body refinement secret art. This technique is not merely about refining the physical body, but involves internally refining muscles, bones, and skin, using sharp gold chi, while externally drawing in the essence of metal and stone to cleanse oneself. When initially completed, the skin can become harder than ordinary iron, capable of resisting mundane weapons. After reaching a minor accomplishment, the muscles and bones become as resilient as finely tempered steel, making it difficult for low-level magical artifacts to inflict harm. If cultivated to perfection, it may even allow for the preliminary formation of the Tai-Bai golden body embryo during foundation establishment, giving one's every movement a sharpness that could withstand even flying swords and magical artifacts. After finishing the complete content of the first level of the Tai-Bai sword technique, especially the last section on the golden body technique, the heavy stone that had been hanging in Chan Yi's heart finally settled. The strength of the meridians. This is exactly the shortcoming I need to address the most. The burning blood secret technique he obtained earlier had astonishing power, capable of turning the tide in critical moments, but its greatest limitation was the tremendous burden and damage to the meridians caused by the violent blood and magical power. Even though the system can address the aftermath of blood essence depletion, the bearing capacity of the meridians is a tangible bottleneck. A slight misstep could leave irreparable hidden injuries, or even sever his path. This golden body technique is practically tailor-made for him. This technique, utilizing sharp gold chi to internally refine muscles, bones, and skin, will naturally strengthen the meridians that serve as conduits for blood essence and spiritual power. Once the resilience of the meridians is enhanced, allowing them to withstand greater shocks, the restrictions on using the burning blood secret technique will be greatly reduced. What could only serve as a desperate last resort might be elevated to a level where it could be wielded with greater ease, and even combined with other sword techniques to form an explosive combo system. This is not merely about adding a few more means to confront enemies. It fundamentally broadens his combat system and survival capability. Sword point for close combat, ambush golden body, for withstanding damage, concealing edge for hiding intentions, paired with the explosive power of burning blood at critical moments. The combination of offense and defense, reality and illusion, opened up new avenues in his thoughts. Suddenly he paused. Why is there no body technique? A thought flashed through his mind, and after a moment's contemplation he realized. Sword cultivators are most vigorous, while escape techniques are another matter. Speed in evasion is a significant characteristic of sword cultivators. However, the agile movement techniques used during the chi refinement stage do not align well with the aggressive offensive style of sword cultivators. True sword cultivators emphasize breaking through myriad techniques with one strike, replacing defense with offense, sweeping away all with unmatched sword energy. Those complex and intricate movements of evasion and counterbalance may seem to fall into a lower tier in the eyes of sword cultivators who pursue extreme purity and lethality. If evasion is necessary, it is better to invest this mental effort into refining sword techniques, using sword light for protection and sword energy to pursue enemies. For long-distance escapes or urgent retreats, there are sword evasion techniques that can only be cultivated at higher realms. In the combat philosophy of the Taibai sword sect during the chi refinement stage, the focus is probably more on how to cultivate this sword energy to be purer and sharper, how to strike swiftly, accurately, and fiercely to crush opponents rather than on intricate movements. No longer entangled in these thoughts, he completely immersed himself in the profundities of the first level of the Taibai sword technique, the sword polishing chapter. In the following days, Chan Yi remained in his rented cave dwelling, diligently reorganizing his magical power, according to the complete version of the sword polishing technique found in the Jade Slip. The process was much smoother than he had anticipated. The foundation laid by the sharp gold technique was extraordinarily solid, with over 90% overlap in the magical power operation pathways with the first level of the Taibai sword technique. Though the additional meridians were unfamiliar under his careful guidance, the flow of magical power quickly became unobstructed. As the new cultivation route stabilized, Chan Yi distinctly felt his magical power becoming sharper and purer. He also familiarized himself with several secret techniques. Chan Yi blinked and sighed. The golden body technique has come a bit too late. Oh, otherwise, I could have taken better advantage of the Zhao family's resources. In half a year, even Lin Bin and the others who are at the 5th level of chi refinement are nearing their bottleneck. As the captain, who is already at the 6th level of chi refinement and has been inactive, the Zhao family might not take it kindly. It's time to break through. Taking a barrier-breaking pill, the pure medicinal power transformed into a gentle and abundant warmth, instantly spreading through his limbs and bones, and then converging into the Danshan's chi si. Chan Yi held his breath and focused, fully channeling the Taibai sword technique's cultivation path. Within the Dantian, the faint golden sharp metal chi began to slowly rotate and accelerate, stirring all the golden fiend's magical power, forming a small vortex. At the center of the vortex was the barrier of realms, repeatedly impacted by the medicinal power and his own robust magical force. Time passed slowly in the quiet room as the spiritual energy thickened and almost turned into a light golden mist enveloping Chan Yi's figure. The sound of magical power surging within him resembled the ebb and flow of rivers, faintly audible. Crack! A soft sound akin to shattering glass emanated from Chan Yi's body. The solid barrier of realms was finally breached under the combined force from within and without. At that moment, a light sound echoed within Chan Yi, signaling his formal entry into the late stage of chi refinement. Atop Lansong Mountain, within the core area of the Zhao family, the family head Zhou Xuanhong, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. He remained motionless, yet his divine sense spread swiftly, locking onto the guest courtyard halfway up the mountain. The sword polishing technique. Truly remarkable. In just half a year, the magical foundation honed by this method is even more solid and profound than years of hard cultivation. At the same level, a glint of sharp light flashed in Zhou Xuanhong's eyes as he spoke softly to himself. This is good. To have such an aura upon entering the 7th layer of chi refinement increases our chances in Wuhuan Mountain. He pondered for a moment before summoning a trusted subordinate. Chan Yi had initially stabilized his realm, and feeling invigorated, pushed open the stone door of the quiet room. In the courtyard, Lin Bin and the others sensed the movement and had already gathered, their faces filled with delight. Congratulations, Captain, on breaking through to the late stage of Qi refinement. The three exclaimed in unison. The captain's advancement to the late stage meant they no longer needed to suppress their cultivation. Chen Yi nodded about to speak when a voice from outside the courtyard announced Master Chen, the family head, sensed that the master has completed his cultivation and has sent a gift. Chen Yi's gaze shifted slightly, signaling Lin Bin to open the door. The subordinate entered with a brocade box in hand, first presenting a slightly larger brocade box, saying this is a gift from the family head to congratulate the master on breaking through. Chen Yi took it, feeling its considerable weight. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a pair of ancient-looking metallic wings emanating a greenish light, each wing about a foot wide, thin as a cicada's wing, engraved with intricate cloud patterns and wind restrictions exuding spiritual brilliance. A clear indication they were not ordinary items. These are the Qingpeng wings, a high-quality flying artifact. The subordinate explained at the right moment, crafted from the feathers of the wind feather bird mixed with Kongqing stone. When activated, they allow one to soar swiftly like a Qingping, making them particularly adept for traversing complex mountainous terrains. The family head stated that Master Chen often travels in Wuhuan Mountain, and with these wings, whether in pursuit, combat, or escape, it will provide much convenience. Chen Yi secretly admired Zhou Zuanhong's meticulous thoughtfulness. This gift was both practical and considerate, clearly prepared in advance. He cupped his hands towards the mountain top and said, "Thank you for your generous gift, I am deeply grateful." The subordinate then presented a second smaller brocade box, saying this is a token from the family head along with some spirit stones for your expenses. The family head mentioned that since you have broken through, you must be eager to move. As for the task of hunting monsters on Wuhuan Mountain, the Zhou family will pave the way for you, but regarding the specifics of manpower and information, it would be more appropriate for you to handle it personally. In the Qinjiang-controlled market, you may use this token to mobilize the Zhou family's peripheral resources and act as. Chen Yi opened the small brocade box to find a token made of neither metal nor wood, engraved with the Zhou family's cloud pattern, and a storage bag containing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The family head has considered everything. I understand, Chen Yi said, putting away the two items. Please inform the family head that I will take a moment to rest and will descend the mountain in a few days. Understood. The subordinate respectfully withdrew. Once he left, Lin Bin and the others gathered around, gazing with envy at the pair of radiant Qingpeng wings. Captain, now you truly have wings like a tiger. Sun Qing laughed. Chen Yi stored the Qingpeng wings and looked at his three companions. I believe you sensed my breakthrough as well. The Zhou family's gift is not only a congratulation but also a call to action. We need to quickly establish a foothold in Wuhuan Mountain. What I mean is I will descend the mountain first, recruit some reliable experts to bolster our team and gather the latest information. You three should continue your cultivation here and aim to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement as soon as possible. Once I find suitable candidates and ascertain the situation outside, I will send word for you to join me. At that time, we will enter the mountain as a complete team at the late stage of Qi refinement, which will help stabilize the situation and showcase our value to the Zhou family. Lin Bin nodded. Captain, your considerations are thorough. With the secret technique artifact, we indeed need time to digest it. In the abundant spiritual energy of the Zhou family, breaking into the late stage should not be a problem. Captain, be careful as you descend alone, Sun Qing added. With your current strength and the Qingpeng wings, as long as you don't venture into dangerous areas or provoke Foundation establishment seniors, you should be safe. Rest assured, Captain. Zhao Hu patted his chest. Chen Yi clapped Zhao Hu on the shoulder and said to the three, all right then, it is decided. You all focus on your cultivation here and wait for my news. 3 days later in the morning, a crack quietly opened in the mountain-protecting formation of Lansong Mountain, and a beam of blue light shot out like an arrow, spiraling in the air before transforming into a faint blue stream heading off into the distance. 3 years passed, and upon returning to Taiping Outer Square, Chen Yi felt as though he had stepped into another world. Looking at the numb or anxious faces on either side, and hearing the faint arguments and sighs from the shanty, everything seemed unchanged. These lower-tier cultivators could cast a few spells. If they went to the mortal world, they could even earn the title of master. They might not live in luxury, but they would at least be free from worries about food and clothing. Yet they preferred to endure hunger and toil here with very few willing to look back. Why? Because once they had seen it, they could never return. Without lingering in the outer square, Chen Yi headed straight for the inner square, arriving at one of the Zhou family's shops. The shopkeeper was a thin old man with a goat beard who was focused on manipulating an abacus. When he saw Chen Yi enter, he didn't even lift his eyelids, merely saying, "What does the guest require?" Chen Yi didn't waste words. He directly placed the Zhou family's cloud pattern token on the counter. The sound of the abacus abruptly stopped. The shopkeeper suddenly raised his head, a flash of light shimmering in his murky eyes as he swiftly scanned the token, then quickly appraised Chen Yi, instantly breaking into an incredibly respectful smile. He bypassed the counter and bowed, saying, "So it is a distinguished guest." This old man failed to recognize a great mountain and was remiss. "Please forgive me. Please, esteemed guest, come inside." As he spoke, he personally led Chan-yi through the back of the shop into a soundproof quiet room, offering spiritual tea with an extremely humble attitude. The shopkeeper stood with his hands down, speaking respectfully. I did not know the esteemed guest had come with a command from the family. What instructions do you have? I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Help me find 2 people. A couple with the surname Wang who originally lived in the western district of the outer city, but they are estimated to have broken through to the midstage now. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, did not agree or inquire directly but cautiously said, If the esteemed guest is looking for someone, I will certainly do my best. However, the outer district is quite transient, and if this couple intends to conceal their whereabouts, I fear. Just do your best. Chan-yi took out all the spirit stones given by the Zhao family and added, Also help me exchange for some breaking realm pills. They are of great use to me. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the shopkeeper's eyes slightly narrowed and his attitude became even more respectful. Understood, the old man will take care of it. I will arrange for people to investigate and I will give you feedback by this time tomorrow at the latest. I will also gather the breaking realm pills as quickly as possible. You can stay at Uni Pavilion in the market, which is also part of our Zhao family's property. Chan-yi nodded slightly, having no objections to the shopkeeper's arrangements. He sought the old Wang couple merely out of nostalgia. If he could find them, he would bring them along, but if not, he would not force it. The main purpose of this visit was to recruit personnel. Tai Pingfang could be considered his hometown, and the bond of being from the same village is quite significant in the cultivation world. The shopkeeper was quite efficient, personally coming to report back the next evening. Esteemed guest, I have found some traces of the Wang couple you were looking for. The shopkeeper's expression held a hint of subtlety. According to the information from below, there indeed resides a couple with the surname Wang in the western district of the outer city, with a cultivation level around the 3rd layer of qi refinement, living off gathering low-grade herbs without anything particularly special. About 1.5 years ago, this couple seemed to have experienced a turning point, breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, and then they moved away from their original shantytown to open a restaurant in the eastern district of the outer city. A restaurant? Chan-yi was somewhat surprised. Old Wang had repeatedly urged him to join the demon hunting team, yet he himself had broken through and instead started a stable living. This was rather interesting. However, thinking of Aunt Wang's culinary skills, opening a restaurant was indeed a good livelihood. He inquired about the shopkeeper's address and settled the exchange for the breaking realm pills. Following the address, Chan-yi exited the inner city. After turning around 2 street corners, a fragrant aroma wafted over, mingled with the sounds of garlic and scallion sizzling and the clinking of dishes. Following the fragrance, he saw what was originally supposed to be 2 shanties, merged into one storefront now adorned with a wooden sign that read Wang's Restaurant in large characters. It was mealtime in the evening, and the restaurant was already bustling with customers. A few rough wooden tables were polished to a shine, and most of the patrons were ordinary-looking herb gatherers with weathered faces, along with a few scattered cultivators who appeared to be doing small trades. The stove was set at the entrance with a large iron pot on top, the fire blazing. Aunt Wang, wearing a faded apron and a cloth headscarf, was vigorously stirring the pot with a large ladle. The steam rose, accompanied by the sizzling sound of spicy aromas and grease, drawing the attention of passers-by. Old Wang moved between the tables, a gray towel draped over his shoulder, deftly wiping tables, serving dishes, and collecting payments. He wore a businessman's characteristic amiable smile, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to have deepened a little, but his spirit was much better than Chan-yi remembered. He stood tall. Although his cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement was not high, it was enough to command respect in this outer district. Old Wang, another plate of spicy stir-fried wind hare meat, extra spicy. Today has been unlucky. I only dug up a few worthless spirit herbs after wandering in the mountains all day. I need something spicy to lift my spirits. All right, extra spicy, coming right up. Old Wang called out loudly, turning to shout towards the stove. Wife, add another plate of wind hare meat for table 3, and make sure to give it plenty of spice. Understood. Aunt Wang replied without turning her head, her iron ladle flying quickly, almost leaving behind afterimages. Chan-yi stood outside and watched for a while, a slight smile gracing his lips. Life here seemed to be more prosperous than he had anticipated. Once the customers began to thin out, Chan-yi stepped into the restaurant. Esteemed guest, please come in. One person. This way, please. Old Wang's voice suddenly halted upon recognizing the newcomer. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he asked, Chan kid. Uncle Wang, it's been well since we last met. Chan-yi replied with a smile and a nod. It really is you, kid. Old Wang exclaimed with great joy, hurriedly shouting to Aunt Wang. Wife, look who has come. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang turned around, nearly dropping her ladle in surprise. Oh my, Chan kid. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron, hurried over in a few steps, and her eyes were slightly red. It really is you. Quick, sit down. Old man, why are you just standing there? Pour tea for Chan kid. Use that good spiritual tea we have saved. Old Wang finally came to his senses, hurriedly going to the back room to fetch the tea, while Aunt Wang busied herself setting out the cleanest table and wiping it repeatedly with a towel. Uncle Wang, Auntie, there's no need to be so polite, Chani said with a smile as he sat down glancing around. It seems your business is doing well and life is prosperous. Thanks to your blessing, thanks to your blessing. Old Wang brought out the teapot pouring tea while expressing his heartfelt gratitude, his voice low, but the appreciation was evident. If it weren't for what you left behind, how could we old bones have today? Let's not mention the past. Chani took a sip of tea which was fragrant and slightly sweet, indeed a good tea made with care. Seeing you both living comfortably puts my mind at ease. This time I came back to form a demon hunting team. If you want to change your environment, you can come with me. The business of the restaurant is ultimately in the outer district. Old Wang and Aunt Wang exchanged glances and their smiles faded slightly. Old Wang placed the teapot down sitting across from Chani, and after a moment of silence he slowly said, Kid, to be honest, my wife and I dreamed of leaving this outer district long ago. But at our age we have no fighting ability, so going would only hold others back. Moreover, just as Old Wang spoke, a clear sound of a baby crying came from the back of the shop. Aunt Wang's expression instantly softened, and she no longer cared to talk to Chani. She quickly said, You two continue chatting, and hurriedly lifted the curtain of the back room, moving with familiarity into the inner area. Before long the crying from inside gradually turned into the satisfied sounds of sucking. Chani blinked slightly and looked towards Old Wang. Old Wang revealed a somewhat embarrassed yet gratified smile, rubbing his hands as he murmured, He is a child with a spiritual root, just a month old. At our age, we thought. Alas, it is indeed fate. He paused, his voice growing heavier. With this little one we old bones dare not take risks anymore. Although the business of this eatery is small, it is a stable livelihood sheltered from the wind and rain, and we can save some spirit stones for him. If we were to wander and end up in that Wuhuan mountain, what would happen to him if we never returned? Chani understood upon hearing this. Loose cultivators rarely have children, and when they do, it signifies a complete severance from their hopes of the immortal path, as they focus solely on living a stable life, placing their hopes on the next generation. Clearly Old Wang and his wife were such people. Chani nodded gently, his tone warm. Your choice is the right one. A stable life and raising a child is indeed a rare blessing. This eatery is doing quite well, life is looking up. Old Wang sighed in relief, expressing gratitude. Chun boy, it's good that you understand. For us, the greatest fortune in this lifetime is meeting you. This kindness we will always remember. Why say such things? Chani smiled, waving his hand as he took out a storage bag and placed it on the table. Here are some spirit stones, a gift for the child's first meeting. Please accept it and get some things for the child. Old Wang hurriedly refused. This is unacceptable. Chun boy, you have already helped us too much, how can we? Just accept it. Chani pressed down on Old Wang's hand. This is not for you and your wife, it is for the child. Since I call you Uncle Wang, do not stand on ceremony with me. Old Wang's eyes reddened slightly, knowing Chan Yi's mind was made up, and he no longer pretended to be polite, carefully accepting the items. Chun boy, have you returned this time to recruit people into the mountain? Old Wang steadied himself and asked, Indeed. You have been in the outer district for so many years, familiar with the people. Do you have any honest and reliable candidates? Old Wang sighed with a bitter smile. Anyone with a bit of ambition from the outer district, who reaches the mid-stage of chi refinement, has gone into the mountains to take risks. The rest are content with their status. You may have misjudged the situation by coming here to recruit. Chan Yi laughed. Uncle Wang, you are misunderstanding me. I never said I wanted to recruit those in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Old Wang was stunned, holding his teacup in midair, not recruiting those in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Chun boy, do not blame Uncle Wang for speaking bluntly. What difference does it make for those in the early stage of chi refinement to hunt demons in the mountains and seek death? Wouldn't I help them break through to the mid-stage instead? Chun Yi's tone was calm, as though discussing something utterly ordinary. Old Wang's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of tea, startling him, yet he could not care to wipe it away, merely staring wide-eyed at Chan Yu. What did you say? Help them break through. A breaking boundary pill costs 40 spirit stones, and with our qualifications as loose cultivators, it's impossible to break through without at least 3 or 5 of them. This is still the luckiest outcome. Over 100 spirit stones. Just to recruit someone. There's no such Chan Yi lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it, the rising steam obscuring half his face. Uncle Wang, have you heard that 6 months ago, a demon hunting team found a large Xian iron mine deep within Wuhuan Mountain? Xian iron mine? Old Wang furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, seemingly recalling some rumors, it seems. I have heard a whisper about it. They say a rich vein was discovered with astonishing reserves, and it was supposedly sold to the Lansong Zhao family. As Old Wang spoke, his voice suddenly halted, his eyes gradually widening. That rich mine. The Zhao family. Chan Yi's sudden return and confidence. Chun boy, that mine. Old Wang's voice trembled slightly. Chun-Yi did not answer directly. Uncle Wang, there are some things better left unknown. You only need to understand that I now have this confidence and this need. I do not want those slick and cunning old foxes. What I seek are the young people still struggling in the outer district with untainted hearts, a bit of tenacity yet who also understand respect. They may have nothing and low cultivation, but precisely because they have nothing they yearn for change even more, and they understand gratitude. Old Wang swallowed hard. That Xian iron mine was most likely discovered by this Chen boy, and the benefits gained from it would far exceed the imagination of ordinary loose cultivators. Only this could explain why he could so casually use the breaking boundary pill worth hundreds of spirit stones as a bargaining chip to recruit early-stage loose cultivators. This is not how loose cultivators operate. This is the strategy of major powers with resources backing them cultivating their own people. Chun boy, are you planning to establish a sect? Establish a sect? Chani chuckled, shaking his head. Uncle Wang is overestimating things. It's merely gathering some people doing some things for development. This path is not easy, and the early stages are particularly perilous, which is why I need to find reliable individuals. Old Wang remained silent for a long time, his gaze repeatedly scanning Chun-Yi's calm face. Having crawled and fought through the bottom of the outer district for decades, he had seen too many cases of sudden wealth leading to insanity, ultimately resulting in death and destruction. He had also seen many who received opportunities thinking they could break the rules only to end up with their heads smashed. Chun-Yi was very young, excessively so. His cultivation, from the faint aura he displayed upon entering the shop, he was at least in the late stage of qi refinement. Such speed is terrifying. Moreover, with that suspected discovery of the Shen iron vein, luck, strength backing, it seemed he had it all. Chun boy, Old Wang finally sighed, his tone complex. You are more capable than Uncle Wang with a broader vision. This path Uncle Wang has not walked, so I cannot give you any advice. But I do have a few names in mind for the people you are looking for. Alright, please help me gather them tomorrow. I will provide pills to help them break through, and in return they must sign a spirit contract serving me for 3 years. After 3 years, they can choose to leave at their discretion. I will not hinder them. Old Wang took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Understood. Under great profit, there will surely be brave men. Moreover, especially for such a life-changing opportunity. Tomorrow noon, I will bring people to meet you. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Chun-Yi stood up, placing a communication talisman on the table. Having said that, he no longer lingered, nodding to Old Wang as he turned to leave the eatery. Watching Chun-Yi disappear into the twilight, Old Wang stood at the doorway holding that talisman motionless for a long time. The evening breeze blew in, carrying with it the unique murky scent of the outer district and the faint noise of the nearby shantytown, yet it could not disperse the waves of turmoil in his heart. Old man, has Chun Xiaoga left? Aunt Wang emerged from the back room cradling a swaddled baby who was already asleep, his small face serene. Old Wang withdrew his gaze, turned back to the shop, and began to tidy up the tables and stools, his movements somewhat sluggish. Noticing his unusual expression, Aunt Wang carefully placed the child into a small bed behind the counter and leaned over to ask softly, "What's wrong? Is it that Chun Xiaoga has encountered some trouble? Or does that mean we have to follow him?" "No." Old Wang shook his head, dipping a cloth into the basin with a splash. "He is going to undertake a task, a significant one. He wants to recruit people here." "Recruit people? Who would he recruit? There aren't any decent hands in our outer district." Aunt Wang was puzzled. Old Wang straightened up, looking at his wife, his voice lowered even more. "He wants to recruit those in the early stage of refining qi." "Ah!" Aunt Wang was taken aback. "He said he can help them break through to the mid-stage with the breaking realm pill." Aunt Wang nearly dropped the bowl in her hands, quickly gripping it tighter, her eyes wide open. Breaking realm pill. Help those in the early stage of refining qi to break through. How many spirit stones would that take? Chun Xiaoga. Old Wang interrupted her, his gaze complex. "Do you remember the rumors from half a year ago about the large mystic iron mine sold to the Zhao family deep in Wuhan Mountain?" Aunt Wang's breath hitched, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes shining astonishingly under the dim light. "Are you saying Chun Xiaoga?" "It's highly likely." Old Wang nodded solemnly. "Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. That kid is no longer the reckless youth from 3 years ago who needed our guidance." Aunt Wang processed this astonishing information, murmuring for a long time. Then it's a good thing that he's recruiting people. Should we help him find some? It's not just a good thing. It's a life-changing opportunity. For those young men in our outer district who are willing to fight, but have no way out, this is a ladder to success. Old Wang spoke earnestly. You should also help organize, but remember, only choose those with good character, who have little burden at home and are tough enough themselves. Old Wang cautioned seriously. If Chen Xiaoga handles this well, it could lead to immense wealth, but if not, It might lead to total annihilation. We can't bring along those who are hesitant, burdened with family, and cherish their lives too much. That wouldn't be helping them, it would be harming them. Understood. Aunt Wang nodded earnestly, her face showing some seriousness. I understand this principle. Everyone struggles to get by. Having some hope is not easy, but we cannot ruin someone else's chance. The couple closed the shop door and began to discuss quietly under the dim oil lamp. The next day at noon, Hne received a message from old Wang. Arriving at the shop, he found about 10 young people standing in the small space, most in their early 20s, some even young. They wore faded coarse cloth short clothes, their faces showing the roughness and weariness typical of lower-level cultivators in the outer district, yet their eyes sparkled much brighter than the numb pedestrians on the street. Old Wang stood in front of them, quietly explaining something. Seeing Chanyi enter through the back door, he immediately, Chen Xiaoga, I've screened them according to your requirements. They are all those without significant burdens at home and are willing to work hard. Their backgrounds are relatively clean, and a few of their fathers have done business with me before. Old Wang spoke quickly in a low voice, gesturing towards the group in the courtyard. Chanyi nodded slightly. These people would be both his subordinates and his market. Outside Wuhuan Mountain, Chanyi, with his current cultivation level, dared not touch the interests of various families. But inside Wuhuan Mountain, he had the confidence to sell pills. After all, the Zhao family had promised him a 10% discount on pills. Whether he sold more or less in his own camp was up to him, Chanyi. His calm gaze swept over the young faces. When their eyes met his, some nervously looked away, while others forced themselves to meet his gaze, attempting to display their courage. Uncle Wang should have briefed you all. Chanyi began. My name is Chanyi, and I too have climbed out from the Taiping Outer District. I am here to recruit people to enter Wuhuan Mountain for a significant endeavor. He paused and continued, with your current cultivation level, entering the mountain would be akin to seeking death. Therefore, I will provide pills to assist you in breaking through to the mid-stage of refining qi. As soon as these words were spoken, a suppressed gasp echoed in the courtyard. Despite being mentally prepared, hearing this promise still caused their blood to surge and their hearts to race. The cost is, Chanyi's tone remained undisturbed. You must sign a spirit contract and serve me for 3 years. During these 3 years, orders must be followed, and the rewards will be distributed based on contributions. I will never mistreat those who serve me. After 3 years, the spirit contract will be dissolved, and you can leave at will. Let me be clear, Wuhuan Mountain is no safe place. Following me may not be significantly safer than your current precarious situation in the outer district. It might even be faster and more tragic. Once the spirit contract is signed, there is no room for regret. You know what happens to those who rebel or disobey orders. Now, if anyone wishes to withdraw, you may turn and leave. I will not stop you, and today's matter will be treated as if it never occurred. After Chanyi finished speaking, he fell silent again, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, as if giving them a final moment to deliberate. The courtyard was silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing. Some instinctively clenched their fists, others swallowed hard, their eyes flickering. But no one moved. Withdraw. What a joke. The days in the outer district were predictable, and saving for 7 or 8 years might not even afford a breaking realm pill. Now the opportunity was right before them. It was either to gamble their lives for a future, or to continue struggling like rats in a gutter. This choice was not difficult for them. The silence lasted for about half a tea's worth of time. A young man with dark skin stepped forward, first cupping his hands and bowing. I am Wang Tai, willing to follow the master. This life now belongs to the master. With a leader, the others seemed ignited and stepped forward one after another. I am Li He, willing to sign the spirit contract. I am Yang Hua, willing. Count me in, Sun Xiaoji. Soon all 10 or so people in the courtyard expressed their intent, with no one withdrawing. Chun-Yi nodded. Good. He then took out the prepared spirit contract scroll and writing materials from his storage bag. All the young people left their soul marks on the spirit contract. After putting away the contract, Chun-Yi turned to old Wang and said, Uncle Wang, can I borrow a few tables? Old Wang was momentarily taken aback, then immediately nodded. Use them, feel free to use. Bring the tables and follow me. Although the young people were confused, they quickly moved the tables and followed Chun-Yi towards the busiest street in the outer district. Old Wang felt a mix of surprise and doubt, hesitating for a moment before following. Chun-Yi stopped at a busy intersection and instructed, set the tables up in a row. Soon 4 old but sturdy wooden tables were lined up on the muddy ground of the outer district, looking quite out of place, attracting curious glances from many passers-by. What are they doing? Setting up a stall to collect junk. It doesn't seem like it. Look at that leading young man, he has an extraordinary demeanor. That outfit must be from the inner district. Why is old Wang here too? And he's with a group of young kids. Some recognized the young faces of Wang Tai and Li He, stirring further curiosity. Chan-Yi turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him and calmly scanned the increasingly gathered crowd. Then he turned his wrist. A simple jade vial appeared in the palm of his hand. Everyone take a good look. This is the breakthrough pill. The words breakthrough pill were like sparks thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the emotions of the onlookers. Gasps, doubts, and inhalations intertwined as countless gazes fixated on the seemingly ordinary jade vial in Chan Yi's hand, their intensity almost enough to melt it. Old Wang stood by feeling parched and sweaty. He did not expect Chan Yi to use such a flamboyant approach. Chan Yi seemed oblivious to the commotion around him. He uncorked the vial, and a fresh, dense medicinal aroma instantly wafted out, invigorating several early-stage refining qi practitioners nearby, their faces revealing a look of longing. It really is the breakthrough pill, someone exclaimed. What is he doing? Selling pills here? Impossible. How could such a pill be openly sold here? Chan Yi waited a few breaths for the discussions to subside before slowly pointing to the young man behind him and saying, Today I, Chan Yi, wish to form a demon hunting team to delve into Wuhuan Mountain, recruiting these early-stage refining qi practitioners to hunt demons. The crowd erupted again. Early-stage refining qi, entering Wuhuan Mountain. Isn't that a death sentence? He's insane. This person must be crazy. Ignoring the doubts, Chan Yi simply shook the jade vial in his hand. The pill clinked against the vial, producing a crisp sound that overshadowed all the noise. And will provide the breakthrough pill to assist in achieving the mid-refining qi stage. He paused and added, Until the breakthrough is made, I hope everyone will bear witness. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the street corner. Even those in the distance who did not understand but merely wanted to join in the excitement sensed the strange atmosphere and instinctively held their breath. Providing the breakthrough pill, not just one. Until the breakthrough. The impact of these words combined was 100 times stronger than merely showcasing the pill, which scattered cultivator from the outer circles did not know the preciousness of the breakthrough pill, who was unaware of the difficulty in reaching the midstage. It took 7 or 8 years of hard work to exchange for one. Whether one could break through relied entirely on fate. And now someone actually promised to provide until the breakthrough. Isn't this akin to charitable giving? What's the cost? A hoarse voice roared from the crowd. It belonged to a middle-aged man with a scarred face whose eyes were fierce yet shrewd. There's no free pill in this world. This question voiced the doubts in everyone's hearts. Chan Yi looked at the man and nodded. Good question. The cost is to sign a spiritual contract and serve me for 3 years. Within 3 years, orders are absolute. Life and death are at stake. After 3 years, the contract will be voided, and you may leave as you wish. During this period, the spoils will be distributed according to contribution, and I will not withhold a single item. A 3-year spiritual contract. Everyone calculated quickly in their minds. 3 years is not a long time for a cultivator. If this could be exchanged for an opportunity to break through to the midstage and possibly future resources and protection. This deal seemed astonishingly favorable. But is it really that simple? Why should we trust you? Another voice shouted. Chan Yi's expression remained unchanged, having long been prepared. He did not answer directly, but instead took out a scroll from his storage bag. He read the first name aloud, Wang Tai. At the moment the name was spoken, the dark-skinned youth, following Chan Yi, trembled, instinctively straightening his back and striding to the table under countless gazes. Chan Yi pointed at the table and said, Sit up. Wang Tai hesitated for a moment, but seeing Chan Yi's unquestionable gaze, he gritted his teeth, propped himself on the table, and climbed up. The onlookers widened their eyes, confused about what was about to happen. Chan Yi said no more. He lightly tapped, and the cork of the breakthrough pill vial flew off automatically, with a pill the size of a longan floating out, hovering in front of Wang Tai. The rich medicinal aroma invigorated those nearby. Take it and cultivate. Chan Yi's voice was concise and powerful. Wang Tai looked at the pill that countless scattered cultivators yearned for. His throat moved, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a hint of hesitation, he opened his mouth, inhaled, and swallowed the breakthrough pill. The pill entered his abdomen, transforming into a warm yet powerful flow that instantly surged through his limbs and bones. Wang Tai did not dare to delay. He immediately sat cross-legged, placing his hands in a seal on his knees, and fully circulated his cultivation technique. His breath began to fluctuate and swell, as if tiny streams of qi were moving beneath his skin. His face turned red at times and pale at others. The discussions around him completely vanished. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Wang Tai, who was breaking through at the table. A breakthrough on sight. This Chan Yi cultivator was actually using the most direct and irrefutable method to prove his promise. Old Wang stood to the side, his heart rising to his throat. He knew Wang Tai. The boy's father had died early, relying on gathering herbs in the mountains to support himself and his mother, and his cultivation had stagnated at the 3rd layer of refining qi for over 2 years, his foundation not solid. Could he succeed with a single breakthrough pill? Time ticked by and beads of sweat began to form on Wang Tai's forehead. His body trembled slightly, as if enduring some kind of pain. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world began to slowly converge towards him, but the speed was not fast and appeared somewhat chaotic. After a stick of incense's worth of time, although Wang Tai's breath had slightly strengthened, the momentum of his breakthrough clearly began to dwindle, as if firmly blocked by an invisible barrier. Low sighs and discussions began to rise from the crowd. It's not going to work. The foundation is too thin. How could one breakthrough pill lead to a breakthrough? It's not that easy. It seems that this Chun-Yi cultivator's plan is about to fall through. However, Chun-Yi's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. He pointed again, and another breakthrough pill flew out. Open your mouth. Wang Tai was currently at a critical moment of breaking through his bottleneck, most of his senses shut down, but Chun-Yi's cool voice clearly reached his mind. Instinctively, he opened his mouth. The second breakthrough pill melted upon entry. Boom! The potent medicinal power surged like a second wave of tide, fiercely crashing against his already weakened bottleneck. Wang Tai's body shook violently, and the breath that had begun to decline suddenly soared again. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered at an accelerated pace. 2 pills. He really gave another one. Insane. Truly insane. 80 spirit stones just thrown away like that. Exclamations arose, but more people had bloodshot eyes fixated on Wang Tai, staring at the seemingly inexhaustible jade vial in Chan-Yi's hand. After consuming the second pill, Wang Tai's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, and the earthy yellow aura of spiritual power around him flickered erratically, his breath rising and falling dramatically like a roller coaster. About half a tea's worth of time later, Wang Tai's chaotic aura suddenly converged. Immediately after, a powerful and solidified aura several times, stronger than before, erupted like spring bamboo shoots breaking through the earth. Buzz. The dust on the table was shaken away by an invisible force. 4th level of Qi refinement. Midstage barrier broken. Wang Tai suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them, soon replaced by overwhelming joy. He sensed the surging mana within him trembling with excitement. He rolled off the table and with a thud knelt on one knee before Chun-Yi. Wang Tai. Humbly thanks the benefactor for your great kindness. From now on, this life belongs to the benefactor. Should you have any orders, I shall not hesitate, even at the cost of my life. Get up. Chan-Yi raised his hand to support him, his gaze sweeping over the crowd that had fallen into a stupor, finally landing on the young loose cultivators with heavy breaths and red eyes. Nextly as he consumed 3 breakthrough pills, he successfully broke through. The emotions of the crowd were completely ignited. It's real. Can really help people break through. 5 breakthrough pills. 200 spirit stones, just like that. What kind of person is this Chun cultivator? He wants to form a demon hunting team. Is it still possible to join now? Chun-Yi didn't care about these next. Before Chun-Yi's words could finish, the scene erupted into chaos. Benefactor. I am willing to sign a spirit contract. I am willing to sell my life. A tall and slender youth squeezed through the crowd, shouting urgently, his eyes fixed on the jade bottle beside Chun-Yi. Choose me. I am at the peak of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Just one will do. Another man with a full beard waved his arms. I am young. I am willing to fight. Benefactor, look at me. The scene was in complete disarray. Dozens or even hundreds of loose cultivators who rushed over like sharks sensing blood crazily surged towards the 4 wooden tables. This was exactly the effect Chun-Yi wanted. This outer district would become his largest recruitment ground. As for acting too ostentatiously, he now had backing, and any issues could wait until he discussed them with the Zhao family behind him. Silence. An invisible pressure like ripples in water spread outward from Chan-Yi, enveloping the street corner. Those frantically pushing forward seemed to have a bucket of cold water poured over them, their actions suddenly freezing the fervor in their faces, swiftly replaced by fear, instinctively retreating a few steps to create some space. The first batch of recruits is full. Chun-Yi's voice was calm. If anyone is interested, you can go to Old Wang's eatery to register your name and cultivation level. If there is a need in the future, there may be further recruitment. Upon hearing that there was still a chance, everyone's gaze turned eagerly towards Old Wang. Old Wang smiled bitterly inside, knowing that from today on his small eatery would likely never be quiet again. Next, son. Just as Chan-Yi was about to call out the 3rd name, a rough shout came from outside the crowd, accompanied by unceremonious pushing and a few cries of pain. The onlookers parted as if plowed fields, creating a clear path. 7 or 8 burly men with fierce expressions charged in. Leading them was a bald man with a centipede-like scar running across his face from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, emanating the aura of a 5th layer of Qi refinement without concealment, his fierce gaze scanning the scene. The men following him also had cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, each with unkind expressions exuding the unique arrogance and bloody scent of the outer district ruffians. The Black Sha gang is here to do business. Idle folks should roll away. A skinny man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks shouted menacingly beside the bald man. The originally crowded and noisy street corner instantly quieted down significantly. Many faces showed signs of fear, instinctively retreating. Chan Yi raised an eyebrow upon seeing the newcomer. Oh, isn't that Scarface? The newcomer was indeed Scarface. When Scarface recognized Chan Yi's appearance, his fierce expression clearly froze for a moment, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. He clearly did not expect that the ruckus in the outer district where breakthrough pills were being squandered like water would have its main character be Chan Yi, whom he remembered vividly from 3 years ago. After 3 years, the aura emanating from Chan Yi was even more solid. Standing there, even if he just casually glanced over it, made Scarface's heart instinctively skip a beat. Clearing his throat to suppress his unusual feelings, he spoke in a rough voice. I thought who it was. Turns out it's Brother Chun. It's been 3 years since we last met. You've really struck it rich creating such a big spectacle in the outer district. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the uncollected breakthrough pill jade bottles on the table, as well as Wang Tai and Li He, who had just broken through and whose auras had yet to stabilize. The greed in his eyes was practically overflowing. Brother Chun, you're not being fair. Scarface grinned with a fake smile. With such a lucrative business, why didn't you think of your big brother first? We have an old friendship after all. Chan Yi smiled slightly. Scarface is joking. The Black Sha gang is so grand. How could I dare to trouble you with my small matters? I'm merely recruiting a few brothers to go into the mountains to earn a living. Going into the mountains to earn a living? Scarface sneered. Brother Chun, this doesn't look like a mere living. Feeding breakthrough pills like candy, signing a spirit contract for 3 years. So have you found a backer? Or have you dug up a treasure? The onlookers perked up their ears. This was what they most wanted to know. Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged. Not exactly a backer, just a coincidence. I got some capital and want to do a little something. If Scarface is here to congratulate me, I welcome it. If there are other instructions, feel free to speak. Scarface narrowed his eyes, staring at Chan Yi for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed heartily. I wouldn't dare to give instructions. Brother Chen's demeanor is extraordinary now. I assume your cultivation has improved quite a bit. I was just curious and happened to pass by to take a look. However, Brother Chun, there are rules in the outer district. You're making such a big fuss recruiting people. It's quite a stir. We, the Black Sha gang, are responsible for maintaining the order here. Recruiting people in our territory, without even notifying us, seems a bit against the rules, doesn't it? He deliberately emphasized order and rules while a few of his underlings stepped forward, hands resting on the hilts of their knives, the threat unmistakable. The onlookers retreated again, many showing expressions of glee or concern. The Black Sha gang was clearly looking to shake him down. Indeed, with such a big piece of juicy meat laid out before them, how could they possibly let it go? Yet Chan Yi showed no signs of panic, instead revealing a look of realization. I see now. It seems I have overlooked this. His tone was calm, as if truly reflecting on himself. What are the rules that Scarface mentioned? Seeing Chan Yi seemingly yielding, the scarred face felt a sense of superiority, though he pretended to be magnanimous. Simple. Since Brother Chun is looking to recruit people for a task that makes us a new emerging force in this area. According to the rules, a settling and fee must be paid. Our Black Fiend gang will ensure your dealings in this outer district go smoothly without disturbances. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Broken Realm pills, licking his lips. Additionally, Brother Chun, these pills look quite good. I would like to buy a few for my brothers to try. As for the price, it's negotiable, let's say 70% of the market price. How about that? At his words, a low gasp echoed around. This is outright extortion. Everyone turned to Chan Yi, waiting to see how he would respond. Chan Yi fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. The scarred face did not rush him, arms crossed, waiting leisurely. In his view, although Chan Yi had some fortune, his foundation was still shallow, and yielding was the only choice in the face of the Black Fiend gang's local power. Old Scar's proposal seems reasonable. Chan Yi finally spoke, his tone still calm. A slight smile appeared on the scarred face. However, Chan Yi's words took a turn. But I, Chun, do not particularly enjoy doing things by others' rules. The smile on the scarred face stiffened. Chan Yi looked straight at him and slowly said, 3 years ago, I collaborated with Old Scar once, and it was quite pleasant. I thought we had at least some bond between us. Now it seems I was overthinking it. In your eyes, the bond is perhaps worth only a few spirit stones. The scarred face darkened. Brother Chan, what do you mean by that? It means nothing. Chan Yi shook his head. I merely want to inform Old Scar that I am recruiting personnel to hunt demons in the mountains, and the money is life-risking. Every spirit stone is earned with the blood, sweat, and even lives of my brothers. There is no settling in fee and certainly no pills. Good, good, good. The scarred face repeated 3 times, the flesh on his face twitching, making his scars appear even more menacing. Chan Yi, it's been 3 years and your wings have truly hardened. Dare to talk rules with my Black Fiend gang? His aura of chi cultivation at the 5th level suddenly erupted, an invisible wave of pressure, spreading outwards, forcing several onlookers to step back repeatedly. The several subordinates behind him also drew their weapons in unison, the cold light glinting filled with murderous intent. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point tension palpable. Wang Tai Li He and the others who had just broken through instinctively clenched their fists, nervously watching Chen Yi. They had just signed the spirit contract. If their employer fell, their futures would be doomed. Old Wang, however, looked at the scarred face and his group with a strange expression. Yet Chen Yi seemed oblivious to the overwhelming murderous aura, not even lifting his eyelids. He simply extended his hand, lightly brushing off non-existent dust from the sleeve of his blue robe. Rules. Chen Yi finally raised his eyes, fixing his gaze on the scarred face. In the mountains, there is only one rule: whoever's fist is bigger, that is the rule. 3 years have passed, and you don't still think your fist is bigger than mine, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yi took a step forward. A pressure of spiritual energy far denser and heavier than that of the scarred face crashed down. The once arrogant scarred face turned as pale as a sheet, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, halting his breath. His subordinates, who were only at the 3rd level of chi refining, could hardly bear it either. They emitted muffled groans, their faces turning ashen, stumbling back, barely able to hold their drawn knives, their eyes filled with terror. Late stage of chi refinement. The scarred face squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his scar twisting grotesquely in utter horror. He remembered that 3 years ago Chen Yi was merely at the 4th level of chi refining, cunning and ruthless, but nothing more. 3 years. Just 3 years. How could he have reached the late stage of chi refinement? This could no longer be explained by simple fortune. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar, their gazes towards Chen Yi completely transformed. If before it was envy, jealousy, and frenzy, now it was accompanied by deep reverence. A cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement could be considered top tier, even in the cluster of loose cultivators at Wuhan Mountain, let alone in a tiny place like Taiping Outer District. At the late stage of chi refinement, one could walk with swagger in the Outer District. Cold sweat dripped down the forehead of the scarred face, the pressure as heavy as a mountain made his legs tremble. His subordinates turned pale, retreating several steps, wishing they could vanish into thin air. Senior Chen. The scarred face struggled to speak, no longer caring about face. It is I who was blind and offended the senior. I will leave with my men immediately, and I will never dare to disturb the senior's affairs again. Saying this, he did not wait for Chen Yi's response, signaling to his subordinates, and turning to slip away through the crowd. Wait! Chen Yi's calm voice sounded. The scarred face stiffened, cold sweat immediately soaking his back, slowly turning around, forcing a smile that was more difficult than crying. What other instructions do you have, Senior Chen? 3 years ago, I entrusted you with a task which you failed to complete. Do you remember this matter? Chen Yi's voice was unhurried, yet it made the scarred face's heart sink. He certainly remembered. Those mid-grade magical artifact cloud-piercing boots. The scarred face's complexion alternated between red and white, his voice trembling. I remember. Senior Chen, I have kept those boots safe all along. I will return them in due course. I will return them. As you have taken the item yet failed to accomplish the task, logically this means you owe me a favor. The beads of sweat on the scarred face's forehead rolled down repeatedly, saying, Yes, yes, yes. I owe the senior. I owe the senior. Whatever instructions the senior has, I will never refuse. Today you brought people to disrupt my recruitment and attempted to forcibly demand pills, violating my rules. This is another matter. Chen Yi's tone remained calm, yet each word struck like a hammer on the scarred face's heart. The scarred face's legs went weak, almost kneeling down, his voice quivering with a cry. Senior, I was bewitched. I deserve to die. Please spare me this once. I am willing to compensate, even if it means selling everything I have. They say 30 years in the east of the river and 30 years in the west. How come for him the scarred face 3 years felt like reaching the river bottom? Chen Yi looked at the scarred face. Compensation. Do you think I lack those few spirit stones? The scarred face felt his throat dry, unable to utter a word, only able to lower his head in fear. Though the leader of his Black Fiend gang was also at the late stage of chi refinement, he, the scarred face, was merely a small hall master. If this matter could not be resolved peacefully today, if Chen Yi were to use this as an excuse to annihilate him on the spot, whether his leader would stand up for him was still uncertain. No matter what, he had to ensure his life was preserved. As long as he was alive, everything else could be discussed. Take your time to gather things. Chen Yi squinted at the scarred face and said, Uncle Wang and I share some old ties. His restaurant is right here in the outer district. Although I won't be staying long this time, I also hope that no one will cause trouble for Uncle Wang because of me disrupting the peace of his family. The scarred face suddenly looked up at old Wang, then quickly glanced back at Chen Yi, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes. Was he afraid that after he left, the Black Sha gang would take the opportunity to retaliate? Feeling reassured, he immediately realized that Chen Yi did not want to escalate the issue. He turned to old Wang, deeply bowing in respect and speaking earnestly. Brother Wang, These past few years, I have been reckless, failing to recognize the great mountain and neglecting you, my brother. From now on, in this outer district, your establishment will be protected by my Black Sha gang. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in your shop or schemes against you, behind your back, will be going against my Black Sha gang. I, the Black Sha gang, will be the first to disagree. Old Wang was somewhat flustered by this sudden courtesy, and hurriedly waved his hand saying, Master Scar, you overestimate it. It's just a small business. I wouldn't dare to trouble you. Chen Yi interrupted Old Wang, saying to the scarred face, Remember what you said today. If Uncle Wang's family suffers even the slightest disturbance because of today's matter, or if his business encounters any setbacks. Although he did not finish his sentence, the chilling tone underlying his calm words made the scarred face shiver involuntarily. The scarred face quickly swore an oath. Rest assured, senior. If anything goes wrong here with Brother Wang, you won't even need to lift a finger. I, the scarred face, will bring my head to you. That's good enough. Now leave. Chen Yi nodded, slightly acknowledging his statement. He didn't want to escalate the situation. Chen Yi actually wanted to make it bigger. From what he knew about the scarred face, as long as he spared his life now, he would surely try every means to retaliate. When the Black Sha gang moved, the Zhao family would have to show their true colors. Having a backing is useless if it doesn't work in practice right. He wanted to see how much support the Zhao family would provide him. If even this little matter the Zhao family wouldn't support him, then he shouldn't expect much help from them in Wuhuan Mountain. It was better to take the bucket and run early. Seeing this, the scarred face felt a huge weight lift off his chest, knowing his life was spared. Not daring to linger any longer, he led several pale-faced subordinates, nodding and bowing as they squeezed through the crowd, quickly disappearing at the end of the alley, their disheveled and panicked appearance contrasting sharply with their earlier aggressive demeanor. The onlookers watched this scene in stunned silence before erupting into discussions even louder than before. Late stage of Qi refinement. This Elder Chun, no Chen Dongjia, at least has a cultivation level above the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The Black Sha gang has really hit a snag this time. The scarred face was scared out of his wits. It's truly satisfying. Now no one will dare to question it. With such strength and stature following this Dongjia, the future will undoubtedly be bright. Old Wang has truly latched onto a big leg this time. In the outer district, who would still dare to provoke him? Chen Yi ignored the surrounding discussions, his gaze returning to the remaining candidates for recruitment. With the scarred face's example, although the atmosphere at the recruitment site remained fervent, a sense of orderly respect had been added. No one dared to crowd recklessly anymore. The scarred face returned to his own hall in a disheveled state, feeling increasingly frustrated, as if a surge of anger was rushing to the top of his head. Today he had knelt in public begging for mercy, even bowing and scraping before that old man Wang. This shameful scene would probably spread throughout the entire outer district in less than a night. The infamous reputation he had built up over the years was likely to be severely damaged. Chen Yi. He growled through gritted teeth, his fists creaking, as he clenched them, the venomous look in his eyes almost overflowing. But thinking of Chen Yi's calm yet chilling gaze, he shivered involuntarily, all his anger extinguished by a large fraction, leaving only deep helplessness and fear. There was no chance of winning in a heated confrontation. But he could not swallow this anger. The Black Sha gang had established itself in the outer district, relying on its ruthless and merciless reputation and its vow for vengeance. If he endured this grievance today, who would still fear the scarred face in the future? What would his subordinates think? What about the leader? Upon thinking of the leader, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the scarred face's eyes. The reason he, the scarred face, could occupy this lucrative territory in the outer district was not only because he dared to fight, but also because he understood how to read the situation, how to turn trouble into merit, and how to showcase his value in front of the leader. Right, the main hall. The leader. The scarred face suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth in the dim hall, the flesh on his face shaking with his thoughts. He could not deal with Chen Yi directly, but there must be someone who could. The Black Sha gang monopolized the outer district. Oh, surely there was a backing behind them. The main hall of the Black Sha gang was heavily guarded. After the scarred face reported, he was soon ushered in. In the main hall, the leader Black Sha Lei Biao was seated majestically in a tiger-skin armchair. He had a burly figure and a rugged face with a deep scar running diagonally from his temple to his jaw, exuding the fierce aura of a latest-stage Qi refiner, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. Boss, you have to make a decision for me. As soon as the scarred face entered, he knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face, as he exaggeratedly recounted the events that had occurred earlier in front of the restaurant in the outer district. Naturally, he omitted how he had initially acted, arrogantly focusing instead on how Chen Yi had shamelessly humiliated the Black Sha gang in public, forcing him to kneel, even claiming that the Black Sha gang is nothing. What audacity! Lei Biao slammed the armrest of his chair, causing several fine cracks to appear in the iron-crafted tiger head armrest, demonstrating his immense strength and fury. He stood up, his burly figure casting a huge shadow in the flickering candlelight of the hall, enveloping the kneeling, scarred face. Relying on a bit of cultivation, you dare to run amok in my Taiping outer district and even stir up trouble for my Black Sha gang. The scarred face quickly crawled forward, his voice even more pitiful. Boss, please see clearly. That Chun-Yi not only publicly humiliated me, but also boasted that the days of the Black Sha gang, bullying others in the outer district, are over. He also said, what else did he say? Lei Biao's eyes were sharp as. He also said that if the boss is sensible, he should take the initiative to give up this territory in the outer district, otherwise when he grows his wings, he will trample the main hall and you. You will also have to kneel in front of the restaurant. The scarred face was desperate, pouring oil on the flames. Seeking death. Lei Biao laughed in rage, the twisted scar on his face, contorting with muscle spasms. Late stage of Qi refinement. Even if you are at the 8th layer of Qi refinement in my Black Sha gang's territory, you must bow down. Gather all the brothers at the 4th layer of Qi refinement or above. I want to see who will trample whom. The scarred face felt ecstatic inside, but his expression remained one of mixed anguish and anger as he quickly bowed. The boss is wise. The main gate of the Black Sha gang's main hall suddenly opened wide, with Lei Biao leading the way and the scarred face closely following. A group of more than 30 people surged out with murderous intent. Except for Lei Biao, who was at the late stage of Qi refinement, almost all were skilled individuals at the mid-stage, representing nearly all of the core combat strength the Black Sha gang could mobilize. As the group passed pedestrians in the outer district streets and alleys, hurriedly avoided them, whispering in fear. The Black Sha gang has come out in full force. Leading them is boss Lei Biao. Behind him are the 3 deputy leaders. This is going to be a good show. Quick, let's follow and see. At this moment, Chun-Yi was presiding over the breakthrough affair. Naturally, he sensed the intense malevolent energy and unmasked hostility rapidly approaching from afar. He paused slightly in his steps, a barely perceptible curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. They have come. Faster than he had anticipated. The onlookers had long since retreated, forming a large semicircle at a distance, neither daring to approach nor wanting to miss this rare spectacle. Lei Biao stood 10 zhang away from Chun-Yi, his gaze sharp as it swept across Chun-Yi's youthful and calm face. He then glanced at the pale-faced old Wang and the newly recruited team members beside him, ultimately fixing his eyes back on Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi's aura was restrained, yet his composure, which seemed as solid as a mountain, momentarily quelled the anger ignited by the scarred face in Lei Biao's heart, adding a layer of scrutiny. You are Chun-Yi. You have harmed my subordinates, insulted them, and even boasted about flattening the headquarters of my Heisha gang. Such audacity! Chun-Yi casually scanned Lei Biao and the crowd behind him, pausing slightly on the scarred face that flickered with fear and did not dare to meet his gaze. He then spoke, "Those who harm others will always be harmed in return." As for the accusations of insults and boasting, he gently shook his head. I Chun have never uttered such words. However, since you have brought your forces here, it is clear you did not come to hear my defense. Humph, you are indeed a bold man. Lei Biao, seeing that Chun-Yi did not deny the act of harm, became more aggressive. My Heisha gang stands firm in the outer market due to our fists and our rules. You have broken the rules, thus you must pay the price. Considering your difficult cultivation, if you are willing to cripple one arm and publicly apologize to the scarred face while paying 5,000 spirit stones as compensation for disturbing my gang, I might consider sparing your life. At these words, a collective gasp echoed around them. Crippling an arm and paying compensation, such a condition was exceedingly harsh. A glint of delight flashed in the scarred face's eyes, as if he could already envision Chun-Yi's pitiful pleading. However, Chun-Yi smiled. The smile was faint yet carried an indescribable meaning. It seems there is nothing to discuss. He tilted his head slightly and said to old Wang and the team members, Uncle Wang, and everyone stepped back a bit to avoid any accidental harm. Before his words fell, Lei Biao roared, "Stubborn and unyielding. Seize him. Life or death, it matters not." 3 of his subordinates in the 6th level of Qi refinement could no longer hold back and charged forward simultaneously at the command. The force of their Qi broke through the air, sealing off Chun-Yi's escape routes. Facing the combined assault of the 3, Chun-Yi remained motionless until the glints of blades and claws were mere inches from him before he suddenly moved. He pointed his fingers like a sword, gently thrusting forward. A thread of pale golden sword Qi, as fine as a strand of silk, shot forth, moving faster than the limits of human perception. Shoo! A faint sound of slicing pierced the air. The subordinate wielding the blade froze mid-lunge, a red mark rapidly spreading across his brow as his eyes lost focus, the long blade clattering to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Chun-Yi glided to the left like a specter, his left hand seemingly waving casually behind him. Bang! An invisible force crashed into the chest of the subordinate wielding the water-splitting spear. He felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. The sound of his collapsing ribs was distinctly audible as his body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into 7 or 8 gang members behind him, spitting blood and collapsing clearly on the brink of death. Seeing 2 companions killed in an instant, the subordinate wielding the steel claws was horrified. His momentum abruptly halted as he attempted to retreat. Yet he found Chun-Yi's gaze already locked onto him. Without any unnecessary movements, Chun-Yi simply flicked his fingers. The sword finger activated and a surge of energy struck his throat from afar. Ugh! He clutched his neck with both hands, his eyes bulging as he gasped for breath, gradually kneeling down lifeless. In the blink of an eye, all 3 subordinates at the 6th level of Qi refinement had perished. The entire scene fell into dead silence, including Lei Biao. All members of the Heisha gang and the distant onlookers were left dumbfounded, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. To kill 3 men so effortlessly without even using a magical weapon was something not achievable by an ordinary cultivator at the late stage of Qi refinement. The sneer on the scarred face completely froze, transforming into boundless fear. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Lei Biao's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Although he was also at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he knew that to kill 3 6th level Qi refinement cultivators so easily was beyond his reach. A chill shot up his spine. He realized he had greatly underestimated his opponent and had kicked a genuine iron plate. But at this point, under the watchful eyes of everyone as the gang leader, he could not show fear or retreat. The foundation of the Heisha gang was built on its fearsome reputation. If he did not dare to fight and collapse today, the gang would immediately fall apart. Good. Very good. Lei Biao howled, suppressing the fear in his heart, as his entire Bodhis power surged violently. The aura of a peak Qi refinement 7th level erupted without reservation, and his burly figure seemed to swell slightly, muscles, bulging veins coiling like dragons around his exposed arms. He practiced a physical cultivation method combined with the family's Heisha strength, granting him immense power, tough skin, and flesh, making it difficult for ordinary magical weapons to harm him. At this moment, exerting his full strength, a faint black malevolent energy swirled around him. Combined with his fearsome scars, he appeared like a demonic ghost from hell. All together, exhaust him! Lei Biao roared, leading the charge. With every step he took, the stone slabs beneath him cracked slightly. His hands transformed into claws, gathering black energy, as he lunged towards Chun-Yi's face, his momentum terrifying. Simultaneously, over 20 remaining gang members in the mid-level of Qi refinement, urged on by the scarred face, also surged from all directions, their various magical weapons flashing in a chaotic display, attempting to overwhelm Chun-Yi with their numbers. Lei Biao's claw, infused with the full force of Heisha strength, was already mere inches away. At that moment, a cold snort, as if formed from ice, suddenly pierced through the commotion and echoed along the long street. "You scoundrel!" Before the words had even left his mouth, several sharp sounds of breaking air screamed toward him. A streak of azure light, arriving ahead of time, slammed toward Lei Biao's vital points, forcing him to roar in anger as he forcibly crossed his arms to block. Bang! 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 Amidst the muffled sounds, Lei Biao staggered back several steps. The dense black energy enveloping his arms was dispersed by more than half, revealing his slightly trembling sinewy muscles beneath. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Lei Biao's complexion changed dramatically as he looked in terror towards the source of the attack. He saw that on one side of the long street, the crowd parted like a tide, and a team clad in sky-blue uniforms with the celestial diagram of flowing clouds embroidered on their chests stepped forward, moving in an orderly fashion. At the forefront was a gaunt, middle-aged cultivator, his gaze sharp as lightning and his aura profound as the sea, unmistakably a Foundation Establishment master. Behind him followed 7 or 8 individuals, all at least at the 7th level of Qi refinement. As they moved, their energies intertwined, forming an invisible formation, the murderous aura emanating from them instantly overshadowing the disorganized crowd of the Heisha gang. The man with a cold gaze looked at Lei Biao. "Dare to harm my Zhou family's friends, Lei Biao, are you tired of—" Chun-Yi's lips curled slightly, as if he was finally willing to stand out. Zhou Mingyuan was the one in charge of external affairs for the Zhou family. Anyone with a bit of knowledge in the surrounding market would not possibly be unfamiliar with such a figure. Under Qinjian's rule, the 5 great Golden Core families ranked Zhou as the lowest among them, yet they were not the kind of city rats who dared to provoke them. Lei Biao sensed the danger, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He hurriedly bowed and clasped his fists, his tone filled with extreme trepidation. "Zhou. Senior Zhou. It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I was unaware that this Senior Chun is a distinguished guest of the Zhou family. Had I known, I wouldn't dare." "Unaware?" Zhou Mingyuan interrupted him, his voice as cold as ice. "Daoist Chun is a guest personally invited by the family head. You, a mere gang leader, gathered people to attack without understanding the situation, and you dare to say you were unaware. I see you have been accustomed to acting recklessly, already disregarding all rules." With every word Zhou Mingyuan spoke, Lei Biao's complexion turned paler until finally he was ashen. The gang members behind him became silent, as well not daring to breathe, with a few timid ones already beginning to inch backward. As Zhao Minjiwan's voice fell, the crowd on the other side of the street was also pushed aside by an invisible force. Rules. The Zhao family's rule is to allow outsiders to kill local cultivators in public, without even a word of inquiry. A slightly effeminate voice interjected, laced with sarcasm. The crowd turned to look, only to see a group of cultivators in dark purple brocade robes with golden mountain patterns embroidered on their cuffs walking slowly toward them. The leader was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard, holding a jade bone folding fan, his demeanor arrogant. He was the external affairs steward of the Yang family, a golden core family. He was also at the foundation establishment stage, with Yang family members following behind him, their auras not weak. When Lei Biao saw Yang Kong appear, it was like a drowning person grasping at the last straw, his eyes bursting with a strong desire for survival. He rolled and crawled to Yang Kang's side, bowing and wailing, "Senior Yang. Senior Yang, please save me. The Zhou family's distinguished guest is slaughtering my gang for no reason and wants to exterminate us all. I implore Senior Yang to uphold justice." Yang Kong gently brushed aside Lei Biao's hand, reaching for his robe's hem with the folding fan, yet his gaze seemed to linger on Zhou Mingyuan and Chan Yi, especially pausing for a moment on Chan Yi, and he said lightly, "I cannot claim to uphold justice. However, this Pingon Square seems not to be ruled solely by the Zhou family. Even if Lei Biao has his faults, he is the registered head of a legitimate trading group in Pingon Square, and his subordinates are also cultivators of Pingon Square. Now that 3 lives lie dead at the scene, there should be an explanation. Zhou, with just a word of distinguished guest, thinks he can brush aside the matter of public murder, which is likely to be difficult to convince the masses right. The cultivators in the square are likely to feel disheartened." His words were utterly dignified, elevating the matter from the provocation of the Heisha gang to a level concerning the order and justice of Pingon Square, subtly placing the Zhou family in a position of disregarding the lives of local cultivators and bullying the weak. Indeed, a stir arose among the crowd, and their gazes toward the Zhou family and Chan Yi grew more complicated. Zhou Minjiwan's expression darkened. The Yang family jumping in at this moment was clearly a deliberate provocation aimed at diminishing the Zhou family's face and possibly testing Chan Yi's weight. Yang Kong, this matter of right and wrong is before the public eye. The Heisha gang initiated the crowd attack, and Daoist Chun was forced to retaliate in self-defense. Lei Biao, without inquiring into the reasons, allowed his subordinates to extort and create trouble, which has already violated the regulations of the square. "Are you trying to shield the wicked and make things difficult for my Zhou family? You speak too harshly, Zhou. I merely believe that everything should be based on evidence, and according to the rules," Yang Kong replied, shaking his folding fan. "Even if the Heisha gang is at fault, it should be determined by the enforcement team of the square, not through personal execution. This Daoist Chen's actions seem a bit too heavy-handed. How about this? Please ask Daoist Chen to visit the square's official office to clarify the original matters. Right and wrong will naturally have a fair verdict. If the Heisha gang is truly at fault, I Yang will be the first not to spare them. However, if someone is taking advantage of others' weaknesses, though this Pingon Square is small, it is not a place to be bullied at will." His words were coated with hidden needles, appearing fair, but in reality aimed to take Chan Yi away. Once Chan Yi was taken away, the initiative would fall into the hands of the Yang family. The Zhou family would lose face, and what kind of investigation Chan Yi would face was uncertain. Chan Yi observed coldly, his heart clear as ice. His every move was indeed under the watchful eyes of the great families. Otherwise, how could a small Pingon Square gather 2 external affairs stewards? The Zhou family wanted to win him over, while the old forces of the Yang family naturally did not wish to see such. He stepped forward, subtly protecting Chan Yi behind him. "Daoist Chan is our Zhou family's distinguished guest. The events of today are clear-cut. There is no need to spend extra words at the square's official office. Yang Kong, if you wish to exploit this issue, my Zhou family will accompany you to the end." Zhou Minjiwan's attitude was extremely firm, and the cultivators of the Zhou family stepped forward in unison, their magical tools glowing clearly, indicating their willingness to fight. Yang Kang's gaze turned slightly cold as he closed the jade bone folding fan. Zhou Minjiwan's reaction was even more intense than he had anticipated. Chan Yi's weight in the Zhou family was likely heavier than the family had estimated. He was probably the one selected by the Zhou family to enter the mountains. Just as both sides were poised for confrontation, a leisurely sound of footsteps was heard from the end of the long street, accompanied by several clear coughs. "Ahem. Everyone please hold off on your actions." 3 groups of people responded and entered the scene from different directions, subtly separating the 2 sides. On the left, the leader was a smiling fat elder dressed in a brocade robe, embroidered with mysterious tortoise patterns, holding a string of smooth jade beads, his aura harmonious and weighty. He was Yongnian, the steward of one of the 5 great golden core families, known for his steadiness. On the right, the leader was a young man with a handsome face, and a stern expression dressed in tight-fitting white clothes carrying a long sword on his back with dragon patterns embroidered on his sleeves. He was Xiao Zheng, the external affairs steward of the Xiao family. In the middle, a smaller group of 3 or 4 people was led by a lazy-looking middle-aged scholar in a simple gray robe, playing with an ancient copper coin in his hand. He was Lu Wanyong, the external affairs steward of the Lu family. The appearance of the 3 families made the originally tense standoff suddenly become more delicate. He Yongyan fiddled with the jade beads, and was the first to speak with a laugh. "Oh Zhou, old brother, Yang, old brother, we see each other often, why must we escalate things to this tense level over some misunderstandings?" "What elder he said is indeed true," Lu Wenyong said lazily, turning the copper coin in his hand. "For a group of insignificant city rats to let the Zhou and Yang families fall out, wouldn't it just be a laughingstock for our 5 great families?" Though Xiao Zheng did not speak, his meaning was similar. The 4 great families had long united, and Yang Kang's appearance was simply to gauge the Zhou family's regard for Chen Yi. Now the Zhou family's firm stance in defense was already clear, and that was sufficient. If any underhanded tactics were to be employed before Chen Yi entered the mountains, breaking the rules would benefit no one. Yang Kang unfurled his folding fan, and the previously aggressive arrogance on his face instantly faded. He glanced at Lei Biao, who lay limp on the ground, ashen-faced, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at a trivial object. "Just now I was in a moment of urgency, worrying about the looseness of the rules and the instability of public sentiment," Yang Kang said. "Since all of you are here, this matter should naturally be discussed collectively. We must not let small issues jeopardize the harmony of several families." Zhou Mingyuan snorted coldly in his heart, knowing that these people were simply trying to probe their family's stance. If they had shown even a hint of weakness earlier, the 4 families would certainly have acted against them, making it uncertain whether Chen Yi would even survive to enter the mountains. "It is indeed best if Brother Yang thinks this way," Zhou Mingyuan said in a deep voice. "As for today's incident, the cause and process are clear for all present to see." Lei Biao of the Black Shaman Gang incited his underlings to extort first and later gathered people to attack, violating the rules. Chen Dao's friend was forced to defend himself and acted to punish. There is nothing inappropriate about that. If anyone believes that Chen Dao's friend went too far or has doubts about this matter, they may present witness and material evidence before the gathered friends, and we 5 families shall discuss it together. What is there to discuss? Yang Kang could not be unaware of what kind of scum the Black Shaman Gang was. He was merely seeking to exploit the situation. With his goals already achieved, why would he continue to get entangled in this murky water? Indeed, he Yongyan interjected with a smile, "Brother Zhou makes a valid point. Since the incident occurred under the public gaze, there must surely be a fair judgment. In my old man's view, Lei Biao and his minions, in contempt of the rules, sought trouble and brought this upon themselves. It is urgent to rectify the atmosphere of this peaceful market, lest a few rats spoil the entire pot of porridge." He turned his gaze to the ashen-faced Lei Biao, his tone still gentle, but his eyes had grown cold. "Lei Biao, do you acknowledge your crime?" Lei Biao trembled all over, knowing he had to make a choice at this moment: either stand firm and be utterly sacrificed, or confess and soften his stance for a glimmer of hope. He gritted his teeth and knocked his head to the ground. "I, the younger generation, acknowledge my crime. I was foolish. I let myself be blinded by greed, believing the slander of that scar-faced scoundrel, offending Chen Dao's friend, clashing with the Zhou family, and disturbing the peace of the market. I am willing to accept any punishment." He suddenly raised his head and fiercely glared at the already pale, scar-faced man beside him, saying in a sharp voice, "It was all this scoundrel. To avenge personal grievances, conceal the truth, and incite me. Please, esteemed seniors, see through this." The scar-faced man, terrified, was about to defend himself when he saw Yang Kang lightly point his folding fan. A subtle yet fierce gust of wind shot out, piercing precisely into the center of the scar-faced man's brow. He stiffened, the light of life in his eyes dissipating, instantly collapsing weakly to the ground. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. Even his passive counterattack was being exploited, yet no one raised an objection when Yang Kang killed a man. This clearly showed that the power of the Golden Core families, under the authority of Qin Yun, had long been entrenched in people's hearts. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had found such a powerful backing in the Zhou family. Otherwise, if these families found any excuse, he would end up like the scar-faced man. Lei Biao's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. He dared not look at the corpse even once, instead lying prostrate on the ground, his body trembling slightly. Yang Kang closed his folding fan, his tone indifferent. "This fellow sowed discord. He deserves to die." He turned to Zhou Mingyuan and Chen Yi, a faint smile appearing on his face. Now that the matter is clear, it was merely the mischief of a petty person causing Chen Dao's friend to be alarmed. "Brother Zhou, do you think this handling is appropriate?" Zhou Mingyuan chuckled coldly inwardly, but maintained a calm facade. "Brother Yang's decisive actions are certainly fitting." He paused, slightly glancing over at Lei Biao as if looking at a stray dog. However, this Lei Biao, although deceived by others as the leader, failed to control his subordinates and instigated trouble. he cannot be lightly pardoned. Seeing Zhou Mingyuan's lingering intent to kill Lei Biao cared for nothing else, and crawled toward Yang Kang's feet, his voice pitiful like a bereaved child. Senior Yang. Senior Yang. I am also serving the Yang family. Please, for the sake of our past relations, save my life. He had not finished speaking when Yang Kang frowned, a cold disgust and impatience crossing his eyes. Presumptuous. A guard beside Yang Kang shouted sharply, and a gust of wind swept out, violently pushing Lei Biao, who had almost clung to Yang Kang's legs several feet away. Lei Biao tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state, covered in dust, his face devoid of color, leaving only an expression of desperate grayness. Yang Kang brushed off the corner of his robe that Lei Biao had almost touched, as if brushing away something unclean, lightly tapping his jade folding fan in his palm. The Yang family has always acted with integrity. How could we harbor such unruly and reckless individuals? Lei Biao, you offended a distinguished guest of the Zhou family, first disturbed the order of the market later, and now with the evidence clear, how dare you speak nonsense here, slandering the great families? Your crimes are doubly severe. As soon as Yang Kang finished speaking, the folding fan in his hand had already pointed out. A purple sharp light instantly penetrated Lei Biao's heart. Lei Biao's body trembled violently, looking down in disbelief at the dark purple frost rapidly spreading on his chest. He opened his mouth but could not utter a single syllable before collapsing backward lifeless. Zhou Mingyuan nodded slightly. In that case, this matter is concluded. He Yongyan clapped and laughed. Indeed, it should be so, it should be so. After a bit of commotion, it was over. Chun Xiaoyu was alarmed. Lu Wenyong stopped fiddling with his copper coins, lazily yawning. The show is over, let's disperse. Chen Xiaoyu, feel free to visit my Lu family's tea house sometime. The newly arrived cloud mist tea is quite delightful. After saying that, he swayed away with his people. He Yongyan, all smiles, chatted with Zhou Mingyuan and Chen Yi for a bit before twirling the jade beads and taking his leave. Yang Kang took a deep look at Chen Yi, his expression complex, then bowed to Zhou Mingyuan. Brother Zhou, I take my leave. He left with the Yang family members. In the blink of an eye, only the people from the Zhou family remained. Zhou Mingyuan then turned to Chen Yi and said earnestly, Chun Xiaoyu, if you have any matters, do not hesitate to let me know, and no one outside these mountains can touch you. This was exactly what Chen Yi wanted to hear. If the Zhou family could not provide strength inside the mountains but could not leverage their power outside either, then wouldn't that render his efforts in this place meaningless? Chen Yi thanked him with cupped hands. Thank you, esteemed senior. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Zhou Mingyuan led his people away. Old Wang and the newly recruited team members finally snapped back from the tremendous shock. A Foundation establishment cultivator had stood up for him. Their eyes were filled with awe when they looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi scanned these new team members, his voice returning to its previous calm. You all saw it clearly. Following me, Chen Yi, there may be troubles, but you will never be treated with disrespect. He commanded, let's disperse for today. Return home and explain clearly to your families. Tomorrow at the first light of the hour, we shall gather again in front of Wang Boss Eatery. Do not be late. On the Lansong Mountain, an elder whispered, Master, isn't Chen Yi being a bit too ostentatious in the outer district? He hasn't even gone up the mountain yet, and he's already attracted the attention of other families. Since we took over the Shen iron mine, which family doesn't know that the Zhou family is entering Wuhuan Mountain? The rules of Wuhuan Mountain are well understood among the major families. On the surface, no one can disrupt the balance of this agent, or it could lead to disaster and provoke public anger. Although other families might dislike him, if they want to act against him outside Wuhuan Mountain, they must think about whether it would lead to a direct confrontation with the Zhou family. The elder suddenly understood, other families have always acted recklessly. To them, scattered cultivators are no different from stray dogs on the roadside. Chen Yi selling mines to the Zhou family has already angered the other families. If they truly seek trouble, Chen Yi will have much to endure. However, making his support from the Zhou family clear changes everything. Each major family has its own support forces within Wuhuan Mountain. Today you used an excuse to deal with Chen Yi. Tomorrow, will the Zhou family also find a reason to deal with your supported person? The elder in charge of external affairs nodded in agreement, saying, Master, your insight is commendable. Chen Yi's actions are indeed the most prudent way of self-preservation at present. However, his grand recruitment might indicate he has a significant appetite and ambition. Zhou Zuanhong's mouth curled slightly upwards. Having an appetite is a good thing. I'm just afraid to stretch his hands into Wuhuan Mountain. One must be daring and ready to fight. The more he can stir things up, the more capable he is, the greater his value will be to the Zhou family. The next day, before the rooster crowed, the 18 recruits, who had been recruited yesterday, gathered at the small open space in front of Wang's restaurant, all present without exception. Most of them had changed into cleaner clothes, their faces betraying an unmistakable mix of nervousness and excitement, quietly standing there, occasionally glancing at the tightly shut door of the restaurant or exchanging anxious yet expectant glances with one another. From afar at the alley entrance and under the eaves, many scattered cultivators were watching from a distance, their expressions complex, yet no one dared to approach or make noise. At the first moment of the Chun hour, the door of the restaurant creaked open. Old Wang emerged carrying a steaming large wooden bucket, followed by Aunt Wang, who was holding a stack of coarse ceramic bowls. The rich aroma of rice mixed with a hint of spirit grain instantly dispelled the morning chill. "Are you all here? Have something to eat first to line your stomach," Old Wang called out, placing the wooden bucket on a makeshift bench. "The porridge made from spirit grain isn't much, just one bowl per person, don't be picky." "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, then quickly showed expressions of gratitude, murmuring their thanks, as they queued up to receive the hot porridge handed out by Aunt Wang. After drinking the warm porridge, a wave of warmth spread from their stomachs to their limbs, easing their tense nerves. Just as they finished the porridge, a figure in green silently appeared before them. It was Chun-Yi. Today he wore a more streamlined green outfit, his hair tied up high, making his tall figure appear even more imposing and dignified. "Greetings, Master." The group quickly put down their bowls and bowed in unison. Chun-Yi's gaze swept over their youthful faces, now devoid of yesterday's impatience, and he nodded slightly. "It seems you are all ready. Then let's set off." Chun-Yi said nothing more, merely cupping his hands slightly to Old Wang and his wife before turning to step forward. The 18 newcomers immediately followed closely. They had thought Chun-Yi would take them directly to Wuhuan Mountain, but unexpectedly, he stopped in a nearby forest after leaving the district. As everyone was puzzled, they saw Chun-Yi turn around, his gaze calmly sweeping over them. "I know what you are thinking. Wuhuan Mountain is not a peaceful district, nor is it a place for amusement. It is a den of monsters and a battlefield of blood and fire. Given your current state, entering the mountain directly would be akin to seeking death." Wang Tai couldn't help but speak up. "Master, what should we?" Chun-Yi waved his hand to interrupt him. "When hunting demons, aside from immediate spells, most techniques are nearly useless, because the demonic beasts won't give you time to cast your incantations. However, relying solely on minor spells for hunting demons won't suffice." Chun-Yi flipped his wrist and produced a Yin Sha needle. "Only with magical artifacts can you ensure your safety and survival." As the words fell, the crowd eagerly rushed towards the nearest trees, each trying to channel their magical power beneath their feet. However, what seemed simple in theory, the act of treading would prove to be fraught with difficulties in practice. Ouch! Bang! Splash! The sounds of muffled thuds and cries of pain echoed one after another. Chun-Yi paid them no mind and continued to practice his sword technique using the synthesized stones from the system. For several consecutive days, the forest was filled with the sounds of impacts and muffled groans. At first, these young people were full of confidence, believing that with their midstage chi refining power, imitating the method of treading the wood would be a piece of cake. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. It was easy to infuse magical power into their feet, but to evenly and stably adhere it, while maintaining just the right adhesion and propulsion force on the vertical tree surface, was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If they applied too much force, the bark would crack and they would be flung away. If they applied too little, they could not adhere and would immediately slide down. Not to mention maintaining balance and continuity while walking. Almost everyone had bruised faces and were dazed from falling. The expressions that were originally full of enthusiasm from their breakthroughs now bore traces of frustration and confusion. Chun-Yi remained oblivious to their plight, spending each day practicing treading the wood, while sitting alone nearby to cultivate his sword technique. Occasionally, when a newcomer became frustrated or complained privately, he would merely cast a casual glance their way, his gaze not particularly harsh, yet it silenced the complainers, instantly making them feel a chill in their hearts, prompting them to obediently return to their practice. By the third day, someone finally grasped a bit of the technique. The first to find the feeling was Wang Tai. This man had a straightforward personality and an inherent tenacity that refused to succumb. He had fallen the hardest, but was also the first to get back up. Unlike others who were eager for success, he repeatedly experimented beneath a thicker tree, slowly sensing the subtle changes in the interaction between his magical power and the tree bark. It can't be forced. It needs to stick on like water, but with some stickiness. He murmured quietly, a bruise from yesterday's impact visible on his forehead, yet his gaze was intensely focused. Once again, he covered his feet with magical power, took a deep breath, and slowly pressed his foot against the tree trunk. This time he did not rush to move upward, but patiently adjusted the strength and distribution of his magical power, feeling the delicate balance that required both adhesion and support. His foot firmly adhered to the vertical tree surface. He did not slide down, nor was he flung away. Wang Tai's eyes lit up and his heart raced. He attempted to slowly shift his weight, carefully lifting his other foot in the same manner. Moments later, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the others, Wang Tai successfully stood on the tree. Although his posture was awkward and he only managed to hold on for a few breaths before slipping down and landing on the ground, it was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. I feel like I've grasped something." Wang Tai exclaimed as he sat on the ground, ignoring the pain and excitedly looking at Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded slightly and simply said, "Continue." Wang Tai's success proved that this method was feasible, dispelling the atmosphere of frustration. In the forest, the sounds of falls continued but now were accompanied by discussions. "Tai, how did you manage to stabilize your breath just now? Don't rush, don't think about walking just yet. The magical power beneath your feet needs to stick first." Right, I think I'm getting a bit of a feel for it. It has to bite into the tree bark but not too tightly." They exchanged insights with each other. This was also what Chen Yi wanted to see. He desired not solitary wolves but a closely knit team. By the 5th day, more and more people succeeded in standing firmly on the tree. They began attempting to walk. However, this was even more difficult. Another 10 days passed, and on this day, everyone was fervently practicing. Zhou's manager led 3 individuals into the forest. The group, engrossed in their treading the wood practice, instinctively paused and looked over with curiosity. The newcomers were Lin Bin and his companions. Chan Yi, who had been sitting on a nearby green stone, opened his eyes at this moment, revealing a hint of a smile, and stood to greet them. He glanced over the 3 companions, nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you haven't wasted this time." Lin Bin stepped forward and bowed with a smile. "When the captain calls, how can we dare to be negligent? We have lived up to our mission. We have stabilized our latest stage cultivation." Sun Qing and Zhao, who also greeted him with smiles. Zhao, who even grinned widely, his voice booming. "Captain, we missed you so much. We've been cooped up in the mountains for days, just waiting to go in with you to hunt demons." Chen Yi turned to the newcomers who had paused their practice and looked somewhat bewildered and said, "Come over." The crowd quickly gathered around. "These 3 are my old partners in demon hunting, and they are also your—" Chen Yi briefly introduced. "They have fought alongside me in the Wuhuan Mountains for many years, experiencing life and death together. In the future, when entering the mountains, you must listen, observe, and humbly seek their guidance." Lin Bin and the others also nodded slightly to the group of young people. Chen Yi then addressed the manager from the Zhou family. "Have you brought what I asked for?" Yes. The manager quickly bowed and respectfully handed over a storage bag. "According to the attributes of the techniques, the master ordered us to prepare 3 types of magical artifacts for offense and defense, 1 set for each person." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "Didn't I tell you that 1 item per person would be sufficient? It's not easy for the nobility to lend so much at once. They may find it difficult to repay." The manager hastily smiled. The master said that the immortal master is at a critical moment in establishing a foundation, and it is indeed time to utilize personnel. Magical artifacts are essential for cultivators and must not be lacking. These magical artifacts are considered a loan from the Zhou family to the immortal master to assist the immortal master in quickly forming a team. As for repayment later, it can be settled slowly after the team achieves some results in the mountains. Chen Yi understood and no longer declined. He accepted the storage bag. "Then please convey my gratitude to the seniors." He turned to the 18 newcomers and said loudly, "Form a line." The crowd perked up and quickly lined up in 2 rows according to the tacit understanding formed over these past few days. Those who can tread the trees step forward. As Chen Yi's voice fell, 6 among the 18 newcomers stepped forward without hesitation. Among them, Wang Tai stood at the front. The other 12, though flashing with unwillingness and eagerness, could only remain in place. Chen Yi scanned the 6 and nodded slightly. "Within 15 days, if you can initially grasp treading the wood, that would be considered qualified. It proves that your control over your magical power is indeed stronger than that of others." He flipped his wrist and retrieved 6 sets of magical artifacts, each glowing with different faint lights. Flying swords, shields, and a supplementary magical artifact floated before Wang Tai and the other 6. The 6 individuals suppressed their excitement as they stepped forward to each select the magical weapon that resonated most with their own aura. Looking at the 12 remaining team members who had yet to succeed, Chen Yi asked, "When will you be able to walk on wood? When will you come to claim your magical weapons?" The 12 turned pale, cupping their fists in salute and responding in unison, "Yes, Master." Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to the trees, fervently practicing. Lin Bin and the others exchanged glances at this scene, a sense of solemnity filling their hearts. The captain's training methods were now more systematic and methodical than when they were trained years ago. Chen Yi no longer paid attention to the others practicing hard nearby. He pointed to the 6 and said to Lin Bin and his group, "You are just in time. Lin Bin teach them how to effectively use their offensive magical weapons. Zhao, who will teach defense. Sun Qing will teach battlefield control. Each day start by bringing 2 of them in the morning to practice with their magical weapons, and in the afternoon focus on teamwork, just as I taught you before." "Understood." Lin Bin and the others replied in unison, excitement igniting in their eyes after a long time. The captain was not only training them but also testing the leadership skills of these veterans. Soon they would also hold positions of authority. In the days that followed this originally tranquil woodland, was transformed into a bustling training ground. In the morning, it was time for Wang Tai and the other 6 pioneers. Lin Bin and his group performed their duties without hesitation. In the afternoon, they practiced team coordination. The 3 split the 6 newcomers into pairs simulating offense and defense. One would often focus on attack while the other defended with Sun Qing nearby using control magical tools to create complex battlefield scenarios. At first, the newcomers lacked coordination, often causing flying swords to nearly harm teammates or blocking their own attack routes with shields. Under the shouts and guidance of the 3, they began to learn to observe their teammates communicate simply and attempt basic cooperation. Though still clumsy and unrefined, their earnestness and developing team spirit caused Chun Yi to nod in approval. Meanwhile, the 12 who had not yet acquired magical weapons trained even more fervently. With red-rimmed eyes, they fell multiple times but rose again, their control over the magical energy visibly becoming more refined. From mere inches to half a foot, 3 feet. One by one, individuals succeeded in walking on wood. Even if it was just a wobbly few steps, they shouted with excitement. Chun Yi kept his promise. Whenever someone succeeded, he immediately bestowed upon them a set of 3 magical weapons corresponding to their attributes. The team members who received the magical weapons cherished this hard-won opportunity, diving into the morning's practice and the afternoon's cooperative drills, fearing they would fall behind. The entire training ground was filled with an almost fervent atmosphere. Everyone was competing, striving, and vying for excellence. They were acutely aware that the master had invested such immense resources, and with the elders' hands-on guidance, there was no room for idlers. Sweating now would mean less bloodshed in the mountains later and perhaps more rewards. After handing over these tasks, Chun Yi returned to Taiping Square. No one knew what he was doing, only that when he returned, he had several bulging storage bags at his waist. Meanwhile, the wandering cultivators selling crude talismans outside seemed to lose their business overnight. Days passed. The temperament of the 18 newcomers underwent a transformative change through the trials of sweat and blood. The initial excitement, anxiety, and confusion gradually faded, replaced by a steady resolve. They also forged a nascent camaraderie from their initial unfamiliarity and subtle competition, gradually establishing basic coordination through repeated drills. Though still far from true elite status, they at least resembled a team capable of facing real challenges. One day at dusk, the final coordinated drill concluded. The 18 team members, along with Lin Bin and the others, stood in formation, a total of 21. Despite the fatigue on everyone's faces, their backs were straight, their gazes fierce, emanating an aura of valiant. Chun Yi stood at the front of the group, his gaze slowly sweeping across each young face. The training session ends here. The Breaking Realm pill has given you strength. The magical weapons have provided you with claws and fangs. This month of grueling practice has taught you how to wield this strength and these fangs. But this is still not enough. Chun Yi paused, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp, his voice rising. The true battlefield lies in Wuhuan Mountain. The beasts there will not give you time to slowly cast spells and adjust your magical energy. The dangers there come from all directions, and you won't be able to defend against them. What you have learned is merely superficial. It's just a framework. It's just flashy moves. If you want to survive in the mountains, if you want to carve out a future, it won't rely on the pills and magical weapons I provide or the techniques Lin Bin and the others teach you. What you need is right here. Chun Yi pointed to his heart and then to his head. It's the fierce determination to fight and kill. It's the calmness in crisis. It's the loyalty to support one another. It's the resourcefulness to survive in dire situations. These things I cannot teach you, nor can Lin Bin and the others. Only Wuhuan Mountain, only true blood and fire, life and death can teach you. The crowd held their breath, their chests heaving, feeling a surge of blood rushing to their heads. Now it's time to prepare to enter the mountains. Chun Yi looked at Lin Bin and the others. Each of you choose 6 newcomers. From today, they will be your team members, sharing life and death, honor and disgrace, just like you and me. Lin Bin and the others straightened their expressions, responding in unison, "Yes, Captain." They turned their eyes, scanning the 18 newcomers already formulating their plans. Lin Bin spoke first, his voice stern. "Wang Tai Li, He Zhangshun Zhoming Wu Shanchan Shui Shang." Step forward. The 6 named perked up, quickly stepping forward to stand behind Lin Bin. Most of them were assertive and straightforward individuals. Sun Qing then called out names, selecting those who were meticulous and nimble: Zhao Xiao Qi Qian Gui Sun Li Zheng Tong Feng Er Go Han Lin. The rest follow me. Zhou Denyo Lu Shi Tu Zhou Wu Huang San Zhu Lao Lu Yang Shu Zhen. With the teams formed, the initial shapes of 3 groups of 7 emerged. Chun Yi looked at these 21 individuals and said solemnly, "Once in the mountains, operate in units of small teams. Lin Bin, you 3 will be team leaders, responsible not only for slaying monsters but also for guiding these 6 individuals well. What I want is a team that can fight and survive, not a bunch of rabble. Is that clear?" "Understood." Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing through the woods. Chun Yi nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, the 3 captains will take care of their teams and let them relax for a few days. I will make a trip to Lansong Mountain to discuss with the Zhao family about the specific arrangements. Don't worry, Captain, we've got this. Lin Bin and the others replied in unison, patting their chests in assurance. Chan Yi said no more, summoning the Qingpeng wing, transforming it into a light blue stream and vanishing into the twilight. 21 remained in the woods. Lin Bin exchanged smiles with his companions before turning to face their own teams. Zhao, who was the first to contain his excitement, waving his large hand and booming, "My team, let's go. Today I'm treating. We're heading to Old Wang's restaurant for plenty of fine food and drink. Eat well, drink well, and recharge our spirits, so in a few days we can go into the mountains with the captain to slay monsters." His 6 subordinates cheered at his words. Most of them were robust and straightforward men already fond of the bold and valiant Zhao captain, and now they were even more jubilant. Sun Qing smiled slightly and said gently to his team, "We should go too, but let's keep the drinking moderate." The few selected by him were relatively calm, and they nodded in agreement. Lin Bin looked at the excited yet somewhat tense faces of his 6 subordinates, his expression unchanged as he said softly, "Keep up." The 3 teams moved forward in a grand procession towards Wang Ji restaurant in the outer town. On Lansong Mountain at the Zhao family's ancestral ground, Chan Yi folded his Qingpeng wing and landed before the mountain gate. The steward, who had already been informed, waited respectfully and led him straight to the discussion hall at the top of the mountain. Zhou Xianhong seemed to have just finished handling clan affairs, sitting alone in the hall with a warm cup of tea beside him. Upon seeing Chan Yi enter, he raised his eyes to assess him, a glint of subtle brilliance flashing in his gaze. Zhou Xianhong set down his teacup and gestured for Chan Yi to sit, saying, "I've heard you've made quite a stir in Taiping's outer town." Chan Yi cupped his hands in salute and replied candidly, "Senior, you see clearly. In extraordinary times, extraordinary actions must be taken. If we want to quickly raise an army, a bit of flamboyance is unavoidable." Zhou Xianhong did not respond directly, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. "How is the training of your personnel going?" "It's taking shape. Together with Lin Bin's 3, there are 21 people divided into 3 teams. They've initially grasped the basic control of magical tools and teamwork, and they are ready for use," Chan Yi answered succinctly. "Ready for use." Zhou Xianhong pondered these 4 words, chuckling lightly. "You are indeed cautious." He raised his gaze towards Chan Yi. "The campsite will be located 10 miles from the mystical iron mine you discovered, but how to get there will depend on your own capabilities." Chan Yi had long since understood. Since the Zhou family intended to establish their own channel for monster materials, they could not disrupt the rules of other families' camps, nor could they engage in small skirmishes like Zhoumeng and the others in the deep mountains. Instead, they would establish their own unique monster hunting stronghold like Fog Valley Camp. With that mystical iron mine, the Zhou family could reasonably send personnel to settle nearby. If other families disrupted the rules by attacking the camp, they would have to consider whether the Zhou family would find a pretext to retaliate, thus providing a barrier for themselves. The various families would certainly not sit idly by and watch them establish their camp. The only way would be to eliminate their team before they reached the mystical iron mine area. In this way, the Zhou family would also have no way to retaliate. Chan Yi's expression hardened slightly as he said solemnly, "So is the mountain path from the outer town to the mystical iron mine our final assessment?" "Exactly." Zhou Xianhong nodded slightly. "The other families will certainly not miss this opportunity. Your team was trained by you, so this test must be overcome by you yourself. Our Zhou family will be unable to provide any assistance during this time." Chan Yi cupped his hands, saying, "The aristocracy has already helped me greatly. If I cannot pass this test, how can we discuss future matters?" Zhou Xianhong looked at the calm eyes of Chan Yi, lifted his teacup, and took a sip, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "In that case, I will not say more. When do you plan to set out?" "Tomorrow would be fine." Zhou Xuanhong's eyes flickered with surprise, which quickly turned into deeper scrutiny. He set down his teacup and lightly tapped his fingers on the sandalwood table. "So soon? Your team has just finished their training. Do they not need a few days to rest?" "A weary army, yet their morale remains intact, is precisely the right time to act," Chan Yi said resolutely. "The longer we delay, the better prepared the opponent will be. Moreover, with hearts in turmoil, prolonged inactivity breeds change. Departing tomorrow, taking them by surprise, could disrupt the potential opponent's arrangements. A fine point about morale remaining intact." Zhou Xianhong nodded slightly, revealing some approval. "It seems you not only know how to train troops, but also how to use them. Since you have made your decision, I will not inquire further." "Then I shall take my leave," Chan Yi said as he stood to take his leave. Zhou Xianhong did not try to keep him, but just as he was about to step out, he suddenly spoke. "Chan Xiaoyou, remember my Zhou family values you. As long as you do not falter, our agreement holds true." Chan Yi paused momentarily. Was this a warning for him to retreat decisively if things went awry? No wonder they wanted to gift him a flying magical tool. The Zhou family's position truly is commendable. Without looking back, Chan Yi replied solemnly, I understand, senior. After speaking, he walked straight out of the discussion hall, unfurling the Qingpeng wing, blending into the vast night, returning to the outer town. The next day, just before dawn, Chen Yi stood in the clearing of the training ground in the outer town. Behind him were 3 small teams standing at attention. 21 people had all changed into standardized dark gray training outfits with official storage bags hanging at their waists. Though they wore no distinctive armor, the solid aura that had coalesced from over a month of intensive training was already faintly revealing its sharpness. Set off! With a command from Chen Yi, the Qingpeng wing unfurled behind him, the light blue glow enveloping his form, as he soared into the sky like a true Qingping, heading towards the direction of the Wuhuan mountain range. On the ground, Lin Bin exchanged glances with the others, simultaneously shouting, "Keep up!" The 3 teams responded in unison, moving swiftly in pursuit. In the air, Chen Yi did not fly at full speed, but maintained a pace suitable for the ground teams, occasionally sweeping his gaze over the ones below. Once they entered the mountains, the competition with the monster hunting teams, supported by various families, had already begun. The rules of the town market automatically became void the moment they stepped into the Wuhuan mountain range. This was a hunting ground for beasts, a graveyard for cultivators, and an unspoken arena for the various family forces. Chen Yi and his team were here to seize opportunities, and the established forces in the mountains, supported by various families, would certainly not sit idle. Half a day later, the team arrived at the entrance of a canyon. Chen Yi paused in the air, retracting the Qingpeng wing, slowly landing on a protruding rock at the canyon entrance. He raised his hand, signaling for caution. Friends on the opposite side need not hide any longer. As soon as the voice fell, shadows of dozens of figures emerged vaguely from behind the rocks on both sides of the canyon. One of them stepped forward, his face grim, and his hawk-like nose particularly prominent. "You little brat, thinking about establishing a foothold on this mountain too early, aren't you?" His voice was hoarse, dripping with disdain. "This road is blocked, so if you know what's good for you, just roll down the mountain. If you don't recognize the situation, I'll bury you right here in this valley, saving you the trouble of feeding the mountain beasts." Chen Yi's expression was calm as he scanned the cultivators on both sides of the canyon. There were about 30 people on the other side, most at the mid-stage of qi refinement, and the 3 leading figures were all at the late. Among them, the hawk-nosed cultivator had the strongest aura, having reached the 8th level of qi refinement, while the other 2 were at the 7th level. The rest were all at the mid-stage. "It seems that you have made up your minds to be the roadblock, haven't you?" Chen Yi's gaze was cold. "Do share your names, so that I, Chen, may know which immortal's face I am about to ruin today." The hawk-nosed cultivator chuckled. "You've got some guts, kid. Listen well, my name doesn't change. I am the leader of the Iron Wolf Gang at the Misty Valley Camp, Yen Zhao. Kid, I'm wasting my breath on you because you used to mix with us in the Misty Valley. There's still a bit of a bond there." Yen Zhao shook his sleeve, his eyes suddenly turning fierce. "Take your group of greenhorns back where you came from. This meal at Wuhuan Mountain isn't meant for just anyone to partake." Chen Yi smiled instead of getting angry. "A bond? I fear I am not worthy of this favor from gang leader Yen." "You have some nerve." Yen Zhao's face darkened, his murderous intent no longer concealed. "Giving you a way out and you refuse, then don't blame me for being ruthless." He abruptly swung his arm. "Attack. Leave none alive." Dozens of Iron Wolf Gang cultivators moved in unison, the light of their magical tools flaring up, and the shouts of battle instantly shattered the canyon silence. However, the 3 small teams behind Chen Yi were not in the least flustered. 21 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to the green figure on the half-rock. "Form up." The 21 cultivators below moved almost in sync. Zhao Hu's team of 7 stepped forward, half a pace, their 7 standard ironwood shields, slamming into the ground with a clang, forming a curved wall of shields. The shield surface flickered with a faint yellow light, linking together to form an indistinct formation. Behind the shield wall, Lin Bin and Sun Qing's teams moved swiftly to disperse, raising various magical tools, simultaneously ready to unleash their power. Chen Yi lightly flicked his Qingpeng wings, advancing instead of retreating, transforming into a green shadow and darting through the gaps between 2 beams of sword light with astonishing speed. With a flick of his fingertips, several strands of pale golden light shot out silently. The few in the front on the cliff were grinning as they urged their magical tools, when suddenly they felt a sharp sting in their brows. Their protective spiritual light was pierced as if made of paper, and before they could even let out a scream, their breaths ceased, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Chen Yi instantly kill several people, Yen Zhao's pupils constricted as he roared, "Your seat." Before his voice faded, he summoned a pitch-black ghostly blade, its blade shrouded in a chilling evil aura, expanding in the wind to transform into a 3-meter black light, slashing towards Chen Yi in midair with a piercing sound. Yet Chen Yi did not meet it heeding. With a flick of his Qingpeng wings, he narrowly brushed past the black light of the blade. At the same time, he slapped his storage pouch, and the heavy golden sword shot out, transforming into a golden streak of light, shrieking sharply as it shot towards Yen Zhao's face. Yen Zhao's heart sank, the golden sword light was astonishingly fast, and a matchless sword chi surged forward, causing a sharp pain to stab at his brow. He roared in anger. The ghostly blade reversed its evil aura, rolling as it crashed into the heavy golden sword. Clang! The resounding clash of metal erupted in the valley, the shockwave rolling and causing rocks on both sides to tumble down. On the other side, over 30 Iron Wolf Gang cultivators' magical tools had already collided violently with Chun-Yi's 3 small teams. Flying swords and magical cones smashed against the curved shield wall. Bang! 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 The thundering sounds continued as the light on the shield wall surged violently. Several magical tool shields began to crack, yet they ultimately blocked the first wave of attacks. The Iron Wolf Gang members immediately recalled their magical tools, preparing for the next round of assault. Withdraw! Zhao Hu shouted loudly. The shield wall was abruptly retracted. Lin Bin shouted softly, "Attack!" In an instant, 7 beams of differently colored sword light shot out from behind the shield wall, contrasting with the chaotic strikes of the Iron Wolf Gang. Lin Bin's team's targets were very clear, each choosing a specific opponent. However, having only trained for a month, while they controlled their magical tools steadily, their sword light was too slow. The Iron Wolf Gang members, seasoned veterans who had survived in Wuhuan Mountain for years, quickly activated their magical tools to block or dodge as they saw the sword light approaching. Just as the Iron Wolf Gang members were busy blocking or dodging the seemingly slow 7 sword lights, an unexpected change occurred. The ground beneath the Iron Wolf Gang cultivators suddenly cracked silently, and several thick, resilient green vines shot up like pythons, rapidly wrapping around the calves of the cultivators trying to dodge the sword light. Almost simultaneously, a faint sound of bells rang out, not loud yet penetrating into the sea of consciousness, causing those who heard it to momentarily lose focus, their reactions delayed by a beat. Moreover, a semi-transparent net shimmering with spiritual light descended from above. The movements of these few people suddenly slowed. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of sharp instruments piercing flesh rang out continuously. 7 Iron Wolf Gang cultivators died on the spot. In just one exchange, 7 were lost. Withdraw! Lin Bin coldly commanded. The sword light retracted back, accurately landing in the hands of Lin Bin's team, and the shield wall fell once again with a clang, sealing tightly. Damn it! Yan Xiao, who was engaged in battle with Chun-Yi, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He never expected that these seemingly novice scattered cultivators would cooperate so well. It was completely unlike the behavior of cultivators, resembling a military formation instead. Gang leader Yan, you dare to be distracted while fighting? Aren't you underestimating me, Chun? Chun-Yi's voice thundered in Yan Xiao's ear. Startled, Yan Xiao felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end at that moment when he was distracted by the sudden loss of his subordinates. That elusive golden sword light had seized the opportunity and was already upon him. Yan Xiao was horrified. He slapped his storage pouch at his waist, and a giant white bone shield flew out, instantly expanding in the wind to block in front of him. Clang! The heavy golden sword struck fiercely against the white bone shield, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, sparks flying. The white bone shield trembled violently. A deep pit was pierced into its surface, cracks spiderwebbing across, but it ultimately blocked this fierce strike. Yan Xiao staggered back several steps from the impact, his heart filled with shock and anger. He saw the heavy golden sword flying back to Chun-Yi's side. Split! Chun-Yi spread his hands wide. Suddenly the body of the heavy golden sword quivered, and 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 golden sword shadows, almost indistinguishable from the original, instantly split off. Yan Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted, his hair standing on end as a sword light forced him to his limit. 7 strikes unleashed at once. The 7 golden sword lights burst forth like a peacock, spreading its feathers, instantly radiating dazzling brilliance, and then shot out like meteors chasing the moon. Yan Xiao roared madly, a crimson blade curtain spinning wildly to shield himself. However, the 7 sword shadows abruptly changed direction in the air, bypassing Yan Xiao directly and rushing towards his subordinates. Be careful! Cries of alarm erupted. But the sword light was too fast, too sharp. The sword shadows, enhanced by the aura of sharp metal, possessed 6 parts of the main body's power, while the body of the heavy gold sword was a top-tier magic weapon. Against these mostly mid-foundation establishment cultivators with thin defensive spiritual light and ordinary magic weapons, it was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Puff! Ah! No! The sharp weapon tore through flesh, magic weapons shattered, and the screams of the dying echoed instantly. The 7 sword shadows were like the scythes of death, stirring up sprays of blood mist. With one strike, 7 more fell. Together with the 7 previously ambushed by Lin Bin's team, nearly half of the Iron Wolf Gang's 30 members had been taken down in a short moment. The remaining dozen or so members were utterly terrified, no longer caring to attack, their faces showing fear as they instinctively began to retreat, their formation in chaos. Zhao Laosi Wang Yuan, what the hell are you waiting for? With more than half of his subordinates dead or injured, Yen Xiao readied roared at the other two late Foundation establishment cultivators. Though these two belonged to the Fog Valley camp, they were part of two different demon hunting teams, and they had come solely under the instruction of their families behind the scenes to support the Iron Wolf Gang. They never expected that the battle would turn so sharply in just a few breaths. Faced with Yen Xiao's roar, Zhao Laosi and Wang Yuan exchanged glances, realizing they could no longer stand idly by. If they did not take action, fearing their families would blame them, they might not be able to stand in the Fog Valley. Both of them unleashed their magic weapons, a crimson flying fork and a heavy black iron ruler shot out through the air, heading straight for the shield wall below. Sun Qing spoke aloud. Lin Bin, Zhao, who you two hold him off, I'll command the formation. Lin Bin and Zhao, who exchanged a glance. Sun Qing was meticulous and the strongest in overall control among the three, making it most suitable for him to lead the main formation. The two released their magic weapons to meet Zhao Laosi and Wang Yuan. The black-scaled spear transformed into a streak of dark light, meeting the heavy black iron ruler, both being powerful and heavy items. Their clash sounded like thunder. Lin Bin's sword techniques were agile, avoiding a direct clash with the flying fork, instead focusing on entanglement, deflection, and guidance. Although he had just broken through to the 7th layer of Foundation establishment, he relied on his sharp magic weapon and increasingly adept flowing fire sword technique to engage Wang Yuan, an old hand, in a fierce battle. Sun Qing immediately took over the command of the battle formation below. Team B3 on the left flank position, 3 flying swords release. The 2 on the right flank position bind with Qing Ling Vine. Position change, soul shaking bell activate. The Iron Wolf Gang members on both sides of the canyon were already in disarray, and now facing Sun Qing's commands they were even more thrown into chaos. Feeling as if caught in an invisible net, the more they struggled, the tighter the bind became. Ah! Another Iron Wolf Gang cultivator was struck down by Lin Bin's team, a sword light piercing through his chest, falling with a scream. Fear spread like a plague. Finally someone could no longer bear it, howling in terror, turning to flee out of the canyon. With one there soon came two, and the momentum of their retreat formed instantly. The remaining 7 or 8 Iron Wolf Gang cultivators had lost all will to fight, each unleashing their means of escape, scattering like birds and beasts. Trash. A bunch of trash. Seeing Zhao and Wang entangled and his subordinates completely disbanded, Yen Xiao's eyes turned blood red, realizing that today's events could not end well. He abruptly bit through his tongue, a mouthful of fresh blood, spraying onto the ghost-headed blade in his hand. The pitch-black blade immediately hummed and trembled, the malevolent aura on its surface writhing, as if alive, turning dark red. A blurred, pained human face appeared as a phantom on the blade, letting out a silent scream. Brat! You are forcing my hand! Yen Xiao's face twisted, his breath weak, yet the malevolent aura surged even stronger. Die for me! The ghost-headed blade, imbued with overwhelming malevolent energy, transformed into a dark red blood crescent, accompanied by a mournful ghostly howl pouncing towards Chen Yi in midair. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened as he realized there was no escape, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Ignite! In an instant, the blood and qi within him boiled like molten lava. His originally handsome face flushed, crimson veins bulging at his temples, and neck, golden light surging in his eyes, while his aura erupted like a volcano suddenly soaring. The blood ignition secret method activated. The heavy gold sword let out a clear ringing sound, its blade's golden light surging with tangible sharp metal energy, wrapping around it, the sword tip even spitting out 3 inches of golden brilliance. Chen Yi pinched his fingers together like a sword and thrust forward. Break! The heavy gold sword transformed into a golden thread, piercing directly towards the blood-colored blade light. Clang! Oi! The piercing sound wave mixed with a violent air wave exploded outward, the canyon walls on both sides trembling and sending rocks tumbling down, while the combatants below felt their blood and qi surge, ears ringing incessantly. In the next moment, countless fine cracks suddenly appeared on the dark red blade, spreading like a spider web. Crack! Crack, crack! Yen Xiao's sinister smile instantly froze, turning into a look of disbelief. No! Impossible! Bang! The ghost-headed blade, a top-tier weapon that had followed Yen Xiao for many years and had tasted countless blood, actually shattered on the spot under the full force of the heavy gold sword. Countless dark red shards mixed with dispersing malevolent energy flew in all directions. The golden sword light, still full of power, pointed straight at Yen Xiao. Yen Xiao unleashed the white bone shield once more. Puff! The white bone shield shattered in response, turning into dust. The heavy gold sword, infused with sharp metal energy, and the blood ignition secret method's power faced no obstruction as it pierced through. The sword edge pierced through Yen Xiao, the sharp sword energy instantly shredding his internal organs. The shock and hatred on Yen Xiao's face completely froze his body, slightly stiffening midair, then losing all strength, falling from the sky like a broken sack, crashing heavily among the rocks of the valley, blood rapidly spreading and staining the gray-brown earth. He stared wide-eyed at the sky, fixated, his pupils dimming rapidly, unable to comprehend until death why a mere 7th-layer Foundation establishment brat possessed such terrifying offensive power and ruthless means. Zhao Laosi and Wang Yuan, who were entangled with Lin Bin, saw Yan Xiao dead, and his famed magic weapon shattered in a single blow, instantly filled with terror. How could they dare to linger in battle? The two almost simultaneously feigned a move, enduring a vicious strike from their opponent, each spitting out a mouthful of blood, turning to flee without looking back. How could Lin Bin and the others let them go? The sword light and spear shadows pursued like a relentless parasite. Trying to escape. Leave your life behind. Lin Bin bellowed, rapidly changing his sword technique. The red feather sword blazed with fiery brilliance, transforming into a crimson shooting star, its speed suddenly increasing as it pierced directly at Wang Yuan's back. Wang Yuan sensed the ominous wind behind him, terrified to the core, with no time to consider anything else. With a tap of his storage pouch, a precious earth escape talisman was instantly activated. A flash of yellow light appeared and half of his body had already sunk into the ground. The red feather sword grazed Wang Yuan's spine, its edge sharp enough to cut through even the protective spiritual light and robe, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone with blood splattering. With a muffled groan, Wang Yuan completely vanished into the yellow light. Meanwhile, the fate of Zhao Laosi was even more tragic. He had rushed into the battle unprepared, wielding nothing more than an ordinary mid-grade magic weapon. A red flying fork. How could he possibly compete with Zhao Hu's black-scaled spear? Earlier, in a desperate attempt to escape, he had taken a direct hit, and the spiritual light of the flying fork had dimmed significantly. Now, fleeing for his life, his mind was in disarray, leaving him vulnerable. Get it! Zhao, who shouted like thunder, his muscles tensed as he channeled his full strength into the black-scaled spear. The spear emitted a deep dragon-like roar, unleashing a dark light as it descended with the weight of a mountain. Zhao Laosi turned in horror, only to see a shadow of the spear, dark and oppressive enough to crush mountains. In a panic, he summoned the flying fork to block above his head, while his other hand brought forth a small turtle's hell shield. Clang! Crack! The flying fork shattered in response, and the turtle's hell shield merely delayed for a moment before its spiritual light collapsed, breaking into several pieces. The black-scaled spear, carrying its residual force, struck solidly against Zhao Laosi's crown. Boom! Blood and brains splattered everywhere. Zhao Laosi's headless corpse staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. Zhao, who retrieved the black-scaled spear, its tip swirling with dark light, untouched by blood. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and coldly snorted. He got off easy. In the canyon, the shouts of battle and the sounds of magic had already quieted, leaving only the mournful mountain wind and the pervasive stench of blood in the air. Lin Bin and the others recalled their magic tools, swiftly scanning the battlefield to confirm there were no hidden enemies before turning their gazes to the sky. Chen Yi descended slowly. His complexion was slightly pale as he swallowed a refined blood essence pill. Although he had only recently begun to practice the golden body technique, the damage from the blood-burning secret art to his meridians was significantly less than before. After refining the blood essence to recover his vitality, he felt only slight swelling in his meridians with no other abnormalities. He picked up the storage pouch of Yan Xiao and was pleasantly surprised by the resources inside. There were nearly 4,000 spirit stones within, likely provided as operational funds by the forces behind him. In addition, there were several bottles of medicinal pills, a few good quality refining materials, and a jade slip titled Secret Technique of Feeding Treasures, indicating it was an evil method. Chen Yi's eyes brightened upon glancing at it. This technique was similar to the blood-burning secret art, both using blood essence to enhance combat power. Unlike the blood-burning secret art, the secret technique of feeding treasures did not require burning one's own vital blood to forcibly elevate cultivation, but directly sacrificed blood essence to the magic tool, using blood essence as a catalyst to unleash the tool's full potential in a very short time, even overdrawing its spirit and origin for a fearsome burst of power far exceeding the norm. But not needing to be used internally meant there was no need to worry about injuring the meridians. With the system at hand, blood essence and magic tools, but not needing to be used internally meant there was no need to worry about injuring the meridians. With the system at hand, blood essence and magic tools could be synthesized at a low cost, making these side effects negligible for Chen Yi. This method was practically tailor-made for him. Previously, he could slay an 8th-layer opponent with his 7th-layer cultivation, and now with this secret technique in hand, he dared to challenge full-circle refinement chi practitioners. Yan Xiao was truly a good person, but now was not the time to study it. Clean the battlefield and count the casualties. Chen Yi ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Bin and the others immediately responded, each leading their team members to quickly take action. As Lin Bin and the others began to count the battlefield, Chen Yi's heart sank slightly. Amidst the stench of blood in the canyon, there was an unusual heaviness. Soon Sun Qing hurried over to Chen Yi, looking somewhat pale, cupping his fists and whispering, "Captain, we lost 2 men." They were all injured by the first wave of chaotic magical attacks when the shield wall failed to completely block the incoming strikes and they could not be saved in time. 5 others were slightly injured, but they have taken medicinal pills and are not in serious danger. Chang-Yi silently nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 2 bodies that had been neatly collected by their comrades. The young faces were smeared with blood, their eyes wide and bewildered, seemingly still unaware of what had happened. Though it had been anticipated that the first battle would inevitably see bloodshed, when death truly visited the team, a shadow still crossed Chang-Yi's heart. Send a message to Old Wang asking him to check if there are any relatives at home for the 2. If there are, I will provide the resources for one of them to cultivate to the mid-stage of refinement chi. If not, we will look for 2 orphans in the outer districts to adopt in their names to continue their legacy. I will also supply resources for them to the mid-stage of refinement chi. Hearing Chang-Yi's arrangements, the team members silently tending to their fallen comrades halted, lifting their heads to gaze at the blue figure standing amid the bloody twilight in the canyon. Hunting demons in the mountains has always been a matter of life and death. Chang-Yi did not view them as expendable pawns. For those who died in battle, their future was assured and their legacy continued. This was almost a luxury for the precarious scattered cultivators. Willing to die for the East Master? Someone shouted low. Including the 3, they all cupped their fists and bowed to Chang-Yi. Call him the boss. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then their eyes brightened further. The East Master represented business, while the boss was a companion. Sun Qing was the first to react, taking a deep breath, straightening his back, and declaring loudly, "Yes, boss. Boss." The other team members echoed in unison. Chang-Yi responded, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield once more. Consolidate all the spoils and distribute them according to the rules. The deceased should receive their share, not a fraction less, to be recorded by Sun Qing along with the handling of compensations. Yes. As the items were divided, everyone was astonished to find that each person could actually receive 1 or 2 magic tools and over 100 spirit stones. These fresh recruits had never seen such a grand spectacle. The gloomy atmosphere caused by the death of their comrades was surprisingly dissipated by this sudden windfall. After a brief adjustment, the team set off once again. Just as Chang-Yi and the others celebrated their resounding victory, a luxurious large flying vessel was vanishing into the clouds. Yang Kong looked at this scene with a pale face, for the Fog Valley was a force supported by his Yang family. He had thought he had overestimated Chang-Yi by sending out his top henchman Yan Xiao, but he never expected the current situation. Not only did he fail to stop the Zhao family from intervening, but Yan Xiao's death would also greatly affect their supply of demon beast materials. He Yongyan, resembling Methreya, took a sip of tea and looked at Zhou Mingyuan with a beaming smile, saying, "This Chun young friend is quite remarkable. He has just entered the late stage and can slay an 8th layer expert with apparent ease." Xiao Zhang coldly glanced in Chang-Yi's direction, speaking in a flat tone, "It's just a sharp sword. Without that exceptional flying sword, the outcome is still uncertain." Lu Wenyong yawned, tossing a copper coin in his hand, and lazily saying, "Magical artifacts are also a form of strength. It's only natural for Chun young friend to discover such a large iron or deposit." He Yongyan chuckled lightly, "A common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to his demise. This Chun young friend has obtained many resources, and instead of cultivating in the marketplace, he insists on coming to this gathering of loose cultivators at Wuhuan Mountain to establish a demon hunting team. Tisk, he might be lucky to obtain them, but he may not live to spend them." Lu Wenyong nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. The rules in these mountains are not as they are in the marketplace. Those loose cultivators can become quite mad and do not care who you are. Killing and snatching treasures is common." With a forced smile, he looked at Zhou Mingyuan. "Brother Zhou, don't you have any advice? What will happen if he falls?" Zhou Mingyuan listened to what seemed like casual conversation, yet every word pierced his heart, and instead of showing joy, his expression grew darker. The Yang family failed to stop him, and the other 3 families' calm demeanor and sharp words only indicated their confidence, as they had laid a more dangerous trap waiting for Chang-Yi to stumble into. Zhou Mingyuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned away without acknowledging the others. The 3 families exchanged glances, each with deep meaning in their eyes, and they fell silent. Meanwhile, the flying vessel lingered ominously above Chang-Yi and his group, like a circling vulture quietly waiting for its prey to show signs of fatigue. Below, Chang-Yi floated in midair, his brows slightly furrowed as his gaze swept over the sprawling forests and increasingly rugged terrain below like a hawk. It was too quiet. Since the ambush in the canyon, the team had been moving swiftly, and they were nearing the area around Huangfeng Cave, yet they had not encountered any significant obstacles. Not even a prying gaze seemed to remain. This was by no means a good sign. The news of the Fog Valley's complete annihilation had likely already spread through some channel. Those hidden family forces would not simply let it go. Chang-Yi made a hand gesture to signal the team to halt their advance. With a slight movement of his mind, the Qingpeng wing flared slightly, lifting him higher, as he cautiously probed forward under the cover of the clouds. His vision continued to extend through the mountain range, and soon his pupils abruptly contracted. About 5 miles ahead lay a perilous place known as Duanhuan Gorge with steep cliffs on both sides, making it an excellent ambush point. At that moment there indeed lay a more formidable and numerous group of cultivators than those at the Fog Valley. A rough count revealed nearly 100 individuals. These cultivators belonged to 3 factions, each occupying advantageous terrain. What made Chani's heart sink further was that among these 3 factions there were actually 2 or 3 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators stationed, and the leading figures exuded a heavy aura, clearly experts at the 8th or even 9th layer. One of the black-robed elders was holding an oddly shaped bronze mirror, its surface shimmering with a ghostly light occasionally sweeping over the direction of Chani's team, evidently possessing some form of detection ability. As expected, Chani's eyes turned icy. There were still 10 or more miles to go before they reached the Zhao family's iron ore area, and these people intended to wipe out Chani's team right under the Zhao family's nose. His gaze was like a blade piercing toward the 3 individuals who were leisurely sipping tea. What a bold move. The 3 demons of Wubao, the Blood Eagle Squad, and the Poison Hand Old Chui. You have gathered all the elite loose cultivators that can be mobilized in Wuhuan Mountain, haven't you? He Yongyan set down his teacup, still wearing a smile, spreading his fat hands. Brother Zhou, you are mistaken. The Wuhuan Mountain Range is a no man's land where loose cultivators come and go according to their own abilities. They moved upon hearing the wind, thinking there was a profit to be made, and gathered on their own. What does that have to do with us? We can't say that we orchestrated it just because a few of them bought some pills from our shops, can we? The rules were set by the sex. Lu Wenyong added ominously, the iron ore can be shared, but the accident in Wuhuan Mountain cannot be blamed on anyone else. If there's someone to blame, it can only be this Chun young friend. Either his life is not tough enough or his appetite is too large, forgetting that he may not have such good teeth. Yang Kang's eyes also turned sinister. He had previously wondered why the other 3 families had made no moves. It turned out they had already formed an alliance, excluding the Yang family. Good, very good. Zhou Mingyuan squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his gaze locked firmly on the murderous gorge below. The captain of the Zhou family guard stepped forward and whispered, Third Master, should we take action near the iron ore? Zhou Mingyuan slowly shook his head, suppressing his anger, and said, we cannot act. If we act, they will have an excuse to intervene, and the situation will immediately spiral out of control. Now, we can only see how his fortune plays out. Chan Yi quietly retreated back to the team, his expression as solemn as water as he relayed the situation he had gathered to Lin Bin and the others. Almost 100 people. Zhao, who gasped, and even though he had considerable courage, he felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Sun Qing frowned, instinctively looking at Chun Yi. Boss, this charging in is certain death. Since I dared to bring everyone into the mountains, I naturally have prepared sufficient means. Chun Yi said softly. As he spoke, he took off several storage bags hanging at his waist and threw them to the 3. The moment the 3 opened them, they gasped in astonishment. Boss! This? Zhao Hu's voice trembled slightly, not out of fear but excitement. Seeing that Chun Yi still had 7 or 8 of these storage bags at his waist, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Distribute the items and continue advancing. Wait for my signal before making a move. After leaving the sentence, Chun Yi soared into the sky again. At the mountain pass, the black-robed elder looked at the suddenly brightening light spots in the bronze mirror in his hand, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The fish has entered the net. Notify everyone according to the original plan. Wait until they all enter the middle section of the gorge before making a move. I want them, not a single one, to escape. The leader of the 3 demons of Wubao, a one-eyed burly man with a fierce scar on his face, chuckled menacingly. Old Chui, can your netherworld mirror see clearly? A mere latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, accompanied by a group of rookies. Once they enter my netherworld mirror, it's as clear as viewing patterns in the palm of my hand. Old Chui chuckled darkly. The leader of the Blood Eagle Squad, a lean man with sharp eagle-like eyes, snorted coldly. Don't be careless. In that canyon ambush, my men saw from afar that Kid's sword moves were disturbingly fast. His team's formation and cooperation were quite sophisticated, not like rookies. Even if they are experienced, they are still rookies. The one-eyed demon licked his lips, greed glinting in his eyes. The plumpness on him is enough for our 3 families to feast on. I heard that the Zhou family spent quite a lot of good things to win him over. Greed flashed in everyone's eyes. Although they were attached to various major families, they were not simply the dogs of the families. For the major families to get them to act, they would have to offer sufficient benefits. Of course, Chun Yi's own bounty was also a reason they were willing to take action. An iron or how many spirit stones could it sell for? Lin Bin and his companions halted the team at the valley's entrance, and everyone instinctively looked up at the towering Duanhuan Gorge ahead. The cliffs on both sides were carved as if by a divine hand, revealing a deep and perilous crevice where the light dimmed and the wind howled, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Inspect your artifacts, form the Jia San formation, and advance slowly. Sun Qing instructed in a deep voice, taking a deep breath to suppress his unease. The team members quickly took action, forming a shield wall at the front, while the assault team provided staggered cover with reconnaissance and support roles fulfilling their duties. The team began to move, stepping into the gorge. Above the cliff, the one-eyed demon gazed down at the team, moving like ants below, bloodlust gleaming in its single eye. Come a bit closer. Go a little further in. Just as the attention of the one-eyed demon and its companions was drawn to the main force, Chun Yi had already arrived above them. Due to using the conceal blade technique, Chui Laogus Nether Mirror could not detect Chun Yi's location at all. Looking at the 100 or so people below, a cold smile crept across Chan Yi's lips. After 3 years of hard work, the system's advantage can finally be used openly. With a tap on the dozens of storage pouches at his waist, countless talismans rained down. Below, the one-eyed demon felt something fall on its head, and upon inspection it turned out to be a basic fireball talisman. What the hell is going on here? The one-eyed demon's eye widened in shock as it instinctively looked up. It saw a flurry of talismans cascading from the cliff above, increasing in number until in the blink of an eye they fell like goose feathers in a snowstorm, blanketing a good portion of the gorge. Not only on the eastern cliff where it was located, but the cultivators ambushed on the western cliff also stared in disbelief as numerous unactivated basic talismans fell from the sky, landing on their heads, shoulders, and even sticking to their faces. Which bastard is throwing talisman paper around? Someone angrily swatted the talismans off their face. Is it that Chun guy's doing? Trying to use this thing to disrupt us? Someone questioned. This stuff is so hard, I wouldn't even want to wipe my butt with it. Oh, what use is it? And they're all unactivated. Basic talismans are equivalent to a full force strike from an early-stage Qi refinement cultivator, but they have almost no market. Their power is truly limited, barely able to breach the defenses of even the sturdier second-level demonic beasts. In a place like Wuhuan Mountain, such talismans are practically no different from a child's toy. However, Chui Laogus' face changed dramatically. One basic talisman is not scary, and even thousands of basic talismans are not frightening, as activating them still takes time. But thousands of unactivated basic talismans piled together are truly terrifying. As long as one talisman structure is damaged, it could trigger a chain reaction. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would have to avoid its sharp edge. Not good. Retreat quickly. Chui Laogus' shrill scream echoed above the gorge, filled with unprecedented terror. However, it was already too late. Hidden in the clouds, Chun Yi ignited a mid-tier fire rain talisman, and a torrential rain of fire descended from the sky. This seemed to be a signal. The team that had just stepped out of the gorge quickly withdrew. Zhao, who slapped his storage pouch, producing a stack of fireball talismans, laughing, "Brothers, let's blast." Dozens of fiery fireballs roared toward the eastern cliff, while other team members, as if awakening from a dream, pulled out the talismans they had received earlier, still unheeded. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, earth spikes. An array of basic talismans poured down on the two cliff tops like a torrential downpour. The attacks from the fire rain and talismans were like sparks igniting a powder keg. Those unactivated basic talismans, upon being struck by the first wave of energy. Boom! First there were sporadic explosions, and then a chain reaction spread at an astonishing speed. Blinding light erupted simultaneously from both cliff tops, instantly engulfing all ambushers. The explosion was not a singular deafening roar, but a continuous layered, terrifying thunder. Tens of thousands of basic talismans were simultaneously triggered, unleashing a violent storm of 5 elemental spiritual energy that spiraled out of control, forming a cataclysmic energy tempest. Fiery fireballs, sharp golden chi, heavy stones, icy water, arrows, rampant wooden spikes. Countless low-tier spells mixed together, but due to their overwhelming number, they transformed into a pure maelstrom of destructive mana, violently tearing apart everything within range. No! My artifact! Save me! The piercing screams were instantly drowned out by the roaring explosion. The rocks atop the cliffs were easily tossed aside like tofu, and the protective spiritual light around the ambushing cultivators flickered once before completely vanishing, their bodies torn apart in the raging energy. Even those few latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators hastily erecting defenses crumbled like paper in the endless wave of spells. Chui Laogo reacted the fastest. As the explosion began, he transformed into a shadow and retreated swiftly, placing the precious nether mirror in front of him. The mirror glimmered with ghostly light, but it held for less than a breath before the surface cracked with a crack, and then the shockwave hit him square in the chest, causing Chui Laogo to spew blood, flying backward like a kite with its string cut, unaware of his fate. The one-eyed demon roared, swinging a massive ghostly blade, cleaving through several fireballs, but more ice spikes and wind blades assaulted him from all directions. The one-eyed demon's eyes widened in fury as a particularly large earth spike shot up from beneath him, lifting him into the air, only to be engulfed by the subsequent fireballs. The Blood Eagle leader moved the fastest, almost flying backward at the moment Chui Laogo warned, simultaneously summoning a blood-colored small shield to protect himself. However, the explosion's range was too vast and the chaotic energy flowed in from all directions. The blood-colored small shield let out a mournful cry before its spiritual light dissipated. He grunted, his back torn and bloody, desperately fleeing from the impact of the explosion. In just a few breaths, both cliff tops of Duanhuan Gorge had become a scene of carnage. Charred earth, shattered rocks, swirling dust, and nearly unrecognizable limbs and shattered artifacts. Nearly 100 carefully ambushed cultivators suffered heavy casualties under this extravagantly indulgent talisman cleansing. Only 1 in 10 could escape with their lives, and each was injured and terrified. At the bottom of the gorge, Lin Bin and the others who had just exited were also left speechless in shock at the terror. Even though they were mentally prepared, witnessing this disaster-like scene still left their hearts racing. Zhao, who swallowed looking at the stack of talismans in his hand that he hadn't used up yet, murmuring, "Boss, this is too ruthless." Above the clouds within the luxurious flying ship there was a deathly silence. Yongnian's smile, reminiscent of the Maitreya Buddha, froze completely, and the teacup in his hand fell with a sharp crack onto the deck, shattering into pieces. The scalding tea splashed onto the hem of his brocade robe, yet he seemed oblivious, his eyes wide open, fixated on the swirling dust below at the cliff's edge, the muscles in his chubby face twitching uncontrollably. Lu Wenyong had long since lost the copper coins in his hand. His mouth was agape, his eyes bulging, as if he had seen a ghost. The laziness that once marked his demeanor had vanished, replaced by an incredulous shock. Xiao Zheng's previously indifferent face was now filled with astonishment, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he wished to pierce through the cloud of dust below. Yang Kong abruptly stood up from his seat, staggering forward a step, gripping the railing of the flying ship tightly. His eyes reflected a mix of delight at the 3 families suffering heavy losses from excluding the Yang family, and a deep dread at the catastrophic scene below. After the initial shock, Zhou Mingyu suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, good. What a Chan-yi. What a talisman to clean the ground. Ha ha ha." Yongnian's face turned pale, and he turned sharply to Zhou Mingyan. "Zhou Mingyan, your Zhou family actually secretly funded him with such a massive amount of talismans. This breaks the rules." Zhou Mingyuan retorted without hesitation, his face filled with mockery. "In Wuhuan Mountain, life and death are self-responsible. Everyone relies on their own means. If magical artifacts can be used and formations can be used, how could using a few talismans violate the rules? Fatty, can't you afford to lose?" Yongnian was so enraged that his entire body trembled, yet he was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the hunting in Wuhuan Mountain was a survival of the fittest, with no means left untried. Formations, magical artifacts, poisons, talismans. As long as they can be used, what rules can there? No one had expected that someone could use the cheapest and most inconspicuous low-level talismans in such a lavish and terrifying manner. Xiao Zheng slowly spoke. "Even my Xiao family cannot gather such a massive amount of low-level talismans in a short time. Where did this child obtain them?" Zhou Mingyuan glanced at the 4 and sneered. "Doesn't each family know why they can't produce so many low-level talismans? Cultivation involves 4 arts: alchemy, artifacts, formations, and talismans. Talismans come last, not because they are the weakest, or on the contrary, in the ancient wilderness when Tao arts were just beginning, talismans were the most direct and convenient bridge to communicate with heaven and earth and to pry open the laws. A powerful talisman could seal mountains and lock seas, commanding ghosts and deities. It was once a lethal weapon for countless mighty beings to protect their paths and slay their enemies. However, times have changed. With the emergence of magical artifacts, talismans found themselves gradually declining in importance. However, talismans, artifacts, and formations share the same origin. If one excels in talisman arts and later transitions to artifact or formation cultivation, it will be much smoother. Yet in Qingnan, backed by the gathering of fierce beasts in Wuhuan Mountain, the resources for forging were abundant, making it a treasure trove for various powers under Qing Yun. How could they tolerate loose cultivators meddling in this? However, the raw materials for talisman crafting are too cheap and easy to obtain, making it impossible to completely eradicate them at the source. So how can they restrict loose cultivator talismakers? Actually, it's quite simple. If the raw materials cannot be controlled, then control the sales market. The first step is to raise the price of medicinal pills. A boundary-breaking pill costing 40 spirit stones is still reasonable. After all, it is a pill that assists in breaking through bottlenecks. But why does a yellow sprout pill which aids cultivation also cost 40? This reeks of blatant plunder. For loose cultivators who are constantly on the move and struggling with spirit stone shortages, the monthly expenditure on medicinal pills for their cultivation can be suffocating. Under Qingyun, there has been a long period of peace with no conflicts between major powers. The market for talismans has become limited to hunting demons in Wuhuan Mountain. However, with such high cultivation costs and the income of demon hunters being extremely unstable, there is still some market for mid-grade talismans. But who would be willing to spend a fortune on low-level talismans whose power is not apparent? They would rather save up a few more spirit stones to exchange for a more suitable low-grade magical artifact. After all, magical artifacts here are truly quite cheap, with a low-grade magical artifact costing about the same as a boundary-breaking pill. And the talisman arts are consistent. If low-level talismans cannot be sold, then how can one draw mid-grade talismans without any resources? Even if one manages to draw mid-grade talismans, a dozen of them combined might only be worth a low-grade magical artifact. Who would be willing to buy them? Over time, the path of loose cultivator talismakers has been silently stifled. Low-level talismans have completely become a waste. Only life-assisting talismans like cleaning talismans and chi-gathering talismans remain, as their stable daily demand barely allows low-tier talismakers to make a living. As for attack-oriented low-level talismans, except for beginners who use them for practice, they are virtually ignored, with prices so low they are almost given away. This is also why Chun-Yi's rough talisman paper clients, who had already become talismakers, still resided in the After handing over the training of the troops to Lin Bin and the others, Chun-Yi sought out those old clients, directly exchanging rough talisman paper for the low-level attack talismans in their possession. This stuff was already unsellable, and to improve in talisman arts practice is essential, and now someone is buying it and trading it for rough talisman paper. It's simply a godsend. Thus, in half a month, Chen-Yi had amassed a massive amount of low-level attack talismans at waste paper prices, so many that he was too lazy to count them himself. From a cost perspective, it was even lower than system synthesis. Moreover, he had subtly implied to the Zhao family that he was also well-versed in talisman arts, so producing such a large quantity of low-level talismans would not arouse their suspicion. The four families in Foundation establishment were all silent in response. They understood the situation all too well. They had become accustomed to using the invisible hands of cost and market to firmly press loose cultivators at the bottom of the resource chain, extinguishing any potential restless thoughts with exorbitant cultivation costs and narrow promotion channels. Yet they never expected that someone could actually use this market waste they had crafted with their own hands to create such a shocking turn of events. Lu Wenyong snorted coldly. Such tricks can only be played once. If there were precautions, a single breeze spell would scatter these unactivated talismans. Indeed, the drawback of low-level talismans lies here. Their power is entirely reliant on sheer quantity. If someone were to manually activate them from a distance, they could not possibly achieve such glorious results. But the purpose of this battle has already been achieved. Whether mid-stage or later-stage cultivators, they all turned to ashes amidst the explosions. He Yongyan, after all, was an old fox. After his initial loss of composure, he quickly gathered his emotions, even managing to force a smile, though the chill within that smile was evident to all. There is still a long way to go. Today the east wind dominates the west wind, but who knows if tomorrow the west wind will not dominate the east wind. Brother Zhao, your friend Chun, is indeed quite skilled and calculating. His gaze swept over Lin Bin and the others who were cautiously re-entering the Broken Soul Gorge from the valley's mouth to begin cleaning up the battlefield, finally landing on the charred cliff top. However, he shifted his tone, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The competition at Wuhuan Mountain ultimately boils down to strength. Talismans are merely external objects. Let us see how this child deals with the mountain's demonic beasts and those remaining ambushers who have escaped by luck and harbor resentment. Brother Xiao, Brother Lu, Brother Yang, do you agree? Xiao Zheng nodded expressionlessly, his gaze still sharp. What Taoist, he said, is quite right. Clever strategies may win a moment, but they cannot secure the entire journey. Lu Wenyong returned to his lazy demeanor as if the earlier shock had never occurred, only pulling out 2 new copper coins and slowly rotating them between his fingers. Indeed, the show has only just begun. Yang Kong snorted coldly, sitting back down, his gaze complex as he looked down without replying. Zhou Mingyuan then laughed heartily. There is indeed plenty of time ahead. I forgot to tell you, young friend Chen is actually a talisman master. During his stay at my Lansong Mountain, he purchased quite an array of mid-grade talisman-making materials, yet he was like a pai shio, only bringing in but not letting out. I wonder what is his current level in the talisman arts, mid-grade or upper grade? Upon these words, the atmosphere aboard the flying boat once again fell into a tense silence. A junior with cultivation barely at the mid-stage of chi refinement, if he truly reaches the mid-grade or even upper grade in talisman arts, coupled with his cunning battle intellect and nearly infinite talisman reserves, he would no longer be an opponent that can be measured by ordinary later-stage chi refinement cultivators. Xiao Zheng's brows furrowed deeply for the first time. He looked at Zhou Mingyan, his voice low. Taoist Zhou, are you serious? The talisman path is profound. It cannot be attained without great willpower and fortune. This child is still young. How could he have reached such a level in talisman arts? Who knows? Zhou Mingyuan shrugged. Perhaps he is exceptionally gifted. In any case, the items we sold at the Zhou family were quite a number, and if he isn't burning through spirit stones, then he must be using them to draw talismans. As for whether the talismans he draws are effective or not, and in what quantity, well, that's his secret skill. How could I know so clearly? Zhou Mingjiwan's words were ambiguous, half true and half false, which only heightened the suspicion. The more he pretended to be unfamiliar with Chani, the more it sounded to He Yongnian and the others like definitive evidence that the Zhou family had long since placed their bets and deeply cultivated him. A gifted talisman master coupled with possible covert support from the Zhou family. This Chun-Yi might very well be uncontainable. Zhou Mingyuan disregarded the expressions of the others, standing up and saying, "The play is over. If you gentlemen have no further matters, I shall take my leave first." As soon as he spoke, Zhou Mingyuan did not linger, his body flashing with spiritual light, accompanied by several younger members of his family, transforming into a green rainbow and flying towards the direction of the Huangfeng Cave Xian iron mine. He Yongnian and the others exchanged glances, seeing a strong sense of wariness in each other's eyes. Their factions had suffered considerable losses due to Chan Yi's actions, with nearly half of the power they had cultivated in the mountains gone. If Chan Yi is indeed a mid-grade or even upper-grade talisman master, even if they send people to disrupt the Zhou family's plans, their own side would suffer greatly. Yang Kong was the first to speak. "Given the situation, our Yang family will not interfere in this matter. You may proceed as you wish." Previously, the three families had joined forces, deliberately excluding the Yang family, and Yang Kong had been seething with dissatisfaction. Now, seeing the other three families shoot themselves in the foot, he felt rather pleased. He cupped his hands towards He Yongnian and the others, then led his family members away on their flying swords, adopting a posture of completely withdrawing from the fray and not wishing to get involved in disputes. He Yongnian and the others looked at each other, their expressions extremely grim. The Yang family's Golden Core ancestor had little time left, and the Golden Core seeds they had nurtured within the Qingyun sect had already encountered problems with a trend of falling out of the ranks of Golden Core families. The three families were not a monolith. If any family's mountain camp truly encountered issues, the other two would undoubtedly abandon their plans against the Zhou family and instead turn their blades toward the family that had lost its supply. The three families were not a monolith. If any family's mountain camp truly encountered issues, the other two would undoubtedly abandon their plans against the Zhou family and instead turn their blades toward the family that had lost its supply of demonic beast materials. After all, the market is limited. Why would they seek to eliminate a new player like the Zhou family when it's easier to He Yongnian's flesh quivered a few times, and he finally squeezed out a dry smile. Brother Yang is quiet. Xiao Zheng frowned. "What do you mean? If the three families are to act, then we must act together. If not, then none should act, and no one should harbor thoughts of secretly taking advantage of the situation." Lu Wenyong spun the copper coins rapidly in his hand, squinting. That kid's level in talismans is still unclear, but this talisman C tactics is indeed quite tricky. Each family's elite forces in the mountains have already suffered considerable losses. Organizing a force capable of suppressing them again is difficult. Furthermore, with the Yang family withdrawing, if that kid is indeed an upper-grade talisman master, sending any number of people would lead to a mutual destruction. What about the Yang family then? He Yongnian's gloomy expression grew even darker, as he certainly understood Lu Wenyong's unfinished words. The Yang family had now clearly shown their intent to watch from the sidelines, even hoping that the three families would continue to clash with the Zhou family. If they truly suffer a great loss, losing their stable supply of demonic beast materials in the mountains, the first ones to pounce and tear apart the spoils would likely be the Yang family, who seem to have withdrawn now. The Zhou family's ancestor has only recently advanced to Golden Core, and has a mere 50 years left, while the Yang family's ancestor has 20 years remaining. Rather than engaging in a bloody struggle with the Zhou family, here, it would be better to wait for the Yang family's ancestor to fall. Wouldn't that be a beautiful outcome? As soon as He Yongnian's words fell, the atmosphere aboard the flying boat suddenly froze. Xiao Zheng and Lu Wenyong simultaneously looked at him, their eyes flashing with intensity. The Zhou family is a rising power, though their momentum is fierce, their foundation is shallow. Meanwhile, the Yang family is an established Golden Core family. Though they appear to be in decline, the old adage holds true: a dying camel is bigger than a horse. In 20 years, if the Yang family's ancestor truly passes away, and if there are no new Golden Cores to succeed within the family, then their vast business accumulated over hundreds of years, the spiritual minds they occupy and their market shares, will instantly become a massive piece of unowned meat, enough to make all powers envious and eager. Should they continue to be entangled with the Zhou family, a new force with uncertain potential leading to mutual destruction, or should they unite to share the vast vacuum left by the Yang family in 20 years? The answer seems self-evident. Allowing the Zhou family to enter the game would only cause discomfort for 20 years. But if the Yang family were to revive amidst their fierce battles, that would truly be a matter to regret. Xiao Zheng fell silent for a moment, tapping his fingers on the table, twice his voice steady. "Taoist, your words are indeed a long-term strategy. But..." He shifted his gaze towards Chun Yi and the others who were cleaning up the battlefield in the gorge below. The Zhou family has endured for so many years, and they choose to act at this moment. Oh, surely it's also aimed at the Yang family's meat. He Yongnian's chubby face trembled slightly, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his small eyes. No wonder the Zhou family is so anxious. No wonder they have to take such a desperate gamble at this moment. If the Zhao family wants to partake in the division of the Yang family, they must have enough alchemists and craftsmen. However, without the raw materials, talent cultivation is indeed slow. With that mysterious iron mine coupled with Chinese camp supplying materials from demonic beasts 20 years, is enough for the Zhao family to cultivate a team of alchemists and craftsmen to support their entry into the fray. Lu Wenyang's face turned sinister. So we cannot just watch the Zhao family enter Wuhan Mountain, can we? He Yongyan shook his head and sighed. Things have escalated to this point. Continuing to fight would be somewhat counterproductive. The Zhao family has already managed to enter the game successfully at this moment. Unless we directly send the core forces of our clan to launch a strong attack in the mountains, but that would surely lead to a bloodbath, and might even provoke the Golden Core ancestors to intervene, the consequences of which are hard to predict. Lu Wenyang put away the copper coins in his hand. Then let them enjoy their success for a few days. 20 years, not too long, not too short. The Zhao family wants to rise through Wuhan Mountain. We shall set up obstacles for them elsewhere. He Yongyan interjected. Indeed. The market for elixir shops in the bazaar, the quotas for sect offerings. These soft knives, when cutting flesh, are not necessarily slower than real weapons. We will first stabilize the situation in the mountains, hold onto our share, and at the same time, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, strengthen our infiltration and encroachment on the various industries of the Yang family. The Zhao family wants to wait 20 years to dine at the table. That depends on whether we agree and whether the Zhao family has such good teeth. The three exchanged glances, a mutual understanding reached. At the foot of the Duanhuan gorge, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Chan Yi held the heavy gold sword floating above the crumbling cliff, the Qingpeng wings, slowly fanning his gaze, coldly scanning the chaotic battlefield below, and the scattered figures still fleeing. Lin Bin and the others had already led their team in pursuit and extermination. Faced with these panicked and mostly injured remnants, the battle was almost a one-sided massacre. Occasionally there were a few fish that slipped through the net in the late stage of qi refining, but they had no intention of resisting at all. After about half an hour, the sounds of fighting in the gorge completely ceased. The three returned one after another, each bearing some bloodstains, but their eyes sparkled with the excitement of battle. Boss, the count is complete. Sun Qing stepped forward. We have a total of 97 remnants, confirmed to have killed 6311, severely injured escaped, and the rest should have used escape talismans or special means to flee amidst the chaos and could not be pursued. We sustained 7 minor injuries, no casualties, and consumed talismans amounting to about over 7,700 pieces. At the end, Sun Qing's voice involuntarily lowered. Over 7,700 talismans, even if they are the cheapest primary attack talismans piled together, would be a substantial quantity, worth enough spirit stones to cause pain to a small family. Chan Yi merely nodded slightly. Such seemingly shocking consumption, when synthesized through the system, actually only cost a few hundred spirit stones. What about the loot? Zhao, who grinned, patting the bulging storage bags at his waist. It's all here. Although most of the magical artifacts were destroyed in the explosion, those fellows carried quite a bit of valuable items. Especially those leading the latest stage qi refining, they had quite a fortune. Alright, let's divide it according to the rules. Chan Yi waved his hand. Boss, you used so many talismans. If we divide it according to the rules, you might end up losing out big time. Sun Qing couldn't help but interject. Those talismans are all your personal property. It's fine, the consumed talismans will be replenished. Chan Yi smiled, slightly glancing knowingly at the clouds above. The three were momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. In the 2 battles, 2 people had died. These newcomers who had just entered the mountain actually possessed 700 to 800 spirit stones. This unexpected wealth came too suddenly, to the point that when Lin Bin distributed bags of spirit stones to each team member, many hands were trembling slightly. Someone instinctively pinched their thigh, feeling the pain before daring to believe it was not a dream. After half an hour, they arrived at the designated development point chosen by the Zhao family, Wanbao Valley. Though named Wanbao, this place was a desolate sight, apart from the first-level demonic beasts scattered throughout the mountains. There wasn't even a second-level demonic beast in sight. The concentration of spiritual energy was also not much different from ordinary lands. Sun Qing frowned. Boss, isn't this place too barren? Zhao, who scratched his head, speaking in a deep voice. Yeah, boss, this godforsaken place is far worse than Mist Valley. How are we supposed to set up camp? Lin Bin remained silent, but the doubt in his eyes was evident. After the fierce battle, they had just defeated the encirclement of 3 allied families, and should have occupied a strategic location to establish a foundation. How could they choose such a desolate valley? Chan Yi simply waved his hand, his gaze calmly sweeping across the valley. What's the rush? First set up the residence, and the rest will naturally follow. Though the others were puzzled seeing him composed, they asked no further questions. Soon, in the relatively flat area in the center of the valley, stone houses and wooden shacks began to rise, and the camp took shape. Everyone rested for the night. Early the next morning, a message talisman flew into Chun Yi's hand. After reading the message, Chun Yi said to everyone, "Make some space." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly stepped back. About half a tea's time later, a dull rumble emanated from deep underground, initially faint, then swelling like rolling thunder, causing the ground of Wanbao Valley to tremble slightly. What's happening? Is the ground shaking? The team members were bewildered, stabilizing their positions, their eyes warily looking down. They saw wisps of white smoke rising gently from the ground. Everyone sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy in the valley had increased several levels, showing no signs of dissipating. Is this a spiritual vein eruption? Sun Qing raised an eyebrow. Ordinary beasts reside where water and grass are abundant, while demonic beasts follow the spiritual energy. Though the concentration of spiritual energy in this vein was not as high as that of a spiritual pulse within Wuhuan Mountain, it was an extremely rare treasure land, possessing a fatal attraction for demonic beasts. The 4 major hunting camps for demonic beasts were built around spiritual veins, eliminating the need for them to hunt around. As long as they guarded the vein, demonic beasts would continuously come to them. Yet Wanbao Valley, which was clearly wasteland, suddenly birthed a spiritual vein upon their arrival. The reason behind this was self-evident. What are you all standing around for? Heaven has bestowed a treasure land. There will surely be demonic beasts gathering. You are all here to hunt demonic beasts, and now they are coming to you. Aren't you ready to act? Chun Yi's voice snapped everyone out of their shock. It was only then that they realized the purpose of their entry into the mountains had nearly been forgotten amidst the 2 battles. "Let's go, I'll take you all to make a fortune." Zhao, who was the first to react, roaring, as he led his team out of the valley in a rush. Seeing this, Sun Qing and Lin Bin immediately gathered their respective teams, choosing a direction to prepare for the impending beast tide. Chan Yi, however, walked to the largest stone house in the camp, waved his hand to synthesize a recliner, and leisurely lay back. With the system's resources at his disposal, wasn't hunting demonic beasts and building power all for this moment? From now on, the demon hunters will handle the tasks themselves. All he needed to do was to sell the materials collected by his subordinates to the Zhao family, just like the owner of the acquisition station in Mist Valley. And the Zhao family would surely provide him with a rebate, thus earning him spirit stones. Soon several teams returned, one after another, bringing their catches before Chun Yi. With the initial opening of the spiritual vein, the only beasts they could hunt now were low-grade second-tier demon beasts, but it was still a good start. As the spiritual vein gradually matured, more and higher-tier demon beasts would be attracted. Chun Yi tossed 3 ledgers to Lin Bin, and the others. Each team must account for their own catches. "Well, divide the profits after I sell the goods to the Zhao family." Lin Bin hesitated and looked at Chun Yi. "Boss, are we really doing it this way?" "Just as we discussed before." Chun Yi waved his hand casually. "We are not like other camps. You all risk your lives with your brothers, and you deserve every bit of what you earn. As for my share, the Zhao family will naturally make it up to me." Chun Yi had already discussed how to distribute the catches after establishing the camp with Lin Bin and the others. Lin Bin and the other 3 would still split according to their team shares, while Chun Yi would only take the commission from the Zhao family. This was a benefit reserved for the leaders of major camps, amounting to about 10% of the camp's output. To be honest, according to the rules of the major camps, Chun Yi was treating his subordinate demon hunting teams as a public hunting ground. Logically, he should still take 10% of the catches from Lin Bin's 3 teams. However, Chun Yi didn't care. The source of goods was in his hands, and he could mix in as much system-synthesized material as he wanted, while Lin Bin and the others had no idea. The profit margins here could be tenfold. Sun Qing said, "Boss, you provide the pills and magical tools, and you bear the greatest risks. It doesn't sit right with us that you only take this little. This camp's success today is all thanks to you." Zhao, who scratched his head and said in a deep voice, "Yes, boss. Rules are rules, but we all understand. If it weren't for the massive amount of talismans you invested, how could things have gone so smoothly? It's a huge loss for you to only take that 10% from the Zhao family." Chun Yi straightened slightly in his reclining chair, his gaze sweeping over the 3 with a hint of a smile. "Loss. That's not how the accounts are calculated. I provide the platform resources and guarantees, while you all risk your lives with your brothers earning your blood and sweat. If I were to take a cut from your earnings, how am I any different from those camp leaders who exploit scattered cultivators and deplete resources? Moreover, I need pills." "Pills?" The 3 of Lin Bin looked puzzled. Chun Yi's lips curled into a slight arc. "Exactly. The pills from my friend are of high quality but low cost. The Zhao family gives us a 10% discount, but if I buy from my friend, I can get them even cheaper. The difference in price, of course, is mine. From now on, you can only use the 10% discounted pills. Is that all right?" Lin Bin and the others waved their hands in agreement. "Boss, you don't even take a cut from our earnings. How can we have any objections?" In their view, even if Chun Yi's friend had a high output, it could never supply the entire camp, and compared to that 10% profit, it was simply too little. But they didn't know that the system-synthesized pills were shockingly cheap, yielding nearly 100-fold profit, and Chun Yi could get as many as he wanted. Chen Yi planned to split the pills from the Zhao family 50-50, buying not a single one from them to avoid raising their suspicion. Settled then. Chen Yi leaned back in his recliner again. You just need to manage your teams and hunt more demon beasts. I'll handle the supply of resources and external negotiations. Seeing Chen Yi's firm resolve, the three said no more, each keeping track of their accounts and leaving the catches behind. When night fell and everyone stopped hunting, Chen Yi finally spread his Qingpeng wing and headed straight to the Zhao family's Shen Tai mine area with the materials. Chen Yi quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Zhao family's Shen Tai mine area. It was clear that Zhou Mingyuan had given prior instructions as a Zhou family cultivator approached him respectfully to lead the way. Passing through layers of restrictions, Chen Yi arrived once more at the elegant courtyard deep within the mine area. Zhou Mingyuan had prepared spiritual tea and was waiting with a smile. To Chen Yi's surprise, in addition to Zhou Mingyuan, the external elder Zhou Xuanhong, the head of the Zhou family, was also. I pay my respects to Elder Zhou, and head Zhou. Chen Yi clasped his fists in salute. Zhou Xianhong immediately rose and personally helped Chen Yi up, laughing heartily. Young friend Shen, please don't stand on ceremony. You are now a great contributor to our Zhou family. It is I who should be honoring you. Zhou Xianhong had never expected Chen Yi to succeed in entering the mountain in one go. His plan was for Chen Yi to take his time wearing down the four families. With the Qingpeng wing in hand, Chen Yi could simply run away when things turned south. As long as he remained in charge, if any of his subordinates died, he could always recruit another batch. Unexpectedly, not only did Chen Yi break the four families' assassination attempt, but he also annihilated a significant portion of their elite forces, forcing the four families to be cautious and allow him to establish a camp in the mountains. Zhou Mingyuan personally poured tea for Chen Yi, his face beaming with joy. Young friend, your success in breaking the deadlock not only established a great achievement, but also brought honor to our Zhou family. Do you know how many teacups that old man he smashed during the family meeting after the news of the battle at Duanhuan Gorge spread? Chen Yi humbly replied, it was merely luck, all thanks to the support from your family and the dedication of my brothers. Oh, you are too modest. Zhou Xianhong stroked his beard and laughed. Your skills and decisiveness we have all seen. Even in my youth I couldn't compare. All the talismans consumed in this battle will be converted into spirit stones to reimburse you. We will ensure you don't lose out. Thank you for your generosity, head Zhou. Zhou Xianhong waved his hand, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. This is what you deserve. Our Zhou family has always been clear about rewards and punishments and never treats friends unfairly. This is today's haul from the camp, a good start. Please take a look, Elder. Chen Yi took off a storage bag filled with demon beast materials from his waist and handed it to Zhou Mingyuan. Zhou Mingyuan took it and raised an eyebrow. So much just from the initial opening of the spiritual vein. Was it not much? In several storage bags apart from the demon beasts they hunted, Chen Yi also included what he synthesized with the system, which was hardly a lot, just an equivalent amount. It is all thanks to my subordinates risking their lives, plus this area has been uninhabited for years. So once the spiritual vein opened, the demon beasts all flocked here, following the spiritual energy. Zhou Mingyuan exchanged glances with Zhou Xuanhong, both their eyes glimmering with delight. It seemed that the newly opened spiritual vein in Wanbao Valley was of better quality than expected, indicating that future yields would be even more considerable. Good. Since you are the first to hunt in the camp, our Zhou family should show our appreciation. Zhou Xianhong waved his hand and said to Zhou Mingyuan, for this acquisition, we will increase the price by 20% as a gesture of goodwill and support. Of that ID, like 30% to be converted into Huangyadan and Ningqidan. Chen Yi quickly added, as he feared that the Zhou family would convert all of it into pills. Generally speaking, the rewards in the camp are settled with pills, while spirit stones are often just used as a supplementary amount. It is quite rare for Chen Yi to request a significant portion in spirit stones. Chen Yi clasped his hands and explained, to be frank, Senior, our camp will only grow larger. When the public hunting grounds open, I will need to reserve spirit stones to purchase materials from scattered teams and recruit members, which also requires spirit stones. I hope you won't laugh, Senior, but those team members have signed spirit contracts with me, and they must share the majority of their earnings with me for 3 years. Chen Yi said shyly, after all, I still need to save spirit stones to buy foundation establishment pills. This was of course a lie from Chen Yi, but the Zhou family did not know that. To them it seemed reasonable. After all, who would recruit team members while also giving away pills and magical tools? Wouldn't that be charity? Young friend, your considerations are thorough. This is indeed a way to manage. Zhou Xianhong nodded in approval. In that case, we shall proceed according to your wishes, 70% in spirit stones and 30% in pills. If it weren't to stabilize the Zhou family, Chen Yi would not have wanted any of the 30%. Soon Zhou Mingyuan returned with the pills and spirit stones. Thank you, Senior, thank you, family head. Chen Yi clasped his hands once more, his face appropriately showing. Zhou Xianhong nodded, slightly pondering for a moment before saying, Chen, you have now established yourself in Wanbao Valley. The spiritual vein has opened and the number of attracted demon beasts will grow with their ranks gradually rising. Relying solely on the few dozen people in your camp, it may not be enough to fully utilize the advantages of the spirit. I understand. I will recruit more people once the camp stabilizes. At that time, I hope the nobles will prepare enough Huangya pills in Taiping Square. Zhou Xianhong laughed heartily. You truly are focused on making money. Wouldn't it be better to recruit newcomers just like other camps? Chen Yi replied solemnly, that simply won't do. I rely on this to prosper. Zhou Xianhong paused at his words, then exchanged a knowing laugh with Zhou Mingyuan. They increasingly found this young man interesting, shrewd, yet revealing a hint of youthful honesty, as if all his calculations were laid bare, which made them feel at ease. All right, I will go along with you. Zhou Xianhong shook his head with a smile. I will have Mingyuan personally oversee the supply of pills in Taiping Square, ensuring that you can purchase freely without interruption. I also wish to invest in some industries in the market. May I trouble the two seniors for assistance? Zhou Zuanhong's eyes lit up, yet his face maintained a gentle smile. Oh, young friend wishes to invest in the market. That's a good thing. What industries are you interested in? I wish to open an inn in Taiping Square. Zhou Xianhong raised an eyebrow in surprise at his words. An inn? He repeated, pondering, why does young friend wish to venture into this business? Chen Yi had prepared his explanation and immediately replied, as my camp flourishes, the number of visiting cultivators will inevitably increase. We are thinking of opening a base in the market to both facilitate our team's rest and to earn some income from outside the camp. More importantly, we can also arrange for the relatives of our camp members to have stable livelihoods in the market, allowing them to fight with peace of mind. Chen Yi dared not venture into the highly profitable industries like pill crafting, which were the domain of golden. However, the business of inns and goosthouses, while not low in profit, was considered menial work in the eyes of true noble families, typically managed by affiliated powers. What Chen Yi was truly calculating was not merely a small inn but a gradual entry into the small circle of the Qing. The demon hunting camp was important to the Zhou family, but ultimately it was just a supplier of raw materials. In this world, status was of utmost importance. Having joined the Zhou family consortium, Chen Yi naturally could not be satisfied with being just a black glove charging into. Chen Yi's goal was to leverage this core vassal identity to gradually integrate into the Zhou family's emerging Golden Core clan's network of connections, solidifying his standing among the Qingnan cultivators, and subsequently building his own network. Now was the perfect time. He had made such great contributions to the Zhou family, and it was only reasonable for them to support him. Zhou Zuanhong's doubts dissipated as he stroked his beard and smiled. Young friend, your considerations are thorough, and you care for your subordinates. Such leadership qualities are indeed rare. This matter is agreed upon. He looked at Zhou Mingyuan. Mingyuan, don't we have a uni-pavilion in Taiping Square? It has always been a money-losing venture. If Chen Xiaoyu is interested, we can sell it at a discounted price. Zhou Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the family head meant to be friendly and draw him in. The location of uni-pavilion was good, but the Zhou family had not invested much effort into it, leaving it lukewarm for many years. He immediately nodded, yes, family head. Chen Xiaoyu, that uni-pavilion has 7 floors, and includes a backyard located in the middle of the market with a reasonable flow of customers on ordinary days. If you take over, you only need to pay the cost of the land, and everything else in the store will be considered a bonus. Chen Yi was overjoyed internally, although his face showed a mix of fear and gratitude, and he quickly stood up in deep respect. This is too much. Senior, I feel unworthy of your generosity. Zhou Xianhong waved his hand, signaling him not to be overly polite, and smiled. Since we are family, there is no need for formalities. That uni-pavilion is just a trifle to our Zhou family. If it can thrive in your hands, it will be a good thing. Moreover, if the relatives of your camp members can be properly settled, it will stabilize their hearts and be beneficial to the demon hunting endeavors. This is a win-win situation. Thank you, senior, for your support. Chen Yi bowed, deeply feeling relieved. I will quickly gather spirit stones to acquire uni-pavilion. Zhou Xianhong smiled. Your camp will only grow more prosperous, and we can deduct it directly from your future hunts. There is no need to rush. Moreover, your current focus should remain on the camp. The spiritual vein has just opened and your team is just starting, which is the most demanding time. Zhou Xianhong said seriously, once the foundation of the camp is stable, you can focus on management without delay. I will keep that in mind. Zhou Xianhong saw that Chen Yi was listening and turned to Zhou Mingyuan. Once Chen Xiaoyu's Wanbao camp is stabilized, take him to meet some of our family's acquaintances in the Qingnan area. In the future, mutual support will be beneficial. Zhou Mingyuan replied with a smile, family head, rest assured, I will remember this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's heart filled with joy. Zhou Zuanhong's words were undoubtedly a signal of acceptance into the Zhou family's social circle, which was precisely what he had sought. He immediately bowed. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I will not disappoint your expectations. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Yi took his leave. After Chen Yi left, Zhou Mingyuan showed a look of disdain and said, I thought he was someone important, but it turns out he is just focused. Zhou Xianhong waved his hand and said, Alas, you are being a bit too comfortable in your position to understand the struggles of others. You younger generations have never experienced poverty, so how would you know the hardships of loose cultivators? Back then our ancestor was still in the foundation establishment stage and our Zhao family didn't even have a single spiritual vein. Those days were truly tight. We could barely split a spirit stone into 8 pieces. Chen Yi started from being a loose cultivator struggling every step of the way, so it's only natural for him to be somewhat obsessive about wealth. Zhou Mingyuan was momentarily stunned by these words, disbelief showing on his face. Zhou Xianhong picked up his teacup, his gaze distant, as if penetrating through time. That was 60 or 70 years ago. Chen Yi was unaware of Zhou Zuanhong's reminiscing with Zhou Mingyuan. Upon returning to the camp, everyone was called together. Dozens of jade bottles and a pile of spirit stones were placed on the table. With one foot on a stool and a ledger in hand, his gaze swept over the team members. Listen up. From now on, the rules of our Wanbao Valley camp are established. Now when I call out a name, that person will come up to receive their share of the profits. Zhao Hu hurriedly stepped forward. Do you want spirit stones or pills? Zhao Hu rubbed his hands and grinned. Boss, you know me well. I know you're a rascal. Chen Yi teased and tossed over 2 jade bottles. The market price for the condensing chi pill is 80 spirit stones each, but we can get it at a 90% discount, which is 72 spirit stones. Based on your share, you only earned 130 spirit stones today, so make up the difference and take your goods and scram. Zhao Hu quickly pulled out 14 spirit stones to make up the difference, receiving the jade bottle with a grin stretching from ear to ear. The newcomers watched in astonishment. The pills at a 90% discount were quite a saving. Zhao Hu joyfully cradled the jade bottle as Chen Yi continued calling names. Sun Qing. Sun Qing stepped forward and immediately handed over a pile of spirit stones, saying, Boss, I want 10 condensing chi pills, and he'll make up the rest with spirit stones. You think on your feet. Chen Yi shot a glance at Sun Qing. Boss, you know him, just helping you manage the funds. Sun Qing chuckled, looking eagerly at the jade bottle. You sly dog, you really know how to calculate. Chen Yi laughed and scolded, counting out 10 condensing chi pills to toss over while taking the spirit stones. Sun Qing happily stepped back. Zhao, who was taken aback, and immediately shouted, Boss, I still have spirit stones. I want to exchange for pills too. You fool, you just received yours and want more. Rules are rules. You can't be so disorderly. Chen Yi picked up the ledger and tapped Zhao Hu's forehead. Wait until others are finished before you come back. Zhao, who covered his forehead grinning as he stepped aside, not at all angry, and complained to Sun Qing. You dog-headed strategist, why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? Sun Qing rolled his eyes. With your brain, even if I told you, you'd take ages to react. Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Yi continued calling names. Lin Bin. Lin Bin stepped forward, being meticulous, and having already planned ahead, he handed over spirit stones. Boss, I want 8 condensing chi pills and 5 breaking realm pills. Breaking realm pills. Chen Yi looked at Lin Bin in surprise. Why do you need breaking realm pills when you are at the late stage of chi refinement? Lin Bin awkwardly replied. I have a crush in the outer town of Qingyan. I didn't dare to reach out before since my future was uncertain, but now that our camp has stabilized, I thought I would help her secure a future as well. She has been stuck at the 3rd layer of chi refinement for some time, so having a few breaking realm pills might help her break through. Zhou Xianhong exclaimed. Good for you, Lin Bin. You usually seem quiet, but you have such thoughts. Zhao, who slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly. Sun Qing stroked his chin with a sly smile. I wondered why you wanted to go to Qingyan last time. I thought you were just going there to trade for old goods. Turns out you were visiting a beauty. You've hidden it well. The surrounding team members joined in teasing, and Lin Bin's face flushed with rare embarrassment, but he didn't deny it, merely looking eagerly at Chen Yi. Do you still need to buy these? Do you take me, Chen Yi, for a stranger? Chen Yi tossed a few bottles of condensing chi pills to Lin Bin. Later tell your crush to report to Old Wang. He'll save a spot for her in the next batch of newcomers. Lin Bin looked somewhat troubled. Boss, I don't want her to enter the mountain to hunt monsters. Tisk, you blockhead. Chen Yi picked up the ledger and tapped Lin Bin again, but this time with much less force. Who said she has to go into the mountains? We the big men are doing our best in the mountains. What chaos would a woman bring? Regarding Old Wang, I plan to have him expand the scale of the dining hall. We are in need of staff. If she is willing, she can help manage things there and receive spirit stones monthly, which is better than being in the mountains living in fear. Later, I want to open a tavern for her, arranging for her to have an easy job. A stable life is better than anything else. You all are the same. If you have trustworthy relatives who want a stable job, send them to Old Wang. As long as they are hardworking, I have plenty of places to accommodate them. Upon hearing this, everyone became even more excited, cheering. The boss is righteous. Following the boss, the whole family has hope. Lin Bin was even more grateful, his eyes slightly red, bowing deeply. Thank you, boss. All right, stop with the formalities. Get back to what you need to do. The pills have been distributed. Focus on your cultivation. Only by raising your realm can you hunt more monsters and distribute more spirit stones. The atmosphere of the entire camp was ignited by Chan Yi's distribution of profits and arrangements for families, and the sense of unity soared to unprecedented heights. Unbeknownst to them, all the spirit stones they earned went into Chan Yi's storage bag. Indeed, the camp's earnings are spent in the camp with not a single coin brought back home. After the distribution was complete, Chan Yi tidied up the remaining spirit stones, and pills then kept Lin Bin and the other two behind separately. Chan Yi's expression became more serious. My expectations for your planning have never been merely that of a team leader. I want each of you to be able to stand alone in the future, to become the leaders of large monster hunting teams. Upon hearing this, the three of them stiffened, their breaths slightly quickening. To stand alone, to become a leader. This was a height they had never dared to imagine before. Therefore, Chan Yi continued. You cannot be involved in every little thing and get bogged down by trivialities. For those newcomers in the beginning, you should teach them hand in hand, help them familiarize themselves with the rules of the mountain's combat formations and the habits of monsters. This is necessary. But later on they must stand on their own. What you need to do is to delegate authority, train the small leaders beneath you, and establish the team structure, transforming yourselves from soldiers into talents. Sun Qing seemed to understand. Boss, do you mean, let us promote trustworthy and capable individuals in our respective teams, assign responsibilities, and let them manage the specifics? Correct? Chan Yi nodded. Your responsibilities are to maintain strategic direction, handle emergencies, coordinate relations among squads, and liaise directly with me. Zhao, who scratched his head, hesitant. Chief, if you delegate everything, what exactly do we do? Just cultivate. Chan Yi chuckled at him. Is cultivating not enough? Strength is the foundation. Your primary task now is to leverage the camp's resources to advance your cultivation as swiftly as possible. Latest stage Qi refinement. What is that worth? I demand you reach the threshold of peak Qi refinement without delay, and begin preparing for foundation establishment. Foundation establishment? The three cried in unison, eyes wide with astonishment, as if the term belonged to distant stars beyond mortal reach. What? Too afraid even to dream of it. Chan Yi arched an eyebrow. If you follow me, Chan Yi, yet dare not envision foundation establishment, what then are you doing here? Resources. I will secure them. Pills. If you need them and they exist on the market, I will procure them for you. Once I achieve foundation establishment, acquiring foundation establishment pills for you may no longer be impossible. Do you grasp my meaning? Though rare, such pills were far more accessible to foundation establishment cultivators than to those still striving toward it. Zhao, who eyed Chan Yi skeptically, Chief, you haven't even secured Zhou family's foundation establishment pill yet, and already you're planning this far ahead. Damn fool. Beat him. Chan Yi shot Zhao, who an exasperated glare snatched up the ledger beside him, as if to hurl it. Sun Qing and Lin Bin joined in with laughter, shoving and cuffing Zhao, who playfully. You understand nothing. Sun Qing laughed as he punched Zhao, whose shoulder. The chief calls this foresight, deep strategy. Exactly. Lin Bin rarely agreed so readily. When the chief says he has a way, he has a way. Just charge forward blindly. You'll never go wrong. Zhao, who ducked and dodged while shouting, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're profound and far-sighted, chief. I'm just a simpleton. From now on I'll follow your orders without question. Never another word out of turn. After the light-hearted commotion settled, the atmosphere turned earnest once more, charged with resolve and vigor. Chan Yi waved his hand. Enough. No more jesting. Remember my words, erect the squad structure, swiftly then train with relentless intensity. As for camp affairs, so long as no major crisis erupts, manage them yourselves. When in doubt, consult me. All three responded in unison, yes, chief. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Wanbao Valley camp had fully stabilized. Drawn by the spiritual vein surrounding demonic beasts grew increasingly abundant. Heeding Chan Yi's counsel, the three each promoted capable members within their squads to serve as deputies, freeing themselves from daily administration to focus on cultivation and overarching strategy. The first batch of recruits, sustained by steady pill supplies, all advanced to Qi refinement level 5. Meanwhile, Chan Yi, fueled by near-limitless alchemical support, reached Qi refinement level 8. Chan Yi summoned them again. The framework is complete. Now I shall depart to recruit new members and establish our presence in the market district. He turned to Sun Qing. You possess the sharpest mind. Oversee the camp in my absence. With that, he handed Sun Qing both the ledger and a spatial pouch brimming with pills. Sun Qing accepted both with solemn reverence. Rest assured, chief. I will safeguard the camp with unwavering diligence. Chan Yi nodded, then addressed Zhao, who, you the simpleton. Assume patrol duty. Should any upper grade level 2 or level 3 demonic beasts be drawn in, you shall eliminate them. Leave it to me, Chief. Zhao, who pounded his chest thunderously. With me standing guard, no beast, of whatever grade, shall ever cross our threshold alive. Chen Yi nodded again, turning to Lin Bin. And you, accompany me in recruitment. Instantly Sun Qing and Zhao, who exchanged mischievous glances. Lin Bin shifted uncomfortably under their gaze and snapped back. What are you staring at? The chief is assigning serious duties. Chen Yi clapped Lin Bin lightly on the shoulder and smiled. It's settled. No further debate. Each fulfills their role, guarding our hard-won foundation. I depart now, returning in no less than half a month, and no later than 1 full month. All three bowed their heads in solemn affirmation. The next day, Chen Yi and Lin Bin boarded the Zhou family's transport flying vessel and departed Wuhan Mountain for Taiping Market. The vessel glided serenely through the clouds. Lin Bin stood at the railing, gazing down at forests streaking past beneath, a mixture of anticipation and quiet trepidation flickering in his eyes. Chen Yi observed silently and smiled. Not a word spoken. Upon landing within Taiping Market, the two made straight for the outer district. No sooner had they crossed its boundary than the atmosphere struck them as utterly transformed. A palpable current of agitation and excitement hung in the air. Tea houses, taverns, even street corner stalls where roaming cultivators gathered, buzzed with animated voices, exclamations, debates, and awestruck murmurs threatening to lift rooftops skyward. You simply had to see it. At Duanhuan Gorge, Chief Chun rained talismans like rain, heedless of cost. Fireballs blotting out the sun, ice spears piercing the heavens, wind blades carving the void. Those alliance brats were thrown into utter chaos, wailing for mothers and fathers. A burly man gestured wildly, spittle flying, while a crowd of roving cultivators pressed close, necks craned in rapt attention. Immediately a voice countered, Old Zhang, you're exaggerating again. My second uncle is a talisman master. Chief Chun didn't fling talismans haphazardly. He deployed them with precise artistry. It's called a talisman formation. Yes, talisman formation. First, binding talismans sealed all escape routes, then explosive talismans delivered overwhelming assault. Finally, windblade talismans scoured survivors from the field. Every move measured, like ancient military strategy. Nonsense. He began with illusion talismans to confuse the enemy, then. You're all mistaken. I heard Chief Chun possesses a rare treasure, capable of conjuring talismans from thin air. A cold sweat prickled Chen Yi's brow. Truthful brother. Over 7,000 basic talismans had indeed been synthesized via his system. Treasure, my foot. It was Zhou family backing, flooding him with talismans to cement his authority. Countless versions proliferated, each more fantastical than the last. Yet one truth united them all. Chen Yi, master of Wanbao Valley Camp, had employed a breathtaking talisman-based tactic, turning weakness into strength, to carve a path through the siege of 4 rival factions and claim unshakable ground. Lin Bin stared dumbfounded and whispered to Chen Yi, Chief, this has spiraled beyond belief. Chen Yi lowered his voice, beyond belief. Precisely the effect we desired. Reputation rests on 3 parts deed, and 7 parts rumor. Now all of Qingnan knows Wanbao Valley is not to be trifled with, and thus our recruitment carries weight. They strolled toward Old Wang's tavern. Not a single table sat empty inside. Outside, a long queue snaked along the street, all seeking entry to Wanbao Valley. Yet knowing Old Wang's ties to Chen Yi, none dared cause disturbance. Only at checkout did patrons dare whisper cautiously to Old Wang, when will the second recruitment round begin? Old Wang's reply was succinct. Let's wait for Chen Long's Ho to arrive before discussing further. Chen Yi and Lin Bin stood not far from the shop, observing the scene. Lin Bin whispered, Uncle Wang is quite composed. Seeing Lin Bin's attention fixed on Old Wang, Chen Yi nudged him and pointed inside the shop, saying, What are you looking at? Look over there. Lin Bin followed Chen Yi's pointing direction and saw a girl dressed in simple cloth with her hair neatly tied up, swiftly tidying the tableware. Her movements were clean and efficient, exuding a blend of gentleness and resilience. She seemed to sense someone watching and looked up. The moment her gaze met Lin Bin's, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, yet her hands continued to work steadily, her ears betraying her embarrassment. Chen Yi let out a chuckle and nudged Lin Bin with his elbow, saying, Well, you have a good eye. That girl works hard. Uncle Wang has praised her several times, saying she's more capable than many boys. Old Wang noticed Chen Yi and Lin Bin and immediately came out to greet them with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Oh, Long's Ho, young Master Lin, you two have finally returned. His voice was loud, and with that exclamation all eyes in the bustling eatery turned to focus on them. The once noisy eatery fell silent in an instant, or everyone, whether queuing, dining, or chatting, fixed their wide eyes on Chen Yi. Chen Long's Ho. It's really Chen Long's Ho who's back. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many instinctively wanting to push forward, to get a closer look at the legendary talisman madman and grassroots hero who had recently become the talk of the town. Seeing this, old Wang quickly stepped in front of Chan Yi, raising his voice to shout, "Everyone don't push. Langsong has just returned. Let's do things by the rules." Having run this shop for many years, old Wang had considerable influence. His shout combined with the intangible pressure that Chan Yi exuded finally calmed the restless crowd, though their gazes remained fervent. "Uncle Wang, business is thriving." Chan Yi greeted old Wang with a smile and gestured to the crowd saying, "Dear friends, please remain calm. I am here to recruit new talents for the Wanbao Valley camp. The specific details will be posted outside the shop later. Those who meet the criteria and are interested can come here tomorrow at this time to sign up for selection." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions brightened, and they responded eagerly, "Chon Long's Ho is benevolent. We will definitely come on time. We've been looking forward to this day." Chan Yi exchanged glances with old Wang, who understood, and led Chan Yi and Lin Bin through the side door into the backyard, leaving the excited crowd in the front hall to continue their discussions. In the quiet backyard, the girl in the cloth skirt brought over tea. Upon seeing Lin Bin, her face flushed again, and she lowered her head to place the tea on the stone table, softly saying, "Chun Longsho, brother Lin, please enjoy the tea." Chan Yi took the tea and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. What is your name?" The girl bowed slightly, replying, "My surname is Tan, and my given name is Ya." "Tanya, a lovely name." Chan Yi nodded and turned to Lin Bin, saying, "Why are you still standing there like a wooden block?" Lin Bin finally snapped back to reality, awkwardly saying, "Ah, how are you finding it here?" Tanya quickly glanced at him and then lowered her head again, her voice even softer. "Uncle Wang is kind, and the work isn't too hard. It's quite good. Thank you for your concern, brother Lin." Old Wang watched with amusement, stroking his beard and chuckling. "Tanya is quick and attentive. She has been a great help to me. Longsho, you don't know, ever since your name became known in Wanbao Valley, the threshold of my little shop has nearly been trampled down by those wanting to inquire about news under the pretext of dining. If it weren't for Tanya helping me out, I would have truly struggled to cope with it all." Chan Yi laughed heartily and patted old Wang on the shoulder, saying, "Uncle Wang, those capable do more work." Just then Aunt Wang walked in holding a child. Seeing Chan Yi and Lin Bin, she smiled and greeted, "Chun Longsho, young Master Lin, you're back. Everyone outside has been waiting for you." Aunt Wang. Chan Yi stood up and gently touched the child's little face, making the child giggle. He turned to old Wang and said seriously, "Uncle Wang, besides recruiting, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you." Old Wang poured a cup of tea, inviting Chan Yi to sit and say, "Longsho, feel free to instruct me." Chan Yi took a sip of tea and said, "I plan to lease a restaurant in Taiping Fong, and I have already thought of a name, Wanbao Restaurant. The first purpose is to create a public face for our camp, and the second is to settle the families of our brothers. Uncle Wang, you have been managing businesses in the outer town for many years. You know the market and people widely. I would like to invite you to come out of retirement and help me manage this restaurant in the market." Old Wang, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, nearly spilling his tea. He set down the cup, first looking shocked, then his expression transformed into a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Long's Ho. This? How could that be?" Old Wang shook his head repeatedly, his voice slightly trembling. "I'm just a simple man running a small eatery in the outer town. Managing this small shop is one thing, but a restaurant in the market, that's a big business. I'm afraid it'll mess it up for you." Chan Yi waved his hand, speaking earnestly. "Uncle Wang, you've got it all wrong. What big business or small business? In the end, it's all about managing people and affairs. You've seen all kinds of people in the outer town over the years. You've dealt with countless matters. Your experience in human relationships and fair dealings surpasses many businessmen. With me and the Zhao family backing you, you can proceed with confidence and vigor." Seeing old Wang still hesitant, Chan Yi continued, "Moreover, this restaurant isn't just being built from scratch. The Zhao family has leased me the Uni Pavilion at a discounted price. I've been there, and the location is good, the building is impressive, and the foundation is solid. Once you take over, all you need to do is to reorganize it, create signature dishes using fresh monster meats and special spiritual materials that we have hunted, and combine it with the reputation of our Wanbao Valley. You won't have to worry about business not being prosperous." Old Wang listened to Chan Yi's words, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes, clearly moved by the proposal. Rubbing his hands together, he spoke with a hint of excitement, "Long's Ho. Since you've put it this way, if I continue to decline, it would be ungrateful." He suddenly slapped his thigh, stood up, and deeply bowed to Chan Yi, saying, "Thank you for your trust, Long's Ho. I'll give it my all to manage this restaurant properly. I won't let Wanbao Valley down." "Excellent." Chan Yi smiled as he helped old Wang up, saying, "Uncle Wang, with your word, I can rest easy." He then looked toward the quietly standing Tanya and asked, "Miss Tan, the restaurant is currently in need of reliable staff. Would you be willing to help at the restaurant in the market?" The work there might be more demanding, but it also offers greater exposure and naturally better compensation. Tanya looked up in surprise, casting a quick glance at Lin Bin, who was also smiling at her. Gathering her courage, she bowed gracefully to Chen Yi, saying thank you for your guidance, Dragon Head. The young lady is willing to go, and will certainly do her utmost, not daring to slack off. Alright then, follow Uncle Wang and go over together. Chen Yi nodded and said to Old Wang, Uncle Wang, Miss Tan is meticulous and diligent. Please take her under your wing. In the future she can handle some of the detailed tasks in the building. Old Wang repeatedly agreed. Chen Yi then turned to Lin Bin saying, you will take the lead on this recruitment matter. Make sure to verify their backgrounds and try to recruit as many as possible. For any foundation-breaking pills needed, you can directly go to the Zhao family's shop. I've already given them a heads up. Lin Bin replied solemnly, yes boss. I will ensure everything is in order and recruit enough people. Chen Yi nodded and looked at Old Wang and his wife saying, Uncle Wang, you too also keep an eye on things these next couple of days. I'll arrange the matters at the tavern when I return. Hearing this, Old Wang and his wife quickly agreed. Once everything was arranged, Chen Yi prepared to head to the Zhao family's residence in the market, both to handle the tavern's transition and to meet Zhou Mingyuan. Upon arriving at the Uni Pavilion, Chen Yi presented the token given by Zhou Xianhong. After the doorman verified it, he immediately bowed and led him into the inner hall. Shortly after, Zhou Mingyuan came in upon hearing the news. Young friend Chen, you move swiftly. Zhou Mingyuan, dressed in a brocade robe, greeted him with a warm smile. Senior, you flatter me, Chen Yi replied, cupping his hands. The camp is initially set and I dare not linger. He thought to take this opportunity to quickly sort out matters on this side of the market, so his subordinates could get up to speed and relieve his worries. Zhou Mingyuan nodded in understanding, saying, indeed. The land deed and property deed for Uni Pavilion are ready, and the accounts have been cleared. As per the head of the family's instructions, it will be transferred to you for 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Knowing your spirit stones are not sufficient, we will deduct them in batches from the future harvests of the camp. Thank you for your understanding, senior. The price of 70,000 spirit stones was almost a giveaway for a property of Uni Pavilion scale and location. Since we are all family, no need for politeness. Zhou Mingyuan waved his hand, then changed the subject with a smile. I've set up a small banquet. The guests are all friends of influence in the Qingnan region. Young friend, it would be good for you to familiarize yourself in advance, making future interactions easier. Zhou Mingyuan waved his hand, then changed the subject with a smile. I've set up a small banquet. The guests are all friends of influence in the Qingnan region. Young friend, it would be good for you to familiarize. Zhou Mingyuan laughed heartily and patted Chen Yi on the shoulder, saying, let's go, don't keep them waiting. The two walked through the courtyard to a graceful flower hall. Inside the hall, several people were already seated. Upon seeing Zhou Mingyuan enter, they all stood up to greet him. Everyone, this is the master of Wanbao Valley Camp, young friend Chen Yi, whom I often mention. The Li family is skilled in beast taming, and all the spirit beasts we sell are supplied by them. Zhou Mingyuan pointed to a middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator. The Li family is skilled in beast taming, and all the spirit beasts we sell are supplied by them. Zhou Mingyuan pointed to a middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator dressed in a reddish-brown robe with a robust appearance. Li Chengyuan nodded amicably at Chen Yi and cupped his hands, saying, young friend Chen, you are exceptionally talented and have made a name for yourself by using talismans to defeat enemies. I have heard of you long ago, and today, seeing you in person, you truly exude vigor. Chen Yi quickly returned the gesture, saying, Senior Li, you flatter me. I merely had a stroke of luck achieving a bit of fame, which is nothing to mention. Li Chengyue laughed heartily, saying, young friend is too modest. In the future, if you come across any beast eggs or young beasts in the camp, feel free to send them to my Li family, and I guarantee a fair price. Chen Yi did not reply, but instead looked toward Zhou Mingyuan, as the camp's hunting rights were contracted to his family. Zhou Mingyuan was very satisfied with Chen Yi's attitude, saying, my Zhou family only requires materials from the beasts, young spirit pets, and cubs are not included in this, so you may handle them as you see fit. Only then did Chen Yi cup his hands and smile, saying, then, I must thank Senior Li in advance, and I will surely trouble you in the future. Li Chengyue laughed, no need for thanks. Zhou Mingyuan then pointed to a white-robed cultivator with an elegant demeanor, saying, this is by Ziliang, the president of the Qilin Association. He has a group of skilled craftsmen under him who take on various tasks in refining tools and arranging formations, and his reputation is quite good. Chen Yi was taken aback. Weren't alchemical tools the foundation of the great families? What was Bai Ziliang's background that he could get involved in this? Bai Ziliang smiled and cupped his hands, exuding an air of composure, saying, you flatter me, Zhou Dao friend. I merely facilitate connections among friends and earn my living. If young friend Chen needs customized magical tools or formation arrangements for the camp in the future, feel free to look for the Qilin Association. We will certainly serve you wholeheartedly at favorable prices. Now it made sense, Chen Yi thought to himself. The Qilin Association sounded like an industry association or a loose alliance of cultivators, gathering a group of skilled artisans who might lack background or capital to open their own shops. They relied on someone like President Bai Ziliang to connect them and take on various private custom commissions. They did not directly compete with the great families that controlled mass production channels, but sought to find a niche in the subdivided market functioning as a craftsman's alliance on the fringes of the great families' industries. President Bai is too polite. As I am new here, I will surely need to consult with you and the masters of the Qilin Association in the future. Chen Yi kept his posture humble, cupping his hands and smiling. This kind of network was exactly what he urgently needed. You are too kind, young friend Chen, Bai Ziliang said, with a gentle smile, clearly pleased with Chen Yi's attitude. Afterward, Zhou Mingyuan introduced various figures within Taiping Square, including the captain of the law enforcement team, several shopkeepers from major businesses and representatives from several small families in the vicinity. This was essentially a presentation of the Zhou family's circle of allies and partners in the Taiping Square area to Chen Yi. The atmosphere in the hall was harmonious, with everyone toasting and engaging in lively conversation. Although Chen Yi was merely at the refining chi stage, his status as the master of the Wanbao Valley camp, along with Zhou Mingyuan's clear encouragement, made it so that no one present dared to look down on him. Some of the smaller families even seemed to have intentions of currying favor. Though they carried the name of their families, at most they had one or two foundation establishment cultivators stationed in the Qingyun sect, and it was uncertain whether they even had a true foundation establishment cultivator among them. Their background and influence could not be compared to a family like the Zhou family. At this moment, seeing Zhou Mingyuan so formally introduce Chen Yi into this circle, and with many words of support, how could they not understand the underlying intentions? Young friend Chen, to be so young yet in charge of a camp, and to have the favor of Senior Zhou, your future is a head of a small family. Surnamed Zhao smiled and raised his cup, saying, in the future, if you have leisure, please do come to my Zhao family for tea, so we can share in young friend Chen's vigor. Exactly. The materials produced by young friend Chen's camp are of excellent quality, and now we no longer have to rely on the four major families. That's right. Our Qingnan region backs the treasures of Wuhuan Mountain. If not for the sex regulations prohibiting the major families from interfering, how could our lives be so meager? Meager. All of you have spiritual veins in your families. Even without refining materials, with the high prices of elixirs in Qingnan, relying on your medicinal gardens and spiritual fields, your lives should be just fine, right? Chen Yi looked suspiciously at this Li family head. Upon hearing this, the Li family head's expression froze for a moment. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, young friend Chen, you are not aware. In our Qingnan region, we do external business, and the local elixir market is very small. Aside from cultivators like you who hunt demons, ordinary loose cultivators can hardly afford elixirs. Loose cultivators can't afford them, and the major families can provide their own elixirs, so elixirs can't be mass-produced, leading to naturally high prices. Chen Yi immediately understood. The reason the prices of elixirs in Qingnan were so high was likely to collect spirit stones from loose cultivators like him who hunted demons. So is the refining industry the pillar of our Qingnan region? Chen Yi asked. The head of the Wang family interjected. Friend Chen, you have a discerning eye. The art of weapon forging is indeed the lifeline of the various families in Qingnan. The materials from the Wuhuan Mountain are plentiful, and the magical tools crafted here are sold far and wide across several states, yielding substantial profits. However, he paused and lowered his voice. It is those four families that control nearly 90% of the beast materials. We small families can only buy from them at inflated prices through their fingers. This drives the costs up, making it impossible to compete with those four families in terms of pricing. Now that you, friend Chen, have established the Wanbao camp, won't our good days be upon us? Upon hearing this, the head of the Li family brightened and raised his wine cup in a toast to Chen Yi, saying, friend Chen, you are now our money god. Come, let me toast you. The atmosphere at the table instantly became lively, and the other heads of families also raised their cups in agreement. Chen Yi felt a sense of clarity in his heart, his smile growing increasingly humble as he raised his cup in return, saying, thank you for your kindness, esteemed seniors and friends. I am truly honored. The Wanbao Valley is just starting out, and I will rely on all of you in the future, so I hope everyone will lend their support. This cup of wine I toast to all of you. In an instant, cups clinked and laughter filled the air. With the influence of alcohol, the conversations grew deeper, ranging from interesting anecdotes from the market to the various family enterprises, then from the insights of traveling merchants to the experiences of cultivation. As he listened, he secretly noted the business practices and needs of each family. After several rounds of drinks, Bai Ziliang set down his cup, looked at Chen Yi, and said with a warm smile, young friend Chen, I heard from Brother Zhou that you have taken over the Uni Pavilion. Chen Yi nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the case. Bai Ziliang laughed heartily. That's wonderful. The Taiping Square is managed by my Qilin Association. If you have any needs, just come to find me at the main office. Of course, if you find any rare materials in the market, consider offering them to my Qilin Association. However, Chen Yi remained silent. According to their agreement, the materials from the Wanbao camp were to be prioritized for the Zhou family. Until the Zhou family was satisfied, he could not sell to any other faction. Even if this Qilin association appeared to be an ally of the Zhou family, it was not permissible. Chen Yi kept a smile on his face but did not immediately agree. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Zhou Mingyuan. Zhou Mingyuan, however, was not angered. Instead, he laughed heartily and pointed at Bai Ziliang, saying, Well, Bai President, so you were waiting here all along. He smiled at Chen Yi and said, This one is quite the wealthy individual. If you acquire any rare treasures, feel free to sell them to President Bai, or it won't count against our agreed share. Chen Yi immediately understood. The Zhou family operated on a mass production model, while the Qilin Association focused on premium products. Thus, the Zhou family could afford to give Bai Ziliang a discount. This illustrated the significance of the Qilin Association to the Zhou family. Chen Yi's smile grew even broader as he cupped his hands and said to Bai Ziliang, With such generous support from President Bai, how could I dare to refuse? From now on, should the camp acquire any rare items, I will ensure they are prioritized for the Qilin Association for your review. Excellent. Bai Ziliang clapped and laughed, taking out a blue jade slip and handing it to Chen Yi. This is a list of spirit materials that have been in high demand or are sought after at high prices by my Qilin Association in recent years. Most are from rare mutated beasts or precious spiritual mines. Young friend, you may review it at your leisure. If you find anything of interest, just come to find me. The price will definitely not disappoint you. Chen Yi took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual sense, discovering that the materials listed were indeed quite special. Examples include Xuanhua Python Reverse Scale, Three-Eyed Thunder Wolf Horn, Blue Pupil Cold Toad Poison Sac, and so forth, all materials only produced by rare mutated species. There were also some oddly named ores. With a quick thought, he came up with an idea, saying, Elder Bai, as a mere wandering cultivator with limited knowledge, I have only heard of these materials by name. If you have physical samples here, could you allow me to take them back to show the rough men in the camp? It would prevent them from missing out on treasures due to ignorance. Once they are familiar with them, I assure you I will return them to you in perfect condition. Bai Ziliang's smile deepened at these words, thinking to himself that this young friend Chen was indeed meticulous and prudent in his actions. He replied readily, What could be easier? Just wait a moment, my friend. After saying this, he instructed a few words to the disciple standing outside the hall. Before long, the disciple brought over several blue jade treasure boxes, each about a foot long, glowing faintly with spiritual light. Bai Ziliang introduced each item to Chen Yi, explaining not only their physical characteristics, but also their potential accompanying environments and the habits of the beasts. But Chen Yi could hardly focus. He was just thinking about how to acquire these items, return, and decompose them using the system to directly create production charts. Finally, after Bai Ziliang finished his explanations, he gently pushed several blue jade boxes in front of Chen Yi and said, Young friend, take these samples back to the camp and let the brothers identify them clearly. Chen Yi suppressed his excitement, carefully storing all the jade boxes in his storage bag, and stood up to bow seriously, saying, Elders' noble intentions, I am deeply grateful. I will ensure they are well taken care of and urge the brothers in the camp to familiarize themselves quickly, so as not to let down your kind intentions. The banquet continued for about half an hour, with the atmosphere remaining lively. When the banquet was over, Zhou Mingyuan and Chen Yi escorted the guests to the entrance of the Uni Pavilion. Zhou Mingyuan took one last look at the Uni Pavilion and patted Chen Yi on the shoulder, saying, This place is now in your hands. Manage it well. It will serve as your foundation in the market. After sending everyone off, Chen Yi stood in front of the Uni Pavilion, gazing at the 7-story building, a surge of ambition swelling in his heart. Although the Zhou family had vacated, all the furnishings, cups, and dishes were still intact, and even the kitchen appliances were wiped clean. The entire pavilion was ready for him to arrange for his own people to move in, and it was just waiting to open its doors to welcome guests. Chen Yi reached out and took down the sign that read Uni Pavilion. Decompose. Decomposition successful. Obtained material chart Wu Ling would obtained material chart Yao Jin gained vital energy x 390. Chen Yi directly opened the Wu Ling wood chart. Material chart Ling Wu wood description: A first grade high quality spirit. Wood: the wood is tough and dense, naturally aiding in calming the mind and focusing one's spirit. Often found in spiritually rich valleys or shady mountains, it takes over 100 years to mature. Can consume 3 points of vital energy to produce 1 pound. Would you like to produce? I wonder if this Wu Ling wood can be refined. If not, I still need to find materials first. Chen Yi thought to himself. He certainly had to make a new sign, but rare materials were hard to come by. He couldn't just carve words on the back like in the Great Qing, could he? Synthesize. Immediately his hand felt heavy and Chen Yi almost strained his back. He looked incredulously at the item in his hand and exclaimed, How is this possible? In his hand was indeed the Wu Ling wood, weighing about 100 pounds, just the right size for a sign, needing only to be inscribed with words. Looking at the remaining vital energy, it perfectly deducted 390 points. After his surprise, Chun-Yi was instantly overjoyed. He had always thought that the system's synthesize function generated physical items based on the unit described in the material chart. Previously, during the synthesis, he was lost in thought and forgot to report the unit. As a result, the system synthesized a piece of black spiritual with the size of a plaque he had in mind. Though it was just a small change, it represented infinite possibilities. Chun-Yi quickly walked into the building, locked the door, and felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his thoughts. System, I want a black spiritual wood floor tile 3 feet long, 1 foot wide, and 1 inch thick. Chun-Yi silently recited in his heart while imagining the specifications of the floor tile. As soon as his thought fell, he felt a slight weight in his hand, and a black spiritual wood floor tile exuding a faint fragrance and with exquisite patterns appeared out of thin air, perfectly sized. Looking at the consumption of spiritual energy, 15 points. Chun-Yi's eyes brightened. According to the previous calculation of 3 points of energy consumed per pound, this floor tile weighed about 5 pounds, which matched perfectly. This meant that the synthesis function could customize the shape and size of the output based on his thoughts, and the consumed spiritual energy was entirely based on the actual quantity of the output multiplied by the unit consumption. To further verify, he attempted a more complex shape. System, synthesize a black spiritual wood T-tray oval shape 1.5 feet long, 8 inches wide, with simple cloud pattern carvings on the edges. He clearly envisioned the image in his mind. An exquisitely crafted black spiritual wood T-tray warm to the touch with smooth cloud patterns appeared on the table, perfectly matching his thoughts in both shape and detail. Haha, just as expected. Chun-Yi couldn't help but laugh. He tried many blueprints and found that only the material blueprints could produce corresponding items as per his needs. However, blueprints for pills and magical artifacts did not work. He initially wanted to create a large condensation pill for fun, but it seemed that was not possible now. If a single type of material can be changed according to my wishes, what about mixing multiple materials? Chun-Yi thought and decided to give it a try. I want a plaque engraved with the 4 gilded characters of Wanbao Restaurant. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden weight in his hand. A heavy plaque about a length of over 10 feet and a width of more than 3 feet appeared out of thin air, landing steadily in his hands. The plaque was entirely made of black spiritual wood, with a deep wood color and cloud-like patterns, warm to the touch, yet slightly cool, harboring a spirit that calmed the heart and focused the mind. In the center, the 4 characters Wanbao Restaurant were written in a flowing style, forged and embedded with pure golden brilliance material. The characters not only protruded in 3 dimensions, but their edges shimmered with a faint golden hue, shining brightly under the indoor light, exuding a noble yet ancient charm, radiating a sense of steadiness and grandeur. Chun-Yi stared blankly at the plaque in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. It really worked. The system not only understood his intention of mixing materials but also achieved it perfectly. Even the font and the faint golden sheen matched the vague image that flashed in his mind. If that's the case, am I not a natural-born artifact maker? Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. What is the difficulty of artifact crafting? 1 is processing materials. Different spiritual materials have different properties, and each step of melting, purifying, shaping, and merging tests the heat, spiritual power, control, and experience. A slight mistake could lead to material waste or worse, an explosion that would injure him. The second is inscribing restrictions. This requires painstaking effort, using one's own magical power as a guide combined with specific techniques and spells to lead specific materials to form corresponding magical circuits within the artifact body, which are the restrictions. This step is crucial. Any small mistake would render all efforts in vain. In essence, both the artifact body and the restrictions are combinations of materials. For Chun-Yi, brother, do you know the method of heart forging? Let's start with the most basic practice. Chun-Yi rubbed his fists, concentrating his spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, a flicker of light appeared on the table before him. A long sword appeared out of thin air. The sword was over 3 feet long with a straight blade, precisely the most common style of flying sword. Chun-Yi immediately grasped the hilt, infused it with magical power, and a sharpness restriction began to operate within the sword. It worked. It really worked. Chun-Yi was overjoyed. Previously, when he created magical artifacts, he had to rely on the unlocked production blueprints and could only follow the steps to produce. Now he could synthesize magical artifacts just by thinking. Detected a poor quality, low-grade magical artifact. Would you like to decompose it? Chun-Yi's mouth twitched. At least give it some respect. After all, it was the first piece he heart-forged. Decompose. A flash of light passed and the flying sword turned into spiritual energy. Gained spiritual energy 20. Gained production. Blueprint unnamed low-grade magical artifact. Would you like to name it? Let's call it Trial Model Flying Sword Type 1. He casually picked a name. Production blueprint recorded Trial Model Flying Sword Type 1 low-grade magical artifact description. A standard flying sword made with ordinary iron essence inscribed with basic sharpness restrictions with ordinary power. Can consume 20 points of spiritual energy to produce one. Would you like to produce it? Of course, without hesitation he would produce it. Let's not forget that the system also has a function to transform inferior products into qualified ones. With a flash of light, a flying sword identical to the previous one landed in Chanyi's hands. He infused it with magical power again and sensed carefully. The internal magical power flowed much more smoothly. Perfect. Chanyi couldn't help but snap his fingers. All he needed to do was provide the creative idea and the system would optimize it for him. From a producer reliant on blueprints, he had leapfrogged into a true creator. Looking at the plaque on the table with the 4 characters Wanbao Restaurant, Chanyi smiled, knowingly this name is indeed fitting. Since the Zhao family could tolerate Bai Ziliang and his group taking a high-end route, there was no reason not to allow him Chanyi. However, a meal must be eaten one bite at a time. First he needed to start the restaurant and then gradually build up his persona as a genius artifact maker. Meanwhile, the recruitment matters at the outer square had already concluded. After finishing his tasks, Lin Bin came to Uni Pavilion with Old Wang. Lin Bin looked at the storefront without a plaque and uncertainly asked Old Wang, "Uncle Wang, are you sure it's here?" The place was simply too vast. There were 7 floors in front, and behind them was a large cluster of buildings nearly occupying half a street. Although Old Wang was a bit startled, he still confidently waved his hand and said, "It can't be wrong. I've spent most of my life in Taiping Square. Although I've never eaten here, I would never forget the place. It's right here." Just as the two were talking, the tightly closed door of Uni Pavilion creaked open. Chanyi stood inside and waved to them, "Come in." Lin Bin and Old Wang hurried in. As soon as they entered, Old Wang was taken aback by the luxurious decorations inside, gasping in amazement as he touched everything, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is really impressive."